In the realm of the ordinary youth Su Ran, a sudden twist of fate transports him to a perilous alternate world. Before he can acclimatize to this alien environment, he is astonished to discover that he possesses formidable psychic abilities from the very outset. This enigmatic power allows him to manipulate his surroundings at will and transform into a lethal blade aimed directly at his adversary's vulnerabilities. In a world where strength reigns supreme, Su Ran quickly distinguishes himself in a quaint town, utilizing his psychic prowess to effortlessly dispel the harassment of local bullies and safeguard the innocent populace. His deeds rapidly circulate, capturing the attention of various factions. A clandestine organization extends an olive branch, eager to recruit him, while malevolent forces lurk in the shadows, intent on seizing his abilities for their own nefarious purpose. Su Ran is acutely aware that his psychic abilities are both the foundation of his existence and the source of his troubles. Rather than blindly aligning himself with any faction, he embarks on a solitary journey of exploration, continually unearthing the potential of his powers through perilous trials. He learns to forge formidable defenses with his psychic energy to withstand formidable attacks and develops the capacity to anticipate his foes' schemes through heightened perception. And, as his strength grows, so too do the challenges he faces, from local tyrants to ancient beings of unfathomable power. Each battle is a heart-stopping encounter. Just as Su Ran believes he has unraveled the mysteries of his psychic abilities, a serendipitous event reveals a staggering secret intertwined with the fate of the entire alternate world, drawing him into a colossal tempest that will determine the destiny of all. Chapter 001: Rebirth and Mastery of Power. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Tian is greeted by a glaring light overhead, prompting him to squint against its intensity. The discomfort coursing through his body jolted him from the haze clouding his mind. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for so long, he was acutely aware of the peril that accompanied such a physical state. Why was he so weak? As this question flickered through his mind, Chen Tian swiftly surveyed his surroundings. He realized that both his hands and legs were bound, rendering him immobile. To his left, several machines resembling those found in a hospital were positioned, capable of monitoring his bodily condition in real time. To his right, two figures clad in cerulean surgical attire were moving about, seemingly preparing for a procedure. The anesthetic has taken effect. Dr. Wang, we may begin. This simple exchange of hushed words struck Chen Tian like a thunderclap. The scene before him mirrored his darkest nightmares. Was he dreaming? Before he could comprehend this question, a wave of dizziness washed over him. It was the anesthetic coursing through his veins, clouding his consciousness. Hey, why is he still awake? Is the dosage insufficient? The speaker was the man referred to as Dr. Wang, whose voice suggested he was in his mid-years. His face was obscured by a mask, yet a fleeting panic was evident in his eyes. Indeed, he was clearly unconscious just moments ago. Another voice, sounding younger, belonged to an assistant. Increase the dosage, Dr. Wang commanded with a chilling tone. What they intended to do was to extract the boy's heart. After all, the boy was destined to die regardless, and the consequences of an overdose of anesthetic could be disregarded. Understood, the assistant turned and busied himself. Dr. Wang fixed his gaze upon the boy who had just opened his eyes, an inexplicable chill rising from the depths of his heart. The boy's gaze resembled that of a bloodthirsty beast. You can't blame me for your demise. Your misfortune is solely your own. He consoled himself internally. Yet he averted his eyes, preparing the surgical instruments he would soon EMP. Loy. The boy's heart had already been claimed by a wealthy patron, and once the procedure concluded, those waiting outside would discreetly transport the boy's heart away. What year is it? A voice, faint yet tremulous, emanated from the boy on the rudimentary hospital bed. The boy appeared to be no older than 13, and despite facing the impending fate of having his heart excised, he exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, a cruel smile played upon his lips. Could it be that this boy had lost his sanity? Or perhaps he was inherently deranged? Dr. Wang was unaware of the boy's origins. His sole responsibility was to perform the surgery and collect his fee, leaving the subsequent matters entirely beyond his knowledge. Is it done yet? Dr. Wang urged, the chill within him escalating into irritation. He already felt guilty for earning such money through dubious means, and now, confronted with the boy's bizarre demeanor, He felt a shiver run down his spine. "This is preposterous. How can he still speak?" the assistant exclaimed, approaching with a syringe in hand. He was determined not to let his negligence jeopardize his share of the earnings. Grasping the boy's arm, he sought a vein, poised to administer the injection. Suddenly, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded before everyone's eyes. A scalpel that should have been placed within the sterilization box unexpectedly plunged into the temple of the ass. Instant, the individual collapsed, lifeless. Even in death, the assistant clutched the syringe tightly in hand. Beep, beep. Within the confines of the chamber, the crisp sound of machinery continued to resonate. Dr. Wong stood there utterly dazed. He emitted no sound, his gaze fixated on the lifeless body sprawled on the floor. Blood flowed in torrents, pooling around the corpse. The violent thumping of his heart echoed in his ears, as though the drums of death were summoning him relentlessly. Clearly, apart from him and the young man, there was no one else in the room. Yet the harrowing reality remained. His assistant was dead, and the manner of his demise was paramount. It appears this is not a dream. The voice of the young man abruptly shattered the oppressive silence. Instinctively, Dr. Wong recoiled, his body crashing against the instruments before he finally came to a halt. "Years ago, because of you, I squandered 5 precious years, missing the optimal moment for evolution," the youth recounted, seemingly lost in his own narrative. Years prior, in such an environment, these two had performed a heart extraction surgery on him. However, the procedure was left incomplete as the buyer perished. The two merely stitched his wound, awaiting the next buyer. That very night, a meteor shower graced the sky, heralding the dawn of human evolution. Amidst that baptism of energy, Chun Tian survived, yet the injury at his heart became a significant liability, causing him to forfeit the prime opportunity for evolution. In the most pivotal 5 years of his life, he tirelessly endeavored to resolve the hidden dangers that plagued him. Now, reborn in this very moment, it is indeed a twist of fate. You. Dr. Wong's eyes brimmed with terror. With a swift motion, a gleaming scalpel pierced directly into Dr. Wong's throat. He struggled briefly before succumbing to the inevitable. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the surgical straps binding the boy's limbs. A bright scalpel hovered silently before him. Nen Ability, the trump card upon which Chun Tian had relied for survival, had not completely vanished with this rebirth. However, its potential was markedly constrained. The dizziness pulsing in his mind sent Chun Tian spiraling back into unconsciousness. This was not solely due to the anesthetic, but also the backlash from forcibly wielding his Nen Ability. The current vessel of his body was akin to a finite container, incapable of accommodating his Nen energy. Were it not for the life and death stakes, he would not have resorted to such forceful measures. The effects of the anesthetic have worn off. Chun Tian yanked the tubes from his body, barefooted, and rolled off the bed. The two corpses on the floor had long since grown cold. He merely cast a fleeting glance before his gaze settled on the scalpel that could be of use. Just as he secured the scalpel, a knock echoed from the door. "Dr. Wong, we have just received word that the surgery has been terminated." It was a man's voice, unmistakably one of the participants in the web of interests. With a smile gracing Chun Tian's lips, he swung open the door. The abrupt shift in light caused the man outside to squint uncomfortably. He narrowed his eyes, poised to speak, only to realize that it was neither Dr. Wong nor the assistant who had appeared. "You." The man had barely uttered a syllable when Chun Tian's outstretched arm swiftly thrust a scalpel into his mouth. Quick, ruthless, precise. He rummaged through the lifeless man's belongings and retrieved a mobile phone. Locked with a password, however, the illuminated screen revealed the current date and time. Chapter 002, A Blade for 3. The meteor shower had graced the night sky, and now it was morning, granting him precious time for preparation. Having been granted a second chance at life, Chun Tian brimmed with confidence regarding the impending apocalypse. In his previous existence, a hidden ailment in his heart had caused him to miss numerous opportunities, yet he managed to survive the apocalypse with resilience, even rising to the ranks of ordinary powerhouses. Now, fate had shifted in his favor. Though his physique remained frail, it was intact. The regrets of yesteryears would no longer elude him. The experiences amassed during the apocalypse would serve as invaluable assets in this new beginning. Crucially, He was now the sole individual among humanity endowed with a mastery of none. The apocalypse had yet to unfold, and no awakeners had emerged among humankind. The energy, known as none, would only be discovered 2 years post-catastrophe. Memories from his past life seemed to elude him. Since I have been reborn, it signifies that many aspects will undergo transformation. For now, I must focus on the first year following the apocalypse, which is the most crucial period for determining future growth potential. Chun Tian's expression turned serious as he raised his arm, 2 surgical knives hovering above his palm. After testing, he realized that with his current psychic ability, he could barely manipulate 2 surgical knives with a range of only 5 meters. Is this body that limits my psychic power? Chen Tian carefully stored the surgical knives away. Once the night passed, and he underwent the baptism of the meteor shower, his body would undergo a metamorphosis. He aspired to become the foremost among humanity. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Tian had already exited the passage. At that moment, a van parked amidst the weeds caught his attention. Inside the van were individuals engrossed in their phones, entirely oblivious to Chen Tian's presence. It seems the issue with the vehicle can be resolved. Chen Tian took strides toward the van. There was no need to inquire. It was evident that the van was associated with criminal activities, though the roles of those inside remained unknown. 3 young men occupied the van, all sporting identical crew cuts and dressed in maintenance attire. Engrossed in their mobile games, they remained completely unaware of the approaching monstrous youth. "Come on, unleash your ultimate move, reposition," one of the men shouted excitedly, fervently tapping his phone. At that moment, a knock echoed against the car window. The man glanced over, and his gaze became fixated. Outside the car door stood a frail youth clad in a hospital gown, his pallor accentuated by the sunlight. Perhaps due to the chill in the air, the boy's body trembled slightly. "Damn it, how did this kid get out?" a man exclaimed. This boy was one they had brought, and they knew all too well what fate awaited him. Disregarding the game, the man flung open the car door, ready to interrogate for a moment, only to be met with a glint of cold steel. Thud! The scalpel plunged directly into the man's eye, extinguishing his life in an instant. With a dull thump, the man's phone fell from his grasp, the sound of in-game special effects echoing from it. Chen Tian, unperturbed, picked up the man's phone, exited the game, and began to peruse its contents. He needed to familiarize himself with the terrain of this area, as every phone typically contained a mapping application. Just then, a large foot swung toward Chenchen's face. He merely sidestepped slightly, evading the blow, and in one fluid motion drove the scalpel fiercely into the man's thigh. A piercing scream escaped the man's lips. Chen Tian looked up, offering a faint smile to his assailant, then forcefully yanked the scalpel from the man's thigh. Another agonizing cry erupted from him as blood began to saturate his trousers. Before the man could react, Chen Tian brought the scalpel down once more with deadly precision. The man nearly leapt from the pain, his expression twisting into one of sheer agony. At this moment, another man had regained his composure and swiftly drew forth a machete. Due to the confined space within the compartment, he needed to leap over 2 individuals to reach Chen Tian. So he opted for an alternative approach, forcefully yanking open the door. Opposite him, with a loud crash, the door was brutally wrenched open, and the man prepared to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, a surgical knife pierced directly into his back. In an instant, the man tumbled from the vehicle, letting out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. What followed was Chenchen's interrogation. Under the bloody duress of questioning, the 2 men divulged all they knew. Such lowly henchmen had limited knowledge, far eclipsed by that of Chen Tian, a reborn individual. These men were affiliated with an organization known as Red King, notorious for drug trafficking, human trafficking, organ trading, money laundering, and running gambling operations. Truly a den of iniquity. Ironically, the leader of such a nefarious organization was masquerading as a philanthropist, even enjoying the patronage of a high-ranking official. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, communication had broken down, and with many lives lost, by the time Chen Tian had the means for vengeance, this organization had already ceased. .3 corpses were carelessly discarded by Chantan amid the underbrush. As he began to rummage through the items within the vehicle, he discovered various tools, such as shovels, presumably intended for his burial, which were now rendered useless and could be discarded without a second thought. Beneath the seats, he uncovered a leather backpack. Upon unzipping it, he revealed bundles of cash, roughly estimated to amount to over 200,000. According to the accounts of the two individuals, the funds were intended as compensation for the doctor and his assistant. The choice of cash was deliberate, aimed at evading in it. Race of evidence. After the apocalypse erupts, this money will be as worthless as discarded paper, said Chen Tian, securing the zipper of his backpack. He resolved to make the most of this currency before the impending catastrophe unfolded. He also discovered various weapons in the vehicle: machetes, daggers, iron pipes, but found their quality subpar and discarded them all. They were inferior to the surgical knife he had just employed. We must depart from this place. There are numerous items to procure, and we cannot squander time here, he declared. Taking the driver's seat, Chen Tian turned the key, and with a resonant hum, the van came to life. The apocalypse represents a calamity for humanity, yet it offers profound lessons as well. It was in the aftermath of this upheaval that Chen Tian acquired his driving skills. He has maneuvered vehicles ranging from cars to airplanes and tanks. The van executed a swift turn, leaving the derelict factory behind as Chen Tian navigated towards the city, guided by the map he had just noted. Chapter 003, Becoming an Evolver. Amidst the bustling rush hour, Chen Tian drove for over 40 minutes, finally arriving in the city center. Clad in a hospital gown and donning flip-flops, he inevitably attracted curious glances wherever he went. Being merely a 13-year-old child, entering stores to make purchases invited questions such as, "Why aren't you in school? Where are your parents? Why are you alone buying things?" As an orphan, Chen Tian had no school to attend. While the end of the world signified destruction for many, he held a different perspective. He perceived it as a rebirth, having acquired his knowledge during the apocalyptic era. Even his name, Chen Tian, was self-chosen. After changing into his newly purchased attire and footwear, the inquiries began to dwindle, allowing him to spend the entire morning shopping. He procured numerous small bottles of drinking water and carbonated beverages, nearly filling two-thirds of the van's space. Subsequently, he acquired several jade pendants, though not particularly precious. Their quantity was substantial enough to fill a backpack. These pendants would prove invaluable when the meteor shower arrived. Consequently, his cash reserves, once amounting to several hundred thousand, had dwindled considerably. As noon approached, Chen Tian dined at a nearby food court, taking away some hamburgers, chicken wings, and fries. It was nearly time for him to prepare for the next stage of his journey. Driving the van, he made his way to the less congested northern park. This place has recently been established, and the nearby community remains uninhabited, resulting in a scarcity of human presence within the park. Only a few workers may occasionally pass through. As night falls, solitude prevails, allowing for uninterrupted energy collection. Here, he intends to infuse these jade pendants with mental energy to temporarily store evolutionary energy. When the meteor shower arrives, it will carry a significant amount of evolutionary energy, benefiting all living beings. The distinction lies in the quantity received. Some will acquire a substantial amount, while others may only obtain a mere fraction. The density of individuals present is a decisive factor, which is precisely why Chen Tian chose this location. By infusing mental energy into the jade pendants, he effectively transforms them into conduits for energy, enabling them to absorb evolutionary energy as well. Regrettably, the energy stored in this manner can only be preserved for 3 days, dissipating gradually each day. Infusing mental energy into numerous jade pendants is no trivial task, especially considering the limited capacity of his current physique. Every quarter hour, he must take a brief respite, yet even so, he finds it exceedingly strenuous. In pursuit of greater evolutionary energy and to complete the transformation in one go, Chen Tian perseveres relentlessly. As time passes, the sky gradually darkens. At last, he has completed his task. Soaked in sweat, Chen Tian gazes at his accomplishments, a smile gracing his lips. A glance at the electronic watch on his wrist reveals that it is now 9 o'clock in the evening. The wait will not be long. The polished jade pendant was placed atop the van, facilitating energy absorption. Chen Tian then opened the trunk and unloaded the purchased cases of mineral water and beverages. These would be essential for the forthcoming evolutionary process. As night deepened, the park, yet to be officially opened, was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light sources. With his eyes gently closed, Chen Tian leaned against the car door, mentally simulating the evolutionary process. In the stillness of waiting, time seemed to stretch interminably. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Chen Tian abruptly opened his eyes and gazed intently at the starry sky. It has arrived. A meteor streaked across the night, vanishing in an instant. Chen Tian understood this marked the beginning. He hurriedly settled beside the drinks and mineral water, releasing his mental energy to form an expansive network akin to a receiving antenna. As he began to unleash this energy, he felt a faint trace of evolutionary energy. At that moment, another meteor traversed the sky. The received evolutionary energy began to grow increasingly pronounced. One by one, meteors soared by, their frequency and density intensifying. At this juncture, it was already the dead of night. In the city, numerous night owls, particularly among the younger generation, remained wide awake at this hour. Wow, a meteor shower! How spectacular! Quick, come see the meteor shower! An ever-growing crowd surged into the streets, each person brandishing their phones to capture the breathtaking spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, an invisible force was subtly influencing their bodies. The sky was ablaze with falling stars, illuminating the night, and even those who had succumbed to slumber were roused by the clamor outside. One by one, they began to lean by their windows, marveling at this rare celestial spectacle. So engrossed were they that none noticed the peculiar behavior of their beloved feline and canine companions. However, Chen Tian, immersed in the absorption of evolutionary energy, had no inclination to admire the wondrous sight. To concentrate his spirit, he even closed his eyes. An ever-increasing torrent of evolutionary energy surged towards him. Chen Tian could distinctly sense a certain restraint within his body gradually unlocking. The most palpable transformation was the terrifying acceleration of his thought energy, akin to a dam bursting, allowing a previously restrained flood to unleash. The enhancement of his thought energy expanded the net he cast, enabling him to absorb evolutionary energy more swiftly and abundantly. In this virtuous cycle, Chen Tian's body began to metamorphose. A thick plume of white vapor erupted from him, reminiscent of freshly unveiled steamed buns. Suddenly, Chen Tian opened his eyes wide. Feeling the intense yearning emanating from his cells, he swiftly uncapped a bottle of beverage and consumed it in one gulp. With a sigh, the heat radiating from him intensified, akin to a hearth newly stoked with firewood. The searing sensation coursing through his body compelled Chen Tian to tear apart his clothing, as a dense cloud of white steam enveloped him entirely. In stark contrast, the exhilaration brought forth by the surge of thought energy felt like a refreshing spring, ensnaring him in its embrace. In that moment, Chen Tian seemed to exist in a realm suspended between ice and fire. Bottles upon bottles of carbonated beverages were poured into Chen Tian's abdomen, seemingly providing an unceasing supply of energy to the steam enveloping him. This state persisted until the meteor shower in the sky came to an end. Just a little more. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the white steam. Whoosh! The jade pendants placed atop the vehicle soared towards him, continuing to furnish Chen Tian with evolutionary energy. As one pendant shattered from energy depletion, another would swiftly take its place. Finally, with a resounding shout, Chen Tian stood upright. He had succeeded. He had successfully completed his evolution and had become a true evolver. Chapter 004. Gene Hale. The dual evolution of body and psychic ability had indeed consumed a great deal of evolutionary energy. In retrospect, every effort had proven worthwhile. Unlike in my previous life, I had now become an evolver without the need to refine and absorb Gene Hale. The white steam surrounding me persisted as Chen Tian began to consume copious amounts of mineral water to expel impurities from his body. Once tranquility returned, he began to sense the changes within himself. With a gentle leap, he elevated 3 to 4 meters and casually threw a few punches, creating afterimages in the air. Compared to the transformation of his physique, Chen Tian was more eager to discover the differences in his psychic abilities post-evolution. Now, I could simultaneously control 5 fruit knives to launch attacks, with a striking range extending to 50 meters. After a simple test, Chen Tian acquired the relevant data. What astonished him the most was that, after his evolution, his newfound psychic ability enabled him to probe the internal structure of objects through mere contact. This capability proved exceptionally practical in the present context. He could directly employ this power to discern the classification of genetic insects within the genetic hail. Shortly after the meteor shower, the sky would release blocks of ice encasing these genetic insects, which would later be collectively referred to as genetic hail. The genetic insects, also known as parasitic neurogenetic chains, possess the potential to assist species in altering their genetic lineage, thereby awakening extraordinary abilities. However, there exists a crucial condition. One must not fall under the dominion of the genetic insects. Otherwise, one risks devolving into a creature driven solely by primal instincts. This, indeed, is a principal factor contributing to the onset of the apocalypse. Jia Yuding shook her slightly swollen head and lifted her gaze. only to find the airbag had deployed, indicating she had just been in a car accident. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but an unprecedented wave of dizziness enveloped her. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, she instinctively jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes, the subsequent events fading from her memory. From the crumpled hood, it was apparent that the front of the car had collided with something before it overturned into the ditch. Ming. The thought of her daughter jolted Jia Yuding awake, and she hurriedly glanced in the back seat. There lay her 7-year-old daughter, slumped in the safety seat, utterly motionless. Ming, please don't scare Mommy. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, Jia Yuding unbuckled her seatbelt and crawled over to her daughter. In a flurry of anxious movements, she checked her child, appearing unscathed, yet unable to rouse her, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of urgency. She hurriedly dialed the emergency number 120, only to find the line engaged. Desperate, she attempted several other helplines, yet none connected. Finally, she reached out to her husband, and at last, the call went through. However, the voice on the other end was not her husband's, but that of a stranger, filled with frantic screams. "Who are you? Where is my husband?" Jia Yuding inquired, her hand trembling around the phone. Confusion engulfed her as she grappled with the chaos of the world around her, her heart heavy with concern for her husband's safety. Yet, in that moment, her daughter needed her even more. After ending the call, she tried to rouse her daughter, but her efforts proved futile. It was then that she noticed her daughter's breathing had quickened and her temperature was alarmingly high. They needed to get to the hospital, and swiftly. She attempted to start the car, but the engine emitted a peculiar sound, the right headlight was completely out, and the windshield was marred by a spiderweb of cracks. Miraculously, the wheels still turned, but they were stuck in a ditch, spinning uselessly without gaining traction. Desperately, she pushed open the car door, relieved to find that one side still functioned. Exiting the vehicle, panic-stricken, she rushed to the roadside, hoping to flag down a passing car for assistance. Yet, time stretched on with no vehicles in sight. What to do? What to do? The phone lines were silent, and there were no travelers to lend aid. The fever was raging. She had to find a way to cool her daughter down. In a moment of resolve, she removed her coat, soaked it in the ditch, and placed it upon her daughter's forehead. While this measure provided some relief, it was far from sufficient to quell her daughter's soaring temperature. What to do? What to do? Just when Jia Yuding was in a state of utter confusion and anxiety, a resounding crash echoed as something appeared to have struck the trunklet of her car, causing it to jolt violently. It turned out to be an ice block the size of a basketball. At that moment, Jia Yuding was too preoccupied with the origin of the ice to ponder its significance. She hurriedly lifted it and hurled it onto the road, where a small piece broke off. She quickly applied it to her daughter's forehead. This was merely a temporary solution. A trip to the hospital was imperative. Thus, she tirelessly made calls for help while keeping an eye on the road. The moment she spotted any vehicle headlights, she would dash out. Unfortunately, her calls for assistance went unanswered, and no passing cars appeared. Instead, a youthful figure emerged in her line of sight. On such a night, the sight of a boy on the expansive road was indeed peculiar and suspicious. However, for Jia Yuding, the mere presence of another person represented a glimmer of hope. "Little one, please, I beg you to help. My daughter is suffering from a high fever and needs to get to the hospital immediately," she pleaded, stepping out of her car to address the approaching Chen Tian. It was a desperate gamble, indeed. How much assistance could a 13-year-old provide? Chen Tian feigned ignorance and continued to search for the genetic ice hail, indifferent to the plight of others. "Where did you come from? Do you know where I can catch a taxi nearby?" Jia Yuding pressed on, stepping closer to the boy. "Get lost. Don't disturb me." Chen Tian's voice was frigid, radiating an aura of detachment. This demeanor stemmed from his past experiences and the recent rebirth he had undergone in a post-apocalyptic world. Jia Yuding was taken aback, instinctively halting in her tracks, staring blankly at the boy. At this moment, Chen Tian finally discovered a small piece of gene hail among the grass, approximately the size of an almond. If it were not for his keen eyesight, it would have been difficult to spot. Cursed be it. Yet again, it was a type associated with corpse toxins. Chen Tian's mood was exceedingly grim. He had searched far and wide only to find such low-grade gene hail. "By the way, do you have a family member suffering from a fever? I happen to have found a sizable piece of ice and can share some with you." Jia Yuding interjected once more. Her intention was clear. If the young man's family had also driven here, it would offer hope for her daughter. Even the slightest glimmer of hope was something she would not forsake. She understood that the ice's efficacy was merely temporary. Once the body temperature reached a certain threshold, rapid medical intervention was essential to prevent life-threatening consequences. Suddenly, Chen Tian looked up at her and inquired, "Did you find Jean Hale?" Jia Yuding was momentarily taken aback. Chen Tian continued, "Take me to see the ice you mentioned." Upon reaching the car, Chen Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to the massive piece of ice resting on the empty seat. In typical circumstances, the larger the Jean Hale, the greater the potential of the gene worms within. Without waiting for Jia Yuding to respond, Chen Tian reached out and swiftly retrieved the Jean Hale from the seat. Although a small corner was missing, the unhatched gene worms remained intact. After scanning it with his thought abilities, Chen Tian broke into a smile. After much effort, he had finally found what he needed. The gene worms inside were no longer the low-grade corpse toxin variety, but rather the rare and ferocious type. The characteristics of the berserk gene insects are formidable. They possess immense explosive power, capable of transcending limitations and breaking through constraints. However, their drawbacks are equally pronounced, as they can lead to a loss of rationality. Yet for Chen Tian, who has already mastered the ability of thought, this disadvantage no longer poses a threat. "I shall take this," Chen Tian stated unabashedly to the mature woman before him. This entity was a treasure in his eyes, yet for an ordinary person, it represented a calamity. Once the gene insects within were to hatch, ordinary individuals, or even those evolutionaries lacking sufficient strength, would be unable to evade the fate of parasitism. At that point, they would become mere puppets, dangerously transformed into mindless husks controlled by the gene insects. Jia Yuding was momentarily taken aback. She had never envisioned that this youth would be so domineering, asserting ownership over the ice cube with mere words. At that moment, Chen Tian was in high spirits. Addressing the dazed Jia Yuding, "Rest assured, I will not take your belongings without due cause. You are understandably concerned for your daughter's safety, are you not? Fear not. She is unharmed and will awaken within a maximum of 12 hours. What do you mean? Jia Yuding's mind felt clouded. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never entertain the nonsensical ramblings of a boy. What are you saying? It matters not if you do not comprehend. Simply follow my instructions. Let me remind you once more, when encountering such Jean Hale, it is advisable to distance yourself as far as possible. After 24 hours, the danger of parasitism will significantly diminish." In gratitude for the fortuity this woman had brought him, Chen Tian reiterated his warning. "Is my daughter truly unharmed?" Jia Yuding's heart was a tumult of anxiety. "I, too, wish to depart yet." Jia Yuding gazed helplessly at the car while trapped in the ditch. Just as she contemplated uttering another word, she suddenly witnessed a young boy's hand reaching beneath the vehicle, and to her astonishment, the overturned car was lifted with a creaking sound. You. Jia Yuding was rendered speechless. Was this boy truly human? His frame was so diminutive. How could he possess such strength? Or had she succumbed to madness, perceiving nothing but illusions? Jia Yuding felt an unsettling illness creeping upon her, one that was quite severe. Chen Tian no longer paid her any heed and turned to leave. The expansive road lay desolate and forlorn. Though her heart raced with urgency, she dared not accelerate the car. Having witnessed over a dozen accidents along the way, some resulting in tragic fatalities. How terrifying! What calamity had befallen this world? The image of the boy flickered in her mind. Who was he? Why had he uttered such peculiar words? Alas, the boy had departed too swiftly. She lost her chance to inquire. As the vehicle continued its journey, she soon cast aside the boy's warning. The sights she encountered were reminiscent of a world struck by disaster. The closer she approached the bustling streets, the more she beheld men and women sprawled haphazardly upon the ground. It was utterly bizarre. The entire thoroughfare was as silent as a forsaken city. As she neared the hospital, traffic grew increasingly congested to the point of immobility. The roads were choked to the brim, yet an unceasing stream of vehicles continued to arrive. The blaring horns intensified the atmosphere of agitation, as drivers rushing to the hospital were all, without exception, transporting family members suffering from gradually rising fevers and unresponsiveness. Like the others, Jia Yuding impatiently pressed the horn, yet it proved utterly futile. At such a moment, one could hardly expect the traffic police to come and manage the chaos, nor could one anticipate assistance from anyone else. A voice echoed in her mind, confident and reassuring. "Do not worry, she will be fine. She will awaken in no more than 12 hours. But could she truly be all right? Jia Yuding dared not jest about her daughter's safety. As she pondered her next course of action, her phone rang, displaying her husband's name. "Yuding, it's me. Where are you now?" The familiar voice of her husband, Qin Haitao, emerged from the receiver. "Is that really you, my love?" Jia Yuding burst into tears. Overwhelmed with a mix of fear and relief, her nerves fraying. Yuding, please don't panic. Quickly tell me your location with Meng Meng. Qin Haitao's voice was imbued with concern and urgency. We're trying to get to the 3rd People's Hospital but are stuck on the 7th National Road. Honey, Meng Meng is in a high fever and unresponsive. What should I do? Jia Yuding choked on her words, feeling as though she had finally found a source of strength to voice her grievances. Yuding, do not head to the hospital just yet. It will be futile, as the major hospitals are already overwhelmed. You must find a way to maneuver the car out. Do not let it become immobilized. I will be waiting for you at the fast food restaurant on West Street. After a brief pause, Qin Haitao spoke again. Yuding, do not be overly anxious or agitated. I have encountered many individuals in similar situations as Meng Meng, and some of them have already regained consciousness, their body temperatures returning to normal. I have only just awakened myself, so I believe Meng Meng will be fine. After hanging up the phone, Jia Yuding struggled to maneuver the car out, finally setting off towards the fast food restaurant her husband had mentioned. In no time, she arrived, where Qin Haitao was already waiting for her. How could the car have sustained such severe damage? Are you and Meng Meng unharmed? Qin Haitao inquired with genuine concern as he opened the car door. We are unhurt. But Meng Meng remains in a deep coma, Jia Yuding replied, her gaze drifting to the many individuals sprawled on the ground nearby, men, women, and children alike, all exhibiting symptoms akin to those of her daughter. Let us go inside. There happens to be a doctor available who can examine Tingting, Qin Haitao said, already lifting their daughter into his arms. Chapter 006. Breaking through to the threshold of awakening. It was now 3 in the morning. This particular eatery operated 24 hours a day, and with numerous people seeking refuge within its walls, the interior appeared somewhat crowded. On the faces of the gathered, traces of fear and anxiety were unmistakable. No amount of knowledge could elucidate the bizarre events that had unfolded so suddenly. A large LCD television mounted on the wall incessantly broadcasted scenes of chaos from various parts of the nation. Behind the reporters conducting live interviews, personnel clad in protective gear were bustling about, while police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks lined the roads outside. This is a globally significant incident. It has come to light that the origins of this event are linked to a meteor shower that occurred a few hours ago. Our country has established a special research team to conduct a thorough investigation, and progress has already been made. According to experts, the individuals behind me who are currently unconscious exhibit elevated body temperatures and heart rates. However, their vital signs remain stable, and there is no immediate danger to their lives. Citizens are urged to remain calm. Until further clarity is achieved regarding the incident, experts recommend staying indoors and refraining from believing unfounded rumors. Reporter Lin Lu is providing live coverage. Observing the news report on television, many patrons in the restaurant scoffed. They questioned the efficacy of the expert team, lamenting the lack of substantial conclusions and expressing concerns that the world may be on the brink of upheaval. Frustration mounted as they wondered why not a single police officer had arrived. There were murmurs of fear regarding the potential outbreak of a terrifying pathogen reminiscent of SARS, with some speculating that martial law might soon be enacted. Individuals shared a myriad of opinions, and some, overwhelmed by anxiety, began to weep softly. Jia Yuding followed closely behind her husband, absorbing these sentiments, while the image of that enigmatic young man resurfaced in her mind. Upon reflection, the boy's appearance and behavior had been strikingly peculiar. Could it be connected to this incident? Furthermore, the cryptic remarks he made were deeply suspicious, particularly his admonition to steer clear of ice. Look, someone else is getting up from the ground. A voice unexpectedly called out, as if issuing a command, prompting everyone to glance out the window, including Jia Yuding. There stood a slightly portly bald man, swaying as he rose from the ground. A look of bewilderment etched on his face as he made his way towards the dining area. The first words he uttered upon entering were, "What happened to me?" A small man wearing a hat chuckled and replied, "You are the 7th to regain consciousness among those who fainted. I was the 6th, having awakened half an hour before you." Witnessing this, Jia Yuding muttered, "I can't believe someone has actually woken up." Qin Haitao's voice then chimed in. "That's how I came to, and I was the 2nd to awaken." "The 2nd? Who was the 1st? Jia Yuding pondered, recalling the youth's words that those with superior potential awaken earlier. At that moment, Chen Tian drove the van to a remote location. Opening his backpack, he retrieved the recently acquired genetic hail, his face alight with anticipation. Would he directly awaken after absorbing and refining the genetic insects within? A glimmer flickered in Chen Tian's eyes. The awakened ones and the evolved are worlds apart. The primary characteristic of the awakened is their ability to comprehend and absorb energy. Abilities like are birthed among the awakened. Not every awakened individual can master. It is related to the expansion of brain domains and the differentiation of neurons, ultimately boiling down to inherent potential. The user of mental energy in the latter stages of the apocalypse is indeed a rare existence. The genetic hail, appearing cold to the touch, seems nothing more than an ordinary chunk of ice. To the naked eye, or even under magnification, one cannot perceive the genetic worms encased within. They are transparent entities of genetic energy, aptly named for their resemblance to insects. For an ordinary person, the only way to absorb and refine these genetic worms is through the primitive method of allowing them to burrow into the body. However, Chen Tian is not bound by such limitations. He does not even need to wait for the genetic hail to melt. With 36 energy jade pendants remaining, even if he refrains from utilizing them, the energy within will gradually dissipate. Thus, he resolves to absorb and refine this genetic hail right here. Chen Tian's expression grows earnest. With a mere thought, 5 jade pendants soar forth, quietly hovering above the genetic hail. The evolved mental energy begins to infuse into the hail, which, until now tranquil, starts to tremble. In an unseen realm, the suspended pendants continuously release their evolved energy. The resistance is formidable, excellent. Chen Tian extends his hands, palms facing the quivering genetic hail, and begins to impart mental energy without concern for the cost. It appears to be evolving into a tug-of-war, yet in truth, less than 5 minutes have elapsed. This intense mental confrontation causes beads of sweat to form on Chen Tian's forehead. With his evolved body, even if he were to continuously vanquish 1,000 zombies, the immense consumption within those fleeting minutes would still be unparalleled. At long last, this confrontation culminated in victory for Chen Tian. The genetic insects within the gene hail were successfully permeated and refined by his mental energy. Simultaneously, the suspended energy orbs began to shatter in succession, a manifestation of energy depletion. Minutes trickled by once more. Chen Tian raised his hands, and a surge of pure genetic energy erupted from the gene hail, directly entering his brow. A hum resonated as Chen Tian's body trembled. He commenced the full integration process. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy orbs flew forth from his backpack, providing the necessary energy for Chen Tian's fusion. Finally, with only 3 energy orbs remaining, his breathing steadied. The fusion was complete. It was over. Chen Tian abruptly opened his eyes. He had succeeded. He was now a quasi-awakened being. A subtle smile graced his lips. Despite having weathered many storms, he could not conceal the exhilaration swelling within him. The progress had been remarkably smooth, far beyond his expectations. Prior to refining the gene hail, he had prepared for various backlash outcomes, yet, unexpectedly, none materialized. A quasi-awakened being does not yet qualify as a true awakened one, for he cannot awaken exclusive energy, but this limitation holds only when energy is not yet mastered. Now, with the power of a quasi-awakened being, I can independently temper and enhance my mental energy. This realization is what truly exhilarates Chen Tian. Before reaching the status of quasi-awakened, his mental energy could only be augmented through the absorption of evolutionary energy. Even now, without the energy of evolution, his mental abilities can be enhanced daily through rigorous training. As his capabilities grow stronger, how far can he be from truly becoming an awakened one? Chapter 007. A collision with the blade's edge inside the fast food establishment. Jia Yuding remained curious about who would be the first to awaken. In response to his wife's inquiry, Qin Haitao, cradling their daughter, walked further inside and remarked, "You'll soon discover who the first is. Come with me. It's rather chaotic here." He unexpectedly entered the restaurant's workspace. Qin Haitao gently laid his unconscious daughter upon a soft chair and greeted an elderly gentleman. "Old Wang, could you please assist in examining my daughter?" Qin Haitao spoke earnestly. Jia Yuding regarded the man, who appeared to be in his 70s, with skepticism, silently wondering if he was indeed the first to awaken. The elder nodded at Qin Haitao and replied softly, "Very well, allow me to take a look. Just lean her against that chair." With that, the old man began to focus intently on taking Qin Mingming's pulse. After a quarter of an hour, old Wang rose and sighed. "In my decades of practicing medicine, I have never encountered such an unusual pulse. It is exceedingly abnormal and entirely defies logic." Jia Yuding gasped and blurted out, "Then what is the condition of my daughter?" "Old Wang, this is my wife, Jia Yuding." "Yuding, this esteemed gentleman is highly regarded in the field of traditional Chinese medicine," Qin Haitao interjected with urgency. Madam Jia, please do not be alarmed. Although I am perplexed by this peculiar pulse, it should not pose any serious issues. It resembles the pulse of my grandson. If I am not mistaken, your daughter will soon awaken as well. Old Wang stroked his beard and remarked, is this truly the case? Jia Yuding, somewhat agitated, inquired, Mother, have we arrived at Grandma's house? Just then, Qin Mingming, who had recently regained consciousness, unexpectedly opened her eyes and spoke. Mingming, you are awake. You frightened your mother to death, Jia Yuding exclaimed as she embraced her daughter. She vaguely recalled the quarrel between her parents. Mingming, do you feel unwell anywhere? Qin Haitao squatted down, affectionately stroking his daughter's hair. It was indeed a fact that he had argued with Jia Yuding. Yet what could be of greater significance than the safety of one's family? I feel perfectly fine, the little girl replied with a smile. Old Wang, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Qin Haitao expressed his gratitude. If anyone deserves thanks, it is I. Without your help, my grandson might still be lying outside. Old Wang retorted. It was at that moment that Qin Haitao, disregarding his own safety, had carried his grandson, who had fainted outside the restaurant while watching the meteor shower. Back inside. This restaurant was owned by Old Wang's second son. By the way, where is Wang Feng? Qin Haitao casually asked. Wang Feng was Old Wang's grandson and also the first to awaken. He has gone outside, claiming to keep an eye on the crowd, worried that someone might cause trouble. He is as restless as his father was in his youth, Old Wang sighed. Grandchildren have their own fortunes. I have come to terms with it. If it can be ignored, I shall do so. At that moment, Wang Feng was scanning the crowd in the hall. The majority of those gathered were not genuinely there to dine. Fortunately, there was a regulation against smoking. Otherwise, the stench of tobacco would have been overwhelmingly suffocating. Oh, the three individuals. Wang Feng's gaze suddenly shifted to a table in the corner. There sat three men who, judging by their attire, bore a resemblance to thugs from the streets. While this alone was unremarkable, these three audaciously disregarded the no-smoking policy in place. I beg your pardon, gentlemen, but smoking is prohibited here, Wang Feng approached them to remind. The trio glanced at him momentarily before resuming their conversation, showing no inclination to extinguish their cigarettes. I must insist, we do not allow smoking in this establishment, Wang Feng said, his brow furrowing, yet he maintained his composure. Get lost. One of the men barked. If you continue like this, I must ask you to leave. You are not welcome here, Wang Feng replied curtly. I'll stay right here. Do you dare to threaten me? I'll smash this place to pieces if I have to. The man retorted menacingly. The other two men chimed in. Who do you think you are? Just go back to where you came from. We're already irritated, so don't provoke us. Wang Feng, now incensed, warned. If this continues, I will have no choice but to call the police. At this, the three men erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke. Go ahead, call the police. Do it. If you have the guts, summon them. One of the men stood up, shoving Wang Feng with a brazen demeanor. Despite his youthful bravado, Wang Feng, still a high school student, felt a twinge of fear. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Even if he were to call for help, it would likely be futile, as the police might not arrive promptly, even in the event of a serious incident. A true hero does not suffer losses in the face of immediate adversity. Wang Feng retreated, yet he remained vigilant from afar, keeping a watchful eye on the three individuals to prevent any unruly behavior. The city streets at night were illuminated by the glow of street lamps. After a prolonged search, Chen Tian finally discovered a fast food establishment still open for business. Having just crossed the threshold into the realm of a quasi-awakened being, he was in urgent need of sustenance. The door of the fast food restaurant swung wide open, and without hesitation, Chen Tian strode directly to the ordering counter. What would you like to eat, young sir? Inquired the smiling attendant. Meat, or food rich in fats and calories? Chen Tian replied earnestly. The young woman at the counter was momentarily taken aback and asked again. What would you like, young sir? We have an array of meat dishes, and are you referring to high-calorie foods such as creamy desserts? Ravenously hungry, Chen Tian quickly responded. I would like one of everything. The attendant was left speechless, having never encountered such a peculiar order before. Not far away, Wang Feng noticed the unusual situation and hurried over. After assessing the circumstances, he said, Little brother, in our restaurant, we require payment before serving the food. His intention was to dissuade Chen Tian from pursuing this course of action. Is this enough? Chen Tian asked, producing a thick stack of bills from his pocket. Are today's children so affluent and willful? Wang Feng mused. After the payment was made, Chen Tian began to search for a seat. The restaurant was spacious, yet it was filled to capacity, leaving only one vacant spot at a table in the corner where 3 individuals were seated. Smoking and emanating an air of intimidation. No wonder no one dared to sit there. However, Chen Tian paid no mind to their demeanor and confidently approached, taking a seat. "Hey, kid, go away," one of them sneered. One of the ruffians yelled angrily at Chen Tian, who paid him no mind. "Kid, are you deaf? Get lost." The thug raised his voice once more. Chen Tian lifted his head, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the man and coldly replied, "If you wish to live, it would be wise not to provoke me." Upon hearing this, the 3 thugs were momentarily taken aback, even questioning if they had misheard. Goodness, are the youngsters today so audacious? Their astonishment was matched by Wang Feng, who approached with a platter of cold dishes and meat pies, equally startled. Just as the 3 ruffians were about to retaliate, Wang Feng placed the plate on the table and interjected, "Let me serve you some ready-made dishes. The rest will be ready shortly." Chen Tian said nothing further, picking up the chopsticks on the table, ready to eat. However, at that moment, one of the thugs defiantly flicked ash onto the meat pie. Chen Tian's expression instantly turned frigid. "You want to eat, do you? Allow me to add some flavor." Another thug audaciously spat a thick phlegm into the platter. The last thug, refusing to be outdone, pressed his extinguished cigarette but into the plate of cold dishes. Chapter 008. 3 Blades Unleashed. Wang Feng, who had not yet departed, was taken aback. He anticipated the depths of wickedness these 3 possessed. "It seems you 3 have outlived your usefulness." A smirk curled at the corner of Chen Tian's lips. "Why aren't you eating, kid?" the thug taunted, his gaze fixed mockingly on Chen Tian. In an instant, Chen Tian struck, seizing the thug's hand that held the cigarette. With a sound like a twig snapping, the thug's arm hung limply, as if it had been broken. Before the other party could utter a sound of despair, Chen Tian struck with the swiftness of lightning, seizing the assailant by the neck. With a sharp crack, the thug's head was twisted to one side. Chen Tian did not relent. He repeated the act, snapping the necks of the other 2 thugs with equal ease, discarding their lifeless bodies into a corner. Throughout this grim endeavor, aside from the few sounds of bones fracturing, the 3 thugs emitted not a single groan. Having dealt with them, Chen Tian resumed his previous posture as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Wang Feng bore witness to the scene, rendered immobile as if frozen in time, engulfed by an inexplicable terror. He had taken lives. "Hey, clear away this food and bring me a fresh serving," Chen Tian instructed the paralyzed Wang Feng. Initially, Wang Feng was merely astonished by the act of murder. The slaying of 3 thugs felt as effortless as crushing 3 insignificant insects. "Xiao Feng, why are you standing there like a statue?" Just then, the voice of his grandfather resounded from behind him. "Grandfather, it's terrible. There's been a death in the restaurant." Wang Feng's voice trembled noticeably. He hurriedly recounted the horrifying scene he had just witnessed. "Are you telling me that a mere teenager killed 3 adults in the blink of an eye? And with his bare hands?" Wang Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Grandfather, I swear it's true. The bodies of those 3 men are still piled in the corner. And that young man remains seated." Wang Feng exclaimed urgently. "I'm going to take a look," Wang Lao declared, preparing to head to the hall. "Grandfather." Wang Feng anxiously grasped his grandfather's sleeve. "Do not worry. I will only observe from a distance. I won't approach," Wang Lao reassured him, patting his grandson's hand gently. Upon stepping outside, Wang Lao indeed spotted a youth engaged in a meal, accompanied by 3 ruffians huddled in a corner. "Grandfather, that boy is exceedingly perilous. What shall we do now?" Wang Feng was engulfed in a state of disarray. As Wang Feng and Wang Lao made their way towards the surveillance room, they encountered the couple, Qin Haitao and his wife, emerging from a nearby chamber. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Wang Lao and Wang Feng's faces, Qin Haitao inquired with concern. "Wang Lao, what has transpired? Is there someone causing a disturbance outside?" Aware of Qin Haitao's background as a retired soldier, Wang Lao chose to divulge the entire situation without reservation. "What? A murder has occurred?" Qin Haitao's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Ultimately, Qin Haitao and Jia Yuding accompanied Wang Lao to the surveillance room, while their daughter, Qin Mingming, remained behind, engrossed in her phone with a female attendant. As they observed the footage displaying the youth dispatching 3 thugs with his bare hands, even the seasoned Qin Haitao could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. "This boy is extraordinarily formidable. I have yet to witness such prowess even during my years in the military," Qin Haitao remarked contemplatively. "Yuding, do you recognize him?" He looked at his wife with a puzzled expression. "Mingming and I were involved in a car accident on the road. And it was this boy who single-handedly extricated our vehicle from the ditch, Jia Yuding revealed candidly. Single-handedly? Qin Haitao was taken aback. How could that boy possess such immense strength? Is he some sort of monster? His tone turned serious. I am not jesting. It was indeed with one hand. There are still his fingerprints on the undercarriage of the car. If this is indeed true, then the boy is truly terrifying. In the restaurant. It was not until Chen Tian had finished his meal and departed that discussions began to circulate. Could those three individuals really be dead? This is no trivial matter. Who among you is bold enough to go and take a look? Who exactly is that boy? Did he truly cause the demise of those three? In no time, the hall descended into chaos. At this moment, Qin Haitao and Elder Wang parted the crowd, making their way toward the three lifeless bodies in the corner. Everyone instinctively fell silent. Qin Haitao crouched down to examine the scene, his expression grave. After a moment, he shook his head at Elder Wang, who awaited answers behind him. The inspection had once again left Qin Haitao in shock. All three corpses had their throats crushed beyond recognition. Such a method of murder could easily lead one to believe a professional assassin was at work. Xiaofeng, please call your father and inquire about his whereabouts. Elder Wang instructed, turning to Wang Feng, who stood behind him. I just spoke with him. He mentioned the roads are congested and that he would need another 15 minutes. Wang Feng replied hurriedly. At that moment, a curious onlooker stepped forward and exclaimed, they are truly dead. This is a matter of life and death. We must call the police. Wang Feng responded, we have called multiple times, but the line is constantly busy. 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man entered the establishment. This man was none other than Wang Feng's father, Wang Shanlin. Father, over here. Wang Feng waved his hand to ensure his father could spot him amid the crowd. Upon understanding the situation, Wang Shanlin swiftly organized his staff to secure the scene and sought out witnesses present at the time. Subsequently, Wang Shanlin personally made a phone call, apparently to the deputy director of a certain bureau, to brief him on the situation at hand, and then awaited the arrival of the police to handle the matter. However, as time passed, 2 hours elapsed without a sign of their presence. This was not due to any inefficiency on the part of the police. Rather, they simply could not spare any personnel. In this extraordinary period, with tragic events unfolding, lives were being lost every moment. The preservation of those still living took precedence over the handling of the deceased. It seemed that help would not arrive anytime soon. Wang Shanlin let out a sigh. The couple, Qin Haitao and his wife, took their leave, exchanging phone numbers with Wang Lao and others. Wang Lao, should anything arise, please do not hesitate to call me, Qin Haitao remarked before departing. As their vehicle headed home, Qin Haitao, the designated driver, was cautious, as the engine was experiencing minor issues, preventing him from accelerating too rapidly. Chapter 009. The potent parasite of gene worms. During the drive, an unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, Qin Haitao spoke up. I have already called our parents and advised them not to venture outside in the coming days. Jia Yuding, roused from her reverie, replied anxiously. As long as they are safe, that is what matters. This ordeal for Meng Meng has truly terrified me. Tell me more about that young boy, Qin Haitao prompted. This time, Jia Yuding provided a thorough account, even emphasizing every word spoken by the youth. Darling, what do you think the boy meant by gene hail? Is it possible that such hail is genuinely perilous? Jia Yuding remained preoccupied with this concern. Do not place your faith in such unfounded claims. If there were any real danger, the experts in the news would have already made it known, he reassured her. Qin Haitao shifted the topic, remarking that it would indeed be wise to stockpile some additional provisions. Until the current situation was clarified, it would be prudent to venture outside sparingly. The vehicle finally came to a halt in front of an upscale villa. A veteran of the armed forces, Qin Haitao managed a reasonably successful hardware store, also engaging in home renovations and shop design services. Upon alighting from the car, a curly-haired yellow dog bounded over, joyfully circling the trio as if to express its dissatisfaction at being left alone. Mom, is Nunyo hungry? Qin Mingming affectionately embraced the dog's neck. This yellow dog, of substantial size and as robust as a Tibetan Mastiff, exhibited a gentle demeanor akin to that of a lamb, currently extending its tongue to lick the back of the little girl's hand. Come on, Nunyo, let us go find something delicious, Qin Mingming urged, leaning onto the dog's back and pointing ahead. The yellow dog effortlessly carried Mingming towards the room. This dog, a gift from a comrade of Qin Haitao, was originally male but had been whimsically named Nunyo by Wang Mingming. The couple followed into the house. So much had transpired that night, and with dawn approaching, neither of them felt the slightest hint of fatigue. After a simple breakfast, Jia Yuding tidied up in the kitchen while Qin Haitao absorbed the live news broadcast in the living room, and Qin Mingming played outside with Nyonyo. Time seemed to slip by unnoticed until, suddenly, Qin Mingming burst into the room, her face alight with excitement. "Daddy, Daddy, come quick. There are little fish in our swimming pool," she exclaimed, bouncing with delight. Qin Haitao was captivated by the catastrophic scenes displayed on the LCD television, where firefighters valiantly battled a raging inferno at a chemical plant, the intermittent explosions sending chills down one's spine. "Mingming, why don't you go play with Nyonyo?" Qin Haitao dismissed his daughter's words, perceiving children as ever prone to overreacting. "Daddy, I swear I'm not lying. There are little fish swimming." Qin Mingming tugged insistently at her father's arm. At that moment, Jia Yuding emerged from the kitchen, inquiring with a smile, "What are you so cheerful about?" "Mommy, I have a secret to share. I just saw little fish in our swimming pool." Qin Mingming shifted her attention, now pulling at her mother's hand. "Little fish?" Jia Yuding chuckled. "How could there be fish in our pool? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come and see," Qin Mingming insisted, dragging her mother outside. Meanwhile, Qin Haitao remained engrossed in the television. Jia Yuding was led to the poolside, where Qin Mingming climbed onto the back of their yellow dog, pointing excitedly at the swimming pool. "Mommy, look, there are little fish swimming over there." At that moment, Jia Yuding's gaze fixated on a massive block of ice floating in the center of the pool, its presence an enigma as it had likely been submerged for quite some time, resembling a microwave in size. What is this? Hail? How can that be?" Jia Yuding's mind was momentarily bewildered. Mommy, look, the little fish are coming over." Qin Mingming called out again, her voice still brimming with excitement. Jia Yuding hurriedly followed the direction of her daughter's finger and noticed ripples forming on the tranquil surface of the swimming pool as a translucent creature resembling an earthworm approached. Mom, there's another one coming over there." Jia Yuding looked again and saw another semi-transparent creature, shaped like a centipede, swiftly crawling across the water's surface. "What on earth is that?" A question instinctively flashed through Jia Yuding's mind. Just as she hesitated, the centipede-like creature reached the shore first. The moment it touched the ground, its speed surged like an arrow, darting straight toward Qin Mingming. The sudden turn of events left Jia Yuding no time to react. She watched in shock as the creature leaped onto the back of the yellow dog. Instantly, the dog let out a piercing howl, throwing Qin Mingming off its back. Jia Yuding's pupils dilated in horror. In that moment, she clearly saw the strange creature burrow into the yellow dog's body. Wong. The yellow dog, seemingly driven mad, held in anguish, racing back and forth along the edge of the pool, repeatedly slamming its body against the wall. At that moment, not only was Qin Mingming frozen in fear, but her mother was also paralyzed with shock. What had transpired? Hearing the commotion, Qin Haitao rushed over. Upon seeing his wife's pale face and his daughter, who lay on the ground in a state of shock, he was taken aback. "Ah!" Jia Yuding exclaimed, instinctively reaching for her daughter. As her daughter was yanked up, the creature leaped onto the girl's calf. Jia Yuding screamed, reaching out to grasp the creature. At the moment she seized the parasitic entity, a portion of its body had already burrowed into Qin Mingming's skin. "Do not harm my daughter." Jia Yuding exerted force in her grip. The parasite's body was torn asunder and smashed to the ground by Jia Yuding. However, a fragment remained lodged within Qin Mingming's calf. This time, it was Qin Mingming's turn to scream in agony, feeling something gnawing at the flesh of her calf, a pain far beyond what a child could endure. The piercing shrieks escalated, each cry more desperate than the last. Qin Mingming thrashed violently in her mother's embrace, leaving Jia Yuding momentarily paralyzed with fear. Beside them, Qin Haitao's face turned pale with terror. Upon seeing the severed parasite crawl towards him, he instinctively crushed it underfoot. By this point, Qin Mingming had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her body trembling violently. In that instant, two more translucent creatures approached. "Quickly, let us depart from this place." Qin Haitao decisively pulled his wife and daughter into the living room, firmly locking the tempered glass door. Almost as soon as he completed this action, two translucent, tadpole-like creatures slapped against the glass with a resounding thud. Chapter 010. After the infestation, it's all my fault. I should have heeded that boy's warning, Jia Yuding lamented, covering her face with her hands as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Should anything happen to her daughter, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Qin Haitao was consumed by profound remorse. Had he not persuaded his wife to disregard unfounded claims, their daughter would not be in such a dire state. Now, Qin Mingming lay motionless, her silence a source of deep concern. Mingming, Mingming, please wake up and look at your mother. Jia Yuding cried out in anguish. Yet her daughter remained unresponsive. At some point, Qin Haitao retrieved a medical kit, clutching a sharp blade, which he was now in the process of sterilizing. Panic began to set in. He had initially believed he could extract the half-submerged parasite from his daughter's calf with the blade. But after searching for what felt like an eternity, he found nothing. The situation had escalated. Where could that fragment of the parasite have gone? It could not have simply vanished. It must have burrowed into another part of her body. Observing his daughter's pallid complexion, Qin Haitao's heart ached. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We must get to the hospital, he resolved. Swiftly, he staunched the bleeding and lifted his daughter into his arms, rushing towards his SUV, with his wife, Jia Yuding, following closely behind. Jia Yuding's car was no longer operable, fraught with the risk of breaking down at any moment. Before departing, Qin Haitao made a phone call to Old Wang. Seeking medical attention had become increasingly challenging. Although Old Wang was now retired, he still held a consulting position at certain prestigious hospitals. If he could lend a hand, it might facilitate their daughter's treatment. Upon arriving once more at the restaurant, they entered to find a young and striking forensic doctor examining the 3 corpses. Haitao, what has happened? I couldn't quite grasp the details over the phone, she inquired. Old Wang approached, and upon noticing the bandaged wound on Qin Mingming's calf, he was momentarily taken aback. Old Wang, you must save my daughter, Jia Yuding implored. Her voice choked with sobs once more. Let us discuss this inside, Old Wang replied. Once they were settled within, Qin Haitao hastily recounted the events that had unfolded. Old Wang's brow furrowed even deeper. He had heard of parasites, but never had he encountered one so ferocious. Quickly, Old Wang conducted an examination of Qin Mingming. There were no signs of infection or poisoning, yet her pulse remained perplexingly elusive. Old Wang, how is my daughter? Qin Haitao inquired anxiously. This is rather complicated, Old Wang remarked, turning to his grandson Wang Feng, who had been hovering nearby. Xiao Feng, could you check if Bai Shui has finished her tasks? Ask her to come here. Bai Shui, the forensic expert they had just seen, despite her youthful appearance, possessed a wealth of experience, having worked for 2 years with a comprehensive system of judgment. Although Old Wang was quite esteemed in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, he found himself at a loss when it came to matters concerning parasitic infestations. Before long, the woman named Bai Shui entered the room. Old Wang, you called for me? She inquired with a calm demeanor. In her line of work, a forensic scientist must maintain a composed mindset when confronted with various corpses. Bai Shui, could you assist in examining this child? Old Wang gestured towards the still unconscious Qin Mingming. Has she too fallen victim to that assailant? Bai Shui questioned, her expression one of skepticism. She refrained from reviewing the surveillance footage, recognizing that it could cloud her judgment, and as a forensic expert, she understood that her responsibility lay solely in performing her duties. Matters of monitoring footage were best left to the police. No. This child has no connection to the murder. She is not the perpetrator, Wang Lao hurriedly interjected. Bai Shui refrained from further inquiries. Retrieving a pristine pair of gloves from her pocket, she bent down to examine the wounds of the little girl. The injury measured 23 millimeters, and her preliminary assessment suggested it was inflicted by a blade-like instrument, likely within the time frame of half an hour to an hour ago. The internal tissue of the wound displayed significant damage, with noticeable traces of disinfected cotton evident. Suddenly, Bai Shui, who had been conducting her forensic evaluation methodically, fell silent, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. Her demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. The room was enveloped in an unusual stillness. Everyone was hesitant to disturb Bai Shui in this critical moment. The couple, Qin Haitao and his wife, felt their nerves taut, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, Bai Shui produced a delicate pair of tweezers and extracted a fragment of tissue, no larger than a flake of dandruff, from Qin Mingming's wound. This tissue appeared peculiar, astonishingly devoid of blood, presenting a dark gray hue. Please provide me with a clean paper cup, Bai Shui demanded, her tone brooking no refusal. As she became engrossed in her work, after placing the tissue into the cup, she set it beneath the lamp, utilizing a magnifying glass for meticulous examination. The onlookers were engulfed in confusion, noting Bai Shui's increasingly serious expression. Meanwhile, within her mind, a tempest of thoughts surged. She perceived that the strange tissue seemed to writhe as if animated. What on earth is this enigmatic substance? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Shue's intuition urged her that she had overlooked something critical. I apologize, but I require a few drops of blood. Bai Shue carefully extracted a few drops of fresh blood from Qin Mingming's wound and cautiously dripped it onto the mysterious tissue. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. The tissue began to convulse violently, fervently absorbing the blood. Within a matter of minutes, the blood was entirely consumed. Upon closer inspection, the tissue had noticeably expanded, yet it remained shrouded in a dark gray hue. How bizarre it was. Truly, how inexplicably strange. The onlookers surrounding the scene were all witnesses to this extraordinary occurrence. Old Wang gasped in disbelief, realizing the sheer dominance of the parasite. Even a tiny remnant of tissue possessed such formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, Qin Haitao and his wife were pallid, fully aware that their daughter harbored nearly half of such a parasite within her body. They were left to wonder where this insidious creature had burrowed. Her grandfather, a professor at the Academy of Sciences specializing in microbiology, had imparted a wealth of knowledge to her since childhood, laying a solid foundation for her forensic expertise. Haitao, you should address this matter, Old Wang sighed, sensing that the child's fate was precarious. Upon hearing the couple's account, Bai Shue was once again struck with shock. If it is indeed a parasite, we must expeditiously extract it. As we all witnessed, its growth rate is alarming. If we do not eliminate it swiftly, this child may be in grave danger. Bai Shue continued. Currently, the major hospitals are overwhelmed and rife with chaos. It would be prudent for you to accompany me to seek my grandfather. He may possess a remedy. The couple, Qin Haitao and his wife, found themselves devoid of options, as their daughter's condition did not allow for any delay. Following Bai Shue, they arrived at a corporate laboratory, where they met Bai Shue's grandfather, the esteemed Elder Lu. Chapter 011. This is unscientific Lu, over 70 years of age, with hair and beard as white as snow, donned a pair of reading glasses, his posture slightly hunched. Upon hearing Bai Shue's explanation of their arrival, this venerable scientist exhibited profound interest and promptly began examining Qin Mingming. Through the scanning instruments, they astonishingly discovered that a segment of the parasite had already migrated close to Qin Mingming's pelvic region. Moreover, this segment had grown at an alarming rate, now nearly twice its original size, approaching that of a complete genetic worm. It was evident that an operation needed to be performed without delay, as Lu understood the gravity of the situation. However, conducting surgery was far from a simple matter, given the inadequacy of the available facilities. To make matters worse, the parasite had shifted once again. In a precautionary measure, a second examination of Qin Mingming revealed that the parasite had now reached her abdominal area. Surgery was no longer a feasible option due to the rapid movement of the parasite. It seemed the only recourse left was to employ medication for eradication. Professor Lu spoke with a grave expression. Professor Lu, you must save my daughter, Qin Haitao implored, sweat beading on his forehead. The use of medication also carried risks. If not administered properly, it could inadvertently stimulate the parasites within his beloved daughter. They needed to find sufficient samples. Perhaps there was still hope. Could you elucidate on how this parasite came to be? Professor Lu inquired earnestly, given that it pertained to his daughter's life. Qin Haitao had no intention of withholding any information. Jin Hale, are you suggesting that such parasites exist within the Hale? Professor Lu could hardly believe his ears. He had never encountered such an astonishing notion before. We are uncertain, yet we sense a connection. As for the parasite samples, I believe I have a solution. Jia Yuding insisted on accompanying her husband. She could not bear to remain here, watching her daughter inch closer to death. Perhaps her presence could prove beneficial. Yuding, you should stay behind. After much contemplation, Qin Haitao acquiesced. Mingming, wait for me. Jia Yuding's eyes were swollen with tears as she approached her daughter, casting a long, sorrowful glance. Please make haste. For safety's sake, I have already contacted the nearby hospital, and they assured me an ambulance would arrive promptly, Elder Lu stated. His intention was clear. It was preferable for one of the couple to remain, so that, should an emergency arise, a parent would be available to make decisions. In such a case, they could communicate via phone. Elder Lu had taken on the responsibility. If this parasitic incident was not an isolated occurrence, it could spell trouble, with consequences as severe as viral transmission. As an expert in this field, Elder Lu felt compelled to ascertain the cause and swiftly devise a remedy. After the departure of the Qin couple, Professor Lu and Bai Shue busied themselves, vigilantly monitoring Qin Mingming's condition. Under the high-powered microscope, Professor Lu meticulously examined the tissue of the parasites. It is truly terrifying. The invasive nature of this parasite is exceedingly domineering. If this were merely an isolated incident, it could be dismissed, but otherwise, it could herald a calamity. "Grandfather, look what I have found," Bai Shui exclaimed as she produced a glass container, within which lay the hailstones she had just collected. "Do you really think there could be parasites here?" she inquired of her approaching grandfather. "Well, under normal circumstances, such a thing would be impossible." Despite his somewhat failing eyesight, Dr. Lu could still discern the crystalline clarity of the hailstone. Not only was there no sign of parasites, but even impurities were absent. Moreover, how could parasites possibly exist within hail? It defies the laws of science. Thus, with a commitment to scientific rigor, Professor Lu was not inclined to fully accept the claims made by Qin Haitao and his wife. "Let us just test it and see," Bai Shui replied with a hint of eagerness. She poured a small cup of warm water into one of the containers and then stood quietly by, awaiting the results. Professor Lu shook his head with a wry smile and turned away, proceeding to check on Qin Mingming's condition. Bai Shui remained transfixed, her gaze fixed on the genetic hailstones within the glass container. Under the influence of the warm water, it was evident that the genetic hailstones were melting at a visibly rapid pace. "Oh no, the parasites within this child are moving upwards significantly," Dr. Lu's voice suddenly echoed. "What? They've moved again?" Bai Shui exclaimed in surprise, diverting her gaze as she prepared to investigate the situation. Just then, a soft sound emerged from the glass container, startling her. "Grandfather, come quickly," Bai Shui suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What had transpired? Professor Lu approached at a leisurely pace, but upon observing the genetic hailstones rapidly spinning within the container, he hurried over, disregarding his awkward gait. This defies the laws of science. His eyes fixated on the whirling genetic hailstones, his lips murmuring incessantly. Indeed, this phenomenon contradicts scientific principles. How could ice cubes suspended on the water's surface rotate so vigorously without external force? After years of research, this was the first time Professor Lu had witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. The genetic hailstones continued to melt, now reduced to the size of grains of rice. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the minuscule ice fragments exploded, dissolving completely into the water. "Grandfather, look quickly," Bai Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed at the container. To her astonishment, the water began to ripple, as if something were swimming within. This phenomenon once again defied scientific explanation. Could it be? Professor Lu seemed to have an inkling and urgently instructed Bai Shui to fetch the liquid from vial number 13. The elderly scholar suspected that the parasites within were transparent, rendering them invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 12. This youth is a bit arrogant. It was a small glass vial filled with red liquid, capped with a dropper. Utilizing the dropper, Professor Lu added several drops of the liquid into the glass container. In mere moments, the once transparent vessel gradually transformed into a pale red hue. At that moment, a creature, as slender as a strand of hair, slowly became visible. Could this be the parasite? Bai Shui fixated intently on the glass container, captivated by the nascent life form within. Meanwhile, Professor Lu wore a grave expression. The situation was utterly bewildering. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. Within such a minuscule piece of hail, there existed, indeed, a parasite. From whence did this parasite originate? What circumstances gave rise to its existence? All remained an enigma. Professor Lu's greatest concern lay in the terrifying parasitic abilities of this organism, coupled with its rapid growth. Within mere moments, the parasite in the glass container had already attained the size of a bean sprout, utterly appending Darwin's theory of evolution. Be cautious. It is attempting to emerge. Ensure it does not come into contact with your skin. We remain ignorant of the full extent of this parasite's capabilities. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Professor Lu cautioned while procuring a lid to securely seal the glass container. "Is this the parasite within that child?" Bai Shui inquired with curiosity, glancing at another glass container where the genetic hail had yet to melt. After a quarter of an hour, Professor Lu adjusted the necessary research apparatus, with Bai Shui assisting and occasionally posing questions. As everything was prepared for the impending experiment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The genetic worm within the glass container began to alter its form. Both ends of its body morphed into spherical shapes, resembling a super miniature dumbbell. Before long, spines began to sprout from the spherical body, and its form gradually transitioned to a dark gray hue. As Professor Lu and Bai Shui leaned closer to observe, the parasites within the container began to stir, creating two spherical bodies that forcefully struck against the glass walls. It was astonishing how such tiny parasites possessed considerable strength. With each impact, the entire glass vessel quivered. If these parasites were allowed to proliferate, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire world, mused Professor Liu thoughtfully. Should we consider using a different container? Bai Shui inquired from the side. The pressing issue now is how to immobilize them, Professor Liu pondered once more. Darling, hurry up, urged Jia Yuding from the front passenger seat, persistently prompting Qin Haitao, who was driving. Their SUV had probably run countless red lights, but fortunately, during this extraordinary time, the roads were relatively clear, otherwise, an accident would have been inevitable. At last, they arrived at the villa district, and in just a few minutes, they would be home. Both spouses were filled with a sense of tension. Stop, quick, stop! For reasons unknown, Jia Yuding suddenly exclaimed. Startled, Qin Haitao slammed on the brakes. And after a fierce friction between the tires and the pavement, they finally came to a halt. Before Qin Haitao could ask a question, Jia Yuding, her expression charged with excitement, pointed out the windshield and shouted again, It's that young man. Look, dear, it's that young man. At that moment, even Qin Haitao could see Chen Tian, who was approaching slowly while carrying a canvas bag. How could he possibly be here? While Qin Haitao was still in disbelief, Jia Yuding had already opened the door and stepped outside. Qin Haitao was once again taken aback, for it was essential to remember that this young man was, after all, a murderer, with 3 lives on his conscience. Hastily, Qin Haitao exited the vehicle and pursued, seizing the wife of the fleeing youth. Let go of me, my husband. That boy may know how to save Meng Meng, Jia Yuding exclaimed, her face etched with anxiety. Yuding, please remain calm. That boy is still a murderer, Qin Haitao cautioned softly. If he can save Meng Meng, I fear not even if he is a demon, Jia Yuding declared resolutely. As the couple engaged in their heated debate, Chen Tian approached, seemingly indifferent to their plight. Wait, Jia Yuding called out as Chen Tian passed by. Qin Haitao instinctively shielded his wife, his gaze fixed warily upon the youth. What is it? Chen Tian halted, his tone frigid. My daughter is afflicted by parasites. Do you have any means to save her? She is my only child. Jia Yuding implored, her emotions surging. I have no interest, Chen Tian replied, continuing on his path. Do you not recognize me? It was you who helped lift the overturned car that day, warning me about the genetic hail. Jia Yuding's expression was one of desperation. I had warned you. It was you who chose not to heed my words, Chen Tian replied with a cold smile. Jia Yuding fell silent, acknowledging that she had indeed dismissed the youth's earlier warnings. Do not trouble me further. Chen Tian resumed his stride. Jia Yuding hastened to keep pace, continuing. My daughter is half-possessed by a parasite and remains unconscious. Half-possessed? How peculiar, though it merely extends her life by a day, Chen Tian remarked indifferently. Are you suggesting my daughter will? Jia Yuding was startled. Do not follow me any longer. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet your demise before your daughter. Chen Tian declared coldly. You cannot leave. It was a mystery where Jia Yuding found the audacity to grasp the boy's backpack tightly. In a flash, before she could react, the boy's grip tightened around her neck. Do you think I jest? Chen Tian's voice was frigid. At that moment, Qin Haitao rushed over, seizing the boy's wrist with all his might, shouting, Release my wife. The boy's strength far exceeded Qin Haitao's expectations, despite exerting all his effort. He could not pry the boy's hand free. Jia Yuding, now deprived of oxygen, felt her face flush crimson as she managed to utter, I know where you want to go. Chen Tian appeared to find this amusing, a faint smile gracing his lips. You know what I desire? Pray, enlighten me. With a thud, Jia Yuding collapsed onto the ground, while Qin Haitao found himself pinned beneath Chen Tian. Do not say I have not granted you an opportunity. I shall afford you a mere 15 seconds to disclose something that piques my interest. Should you find this time insufficient, I can grant you an additional 3 seconds. Chen Tian spoke, applying more pressure on Qin Haitao, prompting him to grimace in pain. Release my husband. His previous offense stemmed solely from concern for me. Jia Yuding pleaded urgently. You have already consumed 3 seconds. How can you act this way? I merely wish to converse. I only seek to save my daughter. You have 10 seconds remaining. Chen Tian reminded her. How can you treat me thus? 5 seconds left. Chen Tian spoke again. Jia Yuding was on the verge of tears. 3 seconds. There is a massive genetic hailstone in my swimming pool, Jia Yuding exclaimed in haste, uncertain if her words would sway the young man. A massive genetic hailstone? Chen Tian paused, questioning how large. Jia Yuding realized her gamble had paid off and hurriedly described the hailstone she had seen in her pool. Chen Tian furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. It cannot be that large, especially submerged in water. It would melt too quickly to retain such a size. Consider carefully. The cost of deceiving me is beyond your capacity to bear. Chen Tian's expression darkened, his tone frigid. Jia Yuding felt a chilling breeze, an unmistakable aura of menace. I am not deceiving you, she hurriedly replied. Very well, I shall accompany you, Chen Tian said, removing his foot from Qin Haitao, who coughed as a result. Chapter 013. This surprising gift package. Jia Yuding supported her husband, gazing at Chen Tian with a look of reverence. The group boarded the off-road vehicle, heading toward Jia Yuding's residence. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a gradual halt. We have arrived, right inside, Jia Yuding said, her voice trembling slightly. Let us go and see the hailstone you mentioned. Chen Tian was the first to exit the vehicle. If it were indeed as Jia Yuding described, the value of that hailstone would be extraordinary. They traversed the living room and approached the tightly locked glass door leading to the swimming pool. Through the transparent glass, one could observe a large yellow dog lying motionless by the edge of the pool. Within the swimming pool, several small figures darted back and forth. These must be the hatching genetic worms. At this moment, the attention of Chen Tian was entirely captivated by the colossal ice block floating in the pool. Could it truly be? What manner of genetic worms might lie within? As far as Chen Tian knew, the greater the evolutionary potential of the genetic worms, the larger the hailstone-like exterior that encased them. I am referring to that very block. Jia Yuding spoke up. Let's take a look first. Chen Tian strode forward. Jia Yuding hastily cautioned, be careful, there are some formidable parasitic worms over there. A few small worms pose no threat to me. With that, Chen Tian had already advanced. Had Jia Yuding been more observant, she would have noticed that the boy's tone was no longer chillingly cold. Although still distant, the oppressive aura had noticeably diminished. Yuding, you stay here. If anything goes awry, do not concern yourself with me, Qin Haitao whispered to his wife. Jia Yuding nodded, aware that accompanying him would only complicate matters, and she was genuinely fearful of those parasitic worms. Qin Haitao followed closely behind the boy, his mind sharpened to an unprecedented focus. Particularly wary of the creatures in the pool, lowering his center of gravity as if ready to fight at any moment. In contrast, Chen Tian appeared far more casual. Striding directly to the door, unlocking the latch, and pulling open the glass door. At that moment, Qin Haitao, trailing behind, felt a chill run through his body. Oh, Chen Tian bent down to pick up a half-crushed genetic worm that Qin Haitao had trampled earlier. Upon seeing the parasite grasped in Chen Tian's hand, Qin Haitao felt a surge of excitement and swiftly approached. This segment of the parasite was precisely the objective that brought them here. At that moment, this piece of the parasite was still writhing, a testament to its remarkable vitality, especially considering that Qin Haitao had previously crushed it mercilessly. Damn creature. How can it still be alive? Qin Haitao muttered under his breath. Chen Tian understood that, regardless of how resilient the genetic parasite may be, it would perish within 24 hours if a host was not found, succumbing to the depletion of its internal energy. It appeared to be a supporting bone type of genetic parasite. Encountering such a specimen was indeed surprising. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Chen Tian declared, "This is useful to me." This simple statement determined the fate of the half-segmented genetic parasite. My daughter urgently requires a sample to prepare the medication, you see. Before Qin Haitao could finish his sentence, Chen Tian's hand shot out with lightning speed. It was only when the youth's palm froze in midair that Qin Haitao realized the gravity of the situation. Between Chen Tian's fingers was a tadpole-like parasite, barely a centimeter from Qin Haitao's ear. This parasite must have leapt down from the doorframe. Though held captive by Chen Tian, it struggled desperately to break free. You should be grateful that I saved your life. Chen Tian's emotionless voice resonated. He was acutely aware that had it not been for this youth's timely intervention, that repulsive creature would have burrowed into his mind. It was terrifying, not merely the parasite itself, but also the youth capable of subduing it with such ease. How could this youth possess such extraordinary reflexes? It turns out he is a corpse poison type. Once he confirmed the type of genetic parasite in his hand, Chen Tian flicked his wrist. With a sharp sound, the pitiful parasite was squashed against the wall like a flattened fly. I will assist in treating your daughter. Please do not hinder me any longer. Chen Tian's voice echoed once more. Did he truly say that? Was he genuinely willing to help our daughter? Upon hearing her husband's words, Jia Yuding felt a surge of excitement. He did mention it, but that section of the parasite should be beyond recovery now. What is he doing in there? Jia Yuding casually inquired. I'm not sure. Let us wait for him to emerge before discussing further, Qin Haitao suggested. Wishing to ponder quietly, Jia Yuding, sensing the moment, fell silent, yet her gaze remained curiously fixed on the youth by the poolside. At that moment, having determined that the nearby parasites were all of the corpse poison variety, Chen Tian shifted his focus to the massive genetic hail he had just retrieved. Channeling his mental energy through his hands, he began his investigation. Could this be? Chen Tian's expression shifted, revealing an unmistakable shock. Fearing he had made a mistake, he probed several more times. This was indeed a returning gold-type genetic parasite. The appearance of the returning gold-type genetic parasite here was utterly astonishing. Chen Tian was so exhilarated that a smile began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. The returning gold-type genetic parasite belongs to the super-rare category, possessing the extraordinary ability to assimilate and control metallic elements. However, a pressing dilemma looms. Chen Tian has just absorbed and refined the ferocious gene insect, leaving him devoid of sufficient evolutionary energy to further refine the golden gene insect. This presents a formidable challenge. He decided to stow away the gene hailstone in his backpack and turned his gaze towards Jia Yuding, who was seated on the living room sofa. One might ponder whether to deem this woman fortunate or unfortunate. Initially, she discovered the ferocious gene insect, and now, the golden gene insect has emerged. Should the gene insects within hatch, there would be no hope for survival for her family. Conversely, one could argue that it is this very woman who has bestowed luck upon him. Entering the living room, Chen Tian addressed the matter directly. Where is your daughter? Upon seeing Chen Tian approach, Qin Haitao and his wife rose from the sofa. Well, Jia Yuding's voice faltered. My daughter is not here. She is. With every passing minute, the probability of saving your daughter diminishes, Chen Tian interjected. Jia Yuding cast a glance at her husband, who quickly added, Our daughter is at a professor's house. We will bring her here immediately. How long will it take? Chen Tian inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Approximately 40 minutes, Qin Haitao replied after a moment's contemplation. I will wait for you here for 1 hour. Starting now, Chen Tian asserted in an unmistakable tone. Exchanging a glance, the Qin couple wasted no time and hurried to their vehicle. Chapter 014. Unrelenting changes. The SUV sped along the highway as Qin Haitao raced against time, driving at an accelerated pace. Dear husband, is it truly safe to leave that young man at home? Jia Yuding's concerns stemmed from the fear that the boy might encounter danger alone, especially given the terrifying nature of the parasite. Qin Haitao misunderstood her intent and replied, We have little of value here. If he finds something he desires, he may take it. They were still reliant on the young man's assistance to treat their daughter. As for the enormous genetic hail, it was not theirs to keep, and knowing it harbored a dreadful parasite, they were almost eager for him to take it away. I will contact Bai Shui to inquire about Mingming's condition, Jia Yuding said, her voice trembling slightly, as she feared her daughter might not hold on until their arrival. Qin Haitao remained silent but listened intently. The video call was quickly established, and Bai Shui, clad in a white lab coat, appeared on the screen. Yuding Jia, Bai Shui greeted first. Bai Shui, how is my daughter faring? Jia Yuding asked, her demeanor weary and strained. The situation is relatively stable. Her temperature fluctuates, and she has yet to regain consciousness, Bai Shui responded, shifting the camera to reveal Qin Mingming lying motionless. Upon seeing her daughter's stillness, Jia Yuding felt her heart wrenched in agony, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. My husband and I are on our way. We will arrive shortly, Jia Yuding added. Bai Shui hurriedly inquired, Have you found the sample of the parasite? Not yet. There has been a slight complication. Indeed. Bai Shui paused on the other end of the phone, then continued, Sister Yuting, do not worry too much. I have found a sample of the parasite. What? Jia Yuting exclaimed, a chill running down her spine at the mention of the word parasite. To her astonishment, it was true that parasites existed within that hail. Both she and her grandfather were taken aback. Bai Shui, while speaking, showed Jia Yuting the glass container. The expression on Jia Yuting's face changed instantly. That creature is dangerous. Do not fret. It cannot escape. To reassure Jia Yuting, Bai Shui deliberately illuminated the container with her phone, revealing that it was indeed sealed with a lid. However, the subsequent events surpassed everyone's expectations. With a soft crack, fissures suddenly appeared on the surface of the glass container. A sound of astonishment came from Bai Shui on the phone as the screen shook, suggesting she was moving closer to inspect. Jia Yuting nearly shouted, "Get away from there." God knows how rapidly her heart was racing at that moment. If the parasite inside that container were to emerge, it would undoubtedly seek a host at lightning speed. With a resounding bang, the glass container shattered completely. Bai Shui's scream echoed through the phone, and then the screen froze, leaving only her panicked cries audible. "Bai Shui? Bai Shui? Bai Shui? Honey, something has happened. Hurry." Putting down the phone, Jia Yuting's face turned pale. In truth, there was no need for her to speak. Qin Haitao had already heard the commotion and pressed the accelerator nearly to the floor, the off-road vehicle emitting a deep rumble. At last, they arrived at the laboratory. Qin Haitao and his wife nearly rushed in. "Sister Yuting, over here." In the adjacent room, Jia Yuting spotted the shaken Bai Shui and Professor Liu. "Where's Mingming?" Jia Yuting inquired anxiously. "After the incident, I placed Mingming on the bench outside." Bai Shui quickly pointed to one side. Upon seeing her daughter, Jia Yuting's racing heart began to calm. However, the mention of the incident caused Bai Shui to feel a wave of dread as she recounted the events. It turned out that a parasite within the container had shattered the glass with its body, and as the liquid spilled out, it knocked over several other containers filled with reactive substances, resulting in a cascade of broken glass. A chemical reaction ensued, causing the parasite to thrash violently on the ground, releasing white foam from its body and emitting an acrid odor. In a matter of moments, the majority of the parasite had dissolved, leaving only its spherical head behind. Undeniably, the vitality of the parasite was formidable. Even a small remnant of its body retained the strength to flee. In the midst of the chaos, Bai Shui hurriedly scooped up the unconscious Qin Mingming, having left her phone behind in the sealed room. "I truly apologize for causing such a significant disturbance," Bai Shui said hastily. Jia Yuting replied, "Professor Liu, Bai Shui, I am immensely grateful for the assistance you've provided my daughter. My husband and I will never forget this kindness. I have now found someone capable of treating my daughter." "Which doctor is it?" Bai Shui asked with a hint of curiosity. Shaking her head, Jia Yuting remarked, "He is likely not a doctor. I am unsure how to treat this. He merely informed me about genetic hail and parasites." Hearing this from Jia Yuting piqued Bai Shui's curiosity further. She yearned to meet this extraordinary individual. After pondering for a moment, Jia Yuting deemed it a feasible idea, for even 3 incompetent cobblers could surpass a single Zhuge Liang. At this moment, the sun shone brightly outside. Qin Haitao drove the SUV along the road, and from the news broadcast, it was revealed that those who had fainted were gradually regaining consciousness, indicating that the crisis seemed to be dissipating. Bai Shui sat in the front passenger seat, attentively listening to the broadcast while furrowing her brows. She had a vague sense that the true crisis had yet to arrive. The parasites within that hail were exceedingly terrifying. Should they erupt on a large scale, it would not only incite immense panic but also wreak havoc on the world's ecological balance. Currently, her grandfather had personally gone to the research institute to clarify the situation, hoping to gain control before a widespread outbreak of these parasites. Suddenly, Jia Yuting, who was in the back seat tending to her daughter, spoke up. "The person I mentioned is somewhat dangerous. You must not provoke him." She refrained from disclosing the boy's murderous actions, fearing that Bai Shui might report it and consequently hinder her daughter's treatment. Bai Shui herself, having not viewed the surveillance footage, was unaware of Chun Tian's identity. The vehicle continued its journey. In order not to keep the boy waiting too long, Qin Haitao accelerated. An air of silence enveloped the car as Jia Yuting in the rear seat repeatedly checked her daughter's forehead temperature with her palm. Suddenly, without any warning, Qin Mingming, who lay quietly, began to tremble violently. Even more alarming was the blood that started to flow from her nose, ears, and eyes. "Mingming, Mingming, what is wrong? Please do not frighten your mother." In the car, chaos ensued, and even Qin Haitao, who was driving, nearly collided with the guardrail. "Hurry, come and save my daughter." As soon as the door opened, Jia Yuting shouted at the top of her lungs, tears streaming down her face. Qin Haitao, stepping out of the car, immediately scooped up his trembling daughter and rushed towards the house. At this moment, only that young man might be able to save their daughter. Chapter 015. Why is this young man so arrogant? Having acquired the gene hail of the returning gold type, Qin Tian found himself lost in deep contemplation. Having just entered the realm of the quasi-awakened, the risk of refining and absorbing new gene hail in such a short time was substantial. On the sofa, Qin Tian gazed at the open backpack, where a massive piece of gene hail lay prominently. The allure of the returning gold type was immense. Should he awaken a unique energy, it would serve as a tremendous support in the later stages of the apocalypse. However, the pressing issue was that he could no longer absorb or refine it. Setting aside the risks, merely the energy required for the refining process posed a considerable challenge. Chen Tian was left with 3 energy jade pendants, and the energy contained within them had diminished significantly since the beginning, rendering them barely sufficient for his needs. It would be a tremendous waste to refine this returning gold gene insect into evolutionary liquid. Furrowing his brow, Chen Tian pondered potential solutions. Such a rare original gene insect. How could Chen Tian bear to refine it into evolution liquid? He pondered that it would be wonderful if he could store this gene hail. The gene hail, once devoid of sustaining evolution energy, would awaken the gene insect, which would emerge in search of a host regardless of whether the ice melted or not. Moreover, melting gene hail would further accelerate the awakening of the gene insect, causing those that fell into the water to be the first to hatch. Chen Tian extended his palm, gently resting it upon the gene hail, channeling his mental energy to sense the gene insect within. His expression was one of intense concentration. He approached matters of strength and evolution with utmost caution. After a preliminary estimation, he concluded that the gene insect inside would naturally hatch within 3 days. Even if kept in frozen conditions, it would only extend this period by an additional 2 days. Chen Tian calculated the time, realizing that if he infused 3 energy gems into it, he could potentially prolong the duration by 3 more days. In total, he had approximately 8 days at his disposal. He needed to find ample evolution energy within this time frame to possibly refine and absorb it. However, the meteor shower could only be experienced once, and the sole method to obtain evolution energy at present was through the refinement of the gene insects. Every gene insect inherently contained a trace of evolution energy, which served as their life-sustaining source. The evolution energy acquired through this method was minimal, but still preferable to having none at all. This refined evolution energy should suffice to maintain the form of the gene hail. It seems this is the only course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tian arrived at a decision. Whoosh! 3 energy orbs soared forth, hovering above the genetic hail. As the evolutionary energy within them was depleted, the orbs shattered into fragments. Chen Tian grasped the genetic hail and made his way toward the refrigerator. In this villa, both the living room and kitchen boasted large refrigerators, and Chen Tian opted to place the genetic hail in the living room for ease of supervision, as it was merely a temporary storage solution. Clatter! This was a double-door refrigerator. He swiftly discarded the food piled within, making room for the genetic hail. It would not be long before a significant power outage occurred, so he realized the necessity of procuring some ice. Chen Tian understood that even those afflicted by the parasitic genetic insects would not exhibit immediate symptoms. There would be a few days of integration. In a few days, beasts would roam freely, societal order would collapse, and it would be a struggle for survival, where the strong prey upon the weak. Chen Tian glanced at his watch. Half of the hour he had agreed upon with the couple had already elapsed. Although he had stated he would wait only an hour, the temporary placement of the genetic hail prevented him from leaving immediately. With time still on his side, Chen Tian prepared to search for both the genetic hail and the genetic insects. He was in dire need of evolutionary energy. However minuscule the insects, they still contained flesh. Those discarded corpses of toxic genetic hail had now become essential to his needs. Just as he was about to search around the pool, he heard the sound of a car engine. Since he had made a promise, he would not go back on his word. Hurry, come quickly, save my daughter. A woman's piercing cries resonated through the yard, prompting a slight furrow in Chen Tian's brow. From the couple, he gleaned the details. Their little girl had been parasitized by a segment of a gene worm, and unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she would succumb to a state of unconsciousness within 3 days. Her life was not immediately threatened, so why such frantic shouting? Was she concerned that she might not be heard? Before long, Chen Tian witnessed Qin Haitao burst in, cradling a girl whose nose and mouth were bleeding profusely. Upon spotting Chen Tian, Qin Haitao seemed to seize a lifeline, rushing towards him while pleading, "Please, save my daughter." Indeed, Chen Tian was taken aback by the girl's condition. To his knowledge, such a severe reaction was atypical for someone afflicted by a gene worm, especially one that was only partially embedded. Could it be that the couple had withheld vital information while recounting the events? Place her on the sofa, Chen Tian commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Haitao laid his daughter gently on the couch. At that moment, Jia Yuding and Bai Shui also rushed in from outside. Please, you must save my daughter. Jia Yuding, already in tears, prepared to kneel before Chen Tian. Step aside, do not obstruct. Chen Tian was not swayed by such theatrics. He brushed past Jia Yuding and approached the sofa directly. Bai Shui watched in astonishment at the boy's nonchalant demeanor. Could it be that the person Jia Yuding had mentioned was this very child before her? It was no wonder she thought so. For Chen Tian appeared to be no more than 13 years old. Normal parasitism does not manifest in such a manner. What have you fed her? Chen Tian inquired. We have not provided her with anything. Qin Haitao's words abruptly halted as he turned to glance at Bai Shui, who appeared lost in thought. The couple indeed had not fed her anything, but they could not guarantee that others had not. Upon receiving Qin Haitao's questioning gaze, Bai Shui was startled and quickly replied, I and my grandfather have not fed her anything either. Well, she was almost struck to the core by the casual remark of this young man. At that moment, Chen Tian had already placed his palm upon the little girl's forehead, employing his mental probing ability. It remained unclear what he had discovered, but a knowing smile crept upon his lips. Intriguing. Chapter 016. The fusion of gene worms. Qin Haitao and his wife had been observing Chen Tian, and now, witnessing his smile, they were taken aback. Their daughter was in such a state, yet this boy could still smile. There exists not merely one type of gene worm within her. Chen Tian suddenly exclaimed. This revelation was the very reason for his amusement. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for two types of gene worms to coexist within a single host, as these gene worms secrete a unique pheromone during their parasitic phase, proclaiming their sovereignty over the host body. Yet, this little girl not only experienced such an occurrence, but astonishingly, both types of gene worms were incomplete, with only partial bodies. What does this mean? Qin Haitao hurriedly inquired. Within her body reside two distinct genetic entities, one termed Jiguo and the other Mo Pai. The ongoing conflict between these two genetic forms has led to her current condition, Chen Tian explained succinctly. Nevertheless, the expressions of those present conveyed their utter confusion. At that moment, Bai Shui interjected, inquiring, what precisely are the Mo Pai? Instantly, she fell silent, realizing that the safety of Qin Mingming took precedence. Is there still hope for my daughter? Qin Haitao urgently asked. There is hope, Chen Tian replied with a reassuring smile, albeit it may be somewhat complicated. Upon hearing this, Qin Haitao's anxious heart settled slightly, prompting him to ask, what preparations are necessary? I require a thermally insulated cup and a bottle of purified water, Chen Tian stated. Is there anything else? That is all. Please proceed with the preparations. Chen Tian spoke with an air of ease. Very well, I shall fetch them immediately. Qin Haitao nodded in agreement, knowing that the items requested were readily available at home. Wait a moment. Chen Tian suddenly called out to him. What else do you need? Qin Haitao, eager to act swiftly, understood he must comply with the youth's instructions. No one is permitted to open that refrigerator without my consent. Do not blame me for the warning. Chen Tian pointed towards the refrigerator in the living room. Bai Shui cast a curious glance at the refrigerator, pondering whether it concealed some secret, thus prompting the young man's caution. Mingming. Jia Yuding remained in a kneeling position on the floor, gazing at her daughter seated on the sofa across the coffee table. Hey! At that moment, Chen Tian suddenly turned to her and said, if you are quite free at the moment, you might as well prepare some food. This statement immediately diverted Jia Yuding's attention, and she looked over with her swollen eyes. Can you really save my daughter? Jia Yuding gazed at the young man with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. In that instant, he became her savior, the beacon of hope in her heart. As of now, I believe there is no one else capable of saving your daughter but me, Chen Tian asserted with unwavering confidence, which was precisely what Jia Yuding yearned for. Very well, I shall prepare the food right away. Jia Yuding steadied herself against the coffee table to rise, only to discover her legs trembling, nearly causing her to fall again. Fortunately, Bai Shui was there to catch her just in time. The urgency concerning her daughter's safety made Jia Yuding overlook her gratitude towards Bai Shui. Before heading to the kitchen, she inquired, what kind of food should I prepare? Preferably meat. If that proves too cumbersome, some simple dishes will suffice, Chen Tian replied nonchalantly. All right, I shall make her favorite, sweet and sour ribs. Just as Jia Yuding was about to leave, Qin Haitao had already brought the necessary items for Chen Tian. He carried several unopened thermoses in his arms, while his right hand held a case of mineral water. Do these suffice? He asked, hastily placing the items on the coffee table. Although the items were not heavy, he was drenched in sweat, a result of his anxious haste. On the sofa, Qin Mingming continued to twitch, each spasm striking like a whip against the hearts of her concerned parents. Chen Tian methodically disassembled each thermos, ultimately selecting a brown one. He then retrieved a bottle of mineral water and poured a portion into the thermos. "What shall we do next? Do you need my assistance?" Bai Shui inquired, her anticipation palpable as she awaited the boy's subsequent actions in the healing process. "No need," Chen Tian replied. As her view was obstructed, Bai Shui shifted slightly to the side. At that moment, she observed the boy using both hands to gently apply pressure on Qin Mingming's body. As a forensic expert, Bai Shui found herself perplexed by the boy's intentions. She even questioned whether he truly possessed the means to effect a cure. After all, he was merely a teenager, likely more engrossed in animated shows than in the complexities of healing. However, due to the demeanor of Qin Haitao and his wife, she opted to remain silent. On the other side, Qin Haitao was increasingly anxious, helplessly watching as the boy attended to his daughter. After a few moments, Chen Tian suddenly lifted the little girl's outer garment, exposing her navel. At that instant, both Qin Haitao and Bai Shui noticed a small, pulsating mass near Qin Mingming's abdomen. It was. Qin Haitao gasped. He immediately silenced himself, unable to utter another word. Moments later, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The small bulging mass began to emerge from Qin Mingming's navel. It was, astonishingly, a type of soft-bodied creature, blood-red in hue, adorned with numerous tentacles and marked by distinct protrusions, some of which appeared to be entangled in a struggle. Upon witnessing this entity, Qin Haitao's breath caught in his throat. How could such a creature exist within my own daughter? Could this be the parasite from before? Has it grown to this size? Beside her, Bai Shui was equally astonished, her eyes wide in disbelief. Such a bizarre and enigmatic scene was something she had only witnessed in science fiction films. Indeed, it is two types of genetic parasites. Chen Tian's voice suddenly rang out as he casually pinched the creature with his fingers, examining it with a smile. At that moment, Qin Mingming finally ceased her trembling, lying motionless on the sofa. What has happened to my daughter?" Seeing the young man remain silent for an extended period, Qin Haitao could no longer restrain his curiosity. "It is nothing to worry about. Soon, she will awaken," Chen Tian reassured, placing the fused genetic parasite into a thermos. Qin Haitao was about to inquire further when the youth's next action left him utterly stunned. Chapter 017. This young man is peculiar. Chen Tian retrieved the half of the genetic parasite he had previously acquired and tossed it directly into the thermos. Instantly, the parasites inside began to writhe violently. Qin Haitao stood frozen in shock, vividly recalling that the piece of the parasite the young man had produced was indeed the very one he had crushed earlier. "Are you not afraid?" Just then, Bai Shui interjected, her voice laced with apprehension. As a forensic expert, the sight of such parasites made her skin crawl. How could this young man remain so composed? The equilibrium has been disrupted. The fusion is about to commence. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chen Tian's eyes. Previously, since both types of genetic parasites were merely halves, each sought to dominate, resulting in relentless conflict. The equilibrium has now been disrupted due to the introduction of the other half of the genetic parasite. After a brief period of approximately 10 breaths, the genetic parasite within the thermos has settled down. Due to the angle, both Qin Haitao and Bai Shui are unable to observe the situation inside the thermos. However, they notice that the youth at this moment is actually smiling. It is rather peculiar for someone to exhibit such an enigmatic grin in a moment of tension, leading both to conclude that this boy is rather unusual. Indeed, he does not resemble an ordinary individual. How could a typical person expel such a parasite? It appears that the plan requires a slight modification. With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Tian acknowledges that the genetic parasites within the thermos have successfully completed their fusion, providing him with considerable inspiration. Regarding the block of genetic hail belonging to the metal category, Chen Tian decides to refine it first, rather than absorb it. The advantage of this approach is that he does not have to wait long, thus resolving the issue of storing the genetic hail. "Mingming!" Suddenly, Qin Haitao exclaims, noticing that his daughter on the sofa seems to have stirred. Bai Shui's gaze shifts as well, and she exclaims in surprise, "Mingming is awake." Indeed, at this moment, the little girl is wide-eyed, gazing innocently at the ceiling. "Mingming!" Qin Haitao rushes to the sofa in excitement, taking 2 steps at a time. "Daddy!" the little girl responds, her voice slightly hoarse. I'm here, Ming Ming. How are you feeling? Qin Haitao inquires anxiously. It hurts. The little girl replies weakly. Where does it hurt? Tell Daddy. Qin Haitao asks, his heart racing once more. He is genuinely concerned that his daughter may suffer from any lingering effects. My stomach hurts. The little girl turned her head to look at her father. Don't be afraid, Ming Ming. You will feel better soon, while uttering comforting words. Qin Haitao glanced at the youth beside him. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Tian began to explain without waiting for an inquiry. A little pain is normal, so there is no need to worry. The symptoms will subside after a meal. Daddy. The little girl on the sofa spoke again. Qin Haitao quickly crouched down, grasping his daughter's chilly little hand. Dad is here. Where's Mommy? Qin Mingming asked in a soft voice. Your mother is here too. She is preparing something delicious for you. Qin Haitao replied, then called out towards the kitchen. Yuding. Yuding. Hearing the call, Jia Yuding, thinking something was wrong with her daughter, hurried out without putting down the spatula in her hand. Yuding, our daughter has awakened. Qin Haitao exclaimed with palpable excitement. The relief of his daughter's safety filled him with joy. Mingming. Jia Yuding rushed over at lightning speed. Mommy, why are you crying? Qin Mingming reached out her hand, attempting to wipe away Jia Yuding's tears. I'm happy. Mingming, my Mingming. Jia Yuding cried out, embracing her child tightly, tears flowing anew. At that moment, the sound of Qin Tian twisting the lid of a thermos bottle captured everyone's attention. It turned out that Qin Tian had secured the lid and placed it directly into his backpack. Without a doubt, he intended to take the integrated genetic worm with him, and none of the others would object. Thank you. Jia Yuding expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Qin Tian. Don't forget to wipe your nose. Remember, the dishes in the kitchen are still cooking. Qin Tian gently reminded. Jia Yuding suddenly awoke and hurried towards the kitchen. At that moment, Qin Mingming was being supported by her father, resting against the sofa. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, she seemed to be in good spirits. Daddy. Who is this young man? Qin Mingming inquired with an expression of curiosity. He is our esteemed guest, Mingming. You must behave and listen to him. Qin Haitao reassured her. Daddy, I'm so hungry. After a brief silence, Qin Mingming continued. Recognizing hunger is a positive sign, Qin Haitao replied promptly. Mingming, please wait a moment longer. Your mother is preparing sweet and sour ribs for you. Daddy, I'm so thirsty. Qin Mingming added, unsure if his daughter could drink water at that moment. Qin Haitao glanced at Qin Tian. Let her have some. Qin Tian replied succinctly before rising to his feet. Qin Haitao, thinking Qin Tian was about to leave, quickly urged, please stay until after dinner. Qin Tian turned to glance at him. I never said I was leaving. Oh. Qin Haitao chuckled awkwardly and shifted the conversation, asking, what should I be mindful of regarding my daughter right now? Do not let her go hungry. Qin Tian replied with that singular, peculiar statement before making his way towards the swimming pool. Although plans had altered, the process of refining evolutionary energy could not be neglected, otherwise, even the fusion of gene hailstones would prove exceedingly difficult. The behavior of youth often eludes understanding, and Qin Haitao wisely refrained from further inquiries. At that moment, the sudden ringing of a phone broke the silence. It was a call from Bai Shui. Upon answering, he learned that the ambulance they had previously summoned had arrived, but found no one present. Bai Shui hurriedly turned to Qin Haitao and inquired, should we redirect the ambulance here to take Mingming to the hospital for a checkup? Qin Haitao hesitated for a moment before responding, no need. Mingming is fine now. In truth, he was concerned that the hospital would be too chaotic, and if an emergency were to arise, it would be safer to remain here with the youth, who, within the hospital, possessed the skill to expel such a dreadful parasite without resorting to surgery. As they conversed, Qin Mingming had already drained an entire bottle of mineral water. Her complexion noticeably improved. She exclaimed that she was famished and wanted to head to the kitchen to find her mother. Qin Haitao, feeling helpless and fearing that his daughter, having just recovered, should not move about excessively, could only carry her to the kitchen. The living room was left with only Bai Shui. Even at that moment, she found it hard to accept that such a bizarre scene had unfolded before her eyes. What method had that youth employed? With a mind full of unanswered questions, Bai Shui's gaze instinctively drifted towards the refrigerator in the living room. Might there be answers within? Driven by curiosity, she approached the refrigerator. After a brief internal struggle, she resolved to open it and see for herself. Chapter 018. Why provoke anyone when you can provoke him? The purple double-door refrigerator towered over Bai Shui. Before opening it, she glanced around, her heart racing with a twinge of guilt. The living room was temporarily hers alone, presenting the perfect opportunity. with a resounding clang. The right half of the refrigerator was pulled open, revealing a neatly arranged assortment of fruit drinks, pastries, and other food items. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Bai Shui once again pulled open the left side of the freezer door, revealing a colossal block of ice that caught her eye with its imposing presence. This ice block was as large as a small oven, square, and exuding wisps of white vapor. This was rather peculiar. Who would store such a massive piece of ice in their refrigerator? Could it possibly be genetic hail? The thought startled Bai Shui. Just as she was about to examine it closely, a voice suddenly broke the silence behind her. Is it beautiful? Startled, Bai Shui turned around and found herself gazing into the boy's frigid eyes. It seems you have not heeded my earlier warning. Chen Tian had made it clear from the outset that no one was permitted to open the freezer without his consent. Yet here was this woman, audaciously taking advantage of his momentary distraction to pry it open. I was just having a look, Bai Shui replied with an awkward smile, struggling to find the right words in this unexpected predicament. In an instant, Chen Tian lunged forward, grasping her shoulder with a force that caused Bai Shui to lose her balance and tumble to the ground with a thud, kneeling in shock. You hurt me, she exclaimed, a hint of indignation in her voice. Before she could finish her protest, a resounding slap echoed as his hand struck her cheek, leaving her momentarily dazed. Does it hurt now? Chen Tian's eyes glimmered with an icy light. Bai Shui's face swelled with the impact, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She truly had not anticipated that this boy would dare to strike her. She had never anticipated that this young man would be so fierce, delivering a slap that left her seeing stars. In an instant, Chen Tian seized her slender neck, and without any visible exertion, effortlessly lifted Bai Shui off the ground. In that moment, Bai Shui was truly terrified. The aura emanating from the boy made her feel as though she were on the verge of suffocation. She struggled and resisted, but it was utterly futile. His grip felt as if it were forged from steel, hoisting her higher until her legs dangled helplessly above the ground. Bai Shui abruptly recalled the warning issued by Jia Yuding before she arrived here. Do not provoke this boy. How terrifying he truly was. Perhaps the commotion had reached the kitchen, as both Jia Yuding and Qin Haitao emerged, their expressions filled with shock upon witnessing the scene. Let us discuss this calmly. No need for anger, Qin Haitao urged, fully aware of Chen Tian's formidable nature and his own inability to intervene. At that moment, Bai Shui was almost on the verge of fainting, prompting Jia Yuding to interject. I know something that piques your interest. Her words successfully captured Chen Tian's attention. He gazed at Jia Yuding and inquired, Speak, if you can convince me, I may spare her. A cold sweat broke out on Jia Yuding. She could not allow Bai Shui to perish in her home, yet she could not simply fabricate an excuse to deceive the boy. Perhaps struck by inspiration in her moment of desperation, Jia Yuding continued, I have thought of something regarding the two parasites within my daughter. With a swift motion, Chen Tian cast Bai Shui aside, sending her hurtling 5 or 6 meters away, where her body rolled and collided with the coffee table before finally coming to a stop. This scene horrified both Jia Yuding and Qin Haitao. The two women soon realized that the young man before them was not only their daughter's savior, but also a creature capable of extinguishing lives at will. Upon meeting his gaze, Jia Yuding hurriedly spoke in a trembling voice, the other part of the parasite in my daughter must be the one that escaped from the lab. She then recounted the events of her video call with Bai Shui. After a brief silence, Chen Tian inquired, what were the spilled chemicals? Shaking her head, Jia Yuding replied, You must ask Bai Shui. I do not understand. Chen Tian glanced at the unconscious woman on the floor and said, Revive her. I have questions to ask. Qin Haitao quickly approached, lifting Bai Shui onto the sofa, applying pressure to her acupoints and performing chest compressions. After some effort, he finally managed to bring her back to consciousness. As she opened her eyes, Bai Shui felt a wave of pain throughout her body, and the memories flooded back, making her acutely aware of what had transpired. An overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her, and tears streamed down her face. Throughout her life, she had never been struck, let alone nearly suffocated. However, when Bai Shui saw Chen Tian approaching, she forgot how to cry, instinctively retreating behind Qin Haitao in fear. Faced with the questions Chen Tian posed, Bai Shui decided to be prudent this time, answering any queries honestly. For a wise woman does not suffer losses in the present moment. Chen Tian stood in silence for a moment before addressing the somewhat anxious Qin Haitao. I require a private room. Is the attic upstairs suitable? Qin Haitao promptly asked. The attic above was his personal space, a place of tranquility. Chen Tian retrieved the block of hail imbued with the essence of golden genes from the refrigerator and approached the attic once more, issuing a stern warning. No one is permitted to approach me until I emerge. Do not treat my warning as mere idle chatter. The three individuals in the living room were momentarily silenced, intimidated by Chen Tian's commanding presence. Only after he departed did the atmosphere begin to ease. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingming emerged from the kitchen, her mouth smeared with grease, and curiously inquired about her sister's tears. Why is sister crying? Qin Haitao felt compelled to firmly advise his daughter against ascending to the attic, fearing that her petite frame could not withstand the careless toss of the youth. After offering some comfort, Bai Shui finally ceased her weeping, though the injuries she sustained rendered her gait uneven, particularly due to the considerable swelling on her cheek. At that moment, Qin Mingming's innocent question captured the attention of everyone present. Mom, why is Nyonyo still sleeping outside? She pointed curiously towards the pool area. It dawned on Qin Haitao and his wife that it was not just their daughter who had been affected, but also their large yellow dog. Gazing through the glass door at the motionless dog lying outside, an inexplicable chill crept down their spines. Look, Mom, Nyonyo seems to be waking up, exclaimed Qin Mingming, eager to rush forward, only to be restrained by Qin Haitao, who instinctively covered her mouth in a moment of panic. In the living room, apart from the child, the other three adults were visibly shaken by the scene before them. Chapter 019. This is a mutation. The sound of a bone-like grinding echoed through the glass door. The once motionless golden retriever now twitched, the peculiar noise emanating from its body. Everyone was transfixed, their breaths held in suspense. The strange sound grew increasingly pronounced, and astonishingly, the golden retriever stood up. As it faced away from them, its appearance remained obscured, yet its abnormal stance indicated it was far from recovery. Its limbs bent awkwardly in four directions, swaying as if attempting to acclimate to its own body. Honey, Jia Yuding felt a shiver run down her spine. Yuding, keep an eye on Mingming. I'll go take a look. Qin Haitao gently placed Qin Mingming into Jia Yuding's arms. At this moment, even little Mingming sensed the odd atmosphere, nestling deeper into her mother's embrace and falling silent. Be careful, Jia Yuding whispered a caution. In times like this, the presence of a man in the household always provided a sense of reassurance. Qin Haitao offered no further words. He shuffled forward in his slippers, bending slightly as he approached, casually grasping a broom. As he drew nearer, the sound of bones creaking became more pronounced. Qin Haitao felt his own anxiety mounting. With a series of strange events unfolding, it was no surprise that the golden retriever had undergone a transformation. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The closer he got to the glass door, the lighter his steps became, yet the broom in his hand tightened under his grip. Uncertain if it was merely a sound, the large yellow dog outside the glass door abruptly turned, locking eyes with Qin Haitao. For a moment, Qin Haitao was taken aback, realizing that the dog's appearance remained unchanged, causing his initial anxiety to dissipate. His tense body relaxed, and he lowered the broom he had been holding, tentatively calling out, Nyonyo. The yellow dog outside remained unresponsive, its gaze unwavering. Nyonyo. Qin Haitao called out again, this time raising his voice. The dog's body quivered once more. Suddenly, the yellow dog lunged forward, its eyes turning a menacing crimson. With a thud, it crashed into the glass door. This unexpected turn of events startled Qin Haitao. The dog emitted a croaking sound reminiscent of a frog, baring its jaws to reveal 2 rows of sharp teeth. Through the glass door, Qin Haitao clearly observed that the dog's tongue had transformed into a mass of barbed spikes, writhing in grotesque motion. My heavens! Qin Haitao was profoundly shocked, retreating hastily, even discarding his slippers in the process. It was evident that this yellow dog was no longer the Nyonyo he once knew. The bizarre tongue and the predatory glare resembled that of a monster. The yellow dog attempted to break free from its confinement, yet its lack of familiarity with its own body caused it to stumble repeatedly. Darling, what is happening? What has happened to Nyonyo? Bai Shui beside him had momentarily forgotten her own pain amidst the chaos. I suspect our Nyonyo has mutated. Qin Haitao endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, unwilling to instill fear in his family. Mutation? Jia Yuding's eyes widened. Have you forgotten? Nyonyo was initially infested by a parasite. Qin Haitao quickly interjected. Jia Yuding's complexion darkened further. How could she possibly forget, as she was present at that time? At this moment, Bai Shui could no longer refrain from interjecting. Does that mean mutation occurs after being infested by such a parasite? He now harbored concerns about whether his daughter had truly recovered. fearing that she too might undergo a transformation. The mere thought of the large yellow dog's barbed tongue sent chills down Qin Haitao's spine. What if it mutates? Bai Shui pressed on. This matter was of grave significance, potentially posing a threat to all of humanity. I do not know. Perhaps that young boy might have some insight. Qin Haitao replied. The whereabouts of the boy in the attic remained a mystery. If he were present, he might provide some valuable information. However, for now, should the boy choose to remain hidden, no one dared to disturb the attic. Bai Shui's experience was a testament to that. It wouldn't burst in from the outside, would it? Bai Shui inquired, observing the large yellow dog struggling to rise outside the glass door. A frenzied yellow dog was terrifying enough, let alone a mutated one. Do not worry. That is special tempered glass. As long as it remains closed, it cannot enter, Qin Haitao reassured her. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a jarring sound pierced the air. It resembled the scraping of sharp nails against a blackboard. The gazes of the group once again shifted towards the glass door. Originally, the large yellow dog was using its mutated tongue to lick the tempered glass, the barbed hooks on its tongue clashing against the surface of the glass. Initially, it merely left a series of scratches on the tempered surface. However, as the force intensified, the glass began to yield. Quickly, you all go upstairs and find a room to hide. Qin Haitao's expression suddenly changed. What about you, dear? She asked. I will join you shortly. Time was of the essence, and after Qin Haitao spoke, he dashed towards the kitchen. When he emerged, he wielded a kitchen knife. Jia Yuding grasped Qin Mengmeng with one hand while supporting the incapacitated Bai Shui with the other. Before the three of them could reach the staircase, a deafening explosion echoed. Bang! The tempered glass door shattered instantly. Hurry! Qin Haitao urged loudly, pushing the coffee table towards the glass door. The trio ascended the stairs to the second floor, where they had a vantage point to witness the harrowing struggle between Qin Haitao and the yellow dog. The scene was indeed terrifying. Although Qin Haitao had barricaded the door with the coffee table, the dog's tongue slithered through the gap like a nimble whip, lashing wildly. As Qin Haitao tried to evade, he was unfortunate enough to be struck on the back, blood gushing forth as if a piece of flesh had been violently torn away. Ah! Jia Yuding screamed, her fear reaching its zenith at that moment. Watching her husband collapse to the ground, unable to rise, her face turned as pale as a sheet. The snow was not particularly favorable either, although, as a forensic expert, she possessed a courage that surpassed that of the average woman. It was contingent upon the circumstances she faced. In the presence of a corpse, she remained unfazed. However, before such a monster, her fear was palpable. Bang! 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 The coffee table used to barricade the door trembled violently, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure for much longer. Qin Haitao lay on the ground, the crimson blood staining the tiled floor. The noise was unbearable. Could there not be a moment of tranquility? At that instant, a youthful voice resonated, akin to celestial music in the ears of the two women. Chapter 020. This youth is enigmatic. With the emergence of Qintian's voice, faint footsteps followed. Jia Yuding and Bai Shui felt a flicker of hope. They had witnessed the youth's prowess before. However, when they beheld Qintian descending, both were taken aback. In that moment, Qintian appeared disheveled, his hair and clothing damp, and an unmistakable weariness etched upon his face. This provoked curiosity. What had transpired in the attic to render him in such a state? Please, save my husband, Jia Yuding implored urgently. Qintian cast a glance downstairs, murmuring, awakened so swiftly. Under normal circumstances, after being parasitized by the gene worm, a fusion period of 3 to 5 days was required. The rapid awakening of this mutated hound was intrinsically linked to Qintian. While searching for the gene hail, he had noticed the hound lying on the floor. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, he had discovered it was parasitized by a lapping-type gene worm. Now fused with its brain, there was no hope for salvation. Perhaps stimulated by the energy of thought, the once lethargic golden retriever, which typically required several days to awaken, has now become lively. Yet, it is evident that this golden retriever has not completed its transformation. Only its tongue has undergone a mutation. Qintian descended the stairs slowly, each of his movements stirring the hearts of Jia Yuding and Bai Shui. The two were filled with curiosity regarding how this young man would confront the mutated golden retriever. With a resounding crack, the mutated dog's tongue lashed out wildly, appearing to stretch an impressive 3 to 4 meters. Are you still alive? Qintian inquired as he approached Qin Haitao. Struggling to rise, Qin Haitao, covered in blood, looked quite terrifying. It has mutated, he warned weakly, bending over. The spot on his back where he had been struck revealing serious injuries. "Hand me the knife," Shen Tian suddenly demanded. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Haitao glanced at Shen Tian and ultimately chose to pass him the kitchen knife in his hand. How bothersome. With the knife in hand, Shen Tian strode confidently toward the entrance. Whoosh! Just as he drew near, the mutated dog's tongue lashed out, as if it possessed eyes of its own. Shen Tian understood that licking beasts locate their targets based on scent and heat. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded all of the mutated tongue's assaults. This composure created a striking visual impact on Qin Haitao and the others. In just a few steps, Shen Tian reached the doorway. The coffee table before him still bore the brunt of the mutated dog's onslaught, appearing as though it would not withstand for much longer. Whoosh! At this moment, the mutated dog's tongue transformed into a long spear, lunging towards Shen Tian's heart. Whoosh! Shen Tian's hand, wielding a knife, became but a fleeting shadow. In a single stroke, he severed the mutated dog's tongue. Subsequently, he lifted a foot and sent the coffee table that obstructed his path soaring. Boom! The coffee table tumbled and crashed against the wall, nearly bringing the entire structure down. This scene left Qin Haitao, Jia Yuding, and Bai Shui utterly astounded. They were aware of the boy's extraordinary prowess, yet they had never anticipated it to such an extent. With a mere kick, he had sent the hefty table flying. What immense strength that displayed. It was worth noting that Qin Haitao had struggled to push the table to that spot. Bai Shui was particularly alarmed, realizing that the boy had shown restraint when he had struck her. Otherwise, a single slap could have sent her head reeling. With the coffee table removed, they finally beheld the mutated dog lurking behind the door. Indeed, it had undergone a transformation. The mutated golden retriever now crouched, adopting a spider-like stance, its severed tongue oozing blood from its maw, yet it exhibited no signs of pain. Upon noticing Qin Tian's presence, the mutated dog exerted force through its limbs, propelling its entire body off the ground in a fierce lunge towards Qin Tian. Whoosh! Qin Tian swung his knife once more. Let it not be too effortless. With a single stroke, he extinguished the life of this mutated beast. Such a nuisance. At this moment, Qin Haitao gazed at Qin Tian as if he were a deity. Steady now. Qin Tian tossed the kitchen knife to Qin Haitao. He hurriedly caught it, standing there in a daze, as though he had just emerged from a terrifying dream. Having confirmed that the crisis was averted, Jia Yuding hurriedly descended the stairs and made her way directly to Qin Haitao's side. "My dear husband, how are you? Let me see your wounds." Qin Haitao turned, revealing a back marred and mangled. "Hey, get me something to eat." Jia Yuding initially intended to say that she would prepare food after tending to her husband's injuries. But upon meeting the gaze of the youth, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. More importantly, she feared that Qin Tian would strike her. "Bai Shui, could you assist my husband with his wounds? We have a first aid kit at home." Jia Yuding urgently sought Bai Shui's help. Bai Shui, not one to refuse, readily agreed, as treating wounds was a fundamental skill for a forensic doctor. As for Qin Mingming, she seemed slightly shaken and silently followed her mother into the kitchen. Qin Tian, meanwhile, sat on the sofa, catching his breath. His exhaustion did not stem from the recent battle, but rather from the refining of the Guetian-class genetic hail in the attic. This rebirth was truly different. Everything unfolded smoothly. Qin Tian successfully refined the Guetian-class genetic hail into genetic energy, temporarily storing it within himself, ready to absorb it at the opportune moment. This was far safer than maintaining the form of the ice. However, to suppress the Guetian-class genetic energy, Qin Tian's strength would be somewhat diminished, though only temporarily. Despite feeling weary, his heart was filled with joy. After a while, Bai Shui emerged from treating Qin Haitao's wounds. She first glanced at the youth, who reclined on the sofa with his eyes closed and a faint smile, before shifting her gaze to the slain mutant dog. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a horrifying transformation could occur in an animal. She thought that if she could present the corpse of this mutated dog to her grandfather, he might uncover the true cause of its transformation. With this thought in mind, Bai Shui instinctively approached the body of the mutated dog. She was not afraid of corpses. After seeing the wounds on Qin Haitao's back, she found the severed tongue particularly intriguing. However, before she could draw nearer, a boy's voice suddenly interrupted, warning, "Approach recklessly, and you might meet your demise." Bai Shui reflexively halted and turned her gaze towards the sofa. The boy had opened his eyes and was now regarding her with an amused expression. Coupled with the mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips, Bai Shui suddenly felt that she might be the subject of his jest. Chen Tian picked up a bottle of mineral water from beside him and tossed it towards the mutated tongue. Upon hitting the ground, the severed tongue unexpectedly coiled like a snake around the bottle. With tremendous force, it burst the entire bottle, creating a loud pop that splashed water all over Bai Shui's face, startling her greatly. She reflexively dashed closer to Chen Tian. How is it still alive? Bai Shui exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. If the boy had not intervened moments earlier, she might have met a fate similar to that of the mineral water bottle. It was merely a vestige of a nervous system's emergency response. Chen Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing that he was in quite a good mood at that moment. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity, Bai Shui inquired, "Do all creatures infected by such parasites become this terrifying?" "That is a genetic parasite, more precisely referred to as the neurogenic gene chain parasite, which is not the same as the parasites you are accustomed to." After a brief pause, Chen Tian continued, "You are correct in your assumption. Being infested by such a creature is truly terrifying. What can be done to save those who have been infested?" Bai Shui inquired, posing a crucial question. If the genetic parasite enters through any part above the neck, there is no hope for recovery. It will swiftly seize control of the host's brain. Bai Shui pressed further, what if it enters through the lower body? That depends on the individual's constitution, whether the genetic parasite is absorbed or the host succumbs to its control. At that moment, Chen Tian wore a somewhat chilling smile. According to his knowledge, very few could withstand the invasion of the original genetic parasite. In the post-apocalyptic world, most evolved beings had typically absorbed the genetic energy of the iterated parasites. Bai Shui was eager to inquire further, but at that precise moment, Jia Yuding emerged with food in hand. Chen Tian was genuinely famished. Having expended excessive energy to refine the gene hail of gold, he was in dire need of sustenance. Observing the boy devouring his meal with fervor, Jia Yuding experienced a fleeting moment of clarity, perceiving him as an utterly ordinary youth. "I've also prepared soup," Jia Yuding quickly added. She was a quintessential homemaker. Having seldom cooked before, she had acquired numerous culinary skills since becoming a mother. Not long after, Qin Haitao emerged, having changed into a fresh set of clothes. "Husband, is your injury serious?" Jia Yuding asked with concern. "It's all right. I've taken the medication and I feel much better now," Qin Haitao remarked, casting a furtive glance at Bai Shui. In truth, a piece of flesh had been torn from his back, and he was still in considerable pain. However, he did not wish to alarm his wife. "Don't go over there," Bai Shui exclaimed as she noticed Qin Haitao approaching the corpse of the mutated dog, urgently calling him back. Confused, he turned to her, prompting her to clarify. "That thing might still attack." The shattered bottle of mineral water on the ground served as irrefutable evidence of the danger. Qin Haitao's expression darkened. The sight of the mutated golden retriever had left an indelible psychological scar. He had initially intended to dispose of the body, but now he hesitated, unwilling to act recklessly. This place was no longer tenable. Who could say whether the neighboring households were also harboring transformed cats or dogs? Moreover, the presence of numerous parasites raised an alarming question. Which hidden corner might conceal a creature that could claim a life? Resolutely, Qin Haitao resolved to relocate his family to a safer abode. He possessed other properties elsewhere. After Chen Tian finished his meal, it was finally time to visit the laboratory. They would be traveling in Qin Haitao's vehicle, but this time, it was Jia Yuding at the wheel. Upon arrival, Jia Yuding's family remained in the car, exchanging polite words before driving away. Alone with Chen Tian, Bai Shui felt an inexplicable sense of tension. "Get to the point." Chen Tian seemed to revert to his previous aloof demeanor. "My grandfather is quite elderly. Can we refrain from resorting to violence?" Bai Shui spoke these words with a heart full of trepidation. Chen Tian fixed his gaze upon the woman until her eyes began to evade his. He declared, "I am a reasonable person." Bai Shui felt somewhat speechless. Was he truly being reasonable, or was he merely speaking with his fists? "Oh, Xiaoxua, what happened to your face?" Upon entering, they encountered old Lu. "It's nothing, just a little accident." Bai Shui preferred not to elaborate, especially since the boy who had struck her stood nearby. She quickly shifted the topic. "Grandfather, that little girl is fine now. You need not worry any longer." "Is she truly all right? How is she healed? Did you meet that doctor?" Old Lu pressed on. "Grandfather, you might find it hard to believe, but it was this young man here." Bai Shui suddenly realized that until now, she had not even learned the boy's name. "Where is the room where the chemical agents were knocked over?" Chen Tian had no desire for idle chit-chat. He directly inquired. "It's inside. I'll take you there." Bai Shui hurriedly led the way, attempting to prevent any interaction between her grandfather and the boy. The laboratory remained sealed, and before the boy could force it open with his foot, Bai Shui hastily used her key to unlock it. "You need not follow me inside." With that, Chen Tian strode in. At that moment, Bai Shui finally had a moment to converse with her grandfather. "Mutated dogs?" Old Lu exclaimed, alarmed. If Bai Shui's description held any truth, the situation was grave. According to his investigations, that genetic hail was dispersing erratically and was utterly uncontrollable. Once the parasites within hatched, it would spell doom for the world. This matter was indeed serious and required reporting to the relevant authorities, with the sample serving as crucial evidence. "Oh, quickly bring it over for me to see," Lu Lao urged, his expression darkening as he stared at the enormous tongue on the phone screen, resembling a vine. Just as he was about to exchange a few words with Chen Tian, his phone rang. The caller ID indicated it was a former student of his. "Lu Lao, sure. It's me, Tianmi. Are you available to talk? I have unexpectedly discovered a meteorite, and my classmates and I are conducting research on it. Some peculiar phenomena have emerged." A woman's voice echoed from Lu Lao's phone. Lu Lao was about to inquire about the nature of the meteorite when Chen Tian snatched the phone from his hand. "Please describe the appearance of the meteorite you mentioned." Chen Tian said into the phone. "Wait, you are not Lu Lao, sure. Who are you?" Tianmi responded, puzzled. Chen Tian continued. "Does the meteorite have red streaks on its surface? And does it feel somewhat hot to the touch?" "How do you know that?" came the astonished reply from the other end. With a serious demeanor, Chen Tian instructed, "Follow my directions precisely, or you will all become hosts to parasites." Chapter 022. What you lack will indeed come. According to the location sent by Tianmi, Bai Shui drove to a factory. "This should be the place," she mumbled to herself, while her eyes discreetly glanced at the boy sitting in the back through the rearview mirror. She wondered if what he said was true. Could that meteorite truly be so terrifying as to warrant her driving here directly? As she noticed the boy lift his head, Bai Shui hurriedly averted her gaze. Undeniably, she harbored a certain fear of the youth. "Mr. Lu, I never anticipated you would make a personal visit." Upon disembarking, a striking young woman approached, her hair tied in a ponytail, and of an age similar to Bai Shui. This was none other than Tianmi, the one who had just placed the call. Before Mr. Lu could utter a word, Chen Tian took the initiative to inquire, "Did you follow my instructions?" Tianmi stared at him in astonishment. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Bai Shui quickly interjected, "This is Chen Tian, an expert in the field." During their journey, she had already learned Chen Tian's name, and the title of expert was a designation she had bestowed upon him herself. "We have wrapped the meteorite in aluminum foil," she continued, glancing at Mr. Lu with a hint of concern. "Mr. Lu, the meteorite isn't radioactive, is it?" Upon entering the room, they discovered 4 individuals of a similar age to Tianmi, 2 men and 2 women, each engrossed in their tasks. Chen Tian furrowed his brow and asked, "Is anyone among you feeling faint?" While others may not perceive it, Chen Tian immediately sensed a potent aura of evolutionary energy upon his arrival. Although he had yet to see the meteorite, he could already ascertain that it was indeed an energy meteorite, having fallen with the meteor shower. Energy meteorites emit evolutionary energy, which in turn attracts genetic insects. Wrapping the meteorite in aluminum foil would mitigate the release of this energy to some extent, yet it could not completely contain it. "All our personnel are present. No one has fainted," Tianmi replied with a smile. She always perceived him as a mere adolescent yet to mature. But since Bai Shui had just introduced him in that manner, she refrained from undermining her. Chen Tian remained silent. Instead, he unfastened his backpack and laid out a series of jade pendants upon a table. All present regarded him with peculiar expressions. Chen Tian offered no explanation, merely issuing a cold warning. "Without my permission, no one is to touch these jade pendants." Given that the room was saturated with evolutionary energy, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Crafting energy jade pendants is considerably easier than refining genetic worms. "What is he doing?" Tianmi inquired, her face a mask of curiosity. Old Lu appeared equally puzzled, while Bai Shui was particularly anxious, hastily urging, "Listen to him, for the love of all that is sacred. Do not touch those jade pendants." Tianmi found the situation somewhat amusing, but still nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Tian suddenly commanded, "Silence." The abruptness of his tone startled Bai Shui and successfully captured everyone's attention. Chen Tian stood there quietly, his eyes surveying the surroundings, his ears twitching slightly. Initially, the crowd complied, but after a short while, one individual could no longer contain himself. A bespectacled man broke the silence with a grin, asking, "What is going on? Why the air of mystery?" Bai Shui had been monitoring Chen Tian closely. She noticed his brow furrow slightly, and then he discreetly drew a scalpel from his sleeve. "Don't." Bai Shui barely uttered the word before Chen Tian had already hurled the scalpel, aimed directly at the bespectacled man who had just spoken. This sudden turn of events sent a wave of shock through everyone present. However, the one who was most startled was undoubtedly the bespectacled man. The surgical knife had whizzed past his cheek. Trembling, he touched his face, relieved to find no blood. Just as he prepared to express his anger, he saw Bai Shui pointing behind him and exclaiming, "Be careful behind you." Goodness! The genteel bespectacled man was taken aback, hastily stepping aside. What on earth was that? Tianmi was also frightened. Women, in general, harbor a fear of insects, let alone one that appeared so grotesque. Could it be a gene worm? Bai Shui was even more alarmed, for she understood that if such a creature burrowed into one's brain, death was inevitable. This meant that the surgical knife Chen Tian had just thrown had saved the man's life. Suddenly, Bai Shui felt an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping the room, prompting her to draw closer to Chen Tian. He shot her a glare, but she feigned ignorance. If given the choice between staying with Chen Tian and facing the gene worm, she would unhesitatingly choose to remain by his side. Whoosh! At that moment, Chen Tian hurled another surgical knife. This time, it embedded itself in a writing board 10 meters away, pinning down a translucent creature that writhed in struggle. What exactly is a gene worm? Tianmi sensed Bai Shui's anxiety and pressed for answers. It is a terrifying entity that can burrow into the human body. Bai Shui replied hastily. To my knowledge, after the meteor shower, peculiar ice blocks appeared worldwide, harboring insect-like beings that possess strong parasitic qualities, capable of causing mutations in their hosts, Lu Lao succinctly explained. Mutation? Tianmi widened her eyes. If these words had not come from Lu Lao, she might have suspected it was a jest. I have personally witnessed a large yellow dog mutate. Bai Shui interjected eagerly. I believe it will attract such genetic insects. Bai Shui speculated. I must admit, she is quite clever. You are indeed fortunate. Chen Tian's voice suddenly resonated. Where's that meteorite? Tianmi pointed in a direction. Chen Tian discovered the meteorite wrapped in tin foil inside a glass cabinet, roughly the size of a football. No one noticed. At that moment, Chen Tian was smiling. He had been troubled by a lack of evolutionary energy, but now he unexpectedly acquired an energy meteorite. By absorbing the energy from this meteorite, even if he could not immediately ascend to an awakened one, he would certainly stabilize the genetic energy within him. It truly is a case of needing something and having it appear. Just as Chen Tian prepared to stow the energy meteorite in his backpack, a group of people suddenly burst in from outside, claiming they intended to take the meteorite. They aimed to snatch it from Chen Tian. Chapter 023. The God of Death. With the sound of hurried footsteps, more than 20 individuals entered the room, the majority clad in blue uniforms, led by a young gentleman in his 20s. Their sudden arrival dissipated the uneasy atmosphere that had pervaded the room. Arriving early is not as fortunate as arriving just in time. We are all here, the young gentleman remarked with a smile. Tianmi quickly stepped forward and inquired. Is there something you need? Why do you ask? Tianmi became wary. From the very beginning, she sensed that the other party was not a person of good character. Coincidentally, our factory had just lost a sample material, which might very well be the meteorite you are currently researching. Although Lin Tianyu wore a playful grin, the calculations in his heart were far from concealed. He had received word that the value of that meteorite was considerable and could fetch a high price on the black market. Tianmi was so infuriated that she could hardly contain her anger. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but none as brazen as this. To speak of outright theft with such nonchalance was beyond belief. There is nothing here that belongs to you. Please leave, she urged, attempting to suppress the fury boiling within her. Yet, Lin Tianyu had no intention of departing. Having brought along such a contingent of thugs, he was determined to claim what he sought. It is not for you to decide whether we can search, Lin Tianyu asserted, gesturing to his companions to take action. Stop. If you dare to make a move, I will call the police. Tianmi warned. Call the police? Lin Tianyu scoffed, tossing his hair dismissively. Tianmi, are you completely unaware of what is happening outside? The emergency lines are practically busy. Even if you manage to get through, it is unlikely any officers will arrive. The menacing figures around him had a history of engaging in such brazen acts and had already begun rummaging through their belongings. How can you behave like this? In her fury, Tianmi pulled out her phone to report the incident, only to find the call could not connect. This only emboldened them further. Two young men attempted to intervene, only to be roughly shoved to the ground, receiving a warning to behave themselves. Outnumbered and facing opponents armed with clubs, it was clear that should a confrontation arise, they would be the ones to suffer. As the scene descended into a semblance of chaos, the voice of Chen Tian suddenly rang out. "Do not touch those jade pendants." A scarred man, upon spotting the jade pendants sprawled across the table, was immediately overtaken by the desire to claim them as his own. Despite hearing Chen Tian's warning, he dismissed the caution of a mere child and reached out, intent on seizing the jade. Whoosh! With a swift sound of slicing air, the scarred man's outstretched hand was pierced directly by a surgical knife. "Ah!" he exclaimed in agony, blood streaming from the wound. This unforeseen turn of events not only halted the movements of the henchmen who were rummaging through items, but also left Tianmi and her companions momentarily stunned in righteous indignation. At that moment, Chen Tian had already stowed the energy meteorite into his backpack and approached directly. "This meteorite is now mine, compensating for the lives I have saved," he stated once more. Tianmi's eyes widened in shock. She had never anticipated that this youth would also seek to seize her meteorite. "It's you, brat." The scarred man, nursing his injured hand, glared fiercely at Chen Tian and brandished an iron rod from his waist, swinging it with intent. This scene nearly elicited a scream from Tianmi. The man's strike was truly vicious, aimed directly at the boy's head. If it connected, would he still live? Crack! With a sound akin to shattering bones, the scarred man's arm was broken and deformed from the force of his own swing, the iron rod clattering to the ground. "Ah!" he howled like a wounded animal. Yet Chen Tian merely smiled coldly, reaching out to extract the surgical knife from the man's palm. "Next time, remember to heed the warnings." Chen Tian smeared the blood from the scalpel onto the clothes of the scar-faced man. The man screamed, attempting to resist. But Chen Tian delivered a kick that sent him flying. The room plunged into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on Chen Tian. These thugs, accustomed to wielding power with impunity, had never encountered such a ferocious youth. Could this boy possibly be a martial artist? What are you all waiting for? The meteorite must be with him. Hurry and retrieve it. I will double the reward. Lin Tianyu shouted vehemently. Despite their numbers, they faced merely a child. What could martial prowess accomplish against their brutality? Each of these men was more ruthless than the last. Perhaps the starkness of the blood on the floor was too jarring, or the scalpel in the boy's hand appeared too keen. For a moment, they hesitated. Ultimately, it was the inadequacy of the reward that stirred their doubt. Lin Tianyu, exasperated, thought of the many men he had brought along. If they were to be intimidated by a mere child, what face would he have left? Moreover, since they had embarked on this venture, they must see it through. He was determined to seize that meteorite at any cost. "I will increase the reward fivefold," Lin Tianyu suddenly bellowed. Indeed, the saying that a generous reward begets bravery proved true. The previously hesitant men, upon hearing Lin Tianyu's offer, found their eyes alight with greed. "Damn it, he has just a little brat." With a sudden surge, over 20 thugs drew their weapons, preparing to charge. What baffled everyone was that at this moment, Chen Tian unexpectedly sheathed the scalpel and revealed a chilling smile. "You will all perish." The words of Chen Tian lacked any warmth. He had always believed that before the apocalypse, humanity was already base. Thus, after the apocalypse, they would only become more depraved. Those who dared to steal rice and plunder grain before would have no qualms about coercing the innocent into servitude thereafter. Chen Tian had never shown mercy to the scoundrels. These individuals were evidently oblivious to the nature of the person they were confronting. As the youth sheathed his scalpel, their audacity grew. "Take him down," someone shouted, and they all lunged forward, wielding their clubs mercilessly. What transpired next shattered the comprehension of all present. Whoosh! Chen Tian transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Moments later, the sickening sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Crack! 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 Within mere moments, all the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, their necks brutally snapped. Silence enveloped the room, save for the pounding of racing hearts. Who could have imagined that in just a few breaths, over 20 individuals would meet their demise? More terrifying still, none of the witnesses could discern how the youth had accomplished it. His speed surpassed the limits of human perception. How tiresome, Chen Tian remarked with a hint of boredom. These people were not even worthy of serving as a warm-up. Despite the current limitations on his strength, he was still far beyond their capabilities. Lin Tianyu stood frozen in fear. This was no mere youth. He was a harbinger of death. Chapter 024. Setting his sights on the van, Lin Tianyu was on the brink of asphyxiation from anxiety. As the youth turned his gaze towards him, he nearly collapsed to the floor. "I almost forgot about you," Chen Tian said, offering the man a gentle smile. Lin Tianyu found it impossible to laugh. He wished fervently to escape from this place, yet he dared not act recklessly. I can offer you money," Lin Tianyu stammered. "Unfortunately, your luck is quite poor." Chen Tian had no intention of intervening directly, as he noticed a genetic insect swiftly approaching the other party. "These individuals have nothing to do with me. It was they who initiated the attack," Lin Tianyu began to plead his case. However, Chen Tian paid him no heed, turning instead to observe the jade pendant resting upon the table. Believing that the young man had spared him, Lin Tianyu attempted to flee, but as he took a step, he felt a sharp sting at his neck. With a reflexive motion, he swatted at the sensation, only to find nothing there. Yet, an intense pain suddenly surged from his neck, as if something were burrowing within his body. "Ah!" Lin Tianyu screamed, collapsing to the ground. The suddenness of the event left everyone bewildered, mistakenly attributing the incident to Chen Tian. Upon closer inspection, they realized that he was being parasitized. "That fellow is being infested," Chen Tian's voice echoed. A chill ran down the spines of those present as they beheld Lin Tianyu's increasingly grotesque visage, instilling fear among the onlookers. "Help! Help!" Lin Tianyu, curled up on the ground, croaked desperately. At that moment, everyone clearly saw something writhing upon Lin Tianyu's cheek. "More genetic insects will be drawn here. Should you wish to end up like him, you may remain." Chen Tian's voice resonated once more. "We must leave this place." A boy was the first to react, sprinting directly towards the exit. With a leader at the forefront, others swiftly followed suit. Tianmi raced alongside the crowd, but as she passed by Lin Tianyu, he seized her ankle. "Ah!" Tianmi screamed, terror gripping her as she nearly lost control. "Let go! Quickly let go!" she cried out while struggling. In her fright, she caught a glimpse of Lin Tianyu's eyes, which had turned a terrifying crimson, resembling a vengeful spirit. As daunting as this was, an even greater horror awaited her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a translucent insect crawling rapidly towards her from the shadows. Knowing the dreadful nature of such creatures from Lin Tianyu's own experience, her fear escalated. Overwhelmed, she felt a warm wetness seep into her pants. And in her frantic attempts to escape, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. At that moment, the horrifying insect was less than 10 centimeters from her arm. Suddenly, with a swift flash, the gene insect that had leaped towards her was whisked away by a surgical knife. "Don't just stand there. Run!" Chen Tian's voice echoed. It was then that Tianmi realized Lin Tianyu had become immobile. She hastily freed herself from his grip and stumbled out of the room. In an instant, only Chen Tian remained within the confines of the chamber. He had no intention of leaving just yet, for the room still held a wealth of evolutionary energy. Selecting a suitable spot, Chen Tian sat down, invoking his mental energy to absorb the surrounding power. Having previously consumed a gene insect, he was no longer a target for others of its kind. An hour later, when Chen Tian finally exited the room, he found that all others had vanished from sight. Raising his hand, he glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist, which indicated that it was a little past 2 in the afternoon. First, he needed to find a place to absorb the energy meteorite. With a firm resolve in his heart, Chen Tian stepped outside. The energy meteorite would gradually deplete its energy over time, typically sustaining its potency for 10 to 20 days. After nearly 2 hours of effort in an unfinished underground pipeline, Chen Tian finally managed to completely absorb the evolutionary energy contained within the meteorite. Feeling the changes within his body, an uncontrollable excitement spread across Chen Tian's face. The gold gene energy no longer required deliberate suppression. It was now being gradually absorbed by his body. This singular discovery was enough to elate him. Not to mention that this absorption had facilitated a breakthrough in his psychic abilities. Currently, he could simultaneously control 8 flying daggers, with an effective range approaching 100 meters. After a simple test, he had formed an estimate. Emerging from the underground pipeline, Chen Tian took a deep breath. The apocalypse would erupt in 3 days, and as of now, he possessed the strength to surpass all of humanity. However, he remained humble, fully aware that his true adversaries were not humans but the ever-evolving monsters, the beastly creatures. In terms of evolution, humanity lagged far behind other species. These beasts could evolve continuously through slaughter and consumption without the need for rest. The living space for humans was being relentlessly constricted, reducing them to mere fodder for the monsters. Chen Tian aspired to be a formidable force, a powerful being capable of instilling fear in these creatures. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Tian casually moved his limbs, feeling a surge of power that ignited within him an urge to engage in battle. Unfortunately, there were no worthy adversaries to confront at the moment. In a bubble tea shop, two men sat by the window, engaged in conversation. How long have we been watching? Not a single figure has appeared. I suspect that vehicle has been abandoned. It is unlikely to return, one remarked. Opposite the floor-to-ceiling window, a silver van stood still, the very subject of their scrutiny. Brother Leopard is quite frustrated. This van is our sole lead, and we must keep a close watch, the other replied. In an abandoned factory, those who had been slain by the reborn Chen Tian were under the orders of Brother Leopard. Now that there had been a death there, the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, necessitating thorough investigation. The only clue was that the fake plate van had been driven away. The van the two men were currently observing was indeed that very vehicle. I suggest we simply check the surveillance footage. Are you foolish? We cannot access the footage. We must conduct our investigation discreetly. As they conversed, they suddenly noticed someone entering the van across the street, which then started its engine. Damn, they're coming. The two men, no longer daring to remain seated, rushed out the door and jumped into their car to follow. During the pursuit, they did not forget to call Brother Leopard to report. Chen Tian, driving the van, initially intended to purchase some items with the little money he had left. In just 3 days, that money would be worthless, akin to mere scraps of paper. Am I being followed? Through the rearview mirror, Chen Tian discerned a black sedan trailing behind. Intriguing. He intentionally steered his vehicle towards a secluded, uninhabited area, eager to ascertain the intentions of his pursuers. Chapter 025. Is this youth truly human? Hello, Leopard Brother. Yes. We are currently following that car, now heading towards the western mountainous region. Good. We shall wait for reinforcements before taking action together. Inside the black sedan, a man was engaged in a phone conversation. What did Leopard Brother say? Inquired the driver. He instructed us to keep a close watch and has dispatched someone to assist. We must ensure our target does not escape, replied the man seated in the passenger seat, who had just ended his call. Rest assured of my driving skills. I guarantee we will not lose them. It is perplexing why they have chosen such a desolate route. It will make our task considerably easier. That dilapidated van certainly cannot outpace us. Let us maintain a safe distance. If they become aware of our presence too soon, unforeseen complications may arise. Did you catch a glimpse of how many individuals are in their vehicle? I couldn't see clearly, but it seems there is only one. As the two conversed, the van ahead suddenly reduced its speed. Even more puzzling was the van's abrupt turn into a vacant area beside the road, a place devoid of any passing vehicles. Hey, the opposing vehicle has stopped. Do you think they've noticed us? The black sedan dared not follow too closely and halted at the roadside. The two watchers were engaged in a hushed discussion when one of their phones rang. The message was straightforward. Reinforcements had arrived. Indeed, no sooner had he ended the call than 3 silver vans appeared on the horizon. As the car window was lowered, the man on watch pointed inside and said, "There it is. Be careful not to let it escape." The 3 arriving vans were filled with individuals, each donning masks and wielding machetes. To prevent the target from fleeing, 2 vans remained stationed, while one moved forward. Chen Tian sat in the vehicle, observing the approaching van with a sense of anticipation. With a sudden screech, the van came to an abrupt halt. The door swung open with a thud, and a dozen knife-wielding men descended, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their features indistinguishable. Here comes the action. A smile crept onto Chen Tian's lips. At this moment, some individuals had already reached the front of his vehicle, striking the glass with their machetes. Get out. Get out. Hurry up. A total of 12 men encircled Chen Tian's van. He calmly opened the door and stepped out. The men were taken aback upon seeing him. They had never anticipated that their target would be a mere child. After glancing inside and seeing no one else, one of the men pointed his knife at Chen Tian and questioned, "Who else is here besides you?" Yet, Chen Tian merely smiled, responding with an unrelated remark. "You seem to be a bit short-handed. Why not summon the others outside? The more, the merrier. I'm asking you a question. Stop playing dumb." The man who had just spoken reached for Chen Tian's hair. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the man's outstretched hand was swiftly broken. Before he could utter a cry of agony, Chen Tian delivered a kick to the man's shin, producing yet another sickening crunch of bones. As the disoriented man was on the verge of collapsing, Chen Tian deftly grasped his chin. "Do you not understand the basic courtesy of conversing with others?" Tian sneered, applying pressure with his fingers until the man's jaw shattered instantaneously. The once boisterous individual now hung limply from Tian's grip, akin to a lifeless ragdoll. With a casual flick, Tian discarded him aside, surveying the stunned onlookers with a playful glint in his eye. Will you act directly, or will you engage in a futile exchange of words before proceeding? He inquired with a disarming smile. The more nonchalant his demeanor, the greater the terror it instilled in those present. Could this truly be a mere child? A chilling dread crept into the hearts of everyone. Can anyone enlighten me as to your purpose here? Tian continued, his tone deceptively light. One individual gasped in disbelief, as if awakening from a stupor, only to meet the force of Tian's kick. The blow was so powerful that it sent him soaring over 30 meters, his body crashing to the ground in a violent roll, lifeless. Tian brushed off the non-existent dust from his foot. At this moment, even the slowest of minds comprehended that the figure before them was a monster, who possesses the strength to send a person flying such a distance with a single kick. The remaining 10, realizing the peril, turned to flee, lamenting the lack of additional legs. Tian narrowed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Those fleeing had scarcely taken a few steps when they were abruptly hurled through the air, as if struck by a speeding truck. In total, 12 individuals met their end in less than a minute. Revealing his true form, Tian lifted his head and gazed at the vehicles halted at the intersection. Drive, drive, accelerate, he almost bellowed. The imposing presence of these individuals upon their arrival now appeared utterly ludicrous, as they were gripped by sheer terror. The boys' elusive and lethal methods had shattered the fighting spirit of all present. The vehicles, already poised for action, surged forward under the driver's forceful acceleration. Among them, a van lagged slightly. As it attempted to veer, a resounding thud echoed, as if something had abruptly landed atop it. With a creaking sound, the occupants of the vehicle were horrified to witness the roof being forcibly torn open, revealing the boy's devilish grin. Shall we play? He inquired with a smile. God knows how many of these hardened men were left in a state of sheer panic. They had never experienced such a nightmarish vision even in their sleep. Yet here it was, manifesting in reality. One of them, in utter desperation, screamed and lunged with a machete. With a series of soft pops, the interior of the van erupted like splattering ketchup, extinguishing all within. The van, now devoid of control, plunged headlong into a ditch. With a swift acceleration, Tian pursued at an astonishing speed. The two fleeing vehicles contained occupants nearly paralyzed with fear. What manner of beast was this? Had it emerged from a biohazard nightmare? Faster, or we shall perish. The atmosphere inside the cramped van was thick with dread and despair. Suddenly, everyone in the vehicle experienced a profound sensation of weightlessness, and the scenery outside the windows transformed in an instant. Bang! The van somersaulted twice and a half in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, followed by a deafening explosion. The black sedan at the front witnessed the entire ordeal through its rearview mirror. The two individuals, initially tasked solely with surveillance, unexpectedly became the last survivors. With a resounding crash, the black sedan suddenly shook violently, and a rear door inexplicably flew off. Could you possibly stop the car? A stranger's youthful voice unexpectedly resonated from the back seat. Chapter 026. I heard you were looking for me, without the need for coercion. The two individuals in the vehicle divulged everything they knew. It turned out they were under the orders of a man nicknamed Brother Leopard, tasked with monitoring the van driven by Tian. Those involved in organ extraction had been killed in an abandoned factory, and Brother Leopard, fearing the exposure of his illicit operations and suspecting rival involvement, was urgently seeking the perpetrator. The individuals recently slain by Tian were, in fact, Brother Leopard's subordinates. Their original plan had been to escort Tian to meet Brother Leopard for direct interrogation, but they never anticipated such a turn of events. Upon absorbing their account, Tian speculated that this so-called Brother Leopard was likely a significant figure within the Red King organization, potentially a source of valuable information. Brother, we are merely errand runners. We have committed no wrongdoing. Please spare us. Indeed, my dear brother, all that you wish to know has been disclosed. We are but mere pawns, executing orders. And it is not our intention to target you. The two men, visibly shaken, implored with desperation, eager to recount tales of their own tragic backgrounds. However, Tian was not swayed by their fabrications. He had encountered countless scoundrels before. Take me to your Brother Leopard, Tian commanded. Could they dare to refuse? Their trepidation towards Chun Tian far surpassed any fear of the notorious Brother Leopard. The black sedan continued its journey, with the two men in the front seat daring not to utter a word. They could only envision the gruesome scene that would unfold once this monstrous youth was presented before Brother Leopard. The atmosphere within the car was thick with silence. Chun Tian remained reticent, and the two men scarcely breathed. Their destination was a leisure club known as Nen Ability, where Brother Leopard resided. Halfway through their journey, one of the men's phones rang, the shrill sound piercing through the heavy silence. "Why aren't you answering the call?" The youth's voice suddenly broke the tension. The man holding the phone, on the verge of disconnecting, was compelled to listen as the voice urged again, "Give me the phone." Not daring to disobey, he obediently handed it over. The phone was quite impressive. Yet, the man's expression darkened upon realizing it was a call from Brother Leopard, as indicated by the caller ID. "Is this the Brother Leopard you speak of?" Chun Tian inquired. In that moment, he pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. A coarse voice erupted from the phone. "What the hell, have you died? Why haven't you answered?" "Brother Bao?" He wanted to retort. "Isn't it just that someone has indeed died, and a whole lot of them at that? Have you captured anyone?" The impatient inquiry of Brother Bao echoed through the line. "Are you mute? I'm asking you, have you caught anyone?" "Why yes, we've got one, but the mobile signal is poor. Brother Bao, we're on our way." The man hastily replied. "How many did you catch?" "Just one." "Bring the person directly here, and make sure to clean up nicely. We don't want any unrelated individuals to see." As the call ended, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew particularly oppressive. "Does this phone have internet access?" Chun Tian paid little mind to the recent conversation, instead scrutinizing the device in his hand. "What is the lock screen password?" Chun Tian inquired further. The man quickly divulged the password and added, "If you like it, feel free to take it. I've long since lost interest." Chun Tian, unceremoniously, tucked the phone away. He was particularly interested in its mapping capabilities and occasionally perused the news. The first thing he did upon acquiring the phone was to set it to silent mode, as no one would be calling him anyway. Finally, the car arrived at the Nen Ability Club. Guided by the two men, Chun Tian entered through a special passage. In one of the exclusive rooms, Brother Bao, clad in a checkered suit, was mercilessly beating a young man. "Do you really think my money is so easily owed, huh? Brother Bao, I beg you for just a few more days. Once I have the money, I promise to repay you." The young man pleaded desperately, facing brutal beatings, too terrified to muster even the slightest resistance. "Repay the debt?" The man in the suit smirked coldly, handing a nearly extinguished cigarette but to one of his lackeys, and continued, "Are you counting on your father who is hospitalized, or on yourself, a recently unemployed individual? Brother Leopard, I initially borrowed 20,000, and now you expect me to produce 500,000. I truly cannot manage that," the young man lamented. "You cannot manage, but I can certainly offer you a suggestion." The suited man revealed a sinister grin. The young man fell silent, aware that the other party would not act out of kindness. Indeed, the suited man pressed on. "I hear you have a younger sister who is still in school and rather attractive. Perfectly coincidentally, I am in need of staff. Why not bring your sister to work for me?" The young man's eyes widened in shock, akin to a cornered beast, as he roared. "Leave my sister out of this. She is only in high school. High school girls are delightful, fresh and tender. Many of my long-standing clients have a penchant for such. If you bring your sister to me, I might grant you a few extra days. Over my dead body. You can do what you want of me. But if you dare touch my sister, I will fight you to the death." The young man erupted. He was acutely aware of the vile intentions of this old lecher. His sister was a promising student, destined for university. How could she fall victim to such scum? Entering this place was no different than walking into a den of wolves. Refusing to accept kindness will only lead to punishment. With a single command from the suited man, two of his henchmen lunged forward and began to pummel the young man mercilessly. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the door, and a handsome man entered. "Uncle Bao, I need your assistance with a matter," the dashing figure stated, diving straight into the issue at hand. "Have you gotten yourself into trouble again?" inquired the man in the suit, his voice laced with irritation. "It's nothing serious. I merely attempted to engage with a college student yesterday. Unexpectedly, they were rather intense, and, taking advantage of my distraction, leaped from a height. They are currently in critical condition in the ICU. I wish to settle matters amicably with their family, but they refuse and aim to escalate the situation. Uncle Bao, I need your help to resolve this." The handsome man spoke as if such occurrences were commonplace for him. "You little rascal, why would you seek trouble here? There are plenty of girls around. Why pursue a college student?" The man in the suit chastised him. "I'm bored. I desire a change of taste," replied the handsome man, striding toward the exit. "Uncle Bao, it's settled then." This brief exchange illuminated the grim realities of their surroundings for the young man who had just been beaten. He vowed that even in death, he would never allow his sister to enter this place. Knock, knock, knock. The door sounded again. "Brother Bao, the person has arrived." Two individuals escorted a youth into the room. It was none other than Chen Tian, who had just arrived. Chapter 027, The Walking Terminator. "Brother Bao?" The two accompanying Chen Tian hurriedly greeted. Their hearts raced with anticipation, uncertain of what would transpire next. The man in the suit paused, scrutinizing Chen Tian from head to toe before questioning. "Is this really the person you brought? What kind of joke is this? You've made such a fuss over capturing a mere child." The gentleman in the suit awaited an explanation from his two subordinates, only to find them standing there in silence, their expressions betraying a palpable anxiety. Ordinarily, a mere display of anger from him would send his subordinates scurrying like frightened mice. Yet this time, inexplicably, they chose to remain mute. "What a lively scene we have here. What game are you playing?" Chen Tian was the most relaxed individual in the room. He gazed at the young man, bruised and battered, who returned his stare with equal intensity. Where did this wild brat come from? At that moment, a burly man approached, reaching out with a large hand as if to pin Chen Tian to the ground. However, before the imposing figure could react, Chen Tian effortlessly lifted him. With a resounding crash, the hefty man was flung from behind Chen Tian to the front, crashing heavily onto the ground, instantly rendered motionless and bleeding profusely. The atmosphere in the room grew so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Even the usually audacious brother leopard widened his eyes in shock. Only the two individuals who had entered with Chen Tian maintained their composure, having mentally rehearsed the scene during their journey. "So, you are the so-called brother leopard?" Chen Tian inquired. "What are you still standing there for? Seize him!" The suited man suddenly bellowed. Instinctively, some rushed towards Chen Tian to attack. The outcome was merely a series of sharp, cracking sounds, and soon, several more corpses lay on the floor. The sheer efficiency of the killings instilled a sense of dread, even in brother leopard, who had taken lives before. "Why are they attacking you?" Chen Tian redirected his attention to the battered young man. "Is it due to loan sharks?" He probed further. The young man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the boy possessed such knowledge. "Is it because of the high-interest loans from gambling?" Chen Tian inquired, his tone casual, as if engaged in mere conversation. The young man hastily shook his head, explaining, "My father is undergoing surgery, and I urgently needed funds. I never expected the loan agreement would end up here. Had I known it was Brother Bao's loan, I would never have borrowed it. Where is the loan agreement?" Chen Tian then turned his gaze toward the man in the suit. "Who are you?" Brother Bao feigned calmness. In an instant, the boy, who had been conversing amiably just a moment prior, was suddenly before the suited man. With a swift motion, Chen Tian grasped the man's neck and coldly remarked, "You need to understand, I am the one asking you." As soon as the words left his lips, the suited man was hurled across the room, crashing violently against the bookshelf, causing glass to shatter and scatter across the floor. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, leaving those present with a suffocating sensation. Observing Brother Bao being brutalized, no one dared to come to his aid. Chen Tian approached the man in the suit with deliberate steps and reiterated, "Where is the loan agreement?" "I can bring it to you from elsewhere," Brother Bao replied, his earlier bravado now diminished. Just as those words escaped his lips, the boy delivered a crushing kick that shattered one of his arms. "Do you take me for a child, to deceive me with such words?" Chen Tian's gaze was piercing. Years of dealing with scoundrels had honed his ability to discern their lies in most situations. With his arm broken, Brother Bao could no longer maintain his bravado. Lying there in agony, his cries sending chills down the spines of those around him. If even the formidable Brother Bao was reduced to this, who among the others would dare to speak up? "Give me 1 minute. If you cannot produce the IOU, I shall sever your limbs." Chen Tian's voice floated lightly. Yet those present were acutely aware that he was not jesting. As he spoke, Chen Tian had already begun timing himself, his gaze fixed upon his watch. The man in the suit turned ashen, no longer daring to employ any tricks, and hastily rummaged through the bookshelf behind him. It turned out that a hidden compartment lay concealed behind the shelf. In a flurry of frantic movements, the man in the suit finally extracted a large stack of IOUs. However, he could not ascertain which one belonged to the youth in such a brief span. "It must be here." With a resounding slap, he received a powerful blow to the face, sending Brother Leopard crashing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. "You dare make me search for it myself?" Chen Tian delivered another kick, sending the desk before him flying, crashing into the wall and shattering into pieces. Ultimately, it was the collective effort of those in the room that unearthed the youth's IOU. The youth stared blankly at the document in his hand, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been beaten and coerced by these individuals, and now they claimed that all was settled. He lifted his gaze to Chen Tian, suddenly perceiving that this youth was not as fearsome as he had first thought. "What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for a ride?" Chen Tian's voice was icy. The youth shrank back slightly, realizing that he still harbored fear of this young man. He exited the room without anyone daring to impede him. In truth, the others present were fervently wishing that Chen Tian, this little tyrant, would depart alongside the youth. "You have concealed quite a treasure trove here." Chen Tian exhibited no intention of departing. Rather, he began to scrutinize the chamber. Behind the bookshelf, in a concealed alcove, lay not only various IOUs, but also an assortment of blades and cash. "You all, extract everything from within," Chen Tian commanded suddenly. There was no choice at this moment. Chen Tian was the undisputed leader here, and his words were absolute. However, while they were extracting the items, two individuals exchanged furtive glances and simultaneously drew their knives. Lunging at the distracted Chen Tian. "Life is inherently fleeting. Why do you still seek shortcuts?" At that moment, Chen Tian astonishingly grasped the blades with his fingers, rendering the assailants' efforts futile as they could not budge his grip. With a swift motion, the two attackers found themselves severed from their heads. The very knives they had wielded now dripped with blood in Chen Tian's hands. The remaining individuals in the room were rendered speechless by terror. Was this youth even human? He resembled a walking Terminator. Impressive blades. Chen Tian accepted the two formidable leather-bound sabers and selected a tang knife from the remaining assortment. Truly, these were treasures from Brother Leopard's collection, each blade sharpened to perfection and of superior quality. In addition to the weapons, a considerable amount of cash was unearthed, neatly bundled in tens of thousands. Chen Tian did not count the total. He simply filled a backpack nonchalantly, sufficient for his needs for 3 days. After that, the cash would lose its value. Chapter 28. Who isn't a child? It turns out that behind him stood a mysterious figure known as Sister Hong, who orchestrated many disreputable dealings. Chen Tian pondered for a moment, suspecting that this Sister Hong might indeed be a significant member of the Red King organization. Where could one possibly find her? Chen Tian inquired. Brother Leopard eagerly responded, "I know her residence." He was particularly invested in this matter of risk mitigation, almost wishing for Chen Tian to confront Sister Hong directly. If he could eliminate her, it would be splendid. "Do you have her phone number?" Chen Tian asked again. "Yes, I can call her right now to find out where she is." Brother Leopard beamed with a flattering expression. "Then what are we waiting for?" Chen Tian shot him a glare. Brother Leopard trembled. He was genuinely intimidated by this young master and dared not hesitate any longer, promptly taking out his phone to make the call. Unfortunately, the call remained unanswered, leaving them in the dark about her activities. Brother Leopard, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced nervously at Chen Tian, fearing the boy might resort to violence once more. It seemed that frequent beatings could indeed leave psychological scars. "Since the call won't connect, let us go directly to her place," Chen Tian suggested, contemplating a search for valuable information. Brother Leopard did not dare object, and thus, the group exited the room together. As 5 individuals led the way, Chen Tian strolled leisurely behind them. Just as they were about to leave the club, a handsome young man approached confidently. "Brother Leopard, I almost forgot. Do not let my father know about that incident," the handsome young man chuckled. The incident he referred to was the matter of a female university student's tragic leap from a building. Perhaps due to the inadequate lighting in the corridor, the dapper gentleman failed to perceive the subtle signals from Uncle Leopard. It was only upon approaching that he uttered in surprise, "Oh, Uncle Leopard, what happened to your face? I've heard about your situation. Let us leave quickly." Uncle Leopard gestured for him to hurry. The handsome young man, evidently somewhat slow on the uptake and emboldened by the familiarity of his surroundings, continued, "Uncle Leopard, you weren't beaten, were you? Could it be that my father has arrived?" The only person he could envision daring to strike Uncle Leopard in this vicinity was indeed his father. "Get lost. Do you hear me?" Uncle Leopard suddenly bellowed. The young man was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending Uncle Leopard's subtle eye movement. "All right then, Uncle Leopard, you all continue with your business." He resolved to depart. However, a youthful voice abruptly halted him. "Stop." It was only then that he noticed Chen Tian, a little boy barely reaching his chest, who was surprisingly equipped with a backpack and a knife. "Uncle Leopard, who is this child?" He can't possibly be your illegitimate son, can he? The handsome young man jested. Unbeknownst to him, Uncle Leopard's heart raced anxiously. With this little tyrant fixated on him, would his nephew even remain alive? Who is he? Chen Tian inquired, pointing at the dapper gentleman and addressing someone nearby. You have 3 seconds. Chen Tian's voice rang out coldly. He is a client of Uncle Leopard, was the response. Uncle Leopard felt a sense of satisfaction. However, Chen Tian appeared far from pleased, as his subsequent actions would soon reveal. Crash. The man who had just been speaking here was suddenly propelled backward, crashing heavily against a mural 10 meters away, before sliding down like a rag doll. I abhor being deceived. With that, Chen Tian turned to another individual and inquired, who is he? I shall grant you 3 seconds. Learning from the misfortune of his companion, this man, displaying a semblance of wisdom, promptly replied, he is Yin Xiao, the son of Tiger Lord and the nephew of Leopard Brother. He frequents this place. Chen Tian scoffed derisively. Another Tiger Lord has emerged. Are you running a zoo here? Faced with such mockery, the man remained silent. Chen Tian then shifted his gaze to the handsome man, who appeared utterly bewildered, and asked, what was that matter you mentioned earlier? How could a living person be flung 10 meters away? Even if he had consumed some alcohol, such an illusion would be unfathomable. The other man, understanding the cue, quickly responded, Yin Xiao came here to ask Leopard Brother to resolve an issue. He had driven a female university student to jump off a building. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian chuckled, his gaze towards the handsome man now tinged with intrigue. Quite the audacious act. This is not the first time, I presume? The handsome man initially fell silent before turning and fleeing. Whoosh! Chen Tian transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing before him, and then delivered a kick. Thud! Chen Tian tempered the force of his kick, otherwise, it could have been lethal. Observing Chen Tian's approach, Leopard Brother suddenly summoned his courage and pleaded, spare him. He is still just a child. Curse it. Had he not uttered those words, it might have been better. Upon hearing them, Chen Tian exploded with rage. The initial desire to interrogate dissipated, and with a swift motion, he severed the opponent's neck. Under the incredulous gaze of Brother Leopard, Chen Tian casually remarked, who among us isn't still a child? A group of them traveled in Brother Leopard's luxurious car towards the upscale community where Hong Jie resided. During the journey, Chen Tian swiftly eliminated one individual who attempted to send a message while he was distracted. The recipient and content of that message were inconsequential. Presently, with Chen Tian included, their number totaled 4. After approximately half an hour's drive, they finally arrived at an opulent villa district, far more grand than the residence of Jia Yuding. Before entering the villa area, they passed by a security booth. The vehicle did not halt, but proceeded directly inside. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, they eventually came to a stop before a villa. The main gate was tightly shut, suggesting that no one was home. Brother Leopard disembarked and attempted to call Hong Jie again, yet there was still no answer. Chen Tian glanced at the imposing iron gate towering over 2 meters, remaining silent before effortlessly leaping over it. Before long, the heavy gate swung open from within, indicating that the premises were indeed occupied. Someone's inside, Chen Tian stated. In deference to his formidable presence, the 3 behind him could only closely follow. This little killing machine could easily take their lives if displeased. The villa was extravagantly adorned. Upon entering the grand hall, they beheld 2 massive dogs lying motionless on the floor. Chen Tian approached to inspect them and ultimately confirmed that both were parasitized. The situation appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. Chapter 29. A bounty of harvest. Go upstairs and see if anyone is there, Chen Tian instructed the 3 dazed individuals. Without hesitation, they hurried to the upper floor, leaving Chen Tian to inspect the first floor. Judging by the clothing hanging in the cloakroom, it appeared that only a single female resided in this villa. On the coffee table, he discovered a set of car keys, likely belonging to the imposing black Mercedes SUV parked in the yard. He had noticed the formidable vehicle upon his arrival. Its sleek, dark exterior exuded a sense of power, far superior to the van he had previously driven. The van could easily be discarded. A smile graced Chen Tian's lips as he pocketed the keys to the Mercedes SUV. Just as he was about to explore the adjacent room, a sudden scream erupted from upstairs. There's a monster here. Help me. Ah. The cries rapidly morphed into horrific wails. Chen Tian's gaze sharpened, and he ascended the staircase. Illuminated by the light, a blood-soaked woman came into view. Beneath her lay 2 individuals, seemingly lifeless. The woman abruptly lifted her head, her crimson eyes piercing through her disheveled hair, resembling a vengeful spirit. Yet, Chen Tian felt no fear. Had she transformed so swiftly? If this woman was undergoing mutation at this moment, only two possibilities remained. 1. The parasitic genetic worm had absorbed a substantial amount of energy, hastening the fusion process. The other, the parasitic genetic worm had yet to fully integrate with its host. The previous case of the mutated large yellow dog exemplified this situation. As Chen Tian scrutinized the woman before him, she suddenly emitted a peculiar screech, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, and lunged directly at him. On her arms were white, bony blades, the very instruments with which she had slain the two victims. Her fingers had elongated and sharpened, with bloody remnants of flesh clinging to her nails. Had she been infested by the bone-type gene worm? Chen Tian sidestepped, narrowly evading her assault. With another unsettling cry, the mutated woman landed on the ground and, utilizing the force of her descent, launched herself at Chen Tian once more. "Are you not finished yet?" he exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The tremendous force sent the mutated woman flying, her body plummeting from the second floor to the first. Had she been an ordinary human, such a blow would have been fatal. Yet, to Chen Tian's astonishment, the woman's bones creaked, and she rose again. He snorted derisively. Had he not been concerned about splattering blood, that kick would have surely shattered her skull. As the mutated woman prepared to lunge at him again, Chen Tian, unwilling to engage further, flicked his wrist, sending a scalpel hurtling through the air. Thud! The scalpel pierced her eye and embedded itself in her brain, instantly ending her life. Approaching the two individuals slain by the mutated woman, he noted they had both suffered fatal wounds to their hearts. Soon after, he discovered the motionless figure of Brother Leopard, who had attempted to escape through the window, only to be penetrated by a parasitic worm that had invaded his mind. In the vast villa, Chen Tian now found himself utterly alone. "This is preferable," he mused, "as it spares me further conflict." He then commenced his search through the various rooms. He indeed discovered several mobile phones and a computer, but unfortunately, all were protected by password locks. Chen Tian pondered whether he could unlock them using the woman's fingerprint. But due to the mutations affecting the woman's fingers, he was unsuccessful. Surely, there must have been some clues left behind. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Tian resumed his search. Remarkably, this time he made a significant discovery. Behind a framed photograph hanging on the wall, he uncovered a safe. While unlocking the phones and the computer posed a challenge, opening the safe was not beyond his capabilities. Channeling his energy through the keyhole, Chen Tian combined his investigative skills to manipulate the internal gears of the safe. With a satisfying click, the safe sprang open. Let me see what treasures lie within. The first thing that caught his eye was a neatly arranged stack of 15 gold bars. He recalled that gold could be exchanged for contribution points in the future survivor zones. Though currency had lost its value in the post-apocalyptic world, gold remained a viable medium of exchange, serving as a standard of equivalence. With this in mind, Chen Tian carefully extracted the gold bars and set them at his feet. Beneath them lay some property deeds, which he deemed worthless and promptly discarded. Next, he found a ledger, appearing quite ordinary and devoid of any anomalies. At the very bottom was a delicate box containing various pieces of jewelry. Is this all there is? Chen Tian furrowed his brow in disbelief. He was convinced that the perpetrator must have left behind some incriminating evidence, surely hidden with great care. It seemed this safe was merely a diversion. Chen Tian resumed his search with renewed determination. So it was hidden here. Beneath the vanity in the bedroom lies a vacant tile, concealing a safe within. Upon opening this safe, Chen Tian discovered a USB drive and a ledger containing the names of all the subordinates managed by Hong Jie, meticulously detailed to include their identification numbers. Additionally, he unearthed a recent transaction record. The location indicated is Mintugu, with a time set for midnight tonight. As he scrutinized the transaction record, Chen Tian felt a twinge of astonishment. It failed to specify the nature of the transaction. Having thoroughly searched the villa, he found no further items of value. Regarding Mintugu, Chen Tian had already consulted his mobile map and learned that driving there would take over an hour. As it is a remote locale, he resolved to satisfy his hunger before embarking on his journey. He surmised that by this time, those affected by the meteor shower's energy would likely be experiencing hunger pangs, making it increasingly difficult to dine at a restaurant. Fortunately, provisions were available within the villa, prompting Chen Tian to prioritize a hearty meal. As night gradually descended, bustling activity filled the restaurants. In a nearby town, close to Mintugu, Bai Shui and Tianmi, along with 3 others including Professor Liu, were dining at a restaurant. They comprised a party of 5. preparing to conduct an on-site investigation at the site of the meteor discovery to guard against the terrifying parasitic organisms. They had equipped themselves with specialized protective gear for the journey. Among these 5 individuals, 2 were bodyguards and aides dispatched by higher authorities. Given the current shortage of personnel, the deployment of 2 agents was indeed commendable. As the group passed through this area, a sudden pang of hunger enveloped them, prompting a pause for rest. It was the perfect opportunity to make arrangements while they dined. However, no one could have anticipated that a man-made turmoil was quietly approaching. Chapter 030. This strange hunger is business in this small town, always so thriving? Fortunately, we arrived just in time. Had we delayed even a moment longer, we would have had to wait in line. Bai Shui entered the private room, feeling fortunate that they had secured the last available chamber. How peculiar. I feel so ravenous, remarked Tianmi, her expression one of astonishment. As they awaited their meal, Bai Shui turned on the television in the room, which was broadcasting a lecture by experts. The good news is that those who had fainted from high fevers were gradually regaining consciousness. Following various medical examinations, all results appeared normal, with no signs of radiation exposure. So please rest assured. Regarding the cause of the fainting incidents, several experts initially speculated that it was due to a certain type of pulse wave affecting our cerebral cortex. This pulse wave has always existed around us, albeit at such a low intensity that we have remained oblivious to it. The meteor shower may have amplified this pulse wave to a level capable of influencing our nervous systems. The expert on the television, a portly man in his 40s, spoke with a commanding voice, gesturing emphatically with his hands. At that moment, Lu Laosher, Tianmi suddenly interjected, "Is this nationwide fainting incident truly connected to that meteor shower?" Lu sighed deeply, expressing the need for further verification, and hoped that this tumult would soon come to an end. "Teacher Lu, could the origin of this gene worm possibly be an extraterrestrial organism?" Tianmi inquired. Reflecting on the situation, she felt a pang of fear. Had it not been for that young man, she might have already succumbed to parasitism. To my knowledge, such a perilous parasite has never been documented globally. As they conversed, the meal was served. Hunger had enveloped everyone, and while they initially exchanged a few words, their focus gradually shifted entirely to the food. It was only after the last morsel was consumed that they began to notice the peculiarities of the situation. "What is happening to me?" Bai Shui exclaimed in astonishment. "I also feel something amiss. Ordinarily, I cannot consume this much," she added. Tianmi realized with alarm that her stomach still felt unsatisfied, which unnerved her. Lu had also eaten several times more than usual. "Grandfather, are we in trouble?" Bai Shui asked with a hint of worry. Before Lu could respond, a waiter entered, inquiring, "Have you finished your meals?" "I apologize, but many patrons are waiting to dine. We are not yet satiated. We need to order more," Tianmi exclaimed abruptly, unable to tame the hunger within her. The sight of the remaining soup in the dishes stirred an impulse within her to lick them clean. After a considerable wait, just as Tianmi contemplated stepping out to hasten the order, the requested dishes began to arrive one after another. The waiter who delivered the food was glistening with beads of sweat on his forehead. "Dear brother, what is the situation today? Why are there so many people dining?" Bai Shui inquired just before the waiter departed. It was unclear what was happening, but everyone seemed to be clamoring about their hunger, to the point where the kitchen was overwhelmed. Even through the closed door, one could hear the raucous noise from outside. "Are we still open for business? We want to eat. Damn it. I've been here for over half an hour. How much longer must I wait? Hey, I'm asking. Even if there are no tables available, can we at least order our meals to take away?" The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the hall manager and attending waitstaff scrambling to keep up. In all honesty, these workers felt quite famished themselves. "We kindly ask for your patience. Our dining area is fully occupied, and we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Our chefs are diligently preparing the meals, but the demand from our customers is exceptionally high, and we are short-staffed. We hope for your understanding. It won't be long. Soon, there will be available tables, so please remain calm." These soothing words, however, failed to assuage the diners' frustrations and only served to exacerbate their agitation. With more patrons arriving outside, the entire hall was nearing its capacity. Finally, someone took action. A cacophony erupted from outside, plates crashing and items being thrown, followed by shouts and curses, creating utter chaos. Although Bai Shui and her companions in the private room were not directly affected, their spirits were inevitably dampened. "Let us finish our meal and depart," Tianmi suggested. She was utterly terrified by the chaos, which reminded her of the events that transpired during the day. The cacophony outside, the sounds of fighting, continued to resonate, and faintly. One could hear the sobs of women. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out, unmistakable in their intent. No one could mistake them for firecrackers, especially with the subsequent screams that pierced through all the private rooms. There's been a murder. The hall was in disarray as countless individuals were pushed and toppled. Mi and her companions were so startled that they ceased their dining. I will step outside to assess the situation, declared a man from their party. However, before he could make his exit, the door to the private room was violently flung open, and a pale-faced waitress rushed in. "Miss, what is happening outside?" Bai Shui remained relatively composed, urgently inquiring. The young waitress, visibly shaken, managed to relay the events clearly. It turned out that a Q-cutter had engaged in a brawl with those waiting in line. Outnumbered, the Q-cutter drew a handgun from his waistband and fatally shot one of his adversaries. The armed assailant then stormed into the kitchen, accompanied by his accomplices, and seized a considerable amount of food. Upon hearing this account, Bai Shui and the others were left in shock. To commit murder for the sake of food? There was not just one perpetrator, but a whole gang. At that very moment, the culprits had fled the scene in a getaway vehicle, a van carrying 7 individuals. "Damn it, that bastard had the audacity to slap me, so I shot him," one of them exclaimed. "You were too impulsive," another admonished. "Our deal is not yet complete. How could you fire a shot in public?" "I cannot concern myself with trivial matters. My priority is sustenance." Who do these individuals think they are? Cutting in line and acting so brazenly? Such foolishness. A few of them conversed while hastily dividing the recently acquired provisions: steamed buns, flatbreads, hot dishes, and soup. Truly a splendid array. "Leave some for me," exclaimed the driver, witnessing his companions devour the food voraciously. "Focus on driving. We need to reach Mentugu to scout the area in advance." The distance to Mentugu was not great, and time was certainly on their side. The driver, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma of the food, decided to halt the vehicle. Before long, the pilfered provisions vanished completely, yet hunger still lingered among them. Inside the vehicle, they exchanged silly grins. Although their agreed-upon meeting time was midnight, they received an email requesting an advance of 2 hours. The van roared back to life, heading toward the designated Mentugu. This isolated intersection was characterized by rugged dirt roads, challenging to navigate, devoid of streetlights. The headlights flickered precariously as the vehicle jostled along, nearly veering into a ditch on several occasions. Such treacherous conditions would be far more manageable in an all-terrain vehicle. "What a brilliant choice for a trading spot," grumbled a man with dyed yellow hair. "Just a little longer, we shall soon arrive," replied the driver. The designated meeting place was beside 3 trees, illuminated by the headlights. The trio of trees loomed ahead. "Slow down. There seems to be something up ahead," remarked the man with yellow hair, his gaze fixed in astonishment on the windshield. Thanks to the light, a vague, shadowy object could be discerned about 10 meters in front of the vehicle. The driver also noticed it. However, the unevenness of the road, coupled with the refraction of light, rendered it impossible to ascertain what it truly was. "What is it? Where is it?" The passengers in the back seat leaned out of the window, catching a glimpse of the round, indistinct object ahead. "Damn it, that thing isn't moving. Why worry about it? It could just be a rock. We should proceed carefully," one suggested. Just as the conversation unfolded, a chilling, eerie howl of a beast echoed, fluctuating in proximity. The sound resembled a ghostly wail. As the attention of the occupants shifted to this haunting cry, the vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt. Someone was about to utter a curse when the sight before them left them utterly startled. In the middle of the road lay a severed pig's head, its jagged teeth bared and forehead marred by cracks. Surely, even in a ritual, one wouldn't choose such a grotesque offering. Just then, the eerie cries resounded once more, sending shivers down their spines. The vehicle found itself in a desolate expanse, devoid of any village lights in sight, resembling wilderness. "Forget about the pig's head. Let's drive past it," someone suggested. "With so many of us, what is there to fear?" The van continued to advance. Yet as it drew nearer to the grotesque pig's head, the tension among the occupants escalated. With the proximity, the illumination allowed them to discern the horrific scene behind the head, a vast expanse of blood, the ground in disarray, littered with countless chunks of flesh. The eerie cries emanated from the roadside ditch, resonating with an unsettling chill. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the left, moving with the swiftness of a specter, vanishing in an instant. What was that? Although everyone had witnessed the shadow, none could ascertain its form. "Shut the windows. Accelerate. This place feels cursed." I care not what foul creature dares approach. I shall shoot it dead. The atmosphere within the vehicle thickened with unease. Then, a sharp crack sounded as the vehicle jolted. The left front headlight mysteriously shattered. The occupants, now on high alert, drew their firearms. In a flash, another silhouette darted past the front of the car. This time, someone recognized it as a black weasel. A thud echoed as something leapt onto the roof, compelling everyone to glance upward. A piercing sound erupted, akin to a blade scraping against the car's top. Finally, unable to contain their fear, someone fired a shot at the ceiling. The bullet seemed to find its mark, as the creature leapt down from the roof. Let us depart swiftly. At that moment, someone noticed countless shadows flitting outside the window, as if they were being encircled. The driver pressed the accelerator with fervor, yet the van's capabilities were limited. Coupled with the treacherous road conditions, the vehicle jolted violently before plunging headlong into a ditch. Extracting it thereafter proved to be no simple task. How could you drive like that? Someone erupted in anger. One headlight is broken, and the road is so difficult. What do you expect me to do? The driver retorted defiantly. Quickly, two of you get out and assess the situation. Though the words were spoken, none were eager to exit the vehicle. Just then, with a resounding crash, the remaining headlight shattered, plunging the surroundings into darkness and amplifying the atmosphere of dread. In this dire scenario, no one wished to leave the safety of the car. Yet, at that moment, one of the side windows suddenly shattered, and a long, vine-like appendage slithered inside. In a horrifying instant, the unfortunate soul chosen was yanked away, their anguished screams piercing the silence of the night. The remaining occupants of the vehicle were paralyzed with terror. One individual, in a fit of panic, fired shots toward the shattered window. Fear had stripped them of their rationality. In an instant, everyone abandoned the vehicle, seizing the opportunity offered by the moonlight to navigate the path ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Any movement was met with a barrage of gunfire, regardless of whether they hit their target. When a companion was brought down, emitting a cry of despair, none paused to offer assistance. Those still alive lamented their lack of wings, wishing they could take flight from this nightmare. Perhaps it was the sacrifice of a comrade that served as sustenance for the creature, allowing three of them to stumble forth in their desperate escape. They were uncertain of the direction they should take. Nevertheless, a singular thought propelled them forward, to escape this cursed place at all costs. A vehicle. There was a vehicle ahead. Upon catching sight of the two beams of light, the trio felt a glimmer of hope and rushed towards it. Inside the car, Tianmi was recounting her encounter with the meteorite to her companions when the driver suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is approaching us." At such a late hour and in such a desolate location, how could anyone be out here? Though puzzled, the driver reduced the speed and eventually came to a halt. The three individuals blocking the road leaned against the engine hood, gasping for breath. One of them pleaded, "Open the door. A monster is chasing us." Monster? Both the driver and Tianmi's companions were taken aback. Chapter 32. Revived again, driven by the instinct to aid their fellow humans, the car door swung open. But to their dismay, three nefarious individuals entered instead. Before they could exchange more than a few words, the driver and the man in the passenger seat found themselves at gunpoint. Bai Shui, Tianmi, and old Lu were paralyzed with fear. "Turn the car around and leave this place," the man with the yellow hair bellowed, menacingly threatening the driver. "Let us discuss this civilly. We were kind enough to offer you a ride, and you can't treat us like this," the driver attempted to reason. However, the man with the yellow hair fired his weapon without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, splattering blood across the steering wheel and dashboard. The man in the passenger seat, witnessing his companion's murder, immediately fought back, only to be met with a merciless bullet. In a mere 10 seconds, the three who had sought refuge had claimed the lives of two. The remaining Bai Shui, Tianmi, and Lu Lao were all rendered speechless, as if turned to stone. Good individuals can scarcely fathom the depths of depravity to which villains can sink. Their well-intentioned offer for the three to board the vehicle had culminated in such a dire outcome. Two lifeless bodies were unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. The driver's seat was reassigned, and the yellow-haired man redirected the pickup truck back along the path they had come. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With the ominous barrel of a gun trained upon them, Bai Shui, Tianmi, and Lu Lao dared not utter a word. In their eyes, these three were indeed desperate fugitives. Under the yellow-haired man's erratic control, the pickup truck surged forward like a mad beast. Perhaps due to impatience or a lack of skill, the vehicle careened into a ditch while navigating a turn, ultimately overturning entirely. "What a piece of junk this is!" The yellow-haired man cursed vehemently. One by one, the others scrambled from the vehicle, but Lu Lao, due to his advanced age, succumbed to unconsciousness from the impact. "Get up, old man," one of the men barked, aiming his gun at Lu Lao's forehead. Their intention to keep Bai Shui and the others alive was to use them as bait to distract a monstrous foe at a critical moment. "My grandfather is injured," Bai Shui pleaded. Perhaps fortune had not entirely abandoned them, for at that moment, another vehicle approached from the distance. The attention of the three was immediately diverted, and they resorted to the same tactic, positioning themselves on the road to intercept. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, revealing itself to be a sleek black Mercedes off-road vehicle. What a superior machine! It would undoubtedly navigate this terrain with ease. A sense of delight surged within the three, and when they discovered that the driver was merely a youthful lad, they nearly erupted with laughter. In this scenario, they were devoid of any inclination to ponder how a mere child could be driving. Their sole desire was to escape this cursed place swiftly. As the car window gradually descended, the voice of the youth emerged. "Roadblock?" "Correct." The blond man raised his arm, poised to aim his firearm at the boy's head. With a soft pop, the man's hand, clutching the gun, fell to the ground. The abruptness of this turn of events rendered the blond man kneeling, blood gushing from the severed limb. "Ah, my hand, my hand." Chen Tian opened the car door and stepped out. The two companions were paralyzed with fear. It was not that they were unwilling to fire, but their weapons were devoid of ammunition. How exasperating. With a casual gesture, Chen Tian made the kneeling, wailing blond man vanish from his companion's sight. "You are truly remarkable. In the dead of night, you dare to rob in such a place. Did you anticipate my arrival?" Chen Tian directed his gaze towards the two stunned individuals. Their plight was indeed unfortunate, still reeling from the terror of the beast, only to encounter another monstrosity. "I would like to inquire, how far is it to Mentugu?" Chen Tian questioned once more. The two fools remained silent. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when they turned and fled. Whoosh! Chen Tian's speed was astonishing. In almost an instant, he reached the two men, gripping the napes of their necks, and forcefully pressed their upper bodies into the ground. Having effortlessly subdued the trio, Chen Tian collected the firearms they had dropped, only to discover that they were all devoid of bullets. A gun devoid of bullets bears no distinction from scrap metal. Chen Tian surveyed his surroundings, seeking any potential accomplices, only to discover a flipped pickup truck nearby. "Is it you?" Bai Shui exclaimed, her eyes widening upon spotting the approaching Chen Tian. "What are you doing here?" Chen Tian was equally taken aback. After parting ways just earlier that day, he did not anticipate encountering her again that night. "My grandfather has been injured. 3 villains have killed 2 of our companions." Bai Shui hurriedly recounted their ordeal. "You certainly have had a stroke of misfortune," Chen Tian replied with a faint smile. Since they were not allies of the 3 assailants, he intended to take his leave. "Wait, could you lend us a hand?" Bai Shui urgently called out to him. "I cannot assist, and we are not well acquainted," Chen Tian decisively declined. "Hold on," Bai Shui called again. "You should be aware of my temper." She recoiled slightly, still feeling the pain from where the young man had struck her. However, she found herself in a dire situation, in this remote wilderness. With the emergency call failing to connect, her only option was to implore Chen Tian for help. "I know something that might pique your interest." Bai Shui suddenly recalled the tale shared by Jia Yuding and adopted her line of reasoning. "Pray tell." Chen Tian's eyes narrowed inquisitively. "We are here to search for meteors." "The meteor that Tian Mi discovered was found not far from this location," Bai Shui quickly explained. This indeed sparked Chen Tian's curiosity. He glanced at the visibly shaken Tian Mi, who dared not meet his gaze. "You are quite audacious. Knowing that meteors attract gene worms, you still dared to come. We are well prepared. There are specialized protective suits in the vehicle." Chen Tian smiled calmly. "Do you think the only danger lies with the gene worms?" Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Have you forgotten about the mutated dogs?" Chen Tian reminded her. How could Bai Shui forget? She estimated she would never be able to erase that memory from her mind. The impact of meteorite energy would likely give rise to many creatures akin to the mutated dogs. "How many could your protective suits defend against?" Chen Tian inquired further. Bai Shui stood frozen, realizing that they could not even handle one such mutated dog. Let alone if several appeared, they would surely be doomed. At that moment, Bai Shui suddenly recalled the words of the trio with yellow hair, who spoke of encountering monsters. Could the monsters they referred to be these mutated creatures? The thought sent chills down her spine. Upon reflection, they had survived thus far, and they owed their lives to that trio with yellow hair. Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the air. Chen Tian's brow furrowed. This familiar sensation. It couldn't be mistaken. Mutated beasts, or perhaps referred to as walking beasts, were approaching, and in considerable numbers. Excitement ignited in Qintian's eyes. Chapter 033. This young man is too reckless. The strange roars of the beast filled Bai Shui and Tianmi with unease. Qintian abruptly commanded, "Get the people on board, and follow me." Bai Shui bent down, attempting to carry her unconscious grandfather, nearly toppling over in the process. Even with Tianmi assisting, their combined efforts to lift Lu Lao were shaky and unsteady. "Give it to me." Chun Tian approached as if lifting a mere chick, effortlessly raising the elderly Lu, who could only be moved with the combined strength of two. Observing her grandfather being unceremoniously hoisted by the youth, Bai Shui felt an urge to voice a warning, but ultimately restrained herself, fearing that a moment of displeasure might lead Qintian to carelessly discard her grandfather. Following Qintian, Bai Shui and Tianmi finally reached the grand off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. As the rear door swung open, Tian unceremoniously tossed the elderly man inside, then commanded the two women with an irrefutable tone, "Get in." Both Bai Shui and Tianmi squeezed into the back seat, instinctively distancing themselves from Qintian. "Don't come out." With that, Qintian slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. The two women exchanged glances, uncertain of the youth's intentions. At that moment, the peculiar roar of a beast grew increasingly closer, sending shivers down the spines of the two women inside the vehicle. Bai Shui's expression darkened, not solely due to her grandfather's unconscious state, but because she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the mutated creatures. Through the window, illuminated by the vehicle's headlights in the moonlight, they could see Qintian standing silently outside. "Why are we leaving?" Tianmi anxiously inquired. This was a question that Bai Shui also pondered. Knowing full well the dreadfulness of such mutated beasts, why was the youth lingering? Even more perplexing was his decision to remain outside, as if waiting to offer himself as a meal to the monster. Just then, a monstrous roar erupted nearby, startling Tianmi into grabbing Bai Shui's shirt in panic. At this moment, Bai Shui's expression was one of sheer terror as her gaze pierced through the car window, revealing a figure sprawled on the ground. It was a mutated beast. Although indistinct, she could be absolutely certain, for the creature's movements were exceedingly bizarre. In mere moments, the silhouette of the monster loomed ahead of the vehicle. This time, it was unmistakable. It was a beast, its body marred with blood, and its eyes aglow with a sinister red light. From its remaining features, it appeared to have once been a goat. With a horrifying gaping maw resembling a grotesque flower, the creature elicited an even deeper dread. Bai Shui and Tianmi clung tightly to one another, their overwhelming fear rendering them utterly silent. Indeed, there were quite a few of them. Just then, the brash voice of the youth pierced the tension. The two women's eyes fell upon him through the windshield. At that moment, the young man stood proudly with a blade in hand, exuding an air of defiance. Although his expression was obscured, the excitement in his voice suggested a fervor for the impending confrontation. Heavens! A rational person would instinctively flee from such a dire situation. Yet this young man seemed to willingly advance toward danger. Surely, he did not believe he could contend with multiple mutated beasts at once? Suddenly, the chaos outside erupted. The mutated goat lunged ferociously at Qintian, closely followed by two others. In a flash, Bai Shui and Tianmi could not discern the clash, only the aftermath. The head of the mutated goat soared away, blood splattering against the windshield in a crimson spray. With swift precision, Qintian dispatched two more strikes, each one lethal. In a mere moment, the three mutated beasts were swiftly vanquished. At that moment, Bai Shui and Tianmi gazed through the crimson windshield, catching a glimpse of the young man's profile. What kind of expression adorned his face? It resembled the exuberance of someone who had just struck a grand prize. His lips curled into a defiant grin, while the curved blade in his hands dripped incessantly with blood. Had he resolved it? Bai Shui's mind was clouded with confusion. She had not anticipated such an effortless outcome. Yet, reality was far from this notion. As a distant sound akin to a stampede of beasts echoed ominously. Whoosh! The young man, who had just stood before the vehicle, vanished abruptly. Subsequently, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the rear. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The twin blades in Qintian's grasp transformed into harbingers of death, each stroke claiming the life of a mutated beast. The relentless surge of these creatures had escalated beyond mere numbers. One after another, the mutated beast charged forward, undeterred even as moths drawn to a flame. In a short span, the ground surrounding Qintian was littered with the carcasses of various mutated beasts. Are we destined to perish here? Tianmi was reduced to tears from fear. Illuminated by the light, She discerned the unending wave of mutated beasts approaching, each more grotesque than the last. No, he is formidable. Bai Shui uttered these words, not so much to console Tianmi as to reassure herself. The current reality was that the two could not see Qin Tian's figure at all. Instead, the mutated beasts encircling the vehicle were all too visible. Embracing a sense of reckless hope, the two believed they would find safety within the confines of the vehicle. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated, causing the entire SUV to tremble violently. "Ah!" Tianmi cried out in despair. Bang! Another impact followed, this time shaking the vehicle even more violently, as the door nearest to Bai Shui was forcibly dented. "Ah!" Bai Shui, too, found herself startled into a scream. The situation was dire. Mutated beasts had commenced their assault on the SUV. Thud! A muted sound echoed, as if a beast had leapt onto the roof of the car. The oppressive sensation above them filled both Bai Shui and Tianmi with a profound dread, nearly suffocating them. Thud! Another dull thump resounded, and to their horror, a mutated beast landed atop the engine hood, its crimson eyes piercing through the windshield, locking onto the occupants within. Crack! Before Bai Shui and Tianmi could react, the beast struck with a claw, shattering the windshield into fragments. The creature emitted a ghastly screech, its head splitting open to reveal a grotesque array of teeth. In that moment, both Bai Shui and Tianmi were paralyzed by terror, their screams forgotten as they felt certain they would be devoured by this monstrous entity. Just then, as the beast attempted to invade, it was abruptly pierced through the skull by a surgical knife. Following that, Qin Tian's figure re-emerged before the car, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens. Little did they know, the moment Bai Shui and Tianmi laid eyes on Qin Tian, their hearts surged with exhilaration. As long as the youth remained alive, there was still hope. What ensued was a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The youth resembled an invincible deity, relentlessly tearing apart the bodies of the mutated beast with each strike. Is this truly the realm of reality? Chapter 034. This harvest ignites passion. It is uncertain how much time has passed when the car door was suddenly flung open. In the back seat, Bai Shui and Tianmi huddled together, both shivering in unison, nearly letting out a cry. Fortunately, it was not a mutated beast that entered, but Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian's appearance was rather fearsome, drenched in blood from head to toe. "Are you all right?" After a lengthy pause, Bai Shui managed to utter these words. Perhaps due to her profession, she possessed a greater courage than Tianmi. Qin Tian merely cast a casual glance at the two women, causing them to instinctively retract their necks. Having just endured a brutal slaughter, despite his calm demeanor, Qin Tian exuded an aura of terror. The two women fell silent as Qin Tian sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought. These mutated beasts were extraordinarily abnormal. Conventionally, the fusion period of gene worms requires approximately 3 days. Yet, those recently slain beasts had evidently completed their fusion ahead of schedule. Why had they advanced so swiftly? After much contemplation, only one possibility emerged. The hatching gene worms had absorbed a sufficient amount of evolutionary energy. This raised another question. From whence did this evolutionary energy originate? It could only be from fallen energy meteorites. The piece of energy meteorite previously absorbed by Qin Tian was quite small, insufficient to yield such a multitude of mutated beasts. Thus, it was certain that other energy meteorites existed in the vicinity. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter, rather innocuous at first, transformed into a catalyst for alarm as it reverberated through the air, nearly inciting a frenzy in the two women seated in the rear, Bai Shui and Tianmi. "Perhaps we should vacate this place?" Tianmi suggested timidly, her courage faltering. At that moment, she lamented her decision to partake in this expedition. It remained uncertain how long it would take for her shaken spirit to heal from this unsettling experience. "The meteorite you discovered was found in this vicinity, correct?" Qin Tian inquired suddenly. Tianmi nodded, anxious that Qin Tian would chastise her for her silence. She quickly added, "Yes. You come here and sit in front." Qin Tian commanded once more. Startled, Tianmi hesitated. She was reluctant to occupy the front seat, fearing the absence of a windshield would render her vulnerable should any monstrous creature lunge at them. Despite her myriad of reservations, a single glance from Qin Tian compelled her to comply and take her place up front. "Guide us to the location where you found the meteorite," Qin Tian instructed as he started the vehicle. Little did he know, his words not only alarmed Tianmi, but also took Bai Shui aback. It was no surprise. Having encountered myriad monstrous entities already, the prospect of reaching the meteorite's location promised the potential for even more terrifying encounters. that was not even the crux of their concern. What if those dreadful parasites were to invade? They had no desire to become hosts. We ought to leave this place. Who knows what dreadful beasts lie ahead? Bai Shui urged, her voice firm yet anxious. If you do not wish to proceed, you may exit the vehicle now, Qin Tian replied coldly. In an instant, Bai Shui was rendered speechless. They were far too intimidated to consider leaving the car. Staying in the vehicle instilled a profound sense of dread, should they step outside. The surrounding darkness might very well conceal a monstrous creature ready to devour them whole. The off-road vehicle rolled over the carcass of a beast as it pressed onward. Not long into their journey, they encountered another mutated creature. This time, Qin Tian chose not to exit the vehicle. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, charging directly at the obstructing beast. Should any creature leap onto the hood, he was prepared to dispatch it with his throwing knife. The thrill of such encounters was exhilarating, and the incessant screams of Tianmi in the passenger seat did little to quell the tension. The SUV swayed as it advanced, and given the night's obscurity, Qin Tian was cautious not to drive too swiftly, wary of veering into a ditch and wasting precious time. Now aware of the presence of other energy meteorites in the vicinity, he was determined to secure them. It must be said, this expedition was indeed fortuitous. Just right here, Tianmi suddenly exclaimed. They had arrived at the site of the meteorite discovery. A mere glance sufficed for Qin Tian to ascertain that no energy meteorites lay in this area. Typically, energy meteorites do not descend upon a singular location. From Qin Tian's recollections, the vast majority plummet into the ocean. To find even a single energy meteorite on land was a stroke of luck, and now, he hoped to uncover even more. Judging by the number of mutated beasts he had just vanquished, it was evident that either a considerable quantity or a significant size of energy meteorites remained. Otherwise, such a situation would be improbable. We've already passed through. As Qin Tian continued to drive forward, Tianmi interjected. At this moment, the obstructing mutated creature was no longer in sight, and the tense atmosphere finally experienced a fleeting respite. As fate would have it, at that moment, Tianmi, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly burst into tears, evoking a sense of being abducted by human traffickers to the depths of the mountains. Although the earlier scream had gone unheeded, deemed a natural reaction, her sobs stirred a sense of agitation within him. With a look of grievance, Tianmi bit her lip, her tears cascading down, yet she dared not utter another sound. Suddenly, with a sharp break, Qin Tian turned to gaze in her direction. Startled, Tianmi shivered, fearing his anger, and quickly exclaimed, I'm not crying. Such blatant denial was absurd. Could the liquid streaming from her eyes be anything other than tears? In truth, she had misjudged the situation. Qin Tian was not looking at her, but rather peering through the glass into the darkness beyond. To his astonishment, a flicker of red light shone ahead. He had found it. His gaze ignited with fervor as he turned the steering wheel towards that radiant beacon. However, just then, a piercing howl echoed through the night. There was no need for inquiry. It was undoubtedly a cry from a mutated beast. Yet, rather than feeling fear, Qin Tian was filled with an insatiable desire to charge forward, his eyes ablaze with determination. The off-road vehicle jolted violently. From her vantage point in the passenger seat, Tianmi had the clearest view of the gruesome scene unfolding on the road ahead. Scattered across the path were the carcasses of various animals, some decapitated, others reduced to mere limbs, while some were entirely eviscerated. The sight was gruesomely vivid. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Otherwise, such a plethora of mutated beasts could not have perished in this locale. Once more, the ominous howl resonated, laden with a warning. Qin Tian's lips curled into a slight arc. What a pity it is that you encountered me. Otherwise, the future would likely have seen the rise of a formidable mutated beast. At that moment, Tianmi and Bai Shui were horrified to witness a colossal creature suddenly appear directly in front of the vehicle. That, Tianmi stammered, rendered speechless. They had seen it. Qin Tian abruptly halted, bringing the off-road vehicle to a stop. Ahead, at a distance of several dozen meters, stood a mutated bull, towering over 3 meters, poised to charge. The nearby deceased mutated beasts had all fallen victim to this very bull, which sought to monopolize the energy meteorite. Chapter 035, New Ability, Mental Perception. Opening the car door, Qin Tian stepped out. This time, he did not take the 2 machetes with him, as their blades had been rendered useless from continuous use. Unarmed, he strode confidently towards the mutated bull. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Inside the vehicle, Tianmi and Bai Shui could clearly discern that this newly emerged mutated bull was in a league of its own, far surpassing the previously encountered beasts. The ensuing battle would likely determine their fates. Tianmi quickly moved to the back. Bai Shui suddenly exclaimed. Tianmi, realizing the urgency, scrambled to the rear seat. He didn't take a weapon. Tianmi noticed the two machetes left behind in the vehicle, panic setting in. Without a weapon, how could they possibly fight? Shoo, keep quiet. Perhaps he has a plan of his own. Bai Shui signaled for silence. The two could do nothing but silently pray for Qin Tian's success. I never anticipated that the mutated beast could be so colossal. The ensuing battle is likely to be extraordinarily intense. Bai Shui and Tianmi, both on high alert, are prepared to witness this fierce clash between species firsthand. With a thunderous roar, the mutated bull charges toward Qin Tian. This is its territory, and it will not permit any creature to approach. The ground trembles as the mutated bull gallops forward, its skin gleaming with a metallic sheen under the glow of the headlights, resembling a layer of armor. Qin Tian remains unhurried as he strides forward, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming bull. The distance between them diminishes rapidly 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The bull's formidable tusks come into sharp focus. As the gap narrows to 1 meter, the enormous bull opens its maw, intent on swallowing the youth whole. In that moment, Qin Tian springs into action. With a swift dash, he delivers a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the bull's massive head is sent flying, vanishing into the shadows. Its colossal body, propelled by inertia, continues to slide forward until it halts before the all-terrain vehicle. Bai Shui and Tianmi stand frozen, utterly bewildered. What just transpired? How did the bull's head disappear? A torrent of blood sprays through the shattered windshield, drenching even those seated in the rear. The metallic scent of blood serves as a stark reminder to the astonished women that this is no mere illusion. The anticipated fierce battle never unfolded. The formidable mutated bull was effortlessly dispatched by the bare-handed youth. Until Lu Lao beside them stirred slightly, the gazes of the two women regained their focus. Grandfather, Bai Shui exclaimed, looking at her awakened grandfather. Lu Lao was roused from his slumber by the blood that drenched him. His memories were still clouded by the events of being kidnapped by 3 villains. Although he was awake now, his mind remained somewhat hazy. Where are we? Lu Lao asked, a bit confused. Is this blood? Lu Lao finally discerned the substance covering him, which startled him greatly. Grandfather, we were attacked by mutated beasts. Bai Shui hurriedly explained. Mutated beasts? Lu Lao was momentarily taken aback. Then he noticed the colossal creature looming before the vehicle. My God, what kind of monster is that? While the three were engaged in discussion, Qin Tian had already approached a massive meteorite. The energy meteorite before him was deeply embedded in the soil, with the exposed portion towering over 5 meters high. Staring at this gigantic energy meteorite, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming urge to shout in excitement. What transformation could such a colossal energy meteorite bring him? No wonder so many mutated beasts had emerged prematurely. It seemed that his arrival was indeed fortuitous. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Qin Tian extended his hand, gently pressing his palm against the surface of the meteorite. The residual evolutionary energy within might just aid him in awakening his unique energy. Awakening unique energy signified the true emergence of an awakened one. Thanks to the presence of that mutated bull, the other mutated beasts in the vicinity had been eradicated, sparing Qin Tian the trouble of clearing them out. It is also due to the presence of this energy meteorite that the nearby genetic hail has been able to hatch prematurely, with the genetic insects already having found their respective hosts. Once assured that they would not be disturbed, Qin Tian began to absorb the energy of the meteorite. The 3 individuals inside the vehicle were oblivious to the situation outside and dared not exit the car, enduring an agonizing wait of nearly 2 hours. Heaven knows how excruciating those 2 hours were for them. Previously, they felt fear when Qin Tian was near. Now that he was absent, their trepidation only intensified. The silence outside was unnerving. Could it be that he had already departed? Bai Shui expressed her concerns. Tianmi gasped in shock. They were not capable of multitasking like the young man, driving while combating mutated beasts. The scene was utterly terrifying. The fate of humanity was indeed worrisome. And one could only wonder if other places were experiencing similar circumstances. Professor Lu muttered to himself, donning a demeanor of melancholy and compassion for the world. Suddenly, amidst their collective anxiety, a resounding crash of collapsing rocks echoed through the still night. In this perilous environment, such a sound was truly alarming. The three in the vehicle instinctively fell silent, their bodies tense and minds sharply focused. Abruptly, a hand emerged from the darkness, yanking open the car door. The two women nearly screamed, but upon recognizing Chintian, they breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chintian had discarded his outer coat, revealing only a blue tank top, with wisps of white smoke emanating from his exposed arms. What happened to you? Bai Shui inquired nervously, her gaze fixed on Chintian's smoky limbs. She was filled with concern. Could it be that this youth had also undergone mutation? I am perfectly well, Chintian declared, a smile playing on his lips, revealing his genuine delight. The colossal energy meteorite had been thoroughly absorbed and refined by him, although he had not directly awakened a unique energy. The surprises it brought were monumental. The genetic energy of the metallic essence within him was not only completely assimilated but also harmoniously fused with the energy of ferocity, resulting in an astonishing multiplication of his physical strength. His defensive capabilities soared to an extraordinary level. The enhancement of his mental energy was equally remarkable. He had even awakened a new ability, spiritual perception, on top of his existing exploratory prowess. Within a 50-meter radius, Chintian could perceive everything with this newfound spiritual insight, rendering darkness and blind spots irrelevant. Chapter 036. Such an imposing child. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Chintian. It was evident that the young man's mood was exceptionally buoyant. Otherwise, the smile gracing his face would not appear so effortless. Awake? Chintian inquired, glancing at the elderly Lu seated in the back. Lu nodded, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he asked, Young man, why is there white vapor emanating from you? Are you planning to leave us behind? Bai Shui's voice trembled. Chintian's smile widened. I intended to treat you to some barbecued meat. If you prefer not to, you may simply remain in the vehicle. Due to his recent elevation in physical prowess, Chintian was in urgent need of sustenance. No food could possibly compare to the lifeless mutated cow before him. The flesh of evolved beasts harbored a certain energy conducive to enhancing one's constitution. In a post-apocalyptic world, the flesh of evolved beasts is indeed a coveted commodity. While the 3 individuals in the vehicle remained somewhat reserved, Chintian had already begun gathering kindling and igniting a fire. As night deepened, Bai Shui, mustering her courage, assisted her grandfather in descending from the vehicle. Naturally, the meat of evolved beasts is delectable, although the internal organs are not fit for consumption. It was rare to see Chintian in such high spirits. When shall we depart from this place? Bai Shui inquired once more. Unlike the others who were engulfed in fear and uncertainty, he felt quite optimistic about their surroundings. Although he knew it was improbable, what if they stumbled upon another energy meteorite? As for the evolved beasts that roamed nearby, Chintian dismissed them entirely. Will the sin of blood not attract the evolved beasts? Seizing the opportunity of his good mood, Bai Shui pressed the question. Indeed, the sin of blood does attract them. However, there are no evolved beasts in this vicinity, Chintian replied nonchalantly. The fire crackled before them, and the mutated beef sizzling above soon emitted an irresistible aroma. Gurgle. Under the allure of this fragrance, both Bai Shui and her grandfather found their stomachs growling. Tian Mi also descended from the vehicle, drawn by the enticing scent. Do mutated beasts engage in battles among themselves? Lu Lao inquired curiously at this juncture. Gaining insights into the behaviors of these creatures could prove invaluable in the future. Certainly. However, in times of hunger, the weaker ones become the prime targets for attack, Chintian remarked, as the roasted meat before them reached a delectable state, ready for consumption. The sense of repulsion within the hearts of Bai Shui and her companions rendered them reluctant to consume the flesh of the mutated beasts. Thus, they gathered around the campfire, merely observing in silence. After finishing his meal, Chintian filled the trunk of his vehicle with as much mutant cow meat as it could possibly hold, ensuring a supply for future consumption. This off-road vehicle, pristine upon arrival, now bore the scars of countless battles. As the vehicle continued its journey, it became evident that no energy meteors were to be found. Upon entering the city, the vehicle came to a gradual halt. You may disembark here, Chintian announced. Gazing at the illuminated streetlights and passing cars, Bai Shui and her companions felt a surreal sense of detachment, relieved that no large-scale mutated beasts roamed this area. Just before stepping out, Bai Shui abruptly inquired, will mutated beasts appear here in the future? You have 3 days to prepare. Best of luck to you, Chintian replied. Before accelerating away, Bai Shui stood there, stunned, watching the off-road vehicle vanish from her sight. What did his words mean? 3 days? What would transpire after 3 days? A wave of intense unease surged within her. As Chun Tian drove away, he found a secluded spot to wash the off-road vehicle. It was nighttime, and there was little concern. However, during the day, driving a vehicle stained with blood would attract unwanted attention. He had no intention of repairing the shattered windshield, as it would waste time, and in this post-apocalyptic world, abandoned cars were plentiful. As dawn broke, the hunger crisis that had erupted the previous evening had not yet fully subsided. Numerous messages circulated online, inciting widespread anxiety among the populace. Early in the morning, numerous individuals lined up outside various supermarkets, eager to procure foodstuffs. Prices, propelled by the intentions of some, continued to escalate. Rather than venture into the crowded supermarkets, Chun Tian opted for a shopping mall to acquire shoes and clothing. The apparel was relatively straightforward, but the shoes proved to be quite burdensome. The pair he was wearing, recently purchased, had already begun to come apart at the seams. Without the awakening of a unique energy, shoes remained mere consumables. Chun Tian resolved to acquire several pairs this time. The mall boasted an array of renowned brands of athletic shoes and activewear. How do these shoes fit? If they are uncomfortable, we have other sizes available, remarked the salesperson, who did not exhibit any condescension towards Chun Tian despite his youth. Today, as children often possess more pocket money than adults. How many pairs of this size do you have in stock? Chun Tian's question momentarily bewildered the salesperson. Are you not fond of this style? No worries. I have plenty of trendy options here, she replied. Chun Tian confidently stated, bring me all the athletic shoes in this size. I shall take them all. The salesperson was taken aback. Chun Tian proceeded to purchase several additional items, including a mobile phone charging cable, a power bank, a barbecue grill, and a tent. At this moment, he couldn't help but muse on the convenience of possessing an infinite space. After this shopping excursion, even the capacity of his SUV seemed somewhat insufficient. Suddenly, as he closed the car door, Chun Tian sensed someone lurking in the shadows, watching him. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to test his mental perception. Buzz. An invisible wave of psychic energy radiated outward in all directions. The scenery within a 50-meter radius unfolded in Chun Tian's mind. Concealed behind a stone pillar, 3 individuals scrutinized the colorful printed paper in their hands, which bore the likeness of a young boy. It was indeed him, without a doubt. Their leader had declared that this boy was particularly troublesome, instructing them to leave no survivors and to eliminate him outright, adhering to their established protocol. As the trio whispered amongst themselves, they each drew their handguns. However, to their bewilderment, they soon realized their target had vanished. Are you looking for me? A sudden, unfamiliar voice resonated behind them. They spun around abruptly, only to find the very boy they were meant to assassinate gazing at them with an intrigued expression. Being professional assassins, they immediately raised their weapons, poised to fire. Yet alas, from the moment Chun Tian became aware of their presence, they were deprived of any opportunity to pull the trigger. Chapter 037. Decisive action without superfluous words. Crack, crack, crack. Before the trio could even lift their firearms, their arms were severed. Chun Tian swiftly seized the colorful printed paper that was almost destined to fall to the ground, examining the text with a contemplative gaze. The printed image was a screenshot from surveillance footage, and Chun Tian deduced that it depicted a scene from the night entertainment club where he had previously been. This implied that those intending to harm him had ties to this establishment. Chun Tian's thoughts drifted to the deceased leopard brother and the once vibrant Hongjia, now a mere shell of her former self. Could it be that someone sought vengeance on their behalf? Before him stood 3 assassins, quick to react despite having a broken arm. They rolled forward, attempting to distance themselves from Chun Tian. Retreat, one of them shouted. Subsequently, the trio dashed in 3 different directions. Amused, Chun Tian observed their futile attempts to escape. Could he allow them to flee? Even if each were provided with a motorcycle, their escape would be utterly impossible. In an instant, Chun Tian vanished from sight, his speed so extraordinary that not even an afterimage remained. With a resounding crash, the 3 fleeing assassins were hurled to the ground. They stared wide-eyed, evidently bewildered by how they had been captured. Their leader had merely informed them to eliminate a youth, claiming he was extraordinarily formidable. It was now abundantly clear that their leader had grossly misrepresented the situation. Was this merely extraordinary? No, this was beyond human comprehension. Who sent you? Chun Tian inquired. One of the most menacing-looking men reached into his garment, producing a dagger, and lunged towards Chun Tian's abdomen. With a swift kick, Chun Tian retaliated. The unfortunate assassin was obliterated by the force of the blow, blood splattering across the faces of his two companions. I had just purchased these clothes and shoes, Chen Tian sighed in exasperation. The remaining two men were already paralyzed with fear. They had witnessed murder before, being practitioners of this very trade. However, witnessing a man being shattered by a single kick was a sight they had never encountered. It was both shocking and horrifying. In that moment, their worldviews collapsed. Who sent you to kill me? Chen Tian pressed further. It was our boss. One of them, now more astute, replied, eager to avoid a similar fate. Who is your boss? Chen Tian continued to inquire. Our leader is nicknamed Black Bear, and we affectionately refer to him as Brother Xiong. Why does this evoke yet another animal? Is it possible that our adversary truly operates a zoo? First it was Brother Leopard, then Lord Tiger, and now another black bear has emerged. Am I destined to become embroiled with these creatures? Why must I be eliminated? Although Chen Tian harbored some suspicions, he persisted in his questioning. Through his inquiries, he learned that this black bear commanded a group of assassins and served as an enforcer for Lord Tiger. The latter's younger brother and only son had both perished, prompting an unyielding desire to eradicate Chen Tian at any cost. Well then, since they have come knocking, it is best to resolve this matter expeditiously. At this very moment, in a clandestine location, a man in his 50s slammed his hand against the table in frustration. Did I not instruct you to send more operatives? Why have you only dispatched 3? He was none other than the infamous Lord Tiger. The news of his son being murdered at their own club had incensed him. The remaining surveillance footage, while failing to capture the act of murder directly, suggested that the perpetrator bore a striking resemblance to a youth. Lord Tiger, is 3 not sufficient? They are our most capable operatives, having successfully executed numerous assassination missions. A burly man with a dark complexion interjected. This man was Black Bear, whose heart was as black as his visage. The number of lives taken by his hand was certainly not fewer than a dozen. Lord Tiger, please temper your anger. Perhaps good news will arrive shortly, he added. A smile plastered across his face. He was confident that his 3 most trusted subordinates would not falter against a mere youth. Perhaps the young man is formidable. Yet can he truly rival the might of a firearm? Master Hu, Brother Xiong, we have a situation. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. What has happened? The surveillance footage revealed a youth driving one of our cars. What did you say? Before Chen Tian could bring the sedan to a halt, he sensed a gunman aiming at the vehicle. 47 individuals. Excellent. Let us eliminate them all. At this moment, his mental perception came into play. Even before exiting the car, Chen Tian was acutely aware of the assassin's concealed positions. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of deadly glints erupted from the open window. Thud, thud, thud. Each flying knife seemed to possess its own sight, swiftly dispatching the lurking threats around him. This showcased the formidable synergy between his perceptual abilities and his psychokinetic powers. Only 6 remain. A smile danced upon Chen Tian's lips as he stepped out of the vehicle. Watching this unfold on the surveillance feed, Master Hu and Brother Xiong were rendered speechless, frozen in disbelief. Although they could observe the external events through the monitors, the cameras could not capture the trajectory of the flying knives. They merely witnessed their operatives inexplicably pierced through the skull, as if struck down by a sniper lurking in the shadows. A sudden chill crept upon them from behind. You. Master Hu barely uttered a word before becoming a lifeless body. A flying knife had pierced through his throat. Not only him, but others in the room met the same fate. This time, Chen Tian was merciless, leaving not a single captive alive. Next came the time to gather his spoils. With the newfound ability of mental perception, finding items became remarkably convenient. Chen Tian swiftly discovered the concealed arms buried underground, along with the keys to a commanding white SUV parked outside. Thus, he returned triumphantly, fully laden, without interrupting his shopping spree. Moreover, he possessed a gene fusion insect that he felt was too precious to squander. Chen Tian resolved to cultivate a loyal evolutionary dog, ensuring that he would not feel solitary when the apocalypse arrived. A small black wolf dog had already been earmarked for him. In response to Chen Tian's inquiry about the price, the shopkeeper expressed a hint of regret. I will offer 10 times the price, declared Chen Tian. The shopkeeper assumed Chen Tian was jesting until he produced a stack of cash amounting to a staggering 10,000 yuan. A small, high-quality black wolf dog could typically be acquired for around 700 to 800. Chen Tian's generous offer left the shopkeeper utterly astonished. Exiting the pet store, Chen Tian gazed at the small black dog in his hands with anticipation. The black wolf dog was known for its loyalty and intelligence, though its ferocity could be seen as a drawback. However, in the context of an impending apocalypse, that very flaw might transform into a significant asset. Chapter 038. The little tyrant. At this moment, it was already afternoon. Beside a patch of greenery, a solitary white SUV stood parked, with less than 3 days remaining. One could only wonder if this little creature would prove useful once the apocalypse erupted. By the roadside, Chen Tian fixated on the small black dog at his feet. A lively pup barely a month old, robust in appearance, and specifically chosen by Chen Tian himself, perhaps due to the placement of its cage by the window. This little creature had previously absorbed a considerable amount of evolutionary energy, significantly enhancing its success rate in merging with genetic insects. The small black dog wagged its tail, sniffing around on the ground, appearing quite adorable. However, what Chen Tian desired was not mere cuteness. With a swift motion, he tossed a slice of mutated beef onto the grass before the little black dog. The moment it caught the scent, it hurried over, emitting increasingly enthusiastic sounds, as if the meat slice possessed an irresistible allure. Chen Tian crouched nearby, silently observing the black dog as it struggled to tear into the meat. Whether it was due to its tiny teeth lacking sharpness or the toughness of the meat, it gnawed for quite some time without managing to break off a piece. Nevertheless, the little black dog remained exuberant, its rear end raised high, and its tail wagging like a rattle. In exasperation, Chen Tian retrieved a small fruit knife from his person, intending to cut the meat into smaller chunks. Suddenly, the meat slice vanished from its mouth, prompting the black dog to bark in protest. "If you're rebellious, I'll turn you into dinner." As the dog bared its teeth at him, Chen Tian flicked its small head gently with his finger. Although he applied little force, the black dog let out a yelp. Yet, upon detecting the small morsel of meat presented to it, the barking ceased immediately. The piece, no larger than a fingernail, was swallowed whole, and its tiny nose eagerly sniffed at Chen Tian's palm. Chen Tian, holding the freshly cut morsels once more, watched as the little black dog, having spotted its target, devoured the pieces in one gulp, foregoing any need to chew. "Aren't you afraid of choking?" Although he spoke otherwise, Chen Tian did not cease his feeding of the little black dog. Who could have anticipated that this little demon exhibited such remarkable patience in the presence of a black canine? "If you eat any more, you shall burst." Observing the little black dog's already round belly, Chen Tian halted the feeding. He reached into his nearby backpack and retrieved the insulated cup containing the fusion gene worm. This peculiar gene worm, a blend of skeletal and dermal genes, was originally expelled from a little girl named Qin Mingming. At this moment, Chen Tian intended to employ this fusion gene worm on the little black dog. Alone, the black dog could not possibly overcome the parasitism of the gene worm. Hence, Chen Tian would assist from the side. The remaining energy jade pendants would also be utilized shortly. "Do not disappoint me." Chen Tian extracted the energy jade pendants from his backpack, totaling 15. These pendants were crafted from energy meteorites, and, although they contained evolutionary energy, it was exceedingly limited. Chen Tian regarded this meager energy with disdain, yet it was perfect for the little black dog, oblivious to the fate that awaited it. The little black dog continued to sniff around on the ground, seemingly eager to consume more meat. Chen Tian grasped the little black dog by the scruff of its neck and lifted it. Soon, one of the energy jade pendants hovered before him. "To spare you from pain later, it's best to let you sleep for a while." Chen Tian pressed the energy jade pendant against the little black dog's forehead. Merely this one pendant's energy was sufficient to send the little black dog into a deep slumber. To ensure utmost caution, Chen Tian consecutively employed 2 energy jade pendants, thereby guaranteeing that the little black dog would not awaken during the gene fusion process. With a swift motion, the knife previously utilized for slicing meat made a shallow incision on the hind leg of the little black dog. The subsequent moment was critical. The depletion of energy necessitated the urgent search for a new host, or else it would succumb to gradual demise. The little black dog before him became the prime candidate. In a swift motion, the fused gene worm burrowed into the wound on the dog's hind leg. At this juncture, Chen Tian had much to attend to. The energy jade pendants shattered one by one, their energy consumed, while the little black dog's body trembled violently. Chen Tian dared not relax for a moment. He needed to harness the energy to contain the gene worm, preventing it from encroaching upon the little black dog's brain. Time passed slowly, second by second. Finally, Chen Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, placing the little black dog gently on the lawn. It was over at last. Through Chen Tian's diligent efforts, the fused gene worm had completely integrated with the little black dog's body. Due to the dual influence of evolutionary energy and mental energy, the little black dog now transformed into an evolved beast, soon regained consciousness. Qin Tian crouched quietly, observing, curious whether this little creature would suddenly launch an attack on him. Woof. The little black dog, oblivious to its species transformation, lifted its head and wagged its tail in a friendly gesture towards Qin Tian. It seemed promising. Qin Tian smiled. From that moment onward, he gained a new companion by his side. Eat up. I know you are in urgent need of energy replenishment. Qin Tian once again produced a substantial piece of evolved beef for feeding. This time, the little black dog required no assistance from Qin Tian, swiftly tearing apart and devouring the large chunk of evolved beef with ease. Woof woof. The little black dog appeared still hungry, as if yearning for more. There was ample meat. It was merely a matter of how much it could consume. Qin Tian felt a surge of joy and directly unloaded more than 50 pounds of evolved beef from the vehicle, a size several times larger than the little black dog itself. I need to give you a name. Let me ponder. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian concluded, I shall call you Tyrant, for it sounds formidable. As dusk approached, outside a nearby grand marketplace, a woman pushing a baby stroller found herself embroiled in a quarrel with an aristocratic lady. The cause of the dispute stemmed from the aristocrat's white dog, which nearly lunged at the baby stroller. My bye-bye does not bite. What if it frightens our bye-bye? The aristocratic lady's demeanor was quite domineering. How can you be so reckless? The woman, thoroughly incensed, saw the enormous white dog poised to leap towards her. She could bear the risk of being bitten herself, but what if her child were harmed? With no other option, she suppressed her indignation and continued pushing the stroller. Behind her, the aristocratic lady's scornful voice echoed, what kind of person is this? Instead of properly watching over your child at home, you're out wandering aimlessly. After delivering her remarks, the aristocrat bent down to softly reassure her white dog, bye-bye. Be good, don't run around. There are many bad people outside. Little did she know, no sooner had she spoken than the white dog bolted from her arms, dashing towards the little black dog by the feet of a nearby youth. Chapter 039. Whose puppy is so fierce? Qin Tian strolled along the sidewalk, leading the little black dog by his side. Do not be deceived by the small stature of the little creature. It has indeed evolved into a formidable beast. Thus, Qin Tian opted for a robust dog leash to prevent the little one from running amok. However, before they could venture far, a large white dog suddenly charged towards them. Sinking its teeth into the little black dog, Qin Tian stood aside, motionless, wearing a bemused expression as if he were an audience to a spectacle. The white dog, clearly experienced in the art of tearing into smaller animals, began to paw at the little black dog while using its powerful jaws to shake its head violently. Initially, the little black dog mistook the encounter for play, feeling no pain from the bites. Yet, it soon realized that this was not a game, but rather a serious confrontation. How could it endure such indignity? Enraged, the little black dog refused to tarnish the majestic name of Tyrant. Its sharp claws suddenly extended. With a mere flick, it tore open the white dog's mouth. Seizing the opportunity amidst the white dog's howls, the little black dog lunged forward with the swiftness of a hunting leopard. A faint crack echoed as one of the white dog's bones shattered beneath its powerful bite. Then, the little black dog pressed its advantage, swiftly clamping down on the opponent's throat. The blood that gushed forth stained the white dog a deep crimson. At that moment, a lady of refinement, who had been ambling nearby, gasped in horror and rushed over, her ample form jiggling. My bye-bye? She cried, her expression one of utter despair, as though she had lost a child. Qin Tian yanked the leash in his hand, pulling the still furious little black dog back to his side. You wretched creature, how could you allow your dog to kill my beloved bye-bye? The noblewoman, overcome with rage, failed to consider how a mere pup, barely a month old, could possibly retaliate against her large white dog. Bang! Without wasting a moment, Qin Tian delivered a swift kick, sending the noblewoman tumbling to the ground, where she lay stunned, unable to rise for quite some time. That white dog deserved its fate. How dare it provoke his tyrant? Presuming that the smaller stature of the tyrant made him an easy target. Woof woof woof. The little black dog looked up at Qin Tian, barking as if to inquire, Master, am I not impressive? Qin Tian playfully kicked the little creature, retorting, You have much to learn. The recent scuffle had left the small black dog smeared with blood, prompting Qin Tian to lead it to a nearby ornamental pond, pointing at the water and commanding, Go. Wash yourself off. The little fellow initially thought Qin Tian was offering it a treat, wagging its tail and eagerly approaching. However, Chen Tian swiftly kicked it into the pond. The water was shallow, and during the summer, a fountain would erupt from within. As the little creature splashed into the water, it panicked momentarily, but soon found the cool sensation delightful, frolicking joyously in the pond. Chen Tian sighed, realizing that he must invest time in training this little creature. Otherwise, the dim-witted pup might not grasp his commands. Just as Chen Tian contemplated retrieving the little one from the water, a shrill voice pierced the air. There, don't let it escape. It was that noblewoman who had been knocked down by Chen Tian with a kick. Beside her was a man in his 50s, presumably her husband. The couple approached Chen Tian directly, likely intent on settling accounts. At that moment, Chen Tian's expression became somewhat peculiar, his gaze fixated intently on the man accompanying the noblewoman, his eyes gradually sharpening with intensity. The man, balding and wearing glasses, had rushed over upon hearing that the family's large white dog had been killed by another dog and that his wife had been assaulted. However, upon arriving, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood a mere 13-year-old child, accompanied by a dog that appeared rather small, which struck him as odd. It seemed that someone was backing her up. The noblewoman's fierce demeanor surged forth as she raised her hands to claw at Chen Tian's face. With a thud, Chen Tian retaliated with a powerful kick, unlike the earlier encounter. The force of his blow sent the noblewoman flying, her body rolling across the ground before coming to a halt. The balding man remained frozen in shock. Zhao Lade, never did I expect our meeting to unfold in such a manner. A smile, tinged with a hint of malice, curled at the corners of Chen Tian's lips. Zhao Lade was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young boy would recognize him. You. His voice faltered, trembling with a sudden chill that coursed through him. What's the matter? Don't you remember me? Chen Tian chuckled softly, reminding him, back at the orphanage. You certainly didn't wear such an expression. Zhao Lade, the head of a certain orphanage, presented himself as a philanthropist. Yet behind the fade lay deeds that stirred righteous indignation. Chen Tian was to be taken away by those individuals for the extraction of his heart. It was this scoundrel who had sold him. In his investigations in the future, he discovered that a staggering 67 children had been sold by Zhao Lade. And this number was merely what could be traced. The true extent of those unaccounted for remains shrouded in mystery. The corpulent woman who had been kicked away suddenly came to Chen Tian's mind. She was Zhao Lade's wife, a leader at the orphanage, and they colluded, using benevolence as bait to reap exorbitant profits. What an unexpected reunion this was. The smile at the corner of Chen Tian's mouth grew increasingly cold. Who could have anticipated that a person, once so elusive, would be encountered so casually on the street? Zhao Lade, still unable to recall who this youth was, realized that now was not the time for such thoughts. He could see that this young man had come to settle a score. With his wife's life hanging in the balance, he could only think of preserving his own skin. Someone, help. Zhao Lade turned to flee, shouting to attract the attention of passers-by. However, before he could finish his plea, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When Zhao Lade awoke again, he found himself sprawled on his own sofa, leaving him to wonder if he had merely been dreaming. Awake? The voice of the youth suddenly pierced the silence beside him. Why you? How did you get here? Zhao Lade exclaimed, nearly fainting once more upon recognizing the boy beside him. Quite impressive. You've done well for yourself over the years. Chen Tian remarked with a smile, noting the lavishness that adorned the home, a testament to Zhao Lade's ill-gotten gains. Finding this place was not difficult, given the information he had gathered from his adversary. Here lies the pinnacle of the towering edifice, the 15th floor. This level accommodates merely 2 households, both belonging to Zhao Lade. The removal of the intervening wall has rendered the space remarkably expansive. In addition, it boasts a vast balcony, adorned with an array of vibrant flora and some vegetables, which Chen Tian has observed. All of this now belongs to him. Chapter 040. 2 horned cones in the face of the litany of accusations presented by Chen Tian. Zhao Lade stubbornly refused to concede. You must be mistaken. I could never commit such acts. With a sharp motion, Chen Tian tossed an open photo album onto the coffee table, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked. The entrepreneur in this photograph is also known by the moniker Tiger Lord, is he not? Panic flickered across Zhao Lade's countenance. Curious about his fate? Chen Tian gestured towards the individual captured in the image. Zhao Lade, a coward at heart, began to divulge everything before Chen Tian had even resorted to torture. By now, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Chen Tian drove his off-road vehicle towards the processing plant indicated by Zhao Lade. According to Zhao Lade's revelations, that establishment was merely a fade, with the true business being human trafficking. It was precisely there that Chen Tian had been transported initially. After traversing for over an hour, they finally arrived at the processing plant. From the exterior, the gates were locked, and the interiors were shrouded in darkness, suggesting an absence of activity. Chen Tian halted the vehicle, summoned his mental acuity, and upon reopening his eyes, a smirk graced his lips. "Tyrant, remain in the car." With a swift leap, Chen Tian vaulted over the imposing iron gate, his agility akin to a gust of wind. Within the depths of the processing plant, not only were lights ablaze, but there were individuals gathered, engaged in a game of cards. There were 5 individuals in total, gathered around a table engaged in a game of mahjong, while one sat aside, engrossed in his mobile phone. Unbeknownst to them, a youth had entered the room. "Where are you planning to sell those inside?" Chen Tian's voice startled the 5. The first to react was the man on his phone. He momentarily froze before inquiring, "How did you get in here?" The 4 players paused their game, their gazes shifting from Chen Tian to the entrance. "No need to look. I am the only one here," Chen Tian replied with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. It was rather gratifying to personally settle a few scores before the apocalypse unfolded. "Damn it, don't let this kid escape. Get him along with the others." One of the men's eyes glinted with menace. At this juncture, 2 others had begun to close in from the sides. They were not intimidated by the mere teenager. Their concern lay in whether their location had been compromised, and if there were more outsiders lurking. "It's getting late. I shall not prolong your game." Chen Tian's words barely left his lips when he vanished from sight. The man who had moved to seize him was momentarily taken aback, only to hear a sharp crack as his neck twisted violently, his head turning unnaturally backward. Soon, similar sounds echoed in succession. All 5 met their demise in identical fashion. Without sparing a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn on the floor, Chen Tian advanced deeper into the room. In a corner, he noticed a small door, also locked. With a resounding kick, he forced the door open, and in the dim light, he observed a figure inside tremble in fear. Inside were 6 individuals, 3 adult women and 3 teenagers, all bound hand and foot, their mouths sealed with tape. The redness and swelling around their eyes suggested they had wept for an extended duration. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the ropes restraining them. "The people outside are dead. You must leave this place at once," Chen Tian declared before turning to depart. He paid no heed to how they would escape, for his curiosity led him to wander through the processing factory. He could not leave empty-handed and sought valuable items. He could utilize the machinery within to transform the 2 bull horns into weapons. Upon illuminating the factory, Chen Tian beheld the array of processing machines. The mutated bull he had slain possessed the most resilient parts, the 2 horns, which he had already removed for safekeeping, intending to use them as materials. Now, the moment had arrived. Woof, woof. The little black dog clearly wished to join him outside the confines of the vehicle. "Very well, let us go together." Chen Tian released the dog, unconcerned about the noise attracting any lingering foes, as the malevolent presence had been eradicated. In no time, the factory resonated with the sounds of cutting and grinding. It was not until 2 hours had passed that Chen Tian completed the transformation of the 2 horns. They now spiraled gracefully, resembling dark gray cones. Do not underestimate these horned cones. Their hardness rivals that of common metals. Under the right manipulation, they would undoubtedly exhibit formidable penetrating power. These 2 horned cones, impervious to electricity, can be utilized in certain exceptional circumstances. Their weight is significantly lighter than that of metals. And when their power is unleashed, ordinary mutated beasts stand no chance of resistance. Woof woof. The little black dog, sensing a familiar scent, barked at the horned cones in Chen Tian's hands. Chen Tian nudged the little black dog aside and resolved to test the power of these 2 horned cones. Under the manipulation of mental energy, the cones levitated before Chen Tian's chest. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the 2 cones shot out to the left and right with terrifying speed, striking the wall opposite him. The sound was reminiscent of bullets penetrating brick, as the 2 cones left behind 2 circular holes in the red brick wall. With this addition, it felt like possessing an extra trump card. Chen Tian, satisfied, stored them away. In the wake of the apocalypse, many mutated beasts possess bodies that can yield valuable materials. Some can be fashioned into weapons, others into armor, and some serve as essential components for evolution serums. Night had fallen. The vehicle continued to cruise at a normal speed. Suddenly, 2 small cars appeared side by side ahead, leisurely blocking all overtaking routes. Initially, Chen Tian paid little mind and simply honked the horn. To his surprise, not only did the other party fail to accelerate, but they also slammed on the brakes, nearly causing Chen Tian to collide with them. What was even more infuriating was that the two cars, side by side, simultaneously decelerated. Although Chen Tian was not in a rush, he could not tolerate such treatment. The white SUV, with its considerable weight, only needed a gentle press of the accelerator to push the two cars ahead aside. However, Chen Tian was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. It was a pity to damage the recently acquired white SUV. He had a more ingenious plan in mind. At this moment, the two sedans ahead remained blissfully unaware of the impending confrontation. The drivers, engaged in conversation through their vehicle's Bluetooth, were oblivious to the looming danger. "Look at that fool behind us. He is about to lose his composure. Once he rear-ends us, we can extort him handsomely." As they continued their banter, one of them noticed the rear window of the white SUV descending. The ensuing scene nearly caused the driver to veer into the median strip. Chapter 041. The villains require ruthless adversaries. As the window rolled down, a hand emerged. This in itself posed no issue, however. The problem lay in the fact that this hand gripped a firearm. "No way, this can't be real," the man muttered under his breath, just as a gunshot shattered his rearview mirror. What on earth is happening? Overcome with terror, he struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. Bang, bang, bang. Another flurry of shots rang out, bullets piercing through the rear windshield and directly through the front. The driver, now in a state of panic, screamed incoherently, disregarding everything else as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Meanwhile, the other vehicle alongside him heard the gunfire but remained oblivious to the cause. However, it soon became painfully clear. Bang, bang, bang. They had crossed paths with someone truly dangerous. What terrible luck. Not only had they failed to extort money, but now their very lives were at stake. The body has been reduced to the mere instinct of driving, pressing the accelerator to the floor, lamenting the insufficient power of the engine. Otherwise, one might truly wish to take off from the spot. The earlier display was merely a ruse to instill fear, had he genuinely desired the other's demise. A single bullet from each would suffice. This is the advantage of a handgun. Even if it fails to strike its target, the mere sound of its discharge possesses ample deterrent power. The two vehicles that once obstructed the path vanished in an instant, proving that even the wicked require the ruthless to contend with them. He would reside here for the ensuing days, not solely for the ample provisions of food and water, but also due to the elevated terrain that offers a splendid vantage point. Standing upon the open balcony, Chen Tian could survey the surrounding area. On the following morning, Chen Tian was roused by a persistent buzzing sound. Stepping out onto the balcony, he beheld numerous military helicopters soaring above. The countdown to the apocalypse was at 2 days. In 2 days, chaos would ensue. The helicopters passing overhead seemed to herald some ominous portent. In the courtyard of a corporate research facility, a green helicopter descended slowly. Lu Lao and Bai Shui, having received word, awaited outside. Alongside them stood Tianmi. The previous night, Lu Lao had received an urgent call for evacuation. "I have been ordered to escort the two of you away," proclaimed an officer who disembarked from the helicopter. "This is my student. We are jointly investigating the project on genetic worms," Lu Lao hurriedly explained. In such dire circumstances, he could not leave behind Tianmi, with whom he had shared life and death. "Please follow me. We have a long journey ahead." The officer said no more. The helicopter ascended, heading to the next location to collect more individuals. This time, not only helicopters were deployed, the orderly procession of regular troops traversed the city streets, accompanied by special buses that whisked away the individuals listed as significant. A palpable sense of anxiety enveloped the populace. Numerous private vehicles, filled with families, opted to follow in the wake of the military. "Hurry, we are running out of time." Qin Haitao swiftly loaded bags into the car. He had received a call from a comrade, revealing information not disclosed to the public, prompting him to frantically pack their belongings in preparation to join the military convoy and evacuate the city. Jia Yuding was startled by Qin Haitao's agitation. Amidst the flurry, she inquired, "Where are we going, dear?" "I don't know. In any case, we cannot remain here. Move quickly. Leave behind what is unimportant." "We still need to pick up my parents," Qin Haitao urged. Their vehicle was rather small, and accommodating both sets of parents would make it quite cramped. "Darling, I can't reach my parents by phone. I'm so worried. We will head directly there. I believe they will be fine," Qin Haitao reassured her, though he too harbored concerns. Once everything was organized, the family of three set off, only to encounter trouble soon after. Traffic congestion ensued, with the exasperating sound of honking horns echoing throughout the streets. Many individuals even leaned out of their windows, venting their frustrations vocally. Qin Haitao, too, pounded the horn in frustration. The more anxious they became, the more obstructed their progress. This was the prevailing situation on many streets in the city. Thus, Chen Tian remained indoors all morning, training the little black dog. This situation persisted until the afternoon, when a semblance of improvement finally emerged. Standing on the balcony, Chen Tian observed that vehicles on the street were able to pass normally, prompting him to venture out. His backpack contained a substantial amount of cash yet to be spent. It would be a disgrace to squander money. Thus, assured of clear roads, Chen Tian drove his SUV directly to the shopping mall. Due to a surge in demand and various rumors, procuring essential supplies such as food and water from stores had become exceedingly challenging. However, Chen Tian sought to purchase confectionaries, chocolates, and other high-calorie snacks, items that were not subject to frenzied competition. One reason for the lack of a mad rush for these goods was that they did not satiate hunger, coupled with the fact that prices had skyrocketed multiple times. Undeterred by the steep costs, Chen Tian loaded box after box of chocolates and cream candies into his SUV. Once again, the vehicle's space appeared insufficient. Eventually, Chen Tian opted to pay for home delivery, determined to exhaust the contents of his backpack within the next couple of days. As he gazed at the dwindling cash in his backpack, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The traffic jam stemmed from a brawl taking place ahead. Why should we pay you? This is a public road, and your obstruction for tolls amounts to robbery. Wang Ming fumed. The opposing party displayed an audacious demeanor, lacking any legal documentation and refusing to prove their identities. As a martial arts coach, Wang Ming could not tolerate such indignity. What began as a verbal altercation escalated into a physical confrontation, culminating in an outright scuffle. Wang Ming held an advantage due to his profession. Yet the sheer number of opponents and his reluctance to resort to severe measures led to a stalemate in the clash. Their commotion inevitably obstructed the road. Nearby vehicles refrained from intervening. Some even took out their phones to capture the chaos, which rapidly escalated. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, startling everyone present. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a path. A young boy, his countenance darkened, approached with a handgun in hand. Good heavens! How could this youth possess a firearm? Chapter 042. The arrival of the apocalypse. The boy's unexpected presence transformed the atmosphere dramatically. The individuals engaged in the scuffle ceased their altercation. Clear the road. If you wish to fight, do it elsewhere, Chen Tian exclaimed, his voice low yet imbued with formidable authority due to the firearm he brandished. Is that a real gun or a fake? Inquired a stout, round-faced man, fixated on Chen Tian's weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tian fired a shot, the bullet whizzing past the man's cheek. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, his face draining of color. All of you, get lost, Chen Tian commanded as he advanced, kicking a cement barrel that had served as a makeshift barrier. The scene fell into a deathly silence. What are you still doing here? Chen Tian fired 2 more shots, the bullets striking the ground near the feet of 2 men. Instantly, the road was cleared. The obstructing individuals dared not challenge Chen Tian's limits. At that moment, Wang Ming's expression darkened. His previous anger had now transformed into palpable fear, for just moments ago, that boy had aimed a gun at him. His intuition warned him that if he provoked the young man, he might very well be shot on the spot. The world outside had grown increasingly chaotic. This, in itself, was not alarming. However, the issue lay in the fact that a youth had emerged from the vehicle, none other than Chen Tian, the one who had previously fired a gun. Wang Ming and his wife felt a sudden tension course through their bodies, with Wang instinctively positioning himself in front of his wife. Honey, how could he be in our building? She stammered. I have no idea. He replied. He is armed. Are we safe? I believe he wouldn't shoot recklessly. Wang Ming reassured her, though he was not entirely convinced of his own words. Out of caution, he restarted the car and parked at a more distant location before hastily carrying their belongings upstairs with his wife. Observing her lingering anxiety, he smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, my dear. I possess skills. At 8 paces, a gun is swift. Within 8 paces, my fists are swifter. Little did he know. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Tian stepped out of the elevator and cast a fleeting glance in Wang Ming's direction. Subsequently, several individuals began delivering the goods he had purchased. After a flurry of activity, night enveloped the city. gazing into the pitch-black darkness outside. Chun Tian understood that in a day, the apocalypse would descend upon them. The following morning arrived as anticipated. This day felt as though the very air had transformed, becoming distinctly different from the usual. In the deep autumn chill, a fog had settled that lent an oppressive atmosphere to the city. Standing on the balcony, Chun Tian surveyed the misty surroundings, catching a faint whiff of the scent of decay wafting through the air. The gene-altering parasites, the most prevalent of their kind. Once they take residence, transform their hosts into mere shells of their former selves, becoming harbingers of a virulent plague. It appears that the timeline has advanced more swiftly than I had anticipated, thought Chun Tian as he turned and entered his chamber. He still needed to continue training the little black dog. Various mutated beasts and the undead would likely require at least a fortnight before they could potentially nurture the coveted evolution orbs within them. Chun Tian calculated the time in his mind. The evolution orbs, true to their name, encapsulate evolutionary energy, which can be harnessed and refined. His ambition was to amass these orbs. Venturing out to hunt mutated beasts and the undead seemed premature. No matter how many he dispatched, the orbs would remain elusive. As midday approached, the sun rose, dispersing the acrid mists that cloaked the city. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing every window to tremble. Curiosity compelled some to peer from their windows, where they beheld a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. The streets were alive with screams and frantic flight. In hot pursuit were hordes of the undead, their mouths agape, ravenously seeking flesh as if straight out of a horror film. Alongside the undead, terrifying creatures of indistinguishable forms moved with astonishing speed, mercilessly slaughtering those who fled. The air was filled with screams and explosions, and in an instant, this once thriving city had devolved into a den of monstrosities. "Darling, what is the matter? Why do you look so pale?" Wang Ming asked, astonished at the sight of his wife rushing into the bedroom. "Husband, outside, outside," she stammered, her face drained of color, unable to articulate the horror. "What is happening outside?" Wang Ming pressed. His wife clung to him tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Ming had been engrossed in a video game, oblivious to the cacophony outside due to his headphones. However, the intermittent sounds of explosions and the unceasing screams gradually pierced his awareness, signaling that something grave was unfolding. When he glanced through the window and beheld the apocalyptic scene outside, he was rendered utterly speechless. No wonder his wife was filled with such dread. Even he was taken aback. The streets outside were drenched in crimson, with numerous bodies lying in pools of blood, still writhing in agony. Strange beings, resembling neither humans nor ghosts, incessantly gnawed at the corpses on the ground. This was no mere bloodshed, it was a hell on earth. As Wang Ming was engulfed in shock, he suddenly noticed that many of these monsters were racing toward the community. Their residence was on the 3rd floor, and although they had security windows and doors, no one could guarantee that these barriers would suffice to fend off the encroaching horrors. "Stay inside and do not come out," he urged, before springing into action. He needed to reinforce the doors and windows. He needed to arm himself. With urgency, Wang Ming retrieved his toolbox, his hands trembling with anxiety, nearly dropping the hammer he had just grasped. "First, I must nail the doors and windows shut." His mind remained clear, albeit filled with a singular thought, yet he realized he lacked wooden planks for the task. As he searched for alternative materials, a sudden, frantic knocking erupted at the door, sending a chill of cold sweat down his back. He hurriedly approached the security door, peering through the peephole, and discerned that the person knocking was his neighbor, with whom he had exchanged only a couple of words before, their relationship remaining rather distant. "Open the door. Help! Help!" The voice outside abruptly ceased. Wang Ming was struck with terror as he witnessed a sudden apparition of a ghoul that severed his neighbor's neck. Chapter 043. You truly know how to choose your opponent. Having witnessed the gruesome demise of his neighbor, Wang Ming's mind fell into a void, and an overwhelming dread crept up his spine. Bang! He hastily retreated a few steps, tightly gripping a hammer in his hand. Approximately 2 minutes elapsed, and the sounds of chaos subsided. Yet, the tension within Wang Ming's heart persisted. How terrifying! Had the outside world transformed into a hellish landscape? "Darling." At that moment, his wife's voice resonated from within the room. Wang Ming rushed inside to investigate. "What shall we do? Are we to perish here?" The woman's voice trembled with a mix of fear and despair. The ghastly scenes unfolding outside relentlessly tormented her nerves. "We shall be fine. Perhaps the current predicament is merely temporary. In a couple of days, Things may improve, or perhaps a rescue team will arrive shortly. Wang Ming continually reassured his wife. And in doing so, he regained a measure of composure. In times of distress, relying on oneself is often wiser than seeking assistance from others. With newfound resolve, Wang Ming sprang into action. He dismantled the wardrobe, hastily nailing wooden boards across the window frame. Although he was uncertain of the efficacy of his makeshift barricade, it provided him with a semblance of solace. He laid out various items for self-defense within easy reach, ensuring that he could react swiftly should an emergency arise. Engaging in activity helped to temporarily banish the specter of fear. The couple toiled tirelessly, perspiration streaming down their brows, yet they dared not take a moment's respite. At that juncture, Wang Ming suggested checking the news, for there might be critical alerts. This was a global catastrophe, and online experts urged everyone to stay indoors and secure their doors and windows. Some practical advice emerged, which served as a wake-up call for Wang Ming. "Hurry, fetch water, and fill every available container," he exclaimed, dashing toward the kitchen. The end of the world had descended upon them, and power could be interrupted at any moment. Without electricity, there would be no water. The couple's response was swift. They turned on every faucet in the kitchen and bathroom, utilizing all possible vessels to store water. While survival was feasible in a blackout, the absence of water would spell disaster. Unexpectedly, calamity struck. Just as they had begun to collect a small amount of tap water, it ceased flowing altogether, and the electricity went out. "What do we do now, my dear?" Yet, despite their calculations, fate had other plans. A fierce wave of thirst engulfed them, more intense than before. This plight was not unique to Wang Ming and his wife. The majority of remaining survivors faced the same predicament. This phenomenon was a natural response of the body, heightened by its mechanisms. As cells strengthened, their demand for energy surged, compelling survivors to seek sustenance to replenish their energy. Consequently, the already scarce resources dwindled even further. Chen Tian, however, faced no such troubles. While other survivors trembled in fear, he was in the living room, joyfully playing with his little black dog. With a swift motion, a fruit platter danced through the air under Chen Tian's control, while the little black dog chased after it, darting back and forth. Rather than merely a game, this interaction served as a form of training for both parties. The little black dog moves with remarkable agility. Despite still being in its developmental stage, the perfect fusion with its genetic enhancements allows its potential to gradually unfold. Whoosh! With a swift change of direction, the little black dog leaps high, mouth agape, seemingly on the verge of seizing the airborne fruit platter. However, at that moment, the platter unexpectedly alters its trajectory. The dog's reflexes are extraordinarily sharp. It propels itself off the wall, harnessing the force of reaction, and lunges towards the fruit platter with even greater speed. Yet, it is still not enough. It must accelerate further. Chen Tian chuckles as he teases the little black dog. Had it maintained its previous speed, it would have already captured the fruit platter. Nevertheless, Chen Tian has subtly increased the pace, perpetually keeping the dog at the brink of success, yet always just out of reach. Woof, woof, woof. Perhaps it is time to switch games. The little creature contemplates wreaking havoc instead. There are numerous items in the house that shatter with a mere bite, and it finds this game quite enjoyable, especially since it serves as a means to sharpen its teeth. You little rascal, if you don't seize the opportunity to enhance your strength, you'll eventually be devoured by other monsters, Chen Tian remarks, playfully kicking the little one's behind. Surprisingly, after a couple of days of feeding, the little black dog has noticeably plumped up, its body round and pudgy, making the kick feel quite satisfying. Chen Tian ponders whether it might be time to practice kicking a ball, honing the little one's resilience. He wonders what the dog would think if it knew its owner harbored such intentions. Utilizing his psychic energy, Chen Tian maneuvers the fruit platter in front of the little creature, teasing it a few times, but upon receiving no response, he decides to change the object of play. "Tyrant, look what I have here," Chen Tian exclaims, producing a mutated cow bone. Just moments ago, a seemingly indifferent little black dog suddenly became animated, wagging its tail and rushing towards the meat bone. Whether it could savor the treat depended entirely on one's skill. With a mischievous smile, Chen Tian tossed the beef bone forward. The little black dog leapt high, mouth agape, eagerly awaiting the delicious morsel, only to find itself biting into nothingness. The bone had unexpectedly soared away, not one to relent. The little black dog immediately gave chase. Thus, after training for over half an hour, the little black dog finally fulfilled its desire to devour the meat bone. At this moment, it was already afternoon. Although it was the first day of the apocalypse, the brutality outside was undeniably gruesome. Chen Tian stepped onto the balcony and gazed into the distance, where he could see numerous wandering corpses and some predatory mutated beasts. On this very first day, not a single survivor had ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Standing on the railing of the balcony, at a height of over 30 meters, he felt no fear. On the contrary, he relished the exhilaration of surveying the world from above. Perhaps in a few days, others would be unable to resist the urge. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Tian's mouth. The law of the apocalypse dictated that the weak were devoured by the strong. To survive in this merciless world, one must become stronger. At this moment, I can manipulate 12 objects simultaneously. In murmurs, Chen Tian extended his palm. From a nearby wooden box, 12 long nails shot forth. With a gentle motion of his fingers in the air, the 12 nails, as if choreographed, floated in perfect alignment before Chen Tian. In his prime, he could manage no more than 27 objects simultaneously. However, now, as the apocalypse has only just begun, he has already achieved nearly half that proficiency. Thunderous sounds erupted as a creature, emerging from an unknown source, unexpectedly ascended the security window below. You truly know how to choose your adversaries. With a cold smile gracing his lips as the creature drew nearer, he unleashed 12 long spikes to confront it. Chapter 044. This flavorful little life with a piercing sound. The 12 spikes pierced the creature's body, shattering its head in an instant. Having only climbed to the 12th floor, it plummeted straight down. The thud of its body against the hard ground was quickly followed by the ravenous advance of nearby zombies. Having already taken action, it was an opportune moment to hone his skills. One must not become rusty. A subtle smile crept across his face as he summoned another long spike to his side. Each spike, measuring 15 centimeters in length, had been specifically purchased by him. Grasping the spike between his fingers, he began to channel his energy into it. His gaze swept across the distance, finally honing in on a zombie 500 meters away. With a swift release of his fingers, the spike flew forth like a bullet, vanishing in an instant. The zombie, 500 meters away, collapsed to the ground. Indeed, practice is essential. Otherwise, precision becomes elusive, he murmured. The previous spike had pierced the zombie's forehead, yet his aim had been directed at its gaping mouth. However, it is of no consequence. With a bit of practice, one can certainly find a rhythm. After all, this body is no longer what it used to be, and such variations in control are to be expected. As for the boxes equipped with long nails, there are still 3 large crates remaining. Outside, there is no shortage of targets. Whoosh! The long nail in my hand transformed once more into a gleaming projectile that shot forth. With a thud, yet another undead creature fell to the ground in response. The advantage of this method lies in its long-range capability. Otherwise, given my current telekinetic abilities, I would be incapable of executing such distances. Thud, thud, thud. With each passing moment of practice, I became increasingly adept. The intervals between each nail's discharge diminished, while the accuracy reached a level of perfection following several adjustments on my part. Within a radius of 500 meters, I can now strike any desired target with unerring precision. Beyond that distance, however, due to limitations in visual acuity, accuracy diminishes, confining me to slightly larger targets. Now, let us attempt something more challenging. I approached this exercise as if it were a monster hunting game. 3 long nails were held firmly in my grasp, and after a moment of concentration, I launched them simultaneously. Instantly, 3 undead creatures sprinting across the street collapsed to the ground. In this brief span of time, the number of undead that had perished at my hands exceeded 100. Let us conclude the practice here. It is time to indulge in some sustenance. Upon entering the living room, my brow twitched. In the short time I had looked away, the little black dog had managed to dismantle the sofa. Goodness. This is a case of 3 days without a beating leading to the roof being torn off. One cannot indulge simply because of its size. Consequently, the sounds of the little black dog leaping about filled the air. He was being relentlessly pursued and kicked by Chen Tian, which could indeed be considered a form of training. During his respite, Chen Tian sipped on fruit juices while indulging in an array of canned delicacies. These delectable treats were all procured by the previous occupant of the room, while others meticulously counted their rations to conserve food and water. Chen Tian luxuriated in a life of unrestrained indulgence. There was simply no way to consume all the provisions available, especially since he would not be staying here for long. The 5th day of the apocalypse had arrived, revealing the darker aspects of humanity. Not everyone was fortunate enough to have ample food and water, nor could everyone relish life as Chintian did. The sudden surge in demand for sustenance had left many survivors desperate and ravenous. In their quest for survival, some individuals, fearful of engaging with the zombies and monsters, turned their predatory instincts towards fellow survivors. They knocked on doors, claiming to be from the property management, assuring residents that there were no monsters outside and urging unity in these chaotic times. On the 13th floor of the building, several seemingly respectable men rapped on the door of a resident's apartment. The intellect of the zombies was limited. They primarily relied on sound and scent to track their prey. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were most prevalent. With the building's elevator out of service, traversing between floors was only possible via the emergency stairwell, and thus, no zombies had been sighted above the 10th floor. After waiting for approximately 2 minutes, a crack in the door revealed the resident's cautious face. "Are you really from the property management?" The resident's skepticism was met with reassurance. "Indeed, there can be no doubt. The outside is perilous, and we must all unite." Hearing this, the resident let down their guard. However, in that very moment, the previously cordial men surged forward. "What are you doing? This is my home. You all I will fight back." In a fit of rage, the homeowner engaged with these intruders. The struggle was soon over, and the homeowner lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The assailants began to ransack the room, claiming any food and water they found as their own. It was already the 5th day of the apocalypse, and even if they discovered some provisions, it would hardly quench their insatiable hunger. Thus, they resorted to raiding the upper floors. They dared not descend, fully aware of the dangers below. This time, they invaded an apartment on the 14th floor occupied by 2 elderly individuals who were brutally killed without hesitation. "What is that enticing smell of roasted meat?" one of them suddenly remarked during the search. "I smell it too." The alluring aroma of grilled meat was overwhelming for these famished souls. They all began to sniff eagerly, and after considerable effort, they traced the scent to its source, coming from above. Upon opening the window, the fragrance intensified. Confirming their suspicion, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. While they were barely able to fill their own stomachs, the thought that someone was enjoying roasted meat seemed utterly unjust. They could hardly contain their envy. Without further rummaging, they dashed towards the 15th floor. There were only 2 apartments, and they belonged to the same family. Knock, knock, knock. They resumed their relentless assault on the door, employing the same old tactics. With saliva pooling in their mouths, they awaited the moment when the door would finally yield, but there was no response from within. Damn it. How cunning. They refused to open the door, but they remained undeterred. They wielded tools, prepared to resort to violence to breach the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door quickly. We have urgent matters to discuss." After several attempts to deceive those inside into opening the door, impatience began to set in. The thought that with every passing minute, countless barbecues were being consumed elsewhere was unbearable. "Hand me the hammer," declared one of the most muscular men among them. These individuals belonged to a fitness club and had been renting the premises, unaware that the apocalypse was upon them. As a group of 5, they had been starving to the point of nearly gnawing on wood. With a firm grip on the heavy iron hammer, the man was ready to strike when, unexpectedly, the door swung open at that very moment. A young boy appeared before them with an air of nonchalance. That, however, was not the focal point. The real significance lay in the sight of the food piled within the room and the barbecue grill on the balcony, emitting steam. Chapter 045. I will see you off. Upon glimpsing the food, the group instinctively disregarded the boy standing before them. "My goodness, so much food. Ha, at last. We can eat to our heart's content," one of them exclaimed with boisterous laughter. The others gazed at the bounty with gleaming eyes. "Do you need something?" Chun Tian suddenly interjected, his gaze sweeping across the group. His attention particularly lingered on the weapons they held, stained with blood. The group paid no heed to Chun Tian. In their eyes, he was merely a harmless child. "You can either leave on your own, or I can assist you in departing." Chun Tian's expression turned suddenly frosty. Just moments ago, he employed his mental perception to imprint the situation of the residents below into his mind. The 5 individuals, seemingly oblivious to Chun Tian's warning, strode boldly into the room, rushing towards the provisions laid out before them. Bottled water, beverages, tobacco, canned goods, eggs, instant meals, these items, typically available at any supermarket, had become more precious than gold. The abundance of food filling the room sent them into a frenzy. They had endured hunger for days, suffering immensely. Even after seizing several households, it merely sustained them from starvation. Ha! This place is fantastic. We shall reside here from now on. Had we known there was such a bounty, we wouldn't have had to knock on so many doors. Come, brothers, let us sample this. In their exhilaration, they remained oblivious to the gaze of the youth observing them. One man, laughing heartily, reached for a can of meat, but before his fingers could graze it, Chen Tian sent it flying with a swift kick. The man's body soared across the living room, over the balcony, plummeting 15 stories down. In an instant, the previously jubilant group stood frozen in shock. Why the sudden silence? Chen Tian's voice resonated. This time, the smiles on their faces had shifted to his. For pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. I warned you earlier. Since you chose to disregard it, I shall personally escort you out. Chen Tian advanced step by step towards one of the men. Although he was vastly outmatched in height and physique, no one dared to disregard Chen Tian any longer. Just moments ago, a living person had soared away before their very eyes. Although the details of the event remained elusive, it was undoubtedly connected to the youth standing before them. As Chen Tian approached the man, the latter swung a massive wrench towards him, aiming with full force at his head. Yet, with a mere lift of his arm, Chen Tian effortlessly deflected the attack. Observing the man's astonished expression, Chen Tian offered a faint smile, saying, "Safe travels, no need for farewells." With a resounding thud, the man was sent flying. The other three witnesses finally comprehended the situation. It was this boy who had simply lifted a foot and sent their comrade hurtling away. It was terrifying. Could this boy be some sort of mutant? One man attempted to explain, but Chen Tian swiftly appeared before him. Another thud echoed, and this fellow joined his two companions. In mere moments, Chen Tian had dealt with three of them. The remaining two, seemingly the most robust, appeared insignificant in the face of this little monster. Clang! As metal clattered to the ground, these two men, overwhelmed, discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. However, Chen Tian did not grant them the opportunity to speak. He seized one of them and hurled him off the balcony. At last, tranquility reigned. After securing the door, it was as if nothing had transpired. Despite the brief interlude, Chen Tian's appetite remained undisturbed. After finishing the barbecue with the little black dog, Chen Tian suggested, "From today onward, we shall commence practical combat lessons. Come, let us stroll downstairs." Chen Tian did not indulge in a gluttonous companion, having trained the little black dog for several days. It was time for him to appreciate the thrill of the hunt. Together, they descended the stairs via the safety passage. The absence of electricity cast a dim light in the stairwell, occasionally punctuated by the eerie groans of the undead, instantly enveloping them in a terrifying atmosphere. Undeterred by the forthcoming challenges, the little black dog scampered ahead with a spirited wag of his tail. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they encountered two zombies. With a swift puff, two steel nails were shot forth, swiftly dispatching the two approaching foes. "Your opponent is not these," Chen Tian called out to the little black dog. They continued their descent, ignoring any zombies that did not obstruct their path. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, a fitting adversary finally revealed itself, a mutated large flower cat, its blood-red eyes glaring and its mouth gaping like split petals. "Tycoon, go!" Chen Tian commanded, standing aside to observe the battle. The little creature, having grasped some commands over the days of training, sprang into action as soon as Chen Tian's words fell. Thus began the fierce skirmish between cat and dog. The struggle persisted for a minute, culminating in the triumph of the little black dog. Despite his diminutive size, the little black dog possessed a solid foundation, ample nourishment, and Chen Tian's specialized training, enabling him to surpass the combat capabilities of ordinary mutated beasts. Such foolishness. Merely charging headlong, without utilizing your strengths. After 2 minutes of training the little black dog, Chen Tian concluded that it still lacked sufficient combat experience. However, in this apocalyptic environment, there is no shortage of battles. The two continued their search for the next target. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, who had been holed up in a room for 5 days, felt that if he did not take action soon, both he and his wife would starve to death. It was uncertain whether it was the radiation affecting their bodies, but they had consumed all their food within just 3 days. For the sake of survival, today he was compelled to step out of the room and confront the undead outside. His first encounter was with a neighbor who had transformed into a zombie, which he swiftly dispatched with a single blow. Gaining confidence from this initial victory, Wang Ming believed he could easily handle all the undead, only to discover that the next foes were faster and stronger. The hammer in his hand proved ineffective against them. He realized he must strike their heads to succeed. Relying on his skills in combat and having donned protective gear before venturing out, Wang Ming retreated while knocking on the doors of nearby houses. Is anyone there? Please, open the door and help. Panic began to set in as he pounded on several doors, only to find none would open. The commotion attracted more zombies, and despair washed over him as he saw that all escape routes were blocked, with 5 more undead now closing in. Just when hope seemed lost, a youthful voice pierced through the chaos. Within 8 steps, isn't your fist swifter than a bullet? Turning around, Wang Ming was taken aback to see the boy who had once pointed a gun at him, now standing there with a mocking expression. At this moment, a perplexing thought emerged in Wang Ming's mind. How had he arrived here? Chapter 046, A Wave to Annihilate. The few ghouls would not cease their relentless pursuit simply because Wang Ming was momentarily dazed. With a growl, one of the undead lunged towards him, bearing its foul, putrid maw. Instinctively, Wang Ming raised his hands to shield his head, only to suddenly feel something splatter upon his face. The anticipated bite never came. As he lowered his hands from his face, he was taken aback. Within the corridor, all the ghouls lay lifeless on the ground. What he had just felt was the blood that had erupted from the slain monsters. What had transpired just now? Wang Ming's mind was a blank canvas. He had braced himself for death, only to find the ghouls inexplicably vanquished. Was it you who saved me? Wang Ming turned to the youth who was preparing to leave. In this corridor, aside from him and the young man, there was only a seemingly undernourished little black dog. You still need to hone your skills, Chen Tian remarked with a gentle smile, continuing to stride forward. Wang Ming stood in bewilderment for several seconds before hastily following suit. He had not encountered another living soul in 5 days, and this boy had become his beacon of hope for survival. Please wait. Chen Tian regarded him. Do you have something to say? May I purchase some food from you? Wang Ming implored, his hunger overwhelming him after the recent skirmish, leaving him feeling faint. If he did not eat soon, he feared he might become one of those ghouls. If you can present me with something intriguing, I would not mind sharing some provisions with you, Chen Tian replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Wang Ming comprehended that in this world, currency had become nothing more than mere scraps of paper. However, what could he possibly offer this youth in exchange? He proposed an array of items, even willing to part with his gaming console, yet none of it seemed to captivate the young man. Regrettably, none of the things you mentioned are of any interest to me, Chen Tian remarked with a hint of exasperation. He was not a paragon of virtue, and in this apocalyptic era, gestures of goodwill did not necessarily elicit gratitude. As he observed the youth preparing to depart, an idea struck Wang Ming. I possess a motorcycle, and it is still quite new. The mention of a motorcycle piqued Chen Tian's interest. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the roads had become perilous, rendering conventional vehicles nearly useless. A motorcycle, however, would offer much greater maneuverability. Chen Tian already owned an off-road vehicle, and acquiring a motorcycle could prove to be immensely practical. That particular motorcycle had been purchased for commuting purposes, now resting in the underground garage beneath the cover. It should still be in pristine condition. He had no intention of using it again. Driving a car felt precarious enough, let alone riding a motorcycle. I need to see your motorcycle first, Chen Tian stated after a moment of contemplation. Wang Ming was reluctant to venture outside, fully aware that the hordes of zombies and monsters loomed more densely and menacingly beyond the building. Yet, he found himself without a choice. The youth insisted on inspecting the vehicle and required his guidance. Perhaps driven by a glimmer of hope, Wang Ming acquiesced. However, as soon as they exited the corridor, regret washed over him. Outside the community, dozens of zombies surged forward like cats drawn to the scent of fish, frantically charging in their direction. What are we running for? I haven't even seen the motorcycle yet. With a swift motion, Chen Tian yanked Wang Ming, sending him tumbling. Wang Ming's face turned ashen. If he didn't flee now, would he merely stand by and await his demise? You direct the way, and I shall forge the path. At this moment, Chen Tian's voice reverberated once more. Then, Wang Ming beheld the most astonishing scene of his life. Bang! The youth delivered a powerful kick, and the encroaching zombies were sent sprawling like bowling pins knocked down in a single strike. What are you still dawdling for? Which direction? Chen Tian inquired with a hint of impatience. Wang Ming, still dazed, pointed vaguely to the side, his mind lingering on the recent spectacle. The subsequent events were a veritable test of Wang Ming's nerves. The terrifying creatures, the zombies that struck fear into his heart, crumbled before the youth. Unable to withstand even a fleeting glance, they traversed the path with unimpeded ease, arriving directly at the underground parking garage. Inside, the darkness loomed, But Chen Tian illuminated the space with his phone, swiftly locating the motorcycle Wang Ming had mentioned. He lifted the dust cover, revealing a striking red and black motorcycle. Chen Tian assessed it. Indeed, it appeared quite new, and with such a color, it promised speed. "Where's the key?" he inquired, his mind nearly numb with urgency. "I'll take this bike, and first, we will retrieve the keys. Then you shall accompany me to gather provisions." "All right, darling," she replied, her heart racing with trepidation. "Just a little longer, my love. Soon we shall have sustenance," Wang Ming assured as he headed straight to the room to fetch the keys. At that moment, the woman caught sight of Chen Tian and was taken aback. Was he this the youth who had wildly fired a gun before? Chen Tian merely glanced at her, then averted his gaze. At that moment, the little black dog at his feet suddenly began to bark fiercely, baring its teeth towards the window. A loud crash resonated from outside. Through the gaps in the wooden boards, a shadow could be seen vandalizing the security window. The woman let out a piercing scream. "What is happening?" At that instant, Wang Ming emerged from the inner room. Another thud echoed as the reinforced wooden boards shattered, revealing a dark, clawed hand. This unforeseen turn of events startled Wang Ming. He had previously believed his home to be a sanctuary, but it appeared he had underestimated the monsters lurking outside. "Have you found the keys?" Chen Tian was the calmest among them. "Over here," Wang Ming replied, pulling his wife closer to Chen Tian. Having witnessed Chen Tian's prowess, he recognized that the safest place was by his side. With a final crash, the wooden boards were completely destroyed, unveiling a grotesque face. The woman screamed once more, while Wang Ming grasped a nearby hammer. The creature emitted a jarring screech, resembling a black ape, hunched over and poised to spring. Suddenly, the monster lunged forward with such speed that Wang Ming could hardly react. Terror widened his eyes as the creature's fearsome visage drew near, its velocity far too swift to comprehend. In an instant, the creature's head exploded, leaving Wang Ming bewildered, unable to discern how it had met its end. "Give me the keys, and then come with me for food." Chen Tian's voice rang out calmly. "Just a mere mutated beast." Chen Tian could eliminate it with a mere wave of his hand. Chapter 47. Departing from the monster home is no longer a sanctuary. Thus Wang Ming decided to bring his wife along this time. Following the secure passageway staircase, they ascended to the top floor. How could there be such an abundance of food? Wang Ming and his wife swallowed hard, unable to contain their desire. Chen Tian stated matter-of-factly, "You may take as much food as you can carry." This plethora of provisions was far beyond what Chen Tian could consume alone, let alone transport. Which is why he spoke with such bravado. "Can we take anything we want?" Wang Ming inquired breathlessly. "As long as it is edible, you may take freely. But you are only allowed one trip. The quantity you can carry depends on your own capability," Chen Tian replied with a grin. He planned to reside there for only a few days before embarking on a hunt for mutated beasts to collect evolution pearls, instead of immediately gathering food. The couple engaged in hushed deliberation. "Have you decided what to take?" Chen Tian asked. It was Wang Ming's wife who spoke up. May we stay here with you?" Chen Tian's eyes widened in surprise, causing them to panic. His silence left the couple in a state of anxious uncertainty. "It is not impossible to accommodate you." Chen Tian suddenly smirked. "But I have conditions." Wang Ming and his wife agreed to all terms presented by the youth. The room was filled with ample rice, flour, and vegetables that Chen Tian had not touched in days, subsisting instead on ready-made canned goods. With the arrival of Wang Ming and his wife, the rice, flour, and nearly expired vegetables finally found purpose. With the cessation of water and electricity, and the absence of gas, Wang Ming and his wife found themselves compelled to set a pot ablaze on the balcony, finally preparing a steaming hot meal. As they dined, tears of gratitude nearly welled in their eyes. Dishes once deemed mundane had now transformed into luxuries. 3 days passed in a semblance of tranquility. Approaching noon on this day, Chen Tian ventured out for practical training with his little black dog, while Wang Ming and his wife busied themselves preparing lunch on the balcony. They had unwittingly assumed the role of servants to the youth, yet they embraced it willingly. Through the balcony, they could clearly observe the shambling figures on the street below. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it seemed that the number of zombies and monsters had significantly diminished since the first day of the apocalypse. "Dear, could you fetch me a bottle of mineral water?" the wife inquired as she toiled over the stove. "Of course," Wang Ming replied, turning to enter the living room. Ever since they had taken refuge here, the couple had felt a measure of peace, though the youth had warned them that in this world, if one could not grow stronger, they would inevitably become prey. The couple preferred the life of servitude and mundane tasks to engaging in battle with the zombies. As Wang Ming retrieved the mineral water from the room, he was suddenly startled by his wife's piercing scream, prompting him to rush back to the balcony. To his horror, he beheld a large, pitch-black bird lifting his wife into the sky. Wang Ming stood frozen, helplessly listening to her cries for help as the dark creature ascended higher and higher. Just as he remained in a daze, a swift figure appeared before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he recognized it was the youth, Chen Tian, who now crouched with his knees bent, eyes intently fixed on the soaring bird. As Wang Ming barely uttered a word, the youth before him vanished. With a thunderous crash, the concrete beneath his feet trembled. Chen Tian erupted with terrifying agility, racing towards the colossal bird. In an instant, he seized the bird's neck with one hand while lifting the unconscious woman with the other. Suddenly, his body began to plummet downward. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ming felt his heart leap into his throat. 15 stories were perilously high, and given the youth's leap, a fall from such a height would surely result in a gruesome fate. Watching the youth descend with both his wife and the bird, a chilling sensation coursed through Wang Ming's body. He dared not approach the railing, fearing the sight of something utterly unbearable. In his stunned state, he failed to rush forward to ascertain his wife's condition, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How could this be possible? Had the youth transcended the bounds of gravity? Yet, the truth was that Chen Tian's ascent along the wall was a feat achieved through his telekinetic abilities and adept techniques, even with ample food and water. How long could you survive? Chen Tian spoke as he tossed the unconscious woman to Wang Ming. A wound marred the woman's shoulder, bleeding but not life-threatening. After this ordeal, the couple no longer dared to venture onto the balcony. They instead organized a room dedicated solely to cooking and warmth. Days swiftly passed, and now, on the 15th day since the apocalypse began, Chen Tian prepared to depart. According to his calculations, by this time, even moderately powerful evolved beasts should have birthed evolution orbs. Are you leaving? Upon hearing that Chen Tian was leaving, Wang Ming and his wife were taken aback. Everything in this room belongs to you now. With the chaos outside, where do you intend to go? Wang Ming inquired urgently. Wherever there are monsters, I will go. With that statement, Chen Tian offered no further explanation and departed. The motorcycle was secured in the back of the off-road vehicle, and by removing the rear bench seat, ample space was created. Driving the off-road vehicle, Chen Tian pressed on, unaware of how many zombies were crushed beneath the wheels. The originally white vehicle was soon stained crimson. Due to numerous obstacles along the road, Chen Tian drove cautiously, occasionally disembarking to clear the obstructing vehicles. From this moment on, our objective is to collect evolution pearls. Chen Tian glanced at the little black dog in the passenger seat. His destination was the pet market, where he anticipated encountering many mutated beasts. Perhaps his previous successes had lulled him into complacency, for in the ensuing days, despite slaying numerous mutated creatures, he failed to find a single evolution pearl. This shouldn't be. Why are there only these low-level mutated beasts? Or perhaps the formidable ones are deliberately evading me. Chen Tian felt a wave of frustration. However, his spirits soon lifted as he encountered a woman who seemed to bring him fortune. What are you doing here? Chen Tian was surprised to see Jia Yuding and her daughter huddled in a shopping mall. Please, save my husband. He has encountered a terrifying mutated beast. Jia Yuding had not expected to see Chen Tian again. A truly terrifying mutated beast? Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 048. The gift package returns. Jia Yuding and her family were unable to evacuate with the troops. They first encountered a traffic jam and then fell victim to robbery. After the apocalypse erupted, they were fortunate to survive. Where is your husband? Why are only the two of you here? Chen Tian, unwilling to delve into her past, got straight to the point. It has been 10 days. He may have already perished, he remarked with a hint of regret. No, my husband is still alive. He is trapped in the school cafeteria. We just spoke on the phone. Jia Yuding insisted eagerly. Can you still make calls? Chen Tian asked, surprised. Yes, for now. But it may not be possible in the future. Will you help save my husband? I can agree to any condition. Jia Yuding gazed at Chen Tian with hope, fully aware of the young man's capabilities and recognizing him as her sole beacon of hope. Your husband truly is a good man, abandoning his wife and child to rescue others. Chen Tian remarked with a cold smile. Jia Yuding fell silent. She had once quarreled with Qin Haitao over this very issue, but it was futile. Her husband was simply that kind of person, and moreover, old Wang had shown them kindness and entrusted them in his final moments. Tell me, what kind of terrifying mutated beast are we dealing with? Chen Tian began to inquire about the essentials. I have photos sent by my husband. Jia Yuding pulled out her phone. Upon gazing at the image of the two-headed monster, Chen Tian's eyes instantly gleamed. This mutated beast was evidently evolved, and it undoubtedly contained an evolution pearl within. Indeed, fortune was about to smile upon him. Chen Tian drove the off-road vehicle while Jia Yuding sat in the passenger seat, cradling her daughter. Their little black dog had unfortunately been relegated to the back. The first middle school was not far. By car, they could arrive in half an hour. As they drove, Jia Yuding's phone rang. It was a call from her husband. Husband. This single word sent a jolt of alarm through Jia Yuding's mind. We're coming to rescue you. You must hold on. Her voice grew more urgent. Through the phone, she could hear the monstrous roars on the other end. Presumably from Qin Haitao. Do not come here. It's very dangerous. Find a safe place to hide with Ming Ming. Do not look for me. Qin Haitao's voice was rapid and frantic. Husband, I have brought someone very reliable. You must hold on. We will soon reach the first middle school. Jia Yuding was desperate. She could not bear the thought of losing her husband. Both she and her daughter relied on him. At that moment, 7-year-old Qin Ming Ming grasped the gravity of the situation and began to wail, Daddy, please don't die. Ming Ming, be good. Promise Daddy you will take care of Mommy and yourself, came the choked response from the other end, filled with remorse. Can you focus on giving directions? Chen Tian's tone broke through the tension. Surprised, Qin Haitao inquired, Yuding, who is with you? That boy. Jia Yuding replied hastily. Just those 4 words were enough for Qin Haitao to comprehend who she was referring to. That boy. Who else could it possibly be? Qin Haitao never anticipated that his wife would encounter that youth once more. A brief silence enveloped the phone line before Qin Haitao suddenly declared, to my knowledge, there are no fewer than 4 terrifying mutated beasts outside, engaged in a brutal struggle amongst themselves, and one of them seems to have caught our scent. This was his way of informing Chen Tian about the situation at hand. Little brother, I implore you to safeguard my wife and child. Qin Haitao added. The other end of the line fell silent. Right ahead is the first middle school, Jia Yuding exclaimed, pointing forward. Chen Tian took notice, slamming the brakes to halt the off-road vehicle. Tyrant, keep an eye on the vehicle, he instructed, before exiting the car. He turned to Jia Yuding and cautioned, if you wish to avoid death, do not leave this vehicle. With that, Chen Tian vanished from sight. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Tian sprinted at full speed, and in mere moments, he had breached the gates of the first middle school. The courtyard was teeming with students, and shambling figures resembling teachers roamed about, which Chen Tian disregarded as he swept past. Ha 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 ha, found it. In his haste, he spotted a mutated beast perched atop a roof. With a soft sound, he swiftly dispatched the beast. A smile graced Chen Tian's lips as he gazed at the evolution orb in his hand. Finally, a reward for his efforts. After toiling for days, he had at last struck gold. Swish. Chen Tian resumed his search. If Qin Haitao's words held truth, then there was more than one mutated beast lurking here. Indeed, he soon discovered a second mutated creature, with a swing of his fire axe. The second beast had yet to mount a defense before its head was severed. Chen Tian stretched out his hand and crushed it, acquiring the second evolution pearl. Following this, it became a one-sided hunting spree for Chen Tian. The evolution pearls in his possession continued to multiply, 3rd, 4th, all the way to the 10th. As the slaughter progressed, even Chen Tian found himself astonished. Why was there such a congregation of evolved mutant beasts within this school? In the cafeteria, Qin Haitao, huddled beneath an aluminum table, felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze inadvertently met that of a mutant beast. Truly, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to encounter it. You too, do not come out under any circumstances, Qin Haitao warned, before decisively crawling out from beneath the table. He intended to serve as bait, providing the two inside with an opportunity to escape. Come forth, you beast, Qin Haitao taunted, brandishing a bone-cutting knife at the towering, scaled mutant creature. Sizzle. It was over. Despair washed over Qin Haitao. He had severely underestimated the creature's strength. He had not a single chance to resist against such a monster. Whoosh. The creature lunged at him, its massive jaws lined with sharp teeth wide open. Thud. Qin Haitao was splattered with blood, only to hear a youthful voice declare, 23rd, wiping the blood from his face. Qin Haitao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the boy before him. It's you, he exclaimed, as if he had seen light in the darkness. Chen Tian pocketed the evolution pearl and glanced at him. Still alive? I nearly bit the dust. Qin Haitao chuckled foolishly. Buzz. Just as the two conversed, A radiant green light emanated from the playground outside. Upon merely casting a glance, Chen Tian was rendered utterly speechless. Another grand gift had been bestowed upon him. Chapter 049. The true power of the youth. Hovering approximately 10 meters above the playground was a crystal radiating a verdant luminescence, its shape reminiscent of a meticulously polished diamond, adorned with sharp edges. From this crystal, dozens of tendril-like appendages, akin to willow branches, extended outward, seemingly imbued with life as they swayed gently. Surrounding this crystal were over 10 mutated beasts, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. The grass and wood essence crystal. In an instant, Chen Tian summoned a name to mind. Following the cataclysm of the apocalypse, even flora underwent mutations. Through the diligent study of future generations, two primary causes for this phenomenon were identified. Firstly, the blood and remains of mutated beasts nourished the plants, instigating their evolution. Secondly, a peculiar form of energetic substance, akin to genetic hail, directly prompted the mutations in flora. The grass and wood essence crystal belonged to the latter category. It was a unique energy that could alter the intrinsic genetics of plants, enabling them to evolve into novel species. This essence crystal contained pure energy, and absorbing its power would allow both mutated beasts and evolutionaries to exponentially enhance their strength and potential. Even more astonishingly, it could fortify their vitality. Take Chen Tian as an example. Should he absorb this grass and wood essence crystal, he would undoubtedly awaken a unique energy, thus officially entering the ranks of awakeners. It is no exaggeration to declare that a single grass and wood essence crystal surpasses the worth of countless evolution orbs. Chen Tian's gaze burned with fervor. He was overwhelmed with excitement. In a previous life, he had merely heard whispers of the elusive plant essence crystal, but had never laid eyes upon one. Now, amidst the nascent chaos of the apocalypse, fate had bestowed upon him a singular crystal. Indeed, fortune had favored him in an undeniable manner. A howl erupted from the mutated beasts, equally coveting the plant essence crystal. They yearned to possess it, yet were filled with trepidation. At that moment, Chen Tian comprehended why such a multitude of mutated beasts congregated within this school. They had all been lured here by the allure of the crystal. "Thank you, little brother," Qin Haitao expressed with a lingering sense of dread. "Had you not arrived in the nick of time, I fear I would have met my end at the jaws of that monster." Chen Tian remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze fixated intently on the view beyond the window. Following Chen Tian's line of sight, Qin Haitao gasped in astonishment. "What is that? Why does it emit light?" No sooner had Qin Haitao uttered his words than he beheld a colossal mutated cat, accelerating towards the luminous object with astonishing speed. Such swiftness! From such a distance, Qin Haitao could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the cat as shadow. Had he been closer, he doubted he would have even perceived that. To his shock, the rapid feline suddenly fractured, disintegrating into countless pieces that cascaded to the ground. It had perished just like that. A chill ran down Qin Haitao's spine. To him, that mutated cat had seemed a formidable entity, capable of easily hunting down even a tiger, yet it had met such an inexplicable demise. What had slain it? Other mutated beasts, perhaps? "Little brother, do you know this?" Qin Haitao's words were left unfinished as the youth who had been standing beside him suddenly vanished in an instant, his speed creating a gust of wind. Chen Tian dashed onto the playground with utmost urgency. That precious spirit crystal of flora and fauna was a prize he was determined to claim. His immediate objective was to clear the area. Although he understood that these mutated beasts could not possibly obtain the spirit crystal, he wished to avoid any distractions they might pose. To secure the spirit crystal, he needed to approach the task with utmost seriousness. Even a moment's distraction could lead to a fate akin to the slain mutated cat. In a flash, Chen Tian grasped a fire axe in each hand and plunged into the horde of mutated beasts. As one scaled creature initiated its attack, with a sharp crack, its head shattered. Without pausing, he disregarded the fallen evolution orbs and charged towards the next foe. Swift as the wind, he became a harbinger of death, effortlessly cleaving through the ranks of mutated beasts. Each creature fell at the mere sight of him, their demise swift and merciless. To Qin Haitao, who witnessed this spectacle, his worldview shattered. The once formidable mutated beasts perished with such ease in the hands of the young man. "Uncle Qin." At that moment, a voice resonated from within an aluminum cabinet. A boy's head emerged, revealing himself to be Wang Feng, the grandson of the deceased Wang Lao. Another individual, donned in the same school uniform as Wang Feng, appeared beside him, a demure-looking girl. "Are you two all right? Were you injured?" Qin Haitao turned his head to inquire. The boy and girl both shook their heads and then gazed out the window. Upon witnessing the scene on the playground, they were utterly stunned. What was that? Was it a person? They began to doubt their own eyes, as it seemed a child flickered in and out of existence. With each flicker of this child, the nearby mutated beasts and zombies crumbled and fell. Ultimately, the playground was devoid of any standing monsters. The figure of the boy, Chen Tian, also became apparent. At this moment, he still gripped a fireman's axe, which was drenched in blood. His clothing and face were similarly stained, radiating a menacing aura. The warm-up was over. Now, the main course awaited. Chen Tian raised his gaze, fixated on the plant crystal, his fervor intensifying. Unlike the mutated beasts and zombies, the plant crystal possessed a formidable defense system. Any creature entering its attack range would become its target for elimination. With no competitors remaining, Chen Tian could devote all his energy to this singular plant crystal. He bent his legs, coiling his muscles, and tightened his grip on the axe. Whoosh! With a sudden burst of power, the ground beneath him was indented. Clang, clang, clang. The tendrils of the plant crystal sprang to life, moving with the speed of a high-speed blender. Sparks erupted in midair, the result of Chen Tian's axe clashing with it. Clang, clang, clang. The sparks changed direction incessantly, creating a moment of intense competition. Ah, how fascinating. Intriguing. A smile of increasing intensity grazed Chen Tian's lips as his desire for battle surged within him. In their recent skirmish, Chen Tian had not held back. This botanical crystal was indeed a worthy adversary. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Chen Tian's eyes abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson, his fingers seemingly melding into the handle of his axe. A torrent of ferocious power was on the brink of awakening. Frenzy. This was the exclusive skill Chen Tian had unleashed in this moment. Boom. Chen Tian's form once again vanished from sight, leaving a sizable crater in his wake. Clang. With a sharp sound, yet another tendril of the botanical crystal was severed. Chapter 050. Becoming an awakened one. This marked the first occasion on which Chen Tian had employed his frenzy skill. The hallmark of this ability lies in its capacity to instantaneously enhance one's combat prowess, transcending limitations. Those endowed with this skill can elevate their strength more rapidly than others, free from the constraints of stagnation. However, this skill bears a significant drawback. It often leads to a loss of rationality, resulting in one's demise due to reckless impulses. Chen Tian's preference for the rage-infused genes stemmed not only from their advantages, but also from his unique ability to maintain a state of composure through mental energy. Thus, while Chen Tian in his frenzied state resembled a ferocious beast, his mind remained exceptionally clear. Whoosh! Chen Tian shifted his position, evading the assault of the tendrils while simultaneously delivering a downward strike with his axe. Crack! Yet another tendril was cleaved. The severed appendages, deprived of their vital sustenance, withered and dissipated rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. Slash, slash, slash. Chen Tian grew increasingly fierce in battle, having not experienced such exhilarating sensations for a long time. In merely a few breaths, he had severed 7 of the tendrils belonging to the wood spirit. The situation began to shift favorably in his direction. However, as the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite, and the formidable wood spirit was no exception. Its remaining tendrils radiated a green light, suddenly enhancing their speed of movement. A gash appeared on Chen Tian's chest as his clothing was torn. Yet in his frenzied state, he was unfazed by this trivial injury. With his hands wielding the fire axe, he simultaneously unleashed his psychic abilities. Several flying daggers circled around him, forming a defensive shield. As the swift tendril assaults commenced, the daggers met them head-on. The sound of clashing echoed, and several of Chen Tian's daggers were shattered. Nevertheless, this provided him with ample time. With relentless strikes of the fire axe, he severed more of the wood spirit's tendrils in an instant. New daggers soared from his attire, and while he could afford the losses, the wood spirit could not. Chen Tian's reckless strategy had already inflicted severe injuries upon it. If he persisted, none of its tendrils would remain. Thus, Chen Tian would not allow it to succeed. 12 flying daggers represented the pinnacle of his control, unleashed in this moment like piranhas, voraciously consuming the bothersome tendrils. One by one, they disintegrated into ash, revealing the once ethereal form of the wood spirit, now starkly visible. Break for me. At the critical moment, Chen Tian deployed the horned cone he had previously fashioned. With a soft hiss, The cone tore open a breach while simultaneously being shredded by the thrashing tendrils. Seizing this opportunity, Tian hurled his fire axe, swiftly plunging his hand inside to grasp the crystalline core. A chilling sensation coursed through his grasp, invigorating his spirit. In a moment of desperation, the botanical crystal made one final counterattack. A slender, translucent tendril seized the opportunity to coil around Tian's wrist, rapidly constricting as if attempting to sever his entire hand. A glint of cold light flashed in Tian's eyes as he activated his second exclusive skill, Golden Coating. This skill, unique to the metallic gene lineage, enveloped his wrist in a metallic sheen, rendering the transparent tendril's assault ineffective. With a forceful motion, Tian yanked the crystalline core from within. In an instant, all the tendrils withered away. Tian emerged victorious. The next step involved absorption and refinement. As his mental energy pierced into the depths of the botanical crystal like a multitude of straws, suddenly, a radiant green light emanated from Tian's entire being. This absorption process lasted approximately 15 minutes. Eventually, the crystalline core in his hand vanished, and the luminescence surrounding him faded away. All returned to tranquility. Thump, thump. With his eyes closed, Tian attentively sensed the changes within his body, the most pronounced being the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Next came the strange sensation of his bodily cells being nourished, akin to a parched land welcoming the rejuvenating spring rain. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until suddenly, Tian opened his eyes with a fierce intensity that unleashed an astonishing aura. At last, I have ascended to the rank of Awakened One. A wave of joy surged within him, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. He extended his palm, and a hazy orb of red and gold energy materialized abruptly. This was his unique energy, a hallmark of his newfound status as an Awakened One. Tian refrained from testing the potency of this energy, as he felt an overwhelming fatigue. The recent skirmish had drained him, but the exhaustion of the body was secondary, having received the nurturing essence of the plant crystal. It was the toll on his spirit that weighed most heavily. To suppress the impulse to succumb to frenzy, Tian's mind had to remain sharply focused. Additionally, during the climax of the battle, he had expended every ounce of his mental energy, leading to profound weariness. The fruits of this endeavor were worth an entire year of toil. Regrettably, the two horn spikes had been completely destroyed. However, they had played a pivotal role in the final moments of combat, mitigating his sense of loss. Tian picked up the fire axe that had been discarded on the ground, its blade marred by numerous nicks from the tentacles he had severed. Yet it still appeared serviceable. Alas, not a single tendril of the plant crystal remained. All had been reduced to ash. Had any survived, their remarkable resilience would have surely made for excellent materials. Determined to resist his fatigue, Tian began to gather the scattered evolution orbs. His visit to this school had indeed proven fortuitous. Setting aside the plant crystal, he had amassed a total of 27 evolution orbs. The evolution pearl not only aids in evolution but also serves as a currency for the future. In this school, there are no other evolved beasts remaining. The wandering corpses are merely secondary infected and pose little threat. After reuniting with Qin Haitao and his companions, Tian led the way forward, smoothly exiting the school. Outside, Qin Haitao's SUV remained parked in its usual spot. He swiftly started the engine and drove towards the location of his wife. Fatigued, Tian closed his eyes in the back seat to rest. Damn it! Suddenly, Qin Haitao shouted, slamming the accelerator as the car surged forward like a wild stallion. Chapter 051. The absorbing creature physique. As Qin Haitao drove, he spotted the white SUV that Tian had mentioned. It was precisely because he saw it that his anger flared. Through the windshield, he observed a group of corpses surrounding the vehicle, inside which his wife, Jia Yuding, was tightly clutching their daughter. Damn it! Qin Haitao accelerated, desperate to reach his wife immediately. Sitting alongside him in the car, Wang Feng and the girl were pale with fear. After all, they were merely high school students and had yet to acclimate to this apocalyptic world. There's no need to panic. They won't die immediately. Tian's voice suddenly broke through, dispelling his earlier thoughts of rest. A quick glance revealed the dire situation. Approximately 7 corpses clawed and scratched around the SUV, seemingly in a critical predicament, yet they struggled to open the doors. To take a step back, even if those mindless creatures were to shatter the car windows, the little black dog inside the vehicle is no pushover. Qin Haitao dared not retort to Tian. He had feared this youth before, and his trepidation only deepened now. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "You two stay inside the car and do not come out." Qin Haitao's words were not directed at Tian. Observing Qin Haitao brandishing a bone-cutting knife as he charged out, Tian followed suit and exited the vehicle. Awoo! The mindless creatures that had been surrounding the white SUV, upon spotting a new target, immediately sent two of their number rushing forward. Qin Haitao, demonstrating a modicum of skill, first kicked down the nearest creature and then, with a swift motion, brought his knife down, silencing one with a decisive thud. Just then, the second creature approached. Qin Haitao swiftly ducked beneath its outstretched arm, his knife once again slicing through the air. In a mere span of 10 seconds, the two mindless creatures had been dispatched by Qin Haitao. However, it was still premature to celebrate, for several more creatures were now advancing toward him, making his situation somewhat precarious. Fortunately, Tian approached at that moment, swiftly dispatching the creatures before him with a series of precise strikes. As the SUV's door swung open, Jia Yuding emerged, cradling her daughter, and the family huddled together in a moment of warmth. Just as the scene evoked a sense of heartfelt emotion, Tian's incongruous voice pierced the air. "Take your display of affection elsewhere. Do not block the way." "Thank you, thank you." Jia Yuding expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Tian. Regardless of how others perceived this young man, in her eyes, he was a benefactor to her family, having saved their lives on multiple occasions. Tian retrieved a brand new sports outfit and a pair of athletic shoes from the trunk, changing into them with a sense of purpose. He then took out the Tang Dao that he had stored inside. After a moment's reflection, he decided to discard the fire axe that hung from his waist. Although it remained functional, he reasoned that as an awakened individual, he should not deprive himself of superior weaponry. Times had changed, and he had now awakened to a unique energy that enveloped him, rendering the Tang Dao far more resilient than before. With the apocalypse upon them, he finally experienced a significant gain today. Woof, woof. The little black dog seemed to sense Tian's elation, barking excitedly as it approached. However, instead of leaping towards Tian, it lunged towards the pocket where the evolution orbs were kept. "You little glutton. Your strength is lacking yet you still yearn for a feast." Tian gently pushed the little creature aside, despite having amassed a considerable number of evolution orbs. Such treasures were not to be consumed indiscriminately. If one were unable to withstand the power of the orbs, it could lead to dire consequences. The little black dog continued to bark and act adorably, but alas, its owner was not swayed. Nonetheless, it did receive a piece of evolution beef as a reward for its watchful guarding. Where would he venture next? As this question lingered in his mind, Tian's gaze drifted through the windshield to the black SUV belonging to Qin Haitao. When it came to fortune, sometimes one simply had to accept the whims of fate. After searching for several days without finding a single evolution orb, he had fortuitously encountered this family. Not only discovering an evolution orb, but also acquiring a crystal of plant essence. Should he consider following them for a few days to observe? As Tian pondered, Qin Haitao's off-road vehicle gradually approached. The window rolled down, and Qin Haitao inquired, "Young brother, where are you headed next? What are your intentions?" Tian lowered his window as well. "I think, if our paths align, perhaps we could travel together," Qin Haitao responded with a smile. Despite his fear of the young man before him, the fact remained that the youth had saved his family on multiple occasions. Moreover, if this young man were to join their ranks, their trepidation would be directed solely at him. However, should they venture out alone, the dangers would multiply, and they could easily meet their demise at any moment. We are not on the same route. With that declaration, Tian raised his window again. This was a commitment made to old Wang, and it just so happened that they were indeed on a parallel course. "Darling, that vehicle," suddenly interjected Jia Yuding from the passenger seat. Qin Haitao also took notice. The car driven by the youth was trailing closely behind them. He could not fathom the young man's intentions, having declined his invitation, yet still following closely in their wake. Although uncertain of the young man's motives, his presence provided a measure of comfort. For the time being, it seemed prudent to proceed this way. Perhaps the youth simply preferred not to draw too near. Qin Haitao resumed his focus on driving, and Jia Yuding fell silent, enveloping the interior of the vehicle in an unusual tranquility. As they encountered a few wandering corpses along the way, they opted to avoid them when possible, and when avoidance proved futile, they simply crashed through. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to their ill fortune, just as they turned a corner, they stumbled upon a massive horde of the undead. A daunting sea of bodies, appearing to number in the hundreds, completely obstructed the road ahead. The path ahead is impassable, Everyone, please remain seated as we must alter our route. Qin Haitao's expression was grave, and the atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the area. With a swift maneuver, he executed a U-turn and accelerated towards an adjacent road. Qin Tian followed suit, hastily turning and speeding to keep pace. He was curious to see if accompanying this family might yield any benefits. However, just after passing through an intersection, a sudden crash resonated as Qin Haitao's SUV was overturned by a colossal creature. Qin Tian, trailing behind, witnessed the entire incident unfold and couldn't help but murmur, could this family possess a peculiar affinity for attracting monstrous beings? Should one deem them fortunate or unfortunate for encountering yet another formidable mutated beast? For Qin Tian, it was undoubtedly a stroke of luck, as it was a mutated wild boar, edible and delightful. Just when he thought he had nearly exhausted his supply of mutated beef, he stumbled upon a mutated pig. Chapter 052. To grow stronger, one must consume more meat. Qin Haitao had not anticipated the journey would prove so tumultuous. When the enormous mutated pig charged towards them, he spotted it too late to evade. The resounding crash reverberated as the black SUV was overturned, skidding several meters along the oil-paved road before coming to a halt. The ensuing ringing in his ears left Qin Haitao momentarily disoriented. Everyone, exit the vehicle quickly, he urged. Yet, the occupants inside had all been rendered unconscious by the impact, with Qin Mingming suffering the gravest injuries due to her failure to fasten her seatbelt, resulting in a gash on her forehead. Mingming, Yuding. Qin Haitao struggled to unfasten his seatbelt, but the dented car door trapped him. Yuding, wake up quickly, he shouted, continuing to exert effort. At last, Jia Yuding gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing her daughter, unconscious with blood on her forehead, she panicked. Mingming, what should we do now, dear? We must exit the vehicle. That mutated beast may attack again. This place is unsafe, Qin Haitao replied anxiously. The entire car was tilted precariously on the road, making it difficult to crawl out, especially as they had yet to fully recover. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the car. Through the shattered window, Qin Haitao glimpsed the mutated beast that had just struck them, gathering itself for another charge. He noticed a young boy appear before the car, wielding a tang knife. In that moment, Qin Haitao held his breath, fearing that any distraction might divert the boy's focus at this critical juncture. The mutated pig, having finished its preparation, charged forth, its massive form creating a thunderous sound as it ran. Just then, Qin Haitao observed a red glow emanating from the tang knife in the boy's hand. Was he merely dazed from the impact? The beast drew closer, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 2 meters. In an instant, like a flash of red light, the boy swung the tang knife down upon the mutated pig. With astonishing ease, the blade cleaved the enormous creature in two. Qin Haitao's mind reeled. He wondered if all he was witnessing was merely an illusion. With a swift stroke, the observer felt a smooth sensation, as if the target was not a mutated beast but a mere block of tofu. While Qin Haitao was momentarily lost in thought, Qin Tian approached. Save my daughter first, Qin Haitao suddenly exclaimed. However, Qin Tian paid him no heed and extended his hand to upright the overturned off-road vehicle. Bang! The 4 tires struck the pavement, causing those inside the vehicle to experience a jolt. It seems your luck has run out, Qin Tian remarked with a slight smirk as he forcefully pulled the mangled door off its hinges. Freed, Qin Haitao rushed to assess Qin Mingming's injuries, which appeared alarming. Blood trickled down her cheek, and she lay unconscious. What now? In the pre-apocalyptic world, they could have sought medical help, but now? It seemed not too severe. Merely superficial wounds. Qin Tian's voice rang out again. Is my daughter truly unharmed? Jia Yuding inquired anxiously. Your daughter possesses the best aptitude among you. Such injuries won't be fatal, Qin Tian stated without reservation, easing the minds of Qin Haitao and his wife. They had witnessed Qin Tian's capabilities on multiple occasions and had no choice but to place their trust in him. Jia Yuding hurriedly retrieved a first aid kit from the trunk to tend to Qin Mingming's wounds. Others had sustained varying degrees of injuries, but nothing too concerning. This vehicle is likely beyond repair, Qin Haitao observed, frowning at the deformed off-road car. Without this vehicle, how would they continue their journey? On foot. The dangers were too great. One could never tell when a monster might leap out from around the corner. While Qin Haitao was still troubled, Qin Tian had already begun to organize his spoils. The colossal mutated pig was dismembered by Qin Tian and subsequently transported to the trunk. This time, in addition to acquiring a substantial amount of mutant pork, he unexpectedly obtained an evolution orb. Quite remarkable. If this continues, he would be able to collect numerous evolution orbs before winter arrives. Our vehicle is no longer operational. May we squeeze in with you? Ultimately, Qin Haitao mustered the courage to seek assistance from Qin Tian. My vehicle is rather cramped as well. After a brief pause, Qin Tian added, if you do not mind the tight quarters, I could indeed offer you a ride. The delay cost the group a considerable amount of time. Passing by a pharmacy, they decided to disembark and spend the night there. With fresh bandages, Qin Mingming's wound had ceased to bleed. For dinner, they savored a delectable feast unlike anything they had ever experienced. Why is this meat so fragrant? Qin Haitao exclaimed in astonishment. They were relishing the flesh of the mutated pig, simply grilled on a barbecue without any seasoning. Qin Tian, in an unusually jovial mood, took the opportunity to impart knowledge to these individuals. As this information would soon become widely known, he merely wanted a select few to be informed first. The meat of mutated beasts can enhance cellular evolution. The delightful aroma you perceive is a manifestation of your body's cravings, Qin Tian explained. Consuming this meat can make one stronger? Qin Haitao's eyes widened in disbelief. You could say that, Qin Tian replied, effortlessly accepting a platter of grilled meat handed to him by Jia Yuding, content to simply await his meal. Young man, can eating meat make one as formidable as you? Qin Mingming inquired, her mouth glistening with grease, utterly oblivious to her status as an injured patient. As the saying goes, the questioner is oblivious, while the listener is perceptive. Eating meat may only alter one's physique. To truly grow stronger, one must first master the art of combat. Qin Tian maintained a serene demeanor. As the night deepened, Jia Yuding, in a daze, rose to make her way to the restroom. For safety, everyone had been resting in the same room, sleeping on the floor. Jia Yuding, fearful of venturing to the restroom alone, turned on the nightlight and roused her husband. Qin Haitao, awakened from his slumber, bore no grievances. At that moment, they noticed that the youth, who should have been seated there, had vanished, leaving them puzzled as to when he had departed. Peering through the window, they observed that the youth was also absent from the off-road vehicle. Had he truly left? That seemed unlikely, for his little black dog remained nearby. Suddenly, an unusual noise emanated from the restroom. The couple came to the realization that perhaps the youth was in there. However, their assumption was soon proven incorrect. With a resounding crash, a large, blood-red snake slithered forth from the restroom. Chapter 053, A Reckless End. This serpent appeared to be around 5 meters in length, with its thickest part being its flattened head, from which protruded a bony spike the length of a pencil, situated at the center of its forehead. It was evidently a mutated serpent, and one could only speculate whether it bore venom. Qin Haitao and Jia Yuding were seized by an overwhelming fear. Yet they dared not raise their voices, lest they provoke one another. What should they do now? The most formidable youth among them was absent, and Qin Haitao found himself unarmed. Should that mutated serpent launch an attack, the repercussions would be dire. Yuding, retreat slowly, Qin Haitao urged, taking a half-step forward while lowering his voice to address Jia Yuding. At that moment, Jia Yuding was so terrified that she could scarcely move her legs. Her fear of snakes was already profound, let alone when confronted with such a ferocious-looking mutated serpent. Suddenly, the blood-red serpent reared up, its jaws agape, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs. Run! Upon witnessing the mutated serpent lunging toward them, Qin Haitao instinctively pushed his wife aside, bracing himself to confront the impending attack. To his astonishment, a shadow darted forth, lunging directly at the serpent. The commotion had roused the others from their slumber, and they stood agape at the sight of a small black dog battling the massive blood-red serpent. Initially, they assumed the small dog would soon be devoured, but the outcome defied all expectations. The skirmish lasted a mere 20 seconds, after which the small black dog's sudden emergence of claws pierced through the serpent's head, followed by a vicious bite that created a gaping wound. Such ferocity! In that instant, everyone stood frozen in awe, their eyes fixated on the black dog as it voraciously devoured the mutated serpent, bite after bite, as if relishing a spicy snack. The scene was utterly horrifying. They had always believed this to be an innocuous little pup. Little did they know it was, in fact, a remarkably formidable mutated beast. As the world slumbers, the thought of a single bite taken from one person sends shivers down one's spine. In the wake of the apocalypse, they have been tormented by the mutated beasts. The crisp sound of the little black dog's chewing reverberates throughout the room. Time seems to stretch indefinitely until the sudden roar of an engine disrupts the silence. That vehicle belongs to you, Qin Tian exclaimed as he tossed the car keys to the astonished Qin Haitao. What woof? The little black dog barked at Shintian, seemingly seeking praise. Aren't I impressive? Shintian cast a sidelong glance and remarked, the skeletal-type mutated beasts are well-suited for you. The night passed without conversation, and Jia Yuding and her companions hardly rested, rising the next day looking utterly fatigued. Qin Haitao acquired a silver compact car, liberating them from the need to crowd alongside Shintian. Given the ordeal of the previous day, Qin Haitao drove cautiously, especially at intersections. Today unfolded relatively smoothly, leading them directly to the fast food restaurant. One wonders if anyone remains inside. Shintian chose not to disembark, gazing at the familiar establishment. It struck him that this was the very place he had visited after his initial breakthrough, where he had dispatched 3 thugs. The fast food restaurant still stood, albeit in a state of disrepair, as if it had endured a violent plunder. Wang Feng felt a surge of mixed emotions. He hesitated to enter, fearing the scenes that might greet him. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many individuals had transformed into shambling corpses, and he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying metamorphosis of students and teachers within the confines of the school. Just as Wang Feng lingered in doubt, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Qin Haitao smiled and said, I will accompany you inside. Thank you, Uncle Qin. The two cautiously pushed the shop door, but it did not budge. Something seemed to be blocking it from within. There must be someone inside, Qin Haitao remarked. The undead are not known for utilizing obstacles. A sense of anticipation rose in Wang Feng's heart as he and Qin Haitao exerted their combined strength, finally managing to open the door, revealing a pile of tables and chairs inside. Dad, are you there? Upon entering the shop, Wang Feng called out, Are you survivors as well? Suddenly, voices echoed from a studio within. Shortly after, 3 figures emerged. They were unfamiliar faces. Wang Feng did not recognize them, but could ascertain that they were not employees of the establishment. Who are you? Wang Feng inquired. We are refugees who have fled here. One of them responded. The 3 individuals appeared peculiar, seemingly frail, yet their brows bore a hint of hostility. Are you here to rescue us? Another asked. The monsters outside are terrifying. How did you manage to get here? That person continued. We arrived by car. After a brief pause, Qin Haitao pressed further. Is it just the 3 of you? No, there is another, injured and inside. He claims to be the owner of this shop. Another hurriedly replied. Dad, Wang Feng exclaimed with excitement, rushing deeper into the shop. The owner of the establishment could only be his father. However, as he dashed past the 3 individuals, an unexpected turn of events ensued. Stand still, don't move. One of them suddenly lunged forward, pinning Wang Feng against the doorframe and brandishing a kitchen knife against his throat. The incident unfolded so swiftly that even Qin Haitao was caught off guard. What are you planning to do? At that moment, Qin Haitao was ready to rush forward. Stay right there. Otherwise, I will slit this boy's throat. As the man spoke, the blade pressed against Wang Feng's neck, already drawing blood. Qin Haitao hurriedly ceased his attempt to rescue him. Let's converse civilly. We all barely survived this ordeal. Qin Haitao endeavored to diffuse the tension. Enough of this nonsense. Where is your vehicle? Hand it over. The 3 men, while holding Wang Feng as a hostage, began to move outward. Qin Haitao continuously sought an opportunity to strike, but the adversaries remained exceedingly cautious. Before long, they all retreated outside. Upon seeing 2 vehicles parked nearby, the 3 men's eyes glinted with excitement, immediately fixating on a white SUV. The kitchen knife still pressed against Wang Feng's throat. They backed away while warning Qin Haitao not to make any sudden moves, eventually arriving at the SUV's side. This vehicle is ours. You inside, get out quickly. One of them banged on the driver's side window. At that moment, Qin Haitao felt a twinge of pity for these 3 fools. How foolishly they had set their sights on that young boy. Just then, the window slowly lowered, and Chen Tian's icy voice pierced the air. You can either leave or face death. Chapter 054. More benefits are coming. How could these 3 men heed a child's warning? One of them shouted, Get the hell out of here now. Before he could finish his sentence, 3 loud thuds echoed, and the 3 men in front of him collapsed, each with a steel spike embedded in their foreheads. Chen Tian rolled up the car window once more, while Wang Feng, the hostage, stood rigidly, despite having escaped danger. 3 lifeless bodies lay at his feet, utterly devoid of life. Are you all right? At that moment, Qin Haitao hurried over. It was astonishing that 3 strangers had engaged in such violence so readily. Stay in the car, everyone. I will check inside, he instructed before entering the fast food restaurant. However, It wasn't long before Qin Haitao emerged, his face ashen, and he retched at the door. Just as the three had claimed, there was indeed another person inside. But they had long since succumbed to death, their flesh nearly stripped away. The thought of who could have done such a thing, and why was enough to provoke a wave of nausea. Such scum were better off dead. Darling, what's wrong? Jia Yuding noticed her husband's distress and pressed for answers. It's nothing. Let's go. There are no living souls inside. Qin Haitao wished to leave swiftly, contemplating that he might abstain from meat for the next few days. After a quarter of an hour's drive, they arrived at a courtyard, the residence of Wang Lao. If no one was there, it would bode ill for Wang Feng's father. Indeed, the house was empty. Wang Feng lowered his head, emerging from a room with a wooden box, and walked directly to Chen Tian's vehicle. Chen Tian lowered the window and inquired, "What is it?" Wang Feng, unable to meet the young man's gaze, replied softly, "Thank you for saving me. This is something my grandfather treasured. I wish to give it to you, hoping it proves useful." "What's inside?" Chen Tian asked, curiosity piqued. "It contains some medical books." Wang Feng pondered briefly. What purpose could he have for medical texts? He was initially inclined to decline the offer, yet suddenly reconsidered. "I shall accept it." Presently, he had awakened as a practitioner and possessed a unique energy. Yet he still grappled with many aspects of its application. In his previous life, he had scant experience in this domain, and now he needed to explore it gradually on his own, which would inevitably involve knowledge of acupoints and meridians. If the medical literature contained such insights, it might alleviate many of his difficulties. Wang Feng then retrieved several useful supplies, among which was a radio that his grandfather frequently listened to, serving as a nostalgic token. "Xiao Feng, and you, dear classmate, if you have no other place to go, join us. Let us strive to survive together." As the vehicle roared to life, Qin Haitao offered solace to the despondent Wang Feng. "Thank you, Uncle Qin," Wang Feng replied. The female classmate beside him echoed, "Thank you, Uncle Qin." Lin Zuan was not Wang Feng's classmate, but merely a peer in age. Before the apocalypse, she had an older brother and a father who was hospitalized and ill, but now she had lost contact with them, fearing the worst for their fates. The car moved forward slowly, and even Qin Haitao was uncertain about their next destination. In this vast world, there seemed to be no safe haven. He and his wife's parents had perished in this calamity, leaving only their small family of 3. Struggling to survive in this cannibalistic world was an arduous endeavor. Qin Haitao could not help but ponder how wonderful it would be if that young boy could live with them. With the boy by their side, they would no longer have to fear those monstrous creatures. As he contemplated this, Qin Haitao recalled the boy's mention of the flesh of the mutated beasts. If he could become stronger, would he not possess the ability to protect his family? In the quiet confines of the car, Wang Feng switched on the radio left by his grandfather, which crackled to life. Initially, he was merely adjusting the dial, but to his surprise, a voice emerged from the radio. "This is the newly established safe zone. If there are any survivors, please arrive at the city's central green square before the 15th of this month. Troops will escort you to the safe zone. This is the newly established safe zone. If there are any survivors." The radio incessantly repeated the same message. "The city's south central green square?" Qin Haitao echoed, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Darling," exclaimed Jia Yuding, equally exhilarated. If they could reach the safe zone, their family would no longer need to live in constant dread. Calculating the time, there were still 5 days until the 15th, and if they drove smoothly, they could reach there in just a few hours. Truly, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Qin Haitao gently brought the car to a halt to share this good news with Chen Tian, who was trailing behind them. However, upon hearing the announcement, Chen Tian did not display any signs of joy. He had no intention of going to the safe zone, having been granted a second chance at life. He aspired to become powerful, viewing a comfortable environment as nothing more than a waste of time. Nevertheless, he could accompany Qin Haitao's group to the Green Square. Perhaps this journey would yield unforeseen rewards. Indeed, rewards were to be found. After driving for a little over an hour, they unexpectedly encountered a survivor, a slightly plump young man, seemingly in his 20s. "I know a place where several powerful off-road vehicles are parked, far superior to yours. Take me with you. And I promise I won't be a burden," the young man pleaded with a pitiful expression. Faced with this stranger, Qin Haitao hesitated. After all, it was not long ago that Wang Feng had been kidnapped. He could disregard his own safety, but wagering the safety of his family made him reluctant. "I speak the truth. They are formidable off-road vehicles, equipped with a 4.0T diesel engine, a rated power of 143 kilowatts, and a maximum torque of 600 Newton meters. The entire vehicle features independent suspension on all four wheels and a full-time four-wheel drive system, with both front and rear axles fitted with C-type torsion differentials. The young man spoke rapidly. "Hey, what is your name?" At that moment, Chen Tian suddenly inquired through the car window. The young man paused for a moment and instinctively replied, "Yan Qingxiong, are you telling the truth? Can we indeed find such vehicles?" Chen Tian asked again. At this juncture, Qin Haitao interjected, introducing, "In our team, he makes the decisions." Yan Qingxiong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this boy, appearing to be merely in his teens, was the leader of these individuals. "It's true, one of them is mine," Yan Qingxiong quickly asserted. "Get in, take me there," Chen Tian commanded. He had long desired to switch to a more imposing off-road vehicle, preferably of military grade. This young man's arrival was indeed timely. Chapter 055, Impressive. My brother, the vehicle traversed the road ahead, with Yan Qingxiong seated in the passenger seat, directing, at the upcoming intersection, take a left. This time, the off-road vehicle driven by Chen Tian led the way, while Qin Haitao's car followed closely behind. "My young brother, your driving skills are quite remarkable," Yan Qingxiong remarked cheerfully, unaware of the true nature of the youth beside him. He was a scion of a wealthy family, with a passion for outdoor adventures, having organized numerous activities with like-minded individuals. The off-road vehicle he spoke of was parked at a hotel, where he had planned to camp at a certain riverside with fellow enthusiasts. But who could have anticipated the sudden onset of the apocalypse? "Look, we're almost there. The hotel up ahead is where my vehicle is parked," he exclaimed with excitement. His own car was located there, filled with many essential survival supplies. Indeed, through the iron gate, several formidable vehicles could be seen lined up. "We shouldn't drive directly in. There are dangerous beasts inside." Yan Qingxiong's expression turned grave. However, Chen Tian seemed unfazed as he drove straight through the hotel's entrance. "The vehicle closest to the edge is mine. I have the keys with me," Yan Qingxiong hurriedly stated, formulating a plan to swiftly retrieve his car without arousing the monsters or the undead. Once inside that off-road vehicle, safety would be assured. Suddenly, with a screech, Chen Tian halted the car, gazing intently at the hotel building. Yan Qingxiong was unaware of Chen Tian's thoughts as he enthusiastically introduced the rugged off-road vehicle. Although it was a civilian model, its performance was undeniably formidable, with its frames specially reinforced. With this vehicle, there would be no need to fear those monstrous creatures. "You are too naive," Chen Tian's voice suddenly broke through. "The monsters of the future will only grow stronger. A mere off-road vehicle, or even a fortress as solid as a rock, can be easily destroyed." Yan Qingxiong turned to Chen Tian. His curiosity piqued about how this young man had become the decision-maker of the team. Bang! At that moment, a window on the upper floor of the hotel shattered, sending a cascade of glass raining down. The suddenness of the event captured Yan Qingxiong's attention. Initially, he could not discern what was happening, but soon, two dark figures plummeted through the broken window, entangled in a fierce battle. One mutated beast had a head that could split open, revealing multiple rows of teeth, while the other had tentacles with hooks extending from its neck. The two creatures clashed violently, entangling once again upon hitting the ground. Yan Qingxiong was thoroughly alarmed. The two battling beasts were not far from the vehicle. "Do you know where the keys to the other cars are?" Chen Tian suddenly inquired. At that moment, Yan Qingxiong was too frightened to think about such things. His face turned pale with fear. "Tyrant, watch the vehicle." Chen Tian ceased his questioning, uttering a brief command before stepping out of the car. "What the?" Yan Qingxiong's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the youth would choose to exit the vehicle at such a perilous moment. What distinguishes this from courting death? Two mutated beasts, engaged in a fierce battle, might unite in an instant to confront a newcomer. Yan Qingxiong pondered whether the youth was mad or if he himself had lost his senses. Would it not be wiser to wait until the two mutated beasts had exhausted each other before venturing out? The thought of danger sent his heart racing. At that moment, the fighting beasts suddenly parted, their gazes fixated on the approaching Chen Tian. "Good heavens! What on earth is he thinking?" Yan Qingxiong exclaimed within the vehicle. It was one thing for the youth to step outside, but now he was advancing towards the two mutated beasts. Was he attempting to mediate? Alas, the very scenario he dreaded unfolded before him as the beasts lunged at the youth. Yet, in the next breath, Yan Qingxiong was left in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? His mind struggled to comprehend. He had merely witnessed the youth's hand, gripping a blade, vanish in an instant. The once fearsome beasts were reduced to mere heaps of shattered remains. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Yin Qingxiong leaned closer to the windshield, unable to believe what he saw. Indeed, those two mutated beasts lay lifeless, their bodies cleaved into fragments, blood staining the ground. My heavens, is he truly that formidable? An exhilarating thrill surged through Yin Qingxiong, causing his very body to tremble. At that moment, he finally understood why this youth held the title of leader. After dispatching the two inferior mutated beasts, the youth proceeded to cleanse the surrounding area of the undead, ultimately vanishing from Yin Qingxiong's sight. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. In a moment of fervent exclamation, Yin Qingxiong shouted within the confines of the vehicle, his hands clenched into fists with fervor. The days of trepidation and anxiety he had endured were suddenly released in this instant. Until now, he had believed humanity's demise was inevitable, plagued by the relentless onslaught of the undead and bizarre monsters, leaving mankind to merely survive in a state of despair. However, witnessing the remarkable prowess of the young boy before him altered his perspective entirely. Humanity, too, could exhibit formidable strength. The boy stood as a living testament to this truth. Suddenly, the prospect of the future shimmered with hope. While Yin Qingxiong was lost in his reverie, the boy's figure reappeared in his line of sight. The efficiency displayed was largely attributable to the boy's psychic probing ability. The robust and imposing off-road vehicle had its door swung open, and after a moment of contemplation, Chen Tian swiftly selected a suitable one. Brother, you are incredible. My goodness, it feels as though I am watching a science fiction film. Yin Qingxiong gazed at Chen Tian with awe. Chen Tian regarded him with a calm demeanor and stated, "The area has been thoroughly cleared. There will be no undead or mutated beasts for the time being. You may exit the vehicle." Not only was Yin Qingxiong urged to disembark, but even the little black dog was compelled to follow suit. Chen Tian intended to transfer the belongings from the white off-road vehicle to the newly selected one. The formidable and resilient off-road vehicle, adorned in a dusty yellow hue, boasted robust lines that underscored its sturdiness and safety. The new vehicle offered not only increased space, but also enhanced power. Chen Tian expressed his satisfaction with the new acquisition, and to their fortune, Qin Haitao and his companions also managed to secure a vehicle, as Chen Tian had discovered 2 keys. Discarding them would indeed have been a regrettable loss. Yin Qingxiong was equally fortunate, as he was still driving his own vehicle, familiar with its contents. Chapter 056. This harvest is abundant with the acquisition of a new car. The greatest joy belonged to the Qin family. Previously, they had been cramped in a small sedan, where comfort was of little concern. The key was that this new off-road vehicle appeared robust and sturdy. Brother Qin, this is for you. Yin Qingxiong handed over a walkie-talkie, one of the many accessories from his vehicle. With the walkie-talkie, communication during their journey would be significantly more convenient. As they all aimed for the verdant green square in the city center, mutual assistance along the way was inevitable. Yin Qingxiong's plump demeanor, combined with his amiable nature, effectively bridged the gap between them. I have heard the broadcast. There are still 5 days remaining. If we drive, we could arrive today. I was thinking, since we have ample time, should we perhaps procure additional supplies? I know a splendid place that is somewhat on our way, Yin Qingxiong remarked over the walkie-talkie. Fatty, where's this place? Came the inquiry from Chen Tian through the device. Recently bestowed with a new vehicle, Chen Tian was in high spirits. His initial reluctance to visit the safe zone stemmed from mere curiosity about what treasures they might find. It's an outdoor adventure shop I used to frequent. Yin Qingxiong began to elaborate, as if opening a floodgate of conversation. As autumn deepened and winter approached, it was imperative to prepare some winter supplies. Otherwise, the forthcoming season would prove arduous. None of them had ventured to the safe zone before, and its conditions remained a mystery. If the environment turned out to be harsh, they would surely suffer from the cold. A portable charcoal stove and an alcohol burner are certainly essential items to have, even if they are not required for warmth. They serve well for cooking. It would also be wise to keep a sleeping bag on hand, as it occupies minimal space. One must prepare some self-defense tools. Given the perilous nature of the current world, how can one feel secure without weapons for protection? A solar charging panel is indispensable. It conveniently powers mobile phones, tablets, and small lamps, certainly a necessity to have. Yin Qingxiong spoke at length, as if he were a master of survival in a post-apocalyptic realm. If we do not take these items, they will merely benefit others. Should we ever reach a safe zone, these possessions will be our private property. Who wouldn't desire a more comfortable existence? The walkie-talkie echoed with only Yin Xinxiong's voice. However, his words resonated deeply with Qin Haitao's family. Pongzi, lead the way. Chen Tian's voice rang clearly through the walkie-talkie. Understood. Yin Xinxiong had been waiting for this. Tian Gu, once we arrive, should we encounter zombies or monsters? I shall rely on you. This time, the walkie-talkie fell silent after Chen Tian's response. 3 identical, rugged SUVs sped along the road. When confronted by obstructing zombies, there was no need to hesitate. They simply plowed through, the vehicle's performance instilling confidence in the drivers. You wretched creatures, your grandpa is here. Yin Xinxiong exclaimed loudly as he led the way. After more than 40 minutes of travel, the trio finally arrived at the specialty store Yin had mentioned. Chen Tian disembarked and swiftly dispatched the nearby zombies with a few well-placed strikes. Tian Gu, this is the place. Yin Xinxiong leapt from the vehicle, gesturing towards the impressive establishment ahead. This shop retained its pre-apocalyptic appearance. The tempered glass doors were locked, and there were no signs of prior visitors inside. Chen Tian, Yin Xinxiong, and Qin Haitao entered the store, while the others remained in the vehicle. As soon as they stepped inside, Qin Haitao's eyes sparkled with excitement. There were numerous valuable items, many of which were immediately useful. Tian Gu, you choose first. Yin Xinxiong skillfully encouraged. Chen Tian, without hesitation, began to search for valuable goods within the shop. Only after Chen Tian had selected what he desired did Qin Haitao and the plump Yin begin to transport their finds to their vehicle, both of them thoroughly engrossed in their task. This zero-cost shopping experience was exhilarating. They could take whatever they wanted. Chen Tian, however, did not select an excessive amount of items, as his experience in survival during the apocalypse taught him that the goods here were merely embellishments. For Qin Haitao and the others, these items were like a lifeline, thus they worked with particular fervor. Upon returning to the vehicle, Chen Tian examined the few short blades he had just acquired. These items were not available for public sale, as Yin Xinxiong explained that only well-acquainted clients could purchase them. After a flurry of activity, everyone's equipment received a significant upgrade. While defensive knives were not essential, they were still indispensable. Fortunately, this scavenging expedition also yielded several recurve bows, which were powerful enough for hunting the undead and beasts alike, while ensuring safety. The assortment of other items nearly filled their off-road vehicles to capacity. With their vehicles brimming with treasures, everyone felt elated. With these acquisitions, life ahead promised to be considerably less arduous. As the vehicle roared to life, the journey resumed, this time prompted by Qin Haitao's admonition. The group decided to stock up on extra fuel. Although the off-road vehicle possessed remarkable capabilities, it was also quite fuel-thirsty. Failing to prepare could result in an inconvenient breakdown midway. Fortunately, finding a gas station was a simple task, and at present, there were no large-scale survivors scouring for supplies, thus alleviating concerns regarding fuel procurement. Upon arriving at the gas station, Chen Tian swiftly surveyed the area, efficiently clearing the vicinity. Inside the station, a convenience store bore signs of prior plundering. However, a thorough search still yielded a number of useful items. Brother Tian, Yin Xinxiang suddenly exclaimed from a room within, having stumbled upon something astonishing. Chen Tian and Qin Haitao hastened to investigate, only to discover a desiccated corpse lying on the ground. It's all right, it has already perished, Chen Tian remarked, gleaning the situation with a mere glance. Do the undead also succumb to death? Yin Xinxiang inquired, astonished. His implication was clear. Could the undead truly die without external aggression? Chen Tian took the opportunity to impart some knowledge. Every living organism ultimately meets its end, and the undead are no exception. This creature, confined within the room, perished from starvation due to the lack of sustenance. What? Yin Xinxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The undead can starve to death? This revelation starkly contrasted with the depiction he had seen in zombie films. With the onset of winter, the undead would face mass mortality, transforming into lifeless husks, each like a cocoon, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash the next generation of genetic horrors. The fuel collection at the gas station has been completed, with each vehicle adequately filled, although a considerable amount of fuel remains, constrained by limited storage space. 3 formidable SUVs continued their journey, this time without pause, directly arriving at Green Square. Chapter 057. If you can act, do not complain. Upon reaching Green Square, dusk was approaching. We haven't gone astray, have we? Came the astonished voice of Yin Xinxiang over the intercom. At that moment, the square was devoid of any human presence, instead populated by dozens of wandering corpses. The outside world appeared perilous, I surmised that other survivors must be hiding somewhere. As the vehicles advanced, we indeed spotted figures peering out from several nearby buildings. Selecting a relatively secure spot to halt, we began to prepare dinner. Shortly thereafter, we noticed another survivor's vehicle approaching our direction. It seemed there were still many individuals who had survived, possibly a number who had yet to receive the broadcast. After dinner, everyone took to resting in their respective SUVs. The following morning, the abrupt roar of engines startled the slumbering individuals awake. A bus was hurtling towards our location at an astonishing speed, inexplicably steering towards the area where the SUVs were parked. With a screech of brakes, the bus came to a halt. The doors swung open, and over 30 individuals, men and women alike, descended from the vehicle, all survivors. Wonderful. We are alive, and we have successfully arrived here. Is this a military vehicle? We are saved. We can proceed to the safe zone. The survivors who disembarked from the bus swiftly surrounded the 3 off-road vehicles, mistakenly believing them to be transport for military personnel aiding the evacuees. You are mistaken. We have only just arrived, a startled Yen Qingxiong declared as he lowered his window. Upon seeing familiar faces, the survivors shamelessly began to demand food and water. Initially, their words were sweet, but soon their malevolent expressions emerged, conveying a clear threat. If their demands were unmet, they would resort to vandalism. Indeed, one individual seized a brick from the roadside and hurled it at the car door with a resounding crash that sent Yen Qingxiong's heart sinking. No, get lost. Yen Qingxiong roared in anger, attempting to disperse the unruly crowd. We are starving, and you have food yet refuse to share. Have the courage to come out. A voice rose amidst the throng, escalating the chaos. It was not only Yen Qingxiong's vehicle that faced trouble. In front of Qin Haitao and Qin Tian's cars, similarly troublesome individuals had gathered. What a misfortune! These ruffians are more troublesome than the undead, Yen Qingxiong remarked over the intercom. Should we consider relocating? Qin Haitao suggested. Unless we can drive through these people, Yen Qingxiong retorted. Just as the two conversed, a sudden gunshot echoed from outside, startling both Yen Qingxiong and Qin Haitao. The sound was alarmingly close. Could it be that someone among the survivors was armed? Outside, the tumultuous crowd fell eerily silent. At that moment, Qin Tian, peering through the lowered window, surveyed the frightened faces outside. There was no need for dialogue with these individuals. A single shot could easily instill order over the entire scene. Qin Tian aimed his gun at the instigator, the very individual inciting chaos among the crowd. Leave, or face death. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive silence. No one doubted the firearm in the youth's grasp, nor did anyone dare to gamble on the presence of bullets within. Bang! Without warning, Qin Tian fired once more, the shot striking the man's satchel. You have 30 seconds to vanish from my sight, or I shall ensure your disappearance. The ultimatum left no room for dissent. At this, the astonished crowd came to their senses. They had made an arduous journey to this place and certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise in such a bewildering manner. Gradually, the throng began to disperse, moving towards the nearby structure. Such is human nature, predators of the weak, fearful of the strong. Witnessing the entire scene through the rearview mirror, Yen Qingxiong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Sometimes, the actions of one's own kind can be more terrifying than those of the undead or monstrous beings. Qin Haitao's voice crackled through the intercom, reminding him of the events at the fast food restaurant. He had thought this episode concluded, but unexpectedly, Lin Ziwen, the young woman sharing the vehicle with Qin Haitao, suddenly became animated. Uncle Qin, I think I saw my brother. Her exclamation momentarily stunned Qin Haitao, who was in the midst of speaking into the device. He turned to the visibly excited Lin Ziwen. Your brother? Which one? The one in the gray checkered coat. It looks just like him. Lin Ziwen had only caught a glimpse from the side. What is your brother's name? Qin Haitao inquired hastily. Lin Ziwu. Qin Haitao hurriedly rolled down the car window and called out to the departing survivors, Lin Ziwu. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned around, including a man clad in a gray checkered coat. At this moment, Lin Ziwen could confirm that it was indeed her brother. With tears welling in her eyes, she leaned against the car window and shouted, Brother, it's me. Their gazes locked, and the young man initially froze for a moment before rushing over in a frenzy. In the face of an apocalyptic world, reuniting with a lost family member was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Recognizing him, Qin Haitao allowed the young man to enter the vehicle. The siblings' emotions surged, leaving them in a state of overwhelming exhilaration. If this encounter was a mere coincidence, A more remarkable twist awaited. The young man, Lindsay Wu, unexpectedly recognized Chen Tian. No, it was more accurate to say he had previously encountered Chen Tian. Brother Tian, don't you remember me? At the Night Beauty Leisure Club, you helped me. With this reminder, Chen Tian recalled the incident. This was the young man who had been assaulted due to his debts to a loan shark. So it's you. I never imagined you would still be alive. Chen Tian remarked nonchalantly. At that time, rather than assisting this individual, it could be said he had deliberately sought to punish those thugs. Brother Tian, you helped me and even saved my sister. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Lindsay Wu exclaimed, his emotions palpable. He vividly recalled the scene of the young man fiercely beating those villains. Chen Tian, seemingly indifferent, said, if you've encountered any peculiar phenomena, feel free to share them with me. This remark was made without any particular intent, yet unexpectedly, the other party indeed recalled an incident. Oh, what is it? I was originally trapped in a family courtyard, blocked by two terrifying beasts, and thought I was destined to perish. Suddenly, a green light appeared. Green light. Chen Tian seemed to recall something and inquired, could you discern its appearance? Unable to remain still, Chen Tian listened to the other's description, realizing it was none other than the essence of plant crystals. Where's that thing? Chen Tian asked. Chapter 058. Unexpected gains as night descended. A red and black motorcycle sped swiftly along the road. Chen Tian navigated the motorcycle towards the location mentioned by Lin Ziwu, with the little black dog lying on the gas tank, allowing the wind to touzle its fur. The choice of motorcycle was due to its portability and speed. Ignoring the wandering corpses encountered on the road, Chen Tian had but one objective, the essence of plant crystals. Under Chen Tian's skilled control, the motorcycle seemed to meld with him, drifting and leaping over obstacles. Suddenly, the motorcycle screeched to a halt, executing a drift. A black mutated beast flew past Chen Tian's head. Through his mental probing, he was acutely aware of the surroundings within nearly 100 meters, enabling him to react swiftly when the mutated beast launched its surprise attack. The beast, failing to connect, did not relent and pursued the motorcycle's taillight, charging once more. With a swift thrust, a steel nail sent the mutated beast tumbling away, its fate uncertain. Chen Tian, however, had no time to concern himself with the creature. Even if it possessed an evolution jewel within, he would not halt his journey for that. Swiftly advancing along the path, Chen Tian finally arrived at the residential compound mentioned by Lin Ziwu. This must be the place. He began to survey the surroundings, detecting a lingering energy of the plant essence in the air. Had it already departed? Chen Tian furrowed his brow, leaping onto the rooftop to scan the vicinity. On such a night, the emerald glow emitted by the plant essence would be distinctly visible. However, after inspecting the area, he found nothing. This posed quite a dilemma. The plant essence, prior to merging with vegetation, was known to be mobile, and given the time that had elapsed, it was likely long gone from this vicinity. Could it be that his journey was in vain? Just then, a sudden barking erupted from the little black dog below. Woof, woof. The little creature barked with even greater enthusiasm, its tail wagging like a rattle. Chen Tian was momentarily bewildered, completely at a loss regarding what this little being was trying to convey. Suddenly, the black dog lowered its head, sniffing the ground before dashing off in a particular direction. Could it possibly know where the plant essence is? Chen Tian followed closely behind. Although this was merely a conjecture, he felt a flicker of hope in his heart. Dogs are naturally adept in the realm of scent, and especially after evolving, the little black dog's abilities were likely heightened further. With a swift leap, the pair bounded across the low rooftops. Ahead, a faint green glow flickered, indicating the presence of the plant essence. With a surge of speed, Chen Tian propelled himself forward, surpassing the leading little black dog. Indeed, it was the plant essence. With eyes aglow, Chen Tian fixated on the energy crystal in the parking lot ahead, resembling the kelp-shaped leaves as described by Lin Ziwu. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his tang knife and charged forward. At this moment, he was different from before. Having awakened his unique energy, he found it far less taxing to confront the plant essence crystal. Sensing impending danger, the crystal swiftly fled in one direction, its surrounding leaves functioning like limbs that could bend freely while exerting formidable kinetic energy. Seeing the plant essence crystal attempting to escape, Chen Tian was determined not to let it go. He concentrated his unique energy into his legs. With a thunderous impact, he left a crater in the cement pavement as he propelled himself towards the crystal with explosive force. In an instant, the leaves of the crystal swept towards him. Chun Tian deftly sidestepped, the leaves slicing through the air before him with such remarkable elasticity that they pierced the opposite wall. Let us see what else you can do, Chun Tian declared as he wielded his tang knife, effortlessly severing one of the leaves as if slicing through vegetables. The blade glimmered with red energy, proving its extraordinary power. Previously, when he had battled the tendrils of the plant essence crystal, even with all his might wielding a fire axe, he had struggled to sever them. Yet now, a single strike was enough to overcome the leaf's defense. The plant essence crystal continued its retreat, its flailing leaves persistently trying to hinder Chun Tian. With relentless precision, Chun Tian swung his tang knife repeatedly, each stroke severing yet another leaf from the crystal. At last, the final leaf of the botanical crystal was severed by the tang knife in Chun Tian's hand. He reached out, intent on seizing the energy crystal. However, at that moment, the botanical crystal unleashed its last act of defiance. A translucent leaf ejected its energy crystallization. The suddenness of the event caught even Chun Tian off guard. Just as he was about to grasp it, a mutated black bear emerged from nowhere, devouring the defenseless botanical crystal in one swift bite. Witnessing this scene, Chun Tian was nearly overcome with fury. After toiling for so long, he had allowed a mutated bear to snatch his prize. Unacceptable. With a swish, the tang knife transformed into a streak of cold light. Before the mutated bear could savor the flavor of the botanical crystal, it would meet its end. With a thrust, Chun Tian's hand pierced the mutated black bear's body, and when he withdrew it, he held the ingested botanical crystal in his grasp. At that moment, the botanical crystal was no longer pure. Its surface was marred by blood and flesh, as if they had become intertwined. Chun Tian's expression darkened as he gazed at the now tainted botanical crystal. The fusion with the mutated bear's flesh and blood had compromised its internal energy, rendering any further absorption of limited benefit. Despite his anger, Chun Tian found himself powerless in this situation. Just then, the little black dog caught up, barking as if to say, "Master, how could you abandon me?" Upon hearing the little dog's voice, an idea sparked in Chun Tian's mind. The wood essence crystal has not greatly aided my enhancement, yet it may be ideally suited for the tyrant. Just moments ago, Chun Tian was filled with indignation, but now he begins to feel a sense of anticipation. The little black dog had initially fused the genes of two distinct traits, bone type and skin polishing type, enabling it to refine the flesh and energy of the mutated black bear. Coupled with the properties of the wood essence crystal, it should elevate the little black dog's strength to a new echelon. This time, your contribution is significant, so I bestow the wood essence crystal upon you. Without hesitation, Chun Tian administered the crystal to the little black dog, unaware that this endeavor would yield unexpected results. Chapter 059. A breakthrough at such a young age to assist the little black dog in swiftly absorbing the energy of the wood essence crystal. Chun Tian utilized mental energy for auxiliary refinement. To his astonishment, an unforeseen outcome emerged upon completion. Chun Tian gazed intently at the little black dog, which was also looking up at him. It spun around in place. The little black dog seemed to comprehend and immediately turned in a circle. "Go, fetch that mutated black bear," Chun Tian instructed. "The tyrant can now understand my words." A spark ignited in Chun Tian's eyes. He attempted to communicate solely through thought with the little black dog. "Go, bring back the other half of the mutated black bear." The sensation was utterly remarkable. Could it be that, in an intangible manner, I have perfectly tamed the tyrant? Chun Tian stood in contemplation, pondering the reasons and factors that might have led to this occurrence. Could it be that both the tyrant and I, having refined and absorbed a wood essence crystal, are the cause of this phenomenon? Once more, I ponder whether my psychic energy has been infused into the tyrant's body, resulting in a peculiar reaction under the influence of the essence of flora and fauna. Alternatively, could it be that the tyrant's recent breakthrough in strength has brought about an extraordinary transformation? Chun Tian contemplated several possibilities, yet he found himself unable to ascertain which was closest to the truth. Never mind, this matter could be explored in due course, as time is abundant. Casting a glance at the lifeless corpse of the mutated black bear, Chun Tian employed his probing abilities to extract an evolution orb from within. He then used a Tang Dao to process the remains of the mutated black bear, carefully packaging the edible portions for transport. At this moment, the sky had darkened considerably. Suddenly, from within the off-road vehicle where she had been resting, Jia Yuding let out a startled exclamation. "Meng Meng, Meng Meng, what has happened to you?" Her shout roused the others who had been resting inside the vehicle. The first to respond was Qin Haitao. Yuding, what is it? My dear, you must see this. Meng Meng, for some unknown reason, has suddenly developed a high fever and cannot be awakened no matter how I call her. Jia Yuding replied, panic etched across her face. Let me have a look. Qin Haitao said as he turned on the vehicle's interior lights and approached his daughter. At that moment, Qin Mingming lay in Jia Yuding's arms. Her face flushed to an alarming degree. Qin Haitao placed his palm against his daughter's forehead and was taken aback. Why is she so hot? Quickly, check her temperature. The others in the vehicle promptly sprang into action, and the temperature was measured, revealing results that shocked everyone. The mercury in the thermometer has risen to its peak, indicating that Qin Mingming's body temperature has likely exceeded 42 degrees Celsius. What should we do, husband? Could it be an infection from the injury on Mingming's head? Jia Yuding exclaimed in desperation. Just before going to sleep, everything seemed fine. How could things have deteriorated so suddenly? At this moment, Qin Haitao was equally distraught. If only that young man were here, he thought. First, let's use a wet towel to bring Mingming's temperature down, Qin Haitao said hurriedly, unsure of the situation. He hesitated to administer any medication to his daughter. Brother Qin, what's wrong? Came the voice of Yin Qingxiong from the walkie-talkie, evidently having heard the commotion. My daughter is ill, Qin Haitao replied anxiously. Don't worry, Brother Qin. I have medication in my car. Just hold on a moment. It seemed the night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Amidst the chaos, the distant sound of a motorcycle engine approached. Chen Tian drove his motorcycle close to his off-road vehicle. Before he had a chance to load the mutated bear meat onto his truck, he saw Qin Haitao rushing towards him. After listening to the description, Chen Tian paused for a moment and casually asked, was she bitten by a walker? Qin Haitao shook his head vigorously. No, Mingming was in the car the entire time. It's impossible for her to have encountered a walker. Then she must be evolving, Chen Tian stated. This left Qin Haitao momentarily speechless. Evolving? Take me to see her, he insisted. With that, Chen Tian followed Qin Haitao to the car. Jia Yuding, who was already in a state of despair, nearly shed tears upon seeing Chen Tian. Wipe away your tears, she will be fine, Chen Tian reassured her after examining Qin Mingming. However, before Jia Yuding could finish her words, Chen Tian interjected, she is about to evolve. What we must do now is prepare food swiftly. Such an opportunity is rare. If it slips away, we may not know when her next evolution will occur. With Chen Tian by their side, a sense of calm enveloped the crowd. Just moments ago, they were in a state of confusion. But upon hearing that Qin Mingming was on the verge of becoming an evolved being, anticipation and joy filled their hearts. In front of the vehicle's headlights, a barbecue grill, charcoal stove, and an array of condiments were all meticulously arranged. Everyone busied themselves, and the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air. Chen Tian, who had just survived a fierce battle, unabashedly indulged in the exquisite flavors of the barbecue. This time, not only was there mutated pork, but also mutated bear meat. Just as Chen Tian had his fill, the unconscious Qin Mingming awakened. Her body temperature was still alarmingly high, yet she immediately began to express her hunger. The prepared mutated meat was placed before her, and she eagerly devoured it. The others watched her intently, their curiosity piqued by the evolution process. Qin Mingming consumed an extraordinary amount this time. Her petite frame astonishingly accommodated such a large quantity of grilled meat. Had it not been for Chen Tian's prior instructions, Qin Haitao and his wife might have intervened, worried that such a voracious appetite could burst her small belly. Gradually, white steam began to emanate from Qin Mingming's body. At that moment, she paused her feast and began to cry out for water. Consequently, bottle after bottle of mineral water was presented to her. Time seemed to stretch on. And as dawn approached, Qin Mingming's evolution finally reached its conclusion. Her body temperature returned to normal. Jia Yuding checked her daughter's temperature and joyfully inquired, Mingming, how do you feel now? Qin Haitao expressed his concern for their daughter's condition. Has she truly completed her evolution? She appears unchanged on the surface. Qin Mingming blinked her curious eyes, puzzled by the intense gazes directed at her. A quasi-evolver already possesses a degree of self-preservation ability. You should train her well, Chen Tian remarked. A quasi-evolver does not yet qualify as a true evolver, and the disparity in strength between the two can be staggering. However, given Qin Mingming's youth, there remains a possibility for her to eventually ascend to the status of an awakened one. Chapter 060, a swift and decisive battle. The curiosity surrounding the quasi-evolver Qin Mingming was palpable, not only among her parents, but also from others who yearned to witness her transformations. At their urging, she performed several jumps and demonstrated her newfound strength. Good heavens! Is this the prowess of a quasi-evolver? Remarkable! Yin Qingxiong gasped, his breath quickening with excitement. In these trying times, who wouldn't desire extraordinary power? With a casual leap, Qin Mingming soared over 2 meters high, her strength so immense that she could effortlessly lift her father with a single hand. If everyone possessed such power, would they no longer fear the walking dead? Qin Mingming's breakthrough ignited a spark of hope among the crowd, as they all eagerly anticipated their own moments of evolution. The dawn had arrived. After having breakfast, Chun Tian set off on his motorcycle with the little black dog, leaving no one aware of his destination or purpose. Today marks only 4 days until the deadline for the gathering of survivors. Throughout the day, a multitude of survivors continued to arrive. Undoubtedly, Yin Qingxiong and his companions would await the arrival of the military here. Initially, it was presumed that their group would remain intact until they reached the safe zone. However, unexpectedly, one more individual joined their ranks, someone whom Qin Tian recognized. The situation unfolded as follows. While Yin Qingxiong ventured into the building to relieve himself, he was taken aback to encounter a survivor transformed into a ghoul. He found himself besieged by 3 freshly turned ghouls, facing grave peril, but fortunately, he received assistance from an unexpected ally. My heavens, you nearly frightened me to death. I truly appreciate your timely intervention. Without your help, I surely would have been bitten. Yin Qingxiong expressed his gratitude to his savior. The man bore an odd expression, seemingly eager to depart. What should I call you, brother? Yin Qingxiong inquired. Hastily pressing for an answer, Wang Ming, came the reply. Brother Wang, are you alone? Indeed, Wang Ming sighed heavily. I have no family left. Brother Wang, then come with me. I have some supplies and a sturdy off-road vehicle. It's quite safe. Yin Qingxiong extended an invitation. After all, this man was his benefactor. And since they were both heading towards the safe zone, having an extra companion could prove advantageous. However, Wang Ming flatly declined. You should go on your way. Brother, I, Yin Pongzi, am not one to forget a kindness. If you have a better place to be, I wouldn't stand in your way, but you are alone, and I. Yin Qingxiong's words faltered abruptly as he caught sight of a wound on Wang Ming's wrist. Specifically, it was a deliberate revelation on Wang Ming's part. It was a bite mark, unmistakably the mark of a ghoul. Do you understand? I have already been bitten. Following you will only bring you harm. Wang Ming forced a bitter smile, devoid of much anger. His wife had passed away, leaving him with little attachment to this world. It was those few undead. Yin Qingxiong hesitated to speak. Before I transform into one of them, you should leave. Do not burden yourself with guilt over this matter. Wang Ming sat down on the ground, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and quietly awaited his demise. Brother Wang, listen to me. Although you have been bitten by the undead, it does not necessarily mean you will become one of them. My brother Tian has said that every survivor possesses antibodies against the virus. With sufficient food and plenty of water, it is possible to survive this ordeal. Hurry. Come with me. Yin Qingxiong insisted, forcibly dragging Wang Ming to the side of the off-road vehicle. Upon seeing Chun Tian, Wang Ming froze in astonishment. It was him, the very same youth who had saved his wife from the claws of a mutated bird. He still vividly recalled that moment. Regrettably, his wife had succumbed to subsequent misfortunes. Otherwise, she would have shared in his current excitement. The zombifying poison within Wang Ming was not severe. After consuming some mutated beast meat, he successfully endured the ordeal and now found himself in the same vehicle as Yin Qingxiong. The group did not change with Wang Ming's addition. Qin Tian remained the one with the most authority. Days turned into weeks, and finally, they arrived at the last day of the survivors' assembly. Rarely, Qin Tian did not venture outside today. Brother Tian, are you truly not going to the safe zone? Yin Qingxiong inquired once more. I have no plans to head to the safe zone for the time being. After a brief pause, Qin Tian spoke again. I might be leaving soon. Yin Qingxiong was taken aback. The weather today seemed to suggest impending rain, and a drop in temperature was likely. Suddenly, Qin Tian uttered something entirely unrelated. Just as Yin Qingxiong was about to respond, they were suddenly greeted by the sounds of jubilant shouts. The troops have arrived. We are saved. They are finally here. We can survive. Survivors, hidden within the various buildings, cautiously emerged. Those positioned higher up could already see a contingent of soldiers approaching. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the distinct roar of machine guns. Armored vehicles led the way, with additional vehicles following closely behind. Qin Tian drove away, intending to explore the city further. hoping to encounter another crystal of botanical essence. More importantly, he needed to ascertain a particular matter. As the undead wandered aimlessly in the square, they were swiftly gunned down. Shortly thereafter, an authoritative voice boomed through the loudspeaker. All survivors, please gather and prepare for assembly. Before boarding, we will conduct a brief inspection. We urge everyone to be prompt. Those arriving by vehicle may bypass the inspection and join the convoy directly. The ensuing events promised to be quite eventful. The original plan was for the escorting personnel to remain until dusk. However, circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. The squad leader suddenly received orders to evacuate the area within the next 30 minutes due to the imminent approach of a horde of zombies and mutated beasts. The sky was overcast, seemingly brewing a torrential storm. Hurry, everyone, board the bus. Recent satellite imagery revealed tens of thousands of zombies and mutated creatures rushing towards their location. Time was of the essence. No one should linger with their luggage. Everyone needed to board the vehicle swiftly. The responsible squad leader, fully aware of the urgency, urged them repeatedly. Captain, if we don't leave now, it will be too late, one of the team members reported. The horde was only 20 minutes away. If they were encircled, the consequences would be dire. While bullets were formidable, they eventually ran out, and zombies and monsters could only be truly vanquished with a shot to the head. The assembled team finally set off. According to the satellite map, the masses of zombies and monsters surged forth like a locust swarm. Chen Tian stood high above, surveying the approaching beast army. The anticipated eruption before the onset of winter had indeed arrived. A smirk graced his lips as he wielded his tang knife, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. With a swift leap from a height of over 10 meters, he was enveloped in a crimson aura. In this pre-winter battle, he intended to fight with fervor. Chapter 061. Strength is a blessing. A dark mass of figures charged towards them, claws bared and teeth gnashing. Far from feeling fear, excitement was evident on Chen Tian's face. Given his current prowess, few opponents could elicit his full strength. Given the inadequacy of individual strength, one must rely on sheer numbers. Surveying the scene, the approaching horde of zombies and mutated beasts numbers in the thousands. Such a colossal force could serve as a worthy adversary. Whoosh! Chen Tian vanished from his position, a blood-red afterimage darting forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. Crack! The moment of contact between the two sides erupted with a deafening roar. In an instant, dozens of the foremost zombies were sent soaring into the air. Their bodies cleaved into multiple segments. Swish, swish, swish. With each swing of his Tang Dao, empowered by his unique energy, Chen Tian wielded it like a blade capable of severing all. Within mere moments, nearly 100 zombies lay slain at his feet. Yet, the undead know not the feeling of fear. The advancing army surged forward relentlessly, undeterred by the futility of their actions. After dispatching a mutated beast that lunged from above, Chen Tian delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The immense force caused the unfortunate zombie to disintegrate, its shattered remains scattering the others behind it. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. With unwavering resolve, Chen Tian single-handedly decimated this terrifying horde of monstrosities. Faster! I can be even swifter. His movements grew increasingly precise as he harnessed this carnage to elevate his own potential. The silhouette of the Tang Dao became nearly imperceptible, its presence only betrayed by the eerie sound of air being torn asunder. Time ticked away, second by second. The streets flowed with rivers of blood. Countless dismembered limbs and fragments littered the ground, transforming the area into a scene of carnage. Come forth, let one of you pass. Consider it my defeat. As Chen Tian became increasingly exhilarated by his relentless slaying, he sensed a subtle transformation occurring within his very being. This extraordinary sensation engulfed him in a state of rapture. The blade in his hand seemed to meld seamlessly with his body. Gradually, Chen Tian ceased to strike based solely on visual cues. Instead, he began to pursue an elusive feeling. The ground, slick with blood and flesh, began to influence his movements, and a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous slip. Thus, rather than retreating, Chen Tian surged forward, expanding the arena of carnage amidst flashing blades and flying fists. It felt as if he were grasping a certain secret, tantalizingly close to understanding its essence. His expression shifted to one of intense concentration as he vanquished the mindless corpses and mutated beasts. He also became acutely aware of the changes within his body. Frenzy. Chen Tian abruptly unleashed his signature skill. This was not due to encountering insurmountable foes. but rather a necessity to reach the critical point of his frenzy, enabling him to achieve enlightenment. The invincible Chen Tian, upon entering this frenzied state, transformed into a veritable deity of death. With a swift motion, he executed a forward surge through the throng of monsters, slicing through every zombie and mutated beast in his path. If his earlier strikes had been singular and precise, now each swing of his blade cleaved through entire lines of adversaries. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The sky, shrouded in a somber haze, finally released a cascade of cool raindrops. Chen Tian forged his way from the eastern end of the street to its western edge, leaving no other standing figures in his wake. The rain began to intensify, drenching the scene. Chen Tian stood silently in the rain, his gaze fixed ahead. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that his eyes lacked focus. He was not observing anything in particular, but rather lost in thought. This battle had imparted significant insights to him. The synergy between his body and the Tang Dao sword bestowed upon him a sensation of unity between man and blade. However, his greatest revelation lay in the understanding he was currently grasping. With minimal adjustments in his stride, he aimed to evade instantaneously and through the application of effortless force, achieve maximum lethality. In a moment of daze, Chen Tian muttered softly to himself. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks, soaking his garments. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and he commenced his practice right where he stood, sidestepping, slashing, lunging, exerting force. Each movement was subtle in magnitude, yet the aura emanating from him was remarkably formidable. Chen Tian repeated these actions, as if transforming his insights into instinctual responses. Gradually, he increased the complexity of his maneuvers, closing his eyes and envisioning formidable opponents, responding to the imagined scenarios with precise counterattacks. Swish, swish, swish. As his sense of rhythm intensified, Chen Tian found himself unsatisfied with mere hypothetical adversaries and sought to elevate the challenge. With a swift motion, the Tang Dao sliced upward, cleaving a plump raindrop in half. Swish. He followed through with a horizontal sweep, bisecting yet another droplet. Next, he escalated the difficulty further. Swish, swish, swish. The blade in his hand danced with increasing speed, targeting the raindrops that descended around him. Within the reach of the blade's tip, Chen Tian unleashed a flurry of strikes with unwavering determination. At first, he was unable to shatter every raindrop that fell, but gradually, as his movements became more subtle and rapid, a barrier seemed to envelop him, preventing a single drop of rain from penetrating within. This state persisted for over a minute. It was only when Chen Tian ceased his motions that the obstructed rainwater cascaded down upon him once more. Was this what they referred to as transformation? A smile of excitement graced Chen Tian's lips. Initially, he merely sought to engage in a vigorous battle before the winter set in. Who could have anticipated that this skirmish would lead him to a profound metamorphosis, imparting upon him the sophisticated techniques of close combat? Indeed, the swiftest path to enhancing one's strength lies in battle. Chen Tian cast a glance at the battlefield, now washed by the rain. Previously, in the throes of combat, he had lost count of how many zombies and mutated beasts he had slain. With my current prowess, should I encounter the essence of Flora, a mere glance would suffice to vanquish it. At this moment, Chen Tian brimmed with unwavering confidence. He would no longer find himself ambushed by a mutated black bear as he had before. If only he could seek out a horde of mutated beasts to further test his skills. Although he harbored such thoughts, Chen Tian understood that encountering such a beastly throng would not be an easy feat. A mere handful of mutated beasts would not provide the challenge he desired. Never mind. There was no urgency in this matter. Chen Tian smiled gently, for his immediate task was to gather the evolution orbs scattered around him. This battle had granted him a substantial bounty of evolution orbs. Strength is indeed a virtue. Chapter 062, A Habit of Endurance Within a Desolate Building. Chen Tian had just changed out of his drenched garments. This time, his gains were quite substantial. The total number of evolution orbs had now exceeded 100. These evolution orbs not only assist the evolvers in enhancing their prowess, but have also become the currency of the post-apocalyptic world. One should not underestimate these 103 orbs. When they circulate as currency, a single evolution orb can be exchanged for a truckload of precious supplies. In a time when potential evolvers are scarce, who possesses the capability to single-handedly slay mutated beasts like Chen Tian? To acquire even a single evolution orb is considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Having secured the evolution orbs, Chen Tian prepared to procure some sustenance. After recently enduring a fierce battle, he was in dire need of nourishment. The rain outside continued to pour relentlessly. Following this downpour, the temperature would plummet. As an awakened being, Chen Tian was largely unaffected by the fluctuations in external temperatures. Conversely, the mutated beasts would tend to reduce their hunting activities due to the chilling weather. Consequently, as the temperature gradually decreases, the surviving humans would paradoxically find themselves with a greater chance of survival. However, Chen Tian understood that safety was merely a temporary reprieve. The mutated beasts of the future would only grow stronger and more terrifying. The fire pit, which Chen Tian had retrieved from his off-road vehicle, was now ablaze. He ignited the fire, set a pot atop it, poured in mineral water, added seasonings, and then introduced slices of mutated beast meat. All that remained was to cover the pot and await the meal's completion. Listening to the sound of rain outside, while savoring the fragrant stewed meat, was an experience of unparalleled indulgence. After the meal, Chen Tian reviewed the combat techniques he had grasped. At that moment, the little black dog came running over, wagging its tail. Woof woof. The little black dog barked twice. Ever since a bond was formed between Chen Tian and the dog, he could decipher its intentions. It was truly remarkable. You want me to play with you? Chen Tian squinted his eyes. The little black dog plopped down on the ground. He had been longing for a sparring partner to validate his combat skills. And the little black dog was an excellent candidate. After absorbing the essence of plants and trees, the little black dog's strength had surged, making it a formidable opponent against ordinary mutated beasts. However, in Chen Tian's eyes, it still had a long way to go. Woof woof. The little black dog relished this interaction with its master, even though it was invariably the one on the receiving end of the blows. Before launching an attack, the little black dog would remember to bark twice, and in the next moment, its limbs would sprout sharp-boned spurs, lunging towards Chen Tian with a fierce intensity. Just as the little black dog was about to make contact, Chen Tian slightly shifted his body and deftly evaded the attack. Not only that, he seized the opportunity to deliver a slap to the little black dog's head. Not fast enough. Pick up the pace. The little black dog had grown accustomed to such treatment. It felt restless if a day passed without a beating, always sensing something amiss. Whoosh. After landing, the little black dog suddenly exerted its strength, this time charging toward Chen Tian with even greater speed. Chen Tian continued to handle it with ease. And in just a brief moment, the little black dog's head and rear had already received several slaps. The intention behind the movements was all too apparent. Let us try again. Chen Tian was utterly unperturbed by the prospect of injuring the little black dog. On the contrary, this method of striking could more effectively awaken the dog's latent potential. As a hybrid of skeletal and demonic skin genes, the little black dog's defensive capabilities vastly surpassed its exhibited offensive power. The skeletal trait is characterized by reinforced bones, endowing it with formidable biting strength and explosive power, a fact evident from the dog's sharp bone claws. Meanwhile, the demonic skin lineage boasts exceptional skin resilience and healing abilities, with each encounter of external force further stimulating an enhancement in defense. Thus, the current little black dog only grew sturdier with each blow. Whoosh. The little black dog continually lunged forward to bite. Bang. Time and again, it was sent flying. The man and the dog were thoroughly enjoying themselves within the confines of the room. After yet another kick sent the little black dog soaring, Chen Tian called out to it. Tyrant, pause for a moment. The tyrant immediately halted its movements. Chen Tian wore a contemplative expression, murmuring to himself, I wonder if the combat techniques I have grasped can be imparted to you. In the past, he would have never entertained such a notion, but circumstances had changed. The profound bond between him and the little black dog allowed them to understand each other's thoughts with merely a glance. Now, let us adopt a different training method. After a moment of reflection, Chen Tian deemed it necessary to give it a try. Subsequently, he corrected the little black dog's actions while guiding it to chase after a meat bone manipulated by his mental energy. In the beginning, the little black dog was utterly bewildered, fixated solely on the meat bones. However, after receiving a couple of firm slaps, it promptly subdued itself, eliminating superfluous movements. It sought to achieve its desires in the most straightforward manner possible. By blending feigned and genuine actions, it could alter its attack position at any moment during the skirmish. The objective was clear: speed, stability, and precision. Chen Tian guided with remarkable patience. Throughout this instructional process, Chen Tian gleaned a fresh perspective on combat techniques, marking a modest gain in understanding. Given the limited intelligence of the little black dog, mastering combat skills necessitated relentless repetition. Thus, in the ensuing days, whenever the opportunity arose, Chen Tian diligently practiced with the little black dog, even venturing out to find sparring partners. Have you fed your dog with the moves I taught you? On a vacant lot, the little black dog engaged in combat with a larger mutated dog, while Chen Tian oversaw the match. Despite both being canines, their combat styles were strikingly different. The trained little black dog exhibited clear superiority. Were it not for Chen Tian's constraints, it could have dispatched its opponent in mere moments. During yet another clash, the little black dog struck too fiercely, its bone spikes piercing and killing the adversary. Although victorious, the little black dog resembled a child who had erred, its expression filled with remorse as it dared not meet Chen Tian's gaze. Well, the opponent was too weak. You cannot be blamed. Next time, I'll find you a more formidable foe, Chen Tian remarked. Instantly, the little black dog brightened, scampering to Chen Tian's side and wagging its tail exuberantly. There are likely no formidable, mutated beasts nearby. Let us venture a bit further afield this time. Returning to the off-road vehicle, Chen Tian resolved to leave this place, as he had nearly transformed the area into a safe zone. The vehicle headed north, traversing the terrain as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian encountered a group of survivors in vehicles, who claimed they were en route to a safe transit station. How intriguing. Chapter 063. Scoundrels deserve to be scum. Following closely behind these survivors, Chen Tian was eager to discover the nature of this so-called safe transit station. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. Could there be a more ironic twist of fate? Gazing at the structure before him, he felt an involuntary urge to laugh. The Night Beauty Leisure Club. He had been here before, exiting through the very back door. Little did he expect to return in the aftermath of the apocalypse. And even less did he anticipate that this establishment would serve as the safe transit station spoken of by the survivors. How fascinating. He was keen to uncover what secrets lay within. A playful smile danced at the corners of Chen Tian's mouth. As the last vehicle rolled into the courtyard, the gates began to close slowly. Rest assured, this is a safe haven. I will guide you to the lounge, where water and food await. Here, we are all one family, and we must support one another, declared a tall man, standing confidently on the steps. This is a temporary safe transit station. In a few days, the government will send personnel to escort us to the safe zone. I urge everyone to maintain order, he continued. Chen Tian regarded this with profound skepticism. Firstly, if a transit station were to be established, why would they choose such an unsuitable location? Recently, just days ago, the escorting troops had transported the survivors from the verdant square, making it implausible for them to return in such a brief span. Ultimately, Chen Tian's instincts informed him that the individuals stationed as sentinels did not exude an aura of benevolence. Was it possible that someone had inherited the will of the infamous Brother Leopard and intended to perpetrate further mischief here? A chill flickered in Chen Tian's gaze. Like the other newly arrived survivors, he disembarked the vehicle and was guided into a hall. It was evident that the journey had been arduous for all. And before proceeding to elucidate the regulations of this place, the tall man spoke. Allow me to distribute a bottle of water to each of you. He commanded his aides to hand out the pre-prepared bottles of mineral water. Initially, those who had just arrived harbored some skepticism, but upon receiving the water, they alleviated their apprehensions. One man extended a bottle of unlabeled mineral water towards Chen Tian, who promptly declined it. Upon your arrival here, your safety will be our responsibility. For the sake of mutual security, I must make a modest request. Please surrender all weapons you possess for us to safeguard temporarily, the tall man reiterated. No sooner had he finished speaking than some individuals began collecting weapons in bags. The survivors, having endured to this point, were not naive. Upon hearing the demand for weapon confiscation, they instantly bristled with vigilance. You must cooperate with our efforts. The collection of weapons is also a matter of responsibility towards the other survivors. The tall man's expression soured. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, the weapons represented a fundamental line for the survivors, and compliance was simply unattainable. In an exasperated tone, one could hear the frustration echoing, as a robust figure suddenly charged forth, striking a survivor across the face with a resounding slap. The tall gentleman, who had been delivering a speech, abandoned his charade, signaling for a throng of armed individuals to surge in through a side entrance. Do not resist. Cooperate with us, he commanded, his voice dripping with menace. In this world, even if we were to eliminate you, no one would dare to oppose us. These individuals were not only coarse in their language, but also merciless in their actions. Any attempt at defiance was met with brutal force, as evidenced by the thud of a club striking the head of a dissenting individual. A bespectacled man fell lifeless to the ground, a stark reminder of the consequences of noncompliance. Do you see this? That is the fate of those who resist. Be wise and cooperate. If you do, we may spare you. Otherwise, know that my companions are not to be trifled with. Intimidated by this display of brutality, the remaining survivors felt their resolve crumble. Outnumbered and outmatched, none wished to be the one to stand against them. Ah, this girl is quite appealing. Let us have a chat inside, one of the assailants remarked, setting his sights on a woman. He not only made lewd comments, but brazenly advanced his hand toward her in front of the crowd. The woman trembled in fear, silenced by her terror. As the assailant's intentions became increasingly brazen, preparing to invade her personal space, an untimely youthful voice pierced the tension. Scoundrels! You are indeed scoundrels, lower than beasts. The man, who had been reveling in his dominance, instantly seethed with rage, bellowing, "Who the hell just said that? Who is speaking?" The crowd instinctively parted, everyone consciously keeping their distance from Chen Tian, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Observing their reactions, Chen Tian let out a cold smirk. "Was it you? You little brat, who just spoke?" A man approached menacingly, an iron rod in hand, ready to strike at any moment. "It seems my previous cleansing was not thorough enough." Leaving behind these insignificant characters, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. "What are you flaunting for, you little brat?" The man swung the iron rod towards Chen Tian's head. Unfazed, Chen Tian casually sidestepped, evading the blow. If one is a scum, one must be prepared to embrace the consequences. With that, Chen Tian unleashed a powerful punch. Splash! Nearby individuals were splattered with blood. The once arrogant man was instantly obliterated by Chen Tian's fist. In that moment, the arena fell silent. No one had yet recovered from their astonishment. Whoosh! In an instant, Chen Tian was before the tall man. The tall man stared wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost, never having felt such fear in his life. They merely intended to lure some survivors for enslavement, never anticipating they had drawn forth a small demon. The tall man attempted to speak, but was abruptly silenced as Chen Tian grasped his chin. "Don't utter a word, just comply and perish." With a sharp crack, the tall man's jaw shattered along with his neck. Care to guess who will be next? Chen Tian's gaze swept over the remaining accomplices. Heaven knows how terrified those individuals were under that penetrating gaze. Without the need for rallying cries, they instinctively fled the scene. Chen Tian would not allow their escape. Bang, bang, bang. They resembled photographs hanging on a wall, lingering for what felt like an eternity before their bodies gradually slumped to the ground. None survived. At that moment, the remaining survivors in the hall were gripped by an even greater dread. Chen Tian flashed them a smile, and they all shuddered in unison. "I still have some cleaning up to do. You may leave at your discretion." With that, Chen Tian strode toward the inner chamber. Chapter 064, Timely Evolution. Almost immediately, the inner room erupted with deafening sounds and piercing screams, lasting for over a minute. The survivors in the hall were not fools. They could easily surmise the chaos unfolding within. Fearful of remaining, they bolted out in a frenzy. "How did you get out?" "Stop. This area is under lockdown. No one is permitted to leave." The guards outside, oblivious to the turmoil within the hall, quickly armed themselves to intercept the fleeing survivors. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a fierce guard suddenly collapsed, a steel nail embedded in his temple. This unexpected turn of events left both sides momentarily stunned. In quick succession, several more faint sounds echoed, and the guards fell one after another, as if marked by the hand of death itself. They all shared a grim characteristic. Each had been pierced by cement nails. The survivors present could think of nothing but escaping this cursed place. Without the hindrance of those guards, they departed in their respective vehicles. At that moment, Chen Tian was meticulously counting his spoils. As he surveyed the warehouse filled with goods, he felt a mix of joy and regret. His off-road vehicle simply could not accommodate such a vast quantity of supplies. How splendid it would have been to possess a storage space. Alas, Chen Tian did not have one. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take with him the canned goods that were easy to preserve and transport. The variety was quite impressive, including canned beef, luncheon meat, and fish. These would serve him well on days when he was too lazy to prepare a meal. After carefully selecting, Chen Tian managed to fill his off-road vehicle to the brim. Even the passenger seat was piled high with items. Should he discard the motorcycle? Chen Tian hesitated, ultimately deciding to keep it for now. Who knows when it might come in handy. As his off-road vehicle pulled away from the club, darkness enveloped the sky. True to his original plan, Chen Tian continued driving toward a more distant location. The night sky in this post-apocalyptic world was breathtaking, free from atmospheric pollution. The stars shone more brilliantly than ever. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, as Qin Tian was in no rush. Inside the quiet cabin, he suddenly exclaimed. The little black dog merely lifted its head to gaze at Qin Tian, wearing an expression of indifference. Qin Tian smiled faintly, just about to speak again, when a loud bang reverberated through the air, as if something had collided with the off-road vehicle. Qin Tian quickly steadied the steering wheel while extending his mental senses. A rock? Upon discerning that the object he had just collided with was merely a stone, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed it was some oblivious mutated beast presenting itself to him. Where could a stone possibly come from? Expanding his perception, Qin Tian found no suspicious locations nearby. Could this stone have rolled down from some distant place? Just as he was pondering this, another rock flew into his field of perception. With a swift press of the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward. Bang! Outside, a thunderous noise erupted as the football-sized rock tumbled across the road. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with intensity. Something was indeed assaulting his vehicle, displaying remarkable audacity. Tyrant, go! Qin Tian commanded, rolling down the window of the passenger seat, allowing the small black dog to leap out. Given the current prowess of the little dog, confronting 3 or 4 mutated beasts simultaneously would pose no challenge. Yet, this time, there was not a hint of activity. Not only was there an absence of movement, but another rock came hurtling towards the off-road vehicle. Qin Tian swiftly turned the steering wheel, executing a drift just in time to evade the incoming stone. He was not fond of this passive predicament. He promptly halted the vehicle and exited. It was deep into the night, and with no streetlights available, he could only rely on the starlight to vaguely discern his surroundings. Woof, woof. The little black dog returned, seemingly empty-handed. Qin Tian furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. This indicated that the assailant hurling stones was concealed at a considerable distance. How intriguing. Qin Tian's expression grew serious as he endeavored to maximize his mental probing abilities. His current range of detection extended over a radius of more than 100 meters. Yet within this expanse, not even a single zombie could be found, let alone any mutated beasts. Just as his focus reached its zenith, a sizable rock came hurtling toward him from the side. Swiftly, Qin Tian intercepted the rock before it could strike the off-road vehicle. The irregular stone weighed approximately 300 to 400 pounds, and he managed to halt it with one hand. Simultaneously, he pursued the source of this sudden attack, eager to uncover what lurked in the darkness. Upon nearing the scene, he was met with the sight of a collapsed wall and enormous footprints imprinted on the ground. Had it concealed itself? Qin Tian scanned the surroundings. Despite possessing the ability of mental probing, his range was limited, and after searching for a while, he found no trace of the assailant. The hidden perpetrator had simply relocated to launch another assault. Had it not been for the vigilant little black dog guarding the vehicle, even the sturdiest off-road vehicle might have been reduced to ruins. Good job, Tyrant, Qin Tian commended. The little black dog, upon receiving praise, became even more exhilarated, perceiving this inconsequential attack as a mere game. Tyrant, keep watch here. With that brief instruction, Qin Tian resumed his pursuit in the direction from which the rock had been thrown. Unfortunately, the opponent had vanished without a trace. So cunning. Despite several attempts, Qin Tian could not locate the figure, primarily due to the poor visibility of the night. Ultimately, with no other options, Qin Tian drove his vehicle into a building, planning to deal with the adversary come morning. Thus, the night passed. At the break of dawn, Qin Tian commenced his search in the vicinity, discovering numerous enormous footprints, indicating that the assailant was a formidable creature. Was it a mutated beast possessing a degree of intelligence? Qin Tian surmised that it must be in hiding. If it truly possessed intelligence, it would only venture out at night and would flee at the slightest hint of danger. Such mutated beasts are notoriously difficult to contend with. However, Qin Tian remained undeterred. As he enhanced his mental abilities during the day, his eyes underwent an evolution, granting him not only night vision but also the capability to discern objects from a kilometer away. This promised to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 065. Lethality comparable to a sniper rifle. Having awakened his powers, Qin Tian could elevate his mental energy through a unique training regimen. The method he employed was derived from the experiences of his previous life. Though it may not be the most superior, it proved remarkably practical. Initially, Qin Tian aimed merely to expand his range of mental perception, yet the events of the previous night illuminated numerous deficiencies within himself. To his astonishment, after training, he was rewarded with a delightful surprise. His vision had evolved. His newly evolved eyes not only granted him the ability to see in the dark, akin to certain animals, but also allowed him to perceive distant objects with clarity. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of the essence of flora and fauna that had enhanced his latent potential. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Tian attributed this evolution to the essence he had previously absorbed. A hint of an intriguing smile graced the corners of Chun Tian's lips as he murmured, "Effort may not always lead to fortuitous encounters. Yet it is through diligence that one can seize such opportunities when they arise." With his spirits lifted, Chun Tian resolved to acclimate himself to his newly evolved vision. He leapt atop a towering structure, employing the steel nails at his disposal to eliminate the undead and mutated beasts a kilometer away. This practice was not unfamiliar to him, though previously he could only accurately target foes within 500 meters. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. With a long steel nail poised between his fingers, he concentrated his mental energy upon it, his keen eyes locking onto a zombie illuminated by a distant streetlight. Whoosh! In an instant, he released the nail, which soared through the air with a piercing sound. The distant zombie met its demise in a single, brutal shot to the head, the nail embedding itself deep into the concrete below. Such terrifying precision, such formidable destructive power. As his thoughts shifted, another steel nail flew effortlessly into his grasp. Akin to a bullet being chambered, the pointed tip of this nail aimed straight ahead, where a mutated rat was feasting on a corpse beside a manhole cover approximately 1,500 meters away. Whoosh! The nail, charged with its deadly mission, hurtled forth once more. The mutated rat, caught completely unaware, was swiftly penetrated through the skull, expiring instantaneously. A sense of satisfaction washed over Chun Tian, the corners of his mouth curling upward, revealing his undeniably buoyant mood. The only regret now is that once the steel nail is enveloped by the energy, Chun Tian's exclusive power can no longer act upon it. Otherwise, its destructive force would be even more astonishing. Beside him, the little black dog, unaware of Chun Tian's actions, could nevertheless sense that his young master was in high spirits, and so it barked a couple of times in excitement. Chun Tian glanced at the little black dog and smiled. "When night falls, we shall settle the score with that ambusher." Woof! The little black dog, fearless of a scuffle, eagerly anticipated the arrival of night. Chun Tian focused his mind and continued his practice. With no targets to eliminate, he began to fixate on stationary objects, such as a teacup resting on a desk in an office 2,000 meters away, or the punctuation marks on a billboard 2,500 meters distant. This exercise was not only to enhance his proficiency, but also to amplify his power. At last, night descended. After adjusting his state, Chun Tian drove his off-road vehicle through the nearby streets. A seasoned hunter often manifests in the guise of prey. He used the off-road vehicle as bait to lure out the hidden mastermind. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog was stationed atop the vehicle. This way, should any stones come hurtling towards them, it could swiftly intercept. "No rush, we have time." Chun Tian's voice resonated. The night grew increasingly dark. In the pitch-black street, Chun Tian's off-road vehicle stood out prominently, its headlights illuminating the surroundings, making it the most conspicuous target. Whoosh! As he waited, a piercing sound sliced through the air at last. The small black dog, originally sprawled atop the vehicle, perked up its ears in an instant. With a sudden leap, it confronted the descending rock, striking it with a paw. Bang! The coconut-sized concrete shattered under its force. Although the little black dog possessed night vision, its range was limited. Squeak! Chun Tian brought the off-road vehicle to a halt with a swift kick, nimbly disembarking. With a light jump, he found himself standing atop the vehicle. His eyes sparkled with intensity, scanning the surroundings where shadows concealed their secrets. Found it. A smile curled at the corners of Chun Tian's mouth. At a distance of 1,500 meters, several undulating figures emerged, 3 enormous mutated apes. They exhibited remarkable agility, leaping between structures, and would seize nearby objects to launch projectile attacks. It was likely they were the ones throwing stones earlier. Cunning and alert, they would leap to a new vantage point after each throw, explaining why they had eluded detection until now. "You seem to be enjoying yourselves." Chun Tian's gaze flickered. Now it was my turn. With a flick of his wrist, a steel nail materialized between his fingers. "Accept your judgment." He raised his hand, and in an instant, the nail vanished from sight. Far away, one mutated ape was poised to hurl a rock, but before it could muster its strength, its head was pierced. Next came the second. Chun Tian repeated the action, unleashing another steel nail. With formidable penetrating power, he not only felled yet another mutated ape but also sent its colossal body crashing backward. The thud of its fall startled the remaining mutated ape, which let out a couple of frantic cries before swiftly retreating. How could Shintian allow it to escape? He launched another steel nail. This time, the nail merely pierced the ape's arm, not due to a lack of precision on Shintian's part, but because the nail grazed an obstacle during its flight. Attempting to flee, Shintian abandoned the use of nails and pursued it directly. The already injured mutated ape's speed had significantly diminished, and with Shintian possessing night vision, escape was futile. The moment it was locked onto by Shintian's gaze, its fate was sealed. It was merely prolonging the inevitable. Bang! With a dull thud, the fleeing mutated ape was sent flying by a kick from Shintian, its massive body crashing into and distorting the shutter of a nearby shop. Shintian approached it step by step. Oh! It turned out to be not a mere mutated beast, but an evolved beast. Observing the immense creature before him, a faint smile graced Shintian's lips. The primary distinction between a mutated beast and an evolved beast lies in who commands the body. If it is controlled by parasitic gene worms, it is deemed a mutated beast. Conversely, if the original host retains control, it is classified as an evolved beast. Shintian's little black dog is an evolved beast. After dispatching 3 evolved beasts, Shintian obtained 3 evolution orbs. Alas, why did these 3 evolved apes provoke anyone else when they chose to antagonize Shintian? The law of the jungle dictates that the weak shall be preyed upon by the strong. One must either ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain or resign oneself to being the quarry in another's eyes. Chapter 066. A woman and a dog block the path. Time passes swiftly, and several days have slipped by. Currently, Shintian has amassed 110 evolution orbs. Perhaps due to the drop in temperature, the likelihood of encountering mutated beasts has diminished significantly in recent days. Even when they do appear, they are devoid of evolution orbs. It is only logical, given the scarcity of mutated animals in the city. With the first snowfall approaching, we shall venture to the nearest county town in search of fortune. Shintian retrieves his phone and consults the map, settling on the nearest county town as their destination. The little black dog in the passenger seat expresses no preference regarding their route, as it is solely focused on the prospect of finding a worthy opponent. With a clear objective in mind, the off-road vehicle accelerates towards the county town. It is apparent that the number of wandering corpses on the highway has dwindled. With only a few sporadic figures remaining, their movements stiff and sluggish, likely on the verge of succumbing within days. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival of the fittest applies even to the undead. As the temperature continues to drop, one can anticipate the emergence of many groups of survivors, diligently scavenging for any resources they can find. Shintian is not in want of supplies. His off-road vehicle remains fully stocked. Often, he contemplates whether to upgrade to a larger vehicle, lamenting the loss of resources he had to abandon due to a lack of storage space. Remarkably, just as they arrive, they encounter a mutated beast. Before them stood 2 mutated goats, their size akin to that of elephants, charging from a considerable distance. "Tyrant," Shintian merely called out. And the little black dog immediately understood, leaping through the car window with remarkable agility. Whoosh! Its speed was reminiscent of a streak of black lightning. The 2 advancing mutated goats paid no heed to the little black dog, maintaining their momentum as they brandished their formidable horns, intent on a combined assault. The combat experience the little black dog had amassed was now far beyond its earlier days as an inexperienced pup. With a powerful leap, it deftly grazed past the horns of the mutated goat, and in a swift motion, its forepaws unleashed sharp bone blades. Thud! The bone blade pierced through the goat's skull with precision. Utilizing the momentum, the little black dog twisted midair, landing its hind feet on the back of the slain goat, then propelled itself with astonishing speed toward the second mutated goat. Thud! Another clean strike ensued, as the little black dog efficiently dispatched the second goat. Well done. Shintian parked the off-road vehicle nearby. Oftentimes, he need not intervene, as the little black dog could handle matters adeptly on its own. The little black dog wagged its tail playfully at Shintian's feet. One would never suspect that this seemingly innocuous creature was, in fact, a fierce evolved beast. Indeed, a change of scenery brought fortuitous encounters. From the bodies of the 2 mutated goats, Shintian discovered 2 evolution orbs. Consequently, the total number of evolution orbs he had collected had reached an impressive 112. Having collected numerous evolution orbs, Shintian had yet to utilize them, primarily because his strength was steadily on the rise, rendering the absorption of the orb's energy unnecessary for the time being. Alas, it was a pity that they could not transport both of the plump mutated goats entirely. Chen Tian expressed his regret. Inside the vehicle, space was severely limited, and after some contemplation, he ultimately decided to discard his rarely used motorcycle. Although this freed up some room, it was still insufficient. In accordance with his principle of minimizing waste, Chen Tian employed his Tang Dao to process the mutated goats, temporarily securing the excess mutton atop the vehicle. Wrapped in plastic to preserve its edibility, the off-road vehicle roared back to life, heading towards the county town. As Chen Tian drove, he pondered the necessity of acquiring a new vehicle, ideally a military truck that could accommodate a greater load. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the road ahead, a pitch-black mutated dog. No, upon closer inspection through its eyes, Chen Tian discerned that it was, in fact, an evolved canine. Interestingly, it was a creature that had evolved from a black wolf. This was indeed intriguing. Chen Tian glanced at the small black dog in the passenger seat. The little canine's fighting spirit surged. It did not regard the opponent as kin. Despite their similar appearances, they had long diverged into separate species. Woof, woof, woof. The small black dog was poised to leap out of the window, but Chen Tian restrained it. Just then, he noticed a woman sprinting out from a nearby building, calling out as she ran. Blocking the road, the evolved dog reluctantly approached the woman. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a companion like an evolved dog was indeed a stroke of fortune. As Chen Tian pondered this, the woman unexpectedly walked over with a strange expression. "Please do not be afraid. My black tooth will not attack easily," she proclaimed loudly. "Clear the road," Chen Tian commanded coldly as he rolled down the window. The woman's expression shifted noticeably upon seeing him. She clearly did not anticipate that the driver would be a mere teenager. "Could I trouble you for a favor? My friend is trapped in a room and has been unable to escape for 2 days," she implored, her face etched with urgency. "Not interested, I can't help," Chen Tian replied dismissively. "Wait," she exclaimed as he attempted to leave. "I won't ask for your help without recompense. I can share some food with you. I have no shortage of food." With that, he began to raise the window, preparing to drive away. Desperately, the woman knocked on the window. "What about this? Would this suffice?" Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Tian caught a glimpse of what she held, a shimmering evolved bead. Surprised, he realized she possessed an evolved bead. This revelation piqued his interest. Creatures with evolved beads were formidable, and it was uncertain if her large black dog could even hunt one. Where, then, did she acquire this evolved bead? Rolling down the window once more, Chen Tian scrutinized the woman. Her face was obscured by a layer of grime, suggesting she had not washed in days. Her lips were chapped, a clear sign of dehydration. Judging by her age, she appeared to be around 20. "Where did you get that?" Chen Tian inquired. "I stumbled upon it by chance. It is quite extraordinary. Possessing warmth that can ward off a certain degree of cold when kept in my pocket," the woman replied eagerly. A newly acquired evolution orb presented itself to him without any effort, and Chen Tian saw no reason to decline. He was in no rush and found it agreeable to accompany this woman. More importantly, he was intrigued by the blue energy crystal she described. It certainly could not be a simple plant essence crystal. Nevertheless, its ability to emit a distinctive energy and obstruct pathways warranted further investigation. Chapter 067. Awakening spatial abilities. Upon entering the vehicle, the woman was astounded to discover an abundance of food within. The sheer volume of provisions seemed to dwarf her meager supplies, making her feel like a beggar in comparison. At last, she comprehended why the young man had previously claimed he was not in want of food. Indeed, he had an overwhelming surplus. "Which way should I go?" Chen Tian's voice suddenly interrupted her astonishment. "Not far, just ahead and take a left," she hurriedly replied. Her large black dog, unfortunately, could not fit in the car and had to run behind it. True to her word, the destination was indeed close. They arrived in less than 10 minutes. "This is the place," she exclaimed, extending her hand to point ahead. Chen Tian brought the vehicle to a halt and followed her gesture, spotting an entrance to a tunnel that descended into darkness. "My friend is trapped inside there," the woman hurried to explain, detailing the circumstances of the moment. They had merely sought food when that bizarre entity suddenly appeared, separating her from her friend. "Bully, guard the vehicle." With that command, Chen Tian descended from the car. It was then that the woman realized the little black dog in the vehicle was named Bully, a rather peculiar name. "I've attempted numerous methods. That barrier is particularly robust. Perhaps we could ram it with the vehicle," she suggested, her voice trailing off as she spoke. This was the true reason she had solicited Chen Tian's assistance. The all-terrain vehicle he drove was imposing and formidable, clearly possessing significant horsepower. However, she held little hope for Chen Tian himself. Ignoring her, Chen Tian strode directly down the passage. The once dim corridor was now illuminated by a peculiar glowing crystal. What could it be? He paused, surveying the distance of several meters that separated them. Before him, in the corridor, floated a massive blue crystal, radiating an ethereal blue light that formed a barrier. With a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, and a steel nail shot forth from his fingers. It had been 2 days. She had no idea how her friend, Xiangrong, was faring inside. The woman murmured her friend's name, who shared her surname, having met during the apocalypse. Wait for me outside. At that moment, Chen Tian spoke suddenly. The woman was taken aback and curiously inquired, "What do you intend to do? Why ask so many questions?" Chen Tian's tone turned icy. The woman was awestruck by Chen Tian's imposing presence. Realizing that her presence here would be of no assistance, she nodded and said, "I shall stand guard outside for you." With the woman no longer a distraction, Chen Tian commenced his examination of the crystal. He focused his mental energies, releasing them with utmost intensity. He sought to uncover the mysteries concealed within the crystal's core. Suddenly, the levitating crystal exhibited peculiar movements as white symbols emerged upon its surface. In an instant, Chen Tian's mind was inundated with strange information, mental indices, cerebral expansion, divine might. The azure barrier, impervious even to steel, was effortlessly penetrated by Chen Tian at that moment. He followed the guidance of the information, slowly extending his finger to gently touch the crystal. In that fleeting instant, an uncanny spectacle unfolded. The colossal blue crystal began to evaporate and vaporize, resembling a cloud of cerulean dust that gradually faded into the ether. The passageway descended into darkness, returning to a state of tranquility. The rumors were not without foundation. The true harbinger of the apocalypse might indeed be an extraterrestrial civilization. Chen Tian recalled memories from his previous life, where whispers had circulated about the discovery of what appeared to be the wreckage of an alien spacecraft in the ocean. It was said that the apocalypse would erupt due to the leakage of certain substances from the alien vessel. Initially, Chen Tian had dismissed these claims, but now, a seed of belief began to take root within him. The information flooding his mind was a language of a civilization not of this planet. Had it not been directly implanted into his consciousness, he would have remained oblivious to the meaning of those enigmatic symbols. The blue crystalline structure, known as the star spirit crystal, is the crowning achievement of an extraterrestrial civilization, designed to assist psychics in awakening their abilities once they have attained a certain level of mental prowess. Thanks to Chen Tian's mental strength meeting the requisite criteria, he was able to activate the star spirit crystal. Otherwise, he would have remained unable to do so. In retrospect, Chen Tian finally comprehended why those few formidable controllers of psychic energy in later generations possessed extraordinary abilities. It turns out that they had all once acquired the star spirit crystal and undergone an awakening. No wonder he had previously struggled to enhance his mental power without achieving a special ability. The missing element was indeed the star spirit crystal. It has become clear to him now. Some things cannot be attained solely through effort. To ascend to the ranks of the most powerful, one must seize the initiative. A smile graced Chen Tian's lips. This time, with the aid of the star spirit crystal, he finally awakened the unique ability known as private domain. Private domain is a spatial ability that exists within Chen Tian's mind, constituting a private space uniquely under his control. It allows for spatial expansion through mental energy. However, there exists a simpler and more convenient method, utilizing the evolution pearl. Following this awakening of abilities, his mental strength has also seen an enhancement. Chen Tian discovered another reason to rejoice. His range of mental perception has now expanded to a radius of 300 meters. Although he is yet to test the maximum number of flying knives he can manipulate, it is likely that this capability has also significantly improved. Genetic Hail, awakening exclusive skills. Star Spirit Crystals, awakening special abilities. Indeed, it appears that within extraterrestrial civilizations, 2 distinct systems of power exist. At this moment, Chen Tian's curiosity regarding alien civilizations has intensified. In the future, he is determined to seek out that alien spaceship that is plunged into the ocean. For now, however, his priority is to rescue the woman trapped within. Utilizing his probing abilities, Chen Tian has located her. Awaiting outside the passage, Li Nian finally sees the young boy emerge, and to her astonishment, he is carrying her friend. Li Xiangrong. Is this the person you intended to save? Chun Tian nonchalantly drops the unconscious woman onto the ground. Xiangrong, Xiangrong, wake up, it's me, Lin Yan. Lin Yan repeatedly calls out her friend's name, her heart brimming with questions. How on earth did the boy manage to rescue Li Xiangrong? She is eager to investigate the newly awakened abilities he possesses. Chapter 068. Details reveal character. A single evolution pearl can astonishingly expand a space equivalent to the size of a bedroom. After conducting tests, Chun Tian has reached this conclusion. To further comprehend the capabilities of the private domain, he directly employed 5 evolution pearls, thus acquiring storage space equivalent to 5 bedrooms. This space is ample enough to accommodate several off-road vehicles. Truly miraculous. Chun Tian effortlessly stored a can of beef into the private domain space with merely a thought. Through his mental acuity, he is able to visualize the items contained within the space, and retrieving them is equally simple, again, accomplished with just a thought. With this newfound ability, the burdens of spatial constraints would no longer trouble him. Chun Tian, in a buoyant mood, began to store various items from the compartment into his private space. In a short span, a significant area within the vehicle was freed up. The little black dog, seemingly oblivious to the disappearance of these objects, reveled in the expanded space, bounding joyfully across the back seat. The sudden increase in room left Chun Tian feeling somewhat disoriented. He murmured to himself, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Soon, he planned to gather some supplies. With the newfound space, there was no concern about wasting any items he might find. Lost in thought, he only snapped back to reality when he noticed 2 women approaching. A knock on the car window drew his attention, and a voice called from outside, "Could I trade some food for a bottle of water?" The speaker was a woman named Lin Yan. Chun Tian lowered the window and tossed 2 bottles of mineral water to her, stating, "Consider it a gift." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Before approaching, she had braced herself for rejection, yet in an instant, the youth had transformed into someone so accommodating. "Thank you." After a brief pause, she managed to utter those words. At that moment, Chun Tian opened the car door and stepped out. "I am Lin Yan, and this is my friend, Li Xiangrong. We owe you our gratitude for your assistance." As Lin Yan introduced herself and her companion, she expressed her thanks once more. Chun Tian observed the 2 women, noting their disheveled appearance, a testament to the hardships they had endured, especially Li Xiangrong, who had just awakened. She appeared quite haggard after being confined in that corridor for 2 days. "Have you encountered any other peculiar events before?" Chun Tian inquired with curiosity. "We have encountered numerous zombies and terrifying animals." Lin Yan's words were abruptly interrupted by Chun Tian. "I am not referring to those. Have you come across similar luminous energy entities elsewhere?" Chun Tian ceased his probing. The star spirit crystal is a rare phenomenon. An encounter with it is a stroke of extraordinary luck, let alone encountering it repeatedly. Are you alone? Would you like to join us? In this transformed world, having another person means having another source of strength. Lin Yan extended an invitation to Chun Tian. "I am accustomed to being alone." Chun Tian declined outright. Lin Yan further inquired, "Have you met any other survivors?" "Many." Chun Tian's lips curled into a smirk. Not long ago, he had dealt with a group. "Where are they?" Lin Yan asked, her excitement palpable. "Since the apocalypse began, I have only encountered Li Xiangrong. Of course, this is directly related to her seclusion in her room. Some perished." While others followed the military to the safe zone, Chun Tian remarked nonchalantly, "The safe zone? Is it a government-established sanctuary? Where is it, and how can we get there?" Both Lin Yan and her friend Li Xiangrong expressed their eagerness simultaneously. In a good mood, Chun Tian elaborated a bit more. "I am truly foolish. Why did I not think to listen to the broadcast?" Lin Yan chastised herself, lightly tapping her forehead. Beside him, Li Xiangrong inquired, "Are you heading to the safe zone? Might you take us along?" The 2 women, lacking a vehicle, were accompanied solely by an evolved black dog. "I am not going to the safe zone, and our paths do not align," I replied. The expressions of disappointment were evident on their faces, but their attention was swiftly diverted. Chun Tian unloaded an alcohol stove from the vehicle, intending to prepare a sumptuous hot pot. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air. For the 2 women, who had not tasted a hearty meal in quite some time, the allure was irresistible. As they observed the succulent slices of meat being immersed in the bubbling broth, both couldn't help but swallow hard. It was truly astonishing that even in this apocalypse, some could live so lavishly. "Would you like to eat?" Chun Tian asked the 2 women. They nodded in unison. "I shall treat you," Chun Tian graciously offered. Abundance of food was something he lacked not. The quantity of mutated beast meat he had discarded was immeasurable. In this rare moment of joy, especially considering the immense fortune brought by the woman named Li Nian, treating them to a meal seemed trivial. Moreover, he anticipated that these two might bestow further surprises upon him in the future. The women, utterly tempted, cast aside any pretense and eagerly gathered around. Before they commenced their feast, Chen Tian cautioned the woman named Li Nian, "Keep a watchful eye on your dog. It mustn't attempt to snatch food from tyrant. Its temperament is quite irritable, and should it injure your dog, I cannot be held accountable." Upon hearing this, Li Nian burst into laughter. The little black dog, known as Tyrant, is hardly comparable to her formidable black dog, Black Fong, who is not only strong and fierce but also fiercely protective of its owner. It remains uncertain who would be injured in a confrontation. To prevent Black Fong from bullying the small black dog, Li Nian deliberately took a morsel of food from her backpack and tossed it to Black Fong, reminding her not to torment her fellow kind. The simmering slices of lamb had reached perfection, and the two women devoured the meal with insatiable appetites, having never tasted anything so delectable in their lives. Enjoying the grilled meat and sipping mineral water, they wished for such blissful days to become a constant in their lives. Just as they were relishing their feast, a sudden dull thud reverberated through the air as Li Nian's large black dog soared past them. Li Nian was momentarily stunned, and Li Xiangrong jumped in surprise. Only Chen Tian continued to leisurely savor his meat, softly stating, "I mentioned before that my tyrant has a habit of guarding its food." It dawned on Li Nian that the small black dog raised by the young man had evolved in this apocalyptic world. As Li Xiangrong gazed at the impressive display of the small black dog, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She had always envied the powerful and loyal black dog accompanying Li Nian, which had resolved numerous troubles for them. How wonderful it would be to possess such a faithful companion. Thus, Li Xiangrong shamelessly turned to Chen Tian and said, "Little brother, would you consider giving your small black dog to your sister? She has a special fondness for puppies." The moment those words escaped her lips, Chen Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The previously warm atmosphere transformed instantaneously due to Li Xiangrong's remark. At that moment, Chen Tian's gaze sharpened, and he spoke directly, ordering them to leave. "You have 1 minute to vanish from my sight." What's wrong?" Li Xiangrong was startled by Chen Tian's sudden change in demeanor. "Do not make me repeat myself. Disappear from my presence immediately." Chen Tian's tone brooked no argument. "What's the matter? Why are you so angry?" Li Xiangrong forced a conciliatory smile. She had yet to satiate her appetite and was reluctant to depart. With a swift motion, Chen Tian knocked the bowl from her hands. His voice colder still, "Do not provoke me while I am in a good mood. Begone." Li Xiangrong stood up abruptly, her expression one of feigned grievance. Woof! At that moment, the small black dog barked fiercely, its back arched, sharp bone blades protruding from its limbs, poised to spring at Chen Tian's command. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Nian hurriedly restrained Li Xiangrong, sensing the small black dog's bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon them, ready to pounce at any moment. "Let us depart," Li Nian insisted, forcibly dragging Li Xiangrong away. "Why is he being so fierce with me? I merely asked a casual question. If he doesn't wish to share, he could simply say so." Li Xiangrong continued to grumble as she was led away. Having savored the delectable mutton hot pot, she felt the sting of unfulfilled hunger, an unbearable sensation. Sighing, Li Nian reflected on how times had changed. Not every jest was appropriate anymore. Li Xiangrong remained indignant. "He saved you, yet you seem fixated on that small black dog, which may very well be his lifeline. Reflect on that." Li Nian chose not to elaborate further. There is a saying that goes, "It is not the thief's stealth that one fears, but rather the thief's intent." Perhaps this explains why the young man drove the two of them away. "Li Nian, how could your black tooth possibly be bested by that little black dog? You must have suffered an ambush." Li Xiangrong suddenly shifted the topic. As Li Nian pondered the meaning behind her words, Li Xiangrong continued, "If Black Tooth had triumphed over that little black dog, would it not mean that we could claim half of the young man's possessions?" This statement left Li Nian in a cold sweat, shocked to discover that this friend she had made in the apocalypse harbored such thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Tian, enjoying his hot pot, remained unfazed by the expulsion of the two women. He was willing to reward others, but would not tolerate disrespect. A woman who so brazenly demanded the little black dog revealed questionable character. She belonged to the type that could never be satisfied with what she had, a trait Chen Tian found unappealing. Having filled his stomach, he declared, "Now, let us proceed to gather supplies." Chen Tian and the little black dog climbed into the off-road vehicle, ready to showcase their skills. The vehicle swiftly arrived at a hardware store, where two wandering corpses were promptly dealt with. Thus commenced Chen Tian's procurement spree. These saw blades are quite useful. They can be manipulated with thought. This box of nails will serve perfectly as concealed weapons. These compressed boards should hold some value. Whenever he encountered something beneficial, Chen Tian was unreserved, directly adding it to his private space. The sensation was exhilarating, to see something useful and merely touch it with his hand to store it in his realm. In no time at all, the hardware store had been thoroughly ransacked by Chen Tian. The shops lining the street were closely situated, and Chen Tian, accompanied by his little black dog, soon arrived at a seed store. In the past, Chen Tian would have never entered such an establishment, as it primarily offered seeds for planting, pesticides, and fertilizers, items that were treated with chemicals and unsuitable for consumption. However, now endowed with an expansive personal space, Chen Tian embarked on a thorough acquisition spree, sweeping away all the grains and vegetable seeds available. His private domain held countless possibilities, and who knows, he might cultivate crops within it in the future. Subsequently, he continued his rampage, moving from one shop to the next, relishing this costless means of procurement. Perhaps due to his fervent enthusiasm, he soon found that his personal space, equivalent to 5 bedrooms, was nearing its capacity. This simply would not do. Chen Tian had only just ignited his interest, and there remained numerous valuable shops yet to explore. Lack of space was trivial. He could simply enhance his capacity with evolution pearls. This time, he boldly utilized 30 evolution pearls for expansion, instantly providing himself with ample room once more. Passing by a small supermarket, he emptied it entirely, even taking the shelves. Chen Tian believed that while the shelves occupied some space, they facilitated organization and retrieval, and incorporating them into his domain would significantly enhance efficiency. Next, he ventured into a shop specializing in plastic barrels, where he found enormous white plastic containers, both oval and rectangular in shape. Many rural dwellers favored these barrels for collecting water to irrigate their fields, as they offered substantial capacity. Naturally, there were also smaller, portable plastic buckets available. Chen Tian was unreserved, gathering everything into his space. The practicality of these plastic barrels was immense. They could hold drinking water and also serve as reserves for fuel. Meandering along, Chen Tian found himself captivated. The next act was about to unfold. Ahead on the street stood a grain storage facility, its colossal silos brimming with provisions. Chen Tian soon realized that his space was insufficient. What he had once considered a vast private space now seemed woefully inadequate. After some contemplation, he decided to retain 5 evolution orbs, using the remainder to expand his space. Once expanded, the increase would be permanent. To let such precious resources slip away would be a grave waste. Opportunities to acquire more evolution orbs would certainly arise in the future. At the grain storage facility, Chen Tian busied himself until dusk, finally managing to pack away all the provisions. With focused determination, he surveyed the goods within his private space, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Initially, he had thought that with winter approaching, there would be little to occupy his time. Yet it appeared there was still much to be done. Chen Tian had become addicted to the thrill of collecting resources and resolved to continue his efforts the following day. As long as his private space remained unfilled, he would not rest. Night deepened. Chen Tian reclined in his vehicle, contemplating what resources to prioritize for collection the next day. An overwhelming excitement rendered him unable to sleep. The evolution orbs were still far too few, utterly insufficient. After a full day of utilization, he discovered that his private space could only store lifeless objects. Just then, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from outside the vehicle. The little black dog, previously lying on the seat, instantly perked up its ears. At the same moment, Chen Tian released his mental perception. To his astonishment, he discovered that his off-road vehicle was encircled by a dozen mutated beasts. Grateful for nature's bounty, it seemed to deliver the evolution orbs directly to him. Knowing his supply was scarce, the tyrant has arrived. Chen Tian excitedly opened the car door, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the surrounding mutated creatures. Chapter 070. Thanks for the evolution orbs delivered to my door. The pitch-black night was anything but tranquil. Encircling the off-road vehicle were numerous pairs of glowing red eyes, resembling demons from the depths of hell, bloodily fixated on Chen Tian and the little black dog who had just emerged from the vehicle. Thanks to his night vision, Chen Tian could clearly see that these were several mutated cats, each as large as a calf. Prepare yourself. The 10-second countdown begins now, Chen Tian declared, glancing at the electronic watch on his wrist and shouting the command to the little black dog. The dog, already primed for battle, lunged forward at Chen Tian's command. In an instant, a cacophony of howls erupted around them, accompanied by the scent of blood. Time taken, 11 seconds, unsatisfactory, Chen Tian remarked, though in a good mood. He refrained from chastising the little black dog. The dog, resembling a little shadow, wagged its tail and followed closely behind Chen Tian. Not bad at all. There were a total of 5 evolution orbs. Chen Tian skillfully extracted the orbs from the lifeless bodies of the mutated cats. Indeed, the county is teeming with mutated beasts. Let's find a moment to venture into the countryside and seek our fortune. With a smile, Chen Tian carefully stored the evolution pearls and collected the remains of the deceased mutated cats into his private space. The flesh of the mutated cats would undoubtedly be unpalatable. Chen Tian had no intention of consuming it. Instead, he intended to use it as bait to lure out more mutated creatures. The following dawn, after a modest meal, Chen Tian embarked once more on his quest for supplies. He arrived at a gas station, where the plastic barrels he had previously gathered proved invaluable. He filled them with gasoline and diesel, storing them away in his space. Even the convenience store within the gas station fell victim to his thorough scavenging. Just as he was about to drive away, he spotted a familiar figure, a black evolution dog darting out from around the corner of the road. Chen Tian recalled that it belonged to a woman named Nen Ability and was called Black Fong. Perhaps haunted by the psychological trauma inflicted by the small black dog during their last encounter, Black Fong hesitated to approach. Before long, several figures emerged on the road. Among them were Nen Ability and Li Xiangrong, whom Chen Tian had previously met, along with 4 unfamiliar men, likely newly acquainted survivors. Nen Ability was equally surprised to encounter the young boy once more in this place. What are you so proud of? Just a little brat, thinking he's so impressive, Li Xiangrong scoffed. Nen Ability shot a glance at Li Xiangrong, silently acknowledging that the boy was indeed remarkable, surviving alone at such a tender age and living more vibrantly than the rest of them combined. Everyone, quickly go take a look inside. Let's not allow that little brat to carry away all the good stuff, Li Xiangrong exclaimed in a loud voice. Due to the presence of the evolution canine, Black Tooth, she wielded a certain authority, issuing commands to the other survivors. The 4 gentlemen accompanying her were individuals she had fortuitously encountered the previous evening. Their collective presence lent them a greater sense of security. There's nothing left inside. A voice soon echoed from the convenience store. The others hurried over to investigate and were taken aback by the sight. It appeared as though a swarm of locusts had swept through, leaving it utterly barren. The convenience store was stripped bare, with only a few mops leaning against the wall. That little brat must have taken everything. We should have intercepted his vehicle. Li Xiangrong fumed. Nen Ability, unable to contain herself any longer, interjected, what could a mere child possibly carry? Besides, his SUV is rather small. Unlike others. She was well aware that the boy's vehicle was brimming with provisions. It was inconceivable that he could have transported anything from here. Surely, others must have come before us. Or perhaps this convenience store was recently renovated, and the merchandise had not yet arrived, she speculated. Li Xiangrong fell silent, recognizing that within this group, Nen Ability possessed the most influence, particularly due to her formidable black dog. Hey, come quickly. It seems there isn't a drop of fuel left at this gas station. Another man's voice rang out at that moment. Before arriving here, they managed to find a large agricultural tractor, and among the 6 of them, one could operate it. Regrettably, the tractor was out of fuel, which was the reason for their journey. Whether it was sheer misfortune or simply a failure to consult the almanac before venturing out. The subsequent search for these 6 individuals was fraught with challenges. After an arduous endeavor, they stumbled upon a shop, only to find it empty. Another store yielded no better results, devoid of any goods. In stark contrast, Chen Tian's fortune was considerably brighter. He frequented several stores, returning with a bountiful haul. At this rate, he would soon face a shortage of space. Resolute, Chen Tian decided to venture into the countryside to investigate the presence of mutated beasts. He opened his phone and accessed the map, selecting a village marked with the word farm. A farm would be ideal. Where there are farms, there are bound to be numerous livestock and, consequently, an abundance of mutated creatures. As it turned out, Chen Tian's choice was indeed fortuitous. He encountered a cattle farm, and before his off-road vehicle even approached, he spotted several enormous mutated cows. Chen Tian recalled his first hunt of a mutated cow, which occurred before the cataclysm fully unfolded. The horns he obtained were crafted into weapons, though sadly, those two horn spikes had shattered during his confrontation with the planned essence. Now, encountering an abundance of mutated cows, and of a quality far superior to his initial capture, Chen Tian felt invigorated with purpose once more. Today's lunch would be grilled steak. His gaze ablaze with excitement. He leaped from the vehicle, accompanied by his little black dog. The mutated cattle, clearly oblivious to the nature of their adversary, erupted into a frenzy upon detecting an intruder. Let us compete and see who can amass the greater bounty, Chen Tian proclaimed with a smile. Woof! The clever little black dog barked and immediately dashed forth, clearly intent on seizing the initiative. In less than 5 minutes, all the mutated cattle in the farm, 27 in total, were dispatched. Chen Tian swiftly collected nearly 20 evolution orbs. Gazing at the heap of mutated cattle, he extended his hand and, with a mere thought, commanded, "Store." All 27 mutated cattle were seamlessly transferred into his private domain. With resources in hand, there was no cause for alarm in this apocalyptic world. Chen Tian grinned with devilish delight, ready to explore his surroundings when suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air above him. In the blink of an eye, a mutated bird, likely a transformed pigeon, descended upon him at remarkable speed, akin to a swift arrow. Its sharp beak glimmered ominously under the sunlight, capable of inflicting a grievous wound upon an ordinary person. However, Chen Tian was no ordinary individual. With a swift sidestep, he reached out, grasping the mutated pigeon by its neck. "Your ambush technique leaves much to be desired," he remarked with a smirk, observing the creature's futile struggles in his grip. Deprived of any further chance to struggle, Chen Tian's fingers pierced through the head of the mutated pigeon. As he withdrew, he found between his fingers a small, translucent bead, the evolution pearl. It was indeed astonishing that such a diminutive mutated beast could yield an evolution pearl. Chen Tian could not help but lift his gaze, noticing several more mutated pigeons circling above in the sky. With the mutated pigeon now secured in his private domain, Chen Tian crouched down to gather his strength. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, he propelled himself into the heights using the force of his leap. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, he raised his hand and retrieved a steel nail from his private space. With a swift whoosh, these steel nails transformed into lethal projectiles, swiftly bringing down the flying mutated pigeons surrounding him. His efforts were not in vain. He demonstrated keen insight. From the bodies of these mutated pigeons, Chen Tian collected 3 additional evolution pearls. In the ensuing days, Chen Tian and his loyal black dog hunted tirelessly, nearly clearing the area of mutated beasts within a radius of several dozen miles. The results of their endeavors left Chen Tian thoroughly satisfied. He had amassed a total of 112 evolution pearls. Gazing at the pouch filled with these pearls, a broad smile spread across his face. For this bounty would allow him to double the size of his private domain, enabling him to roam freely in his quest for further treasures. Driving his off-road vehicle towards the county town, Chen Tian reflected on the nature of his pursuits. While mutated beasts were alive, materials were inanimate. He could hunt mutated beasts at any time without concern for competition, as others would only seek to avoid him. The pursuit of resources is distinctly competitive, often leading to others seizing opportunities first. Take, for instance, Li Nian and Li Xiangrong, who are currently scouring for supplies with their newly formed survivor team. Their fortune has been relatively favorable over the past couple of days, as they have uncovered some food and water, even acquiring a silver van. However, such luck cannot endure indefinitely. While en route to a cold storage facility, they encountered a predicament. A mutated beast, concealed in the shadows, launched an assault on them. Fortunately, the large black dog beside Li Nian reacted swiftly, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. Heiyu has managed to subdue the beast. We must hurry to assist, Li Nian urged. Nevertheless, the 4 men accompanying her were reluctant to intervene. If we delay, we will miss our chance. Li Nian, in a state of desperation, seemed to perceive their hesitance and exclaimed, "If you want to go, I shall." With that, she seized an axe and advanced towards the fray. Li Nian, don't act recklessly, Li Xiangrong implored, grabbing her in a protective embrace. Among the team, only she and Li Nian were women. Should anything happen to Li Nian, how could she maintain her faade of authority? Xiangrong, let me go, Li Nian insisted. It's too dangerous for you. I cannot allow you to take such risks, Li Xiangrong asserted. While her words were commendable, her true thoughts were otherwise. Only if Li Nian remained unharmed could she thrive. In Li Xiangrong's eyes, Li Nian was a simple-minded individual easily deceived. Such a person was best kept under control. Although she lacked a loyal evolved canine, subjugating Li Nian would equate to gaining mastery over the formidable black dog. During the struggle between the two, a sudden turn of events unfolded in the battle nearby. The great black dog was gravely injured and collapsed to the ground, while the mutated beast that had attacked it also sustained wounds, swiftly leaping over obstacles to escape. "Hiya!" Li Nian shouted, forcefully pushing aside Li Xiangrong as she rushed forward. At that moment, the great black dog lay there, its body drenched in blood, attempting to rise, but failing repeatedly. Li Nian's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a dagger. Hiya was not only her companion, but had also rescued her from peril on numerous occasions. "Hiya, hold on a little longer. I will tend to your wounds." The realization that her companions would inflict harm upon her Hiya filled her with fury. "What are you doing?" Li Nian charged forward like a tempest. The individuals who had just been mercilessly striking the great black dog with their clubs immediately recoiled, already gravely wounded. The great black dog was now on the brink of death under their combined assault. Li Nian fixed a gaze of hatred upon them, demanding, "Why are you doing this?" "Li Nian, calm down. We are doing this to spare Hiya from suffering. Its injuries are too severe. It cannot be saved," Li Xiangrong hurriedly explained. "You venomous woman. How blind I was to have considered you a friend." Li Nian's eyes blazed with rage. She was fully aware of their intentions. They were coveting the flesh of Hiya. She had previously heard from a semiconductor radio that consuming the flesh of mutated beasts could enhance one's strength. "Li Nian, step aside. If you cannot bring yourself to act, we can take care of it," Li Xiangrong added. "Why all the unnecessary chatter? Consuming the flesh of mutated beasts can make us immensely powerful. We no longer require the protection of a mere creature." At this moment, a man spoke candidly. "You shall not." Li Nian brandished her weapon, standing guard before Hiya. "Li Nian, accept reality. The demise of Hiya is a waste. It would be far better for us to share and consume him, thus enhancing our strength collectively." Li Xiangrong continued her persuasion from the sidelines, no longer feeling the need to curry favor with Li Nian, as they were now equals. At this moment, Li Nian harbored murderous intent towards Li Xiangrong. If her intuition proved correct, this woman had undoubtedly incited their actions. She now regretted not having been more resolute when the young boy first discerned Li Xiangrong's true nature. Not only had she endangered Hiya, but she had also brought harm upon herself. "Step aside and do not hinder our path to power. Do you really consider yourself a leader? I've long found you intolerable. Keep prattling, and I swear I shall dispose of you right here." Former companions now cast aside their facades, each glaring with a hunger for flesh and a thirst for blood. Li Nian trembled, not only from anger but also from fear. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Before long, a young man with a backpack entered, his demeanor calm and composed. "It's you." Li Xiangrong recognized Chen Tian at once. "Do not let him escape. He possesses a wealth of valuable items in his vehicle." Chapter 072. With no woman in his heart, his actions are naturally ruthless. Chen Tian halted, gazing at this reckless woman. Initially, he sensed that this woman was not to be trusted, and indeed, his intuition proved accurate. "Do not be afraid. He is alone, accompanied only by a small black dog. If it can be tamed, it will be as formidable as the tyrant," Li Xiangrong continued. Chen Tian curled his lip in disdain. What kind of perception did this woman possess to equate that large black dog with his meticulously trained beast? His vehicle must be laden with provisions of food and water. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Xiangrong. His vehicle contained mutant beast meat, which he had once offered to me. The mention of mutant beast meat ignited a glimmer of greed in the eyes of the four men, who had previously hesitated. The radio broadcast made it abundantly clear. Consuming mutant beast meat could enhance one's physical constitution and potentially facilitate evolution. In this perilous apocalypse, who does not yearn for strength? At times, individuals would resort to violence over mere weapons, let alone such transformative mutant beast meat. At that moment, Li Nian, stationed beside the large black dog, vociferously rebuked. "Li Xiangrong, are you devoid of gratitude? He once saved your life, and this is how you repay him?" Li Xiangrong disdainfully retorted, "I never asked for his help." She continued, "And you lot, do you possess no sense of decency? To seize a child's belongings, how can you not feel a shred of shame?" Li Nian vented her grievances. Others, growing impatient, directly confronted Chen Tian, inquiring, "Young man, do you have any mutant beast meat in your vehicle?" Li Xiangrong interjected. "He won't disclose it. We only need to obtain his car keys to ascertain the truth. I possess an abundance of mutant beast meat." Just then, Chen Tian suddenly spoke with a smile. You see, I was not mistaken, was I? I surmised that his vehicle must be laden with treasures. Li Xiangrong, ever eager to embellish, harbored a grudge against the youth and seized this opportunity to settle the score. Kid, hand over your car keys. A robust man approached Chen Tian, but before he could draw near, he halted. The youth's palm was raised, clutching a handgun, its muzzle aimed squarely at him. This was unexpected. Don't try to frighten me with a toy gun, you brat. The burly man, caught off guard, perhaps feeling humiliated, suddenly began to shout. Yet, his words were drowned out by a gunshot. Bang! A single bullet struck his forehead, and the stout man fell lifelessly. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Gazing at the rigid corpse, a chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. The gun was indeed real. More terrifying was the youth's audacity to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 The eerie silence was abruptly shattered by 3 gunshots. Chen Tian fired thrice, dispatching the 3 men who had just attempted to act, each bullet piercing their foreheads with unerring precision. Huff! Chen Tian then redirected the gun towards the petrified Li Xiangrong. She nearly lost control of herself in fear. Had she known the youth was so formidable, she would never have dared provoke him. Please, don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. Li Xiangrong trembled as she pleaded for mercy. At that moment, she observed the young man holstering his pistol, and while she breathed a sigh of relief, she hastily exclaimed, I am not unattractive. If you wish, sister can. However, Li Xiangrong's words abruptly ceased, her pupils dilating in shock. The boy, who had been standing 7 or 8 meters away, had inexplicably appeared before her in an instant. The gun is out of bullets, hence you must choose a different demise. With those words, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Li Xiangrong's head twisted violently, and she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In less than a minute, all 5 individuals were eradicated. The only one remaining, Li Nian, was utterly terrified, her hands trembling around the axe she clutched. Chen Tian cast a glance at her before swaggering into the interior. It was not until the young man's figure vanished from sight that Li Nian sank to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained away. She never anticipated that the seemingly harmless boy could be so fearsome. Just as Li Nian was lost in thought, a thunderous crash erupted from within the warehouse, startling her into a shiver as she hastily retrieved her axe from the ground. Yet, what followed was an extended silence, leaving her in uncertainty about the boy's actions. Time passed, and once again, the young man's silhouette emerged in Li Nian's field of vision. This time, however, Chen Tian did not glance at her. He strode directly towards the exit, a slight upward curve of his lips indicating his current good spirits. Please wait. Li Nian suddenly called out, surprised by her own newfound courage. Chen Tian shot her a piercing gaze and inquired, Aren't you afraid of me? Li Nian was undoubtedly terrified, to the point of feeling utterly helpless. Speak quickly, Chen Tian urged. Can you save my black tooth? Li Nian stammered. Chen Tian cast a glance at the large black dog behind her and replied, There is no hope left. I can offer you this bead. Li Nian produced a crystal-clear orb from her pocket, the very evolution bead. In a flash, Chen Tian appeared before her, nearly causing Li Nian to scream in fright. You possess such a bead? Chen Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The evolution dog behind you might still be salvageable, but its survival depends on its own fate. If there was even a glimmer of hope, Li Nian was determined to try. She reverently offered the evolution bead to the young man. However, Chen Tian was not one to accept without recompense. As he departed, he left behind the carcass of a mutated cat, advising her. Find a way to feed this mutated beast's flesh to it. If it awakens, it signifies survival. If not, then it has perished. Thank you. When Li Nian looked up again, she found that the young man had vanished without a trace. Throughout the night, she kept vigil over her black tooth, meticulously following the young man's instructions to cut the mutated beast's flesh into small pieces and gradually feed them to Black Tooth using a small stick. The following morning, Li Nian awoke, feeling somewhat disoriented, only to be jolted awake by an extraordinary sensation. She opened her eyes to the delightful sight of Black Tooth licking her palm. Black Tooth, Li Nian exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Chapter 073. Otherwise, it will be a grim demise as time ebbed away day by day. A week had swiftly passed. On this particular morning, snowflakes began to drift from the heavens, heralding winter's inaugural snowfall. Stepping out of the vehicle, Chen Tian tilted his head back, savoring the crisp, icy sensation of the snowflakes against his skin. Woof woof. The little black dog, encountering snow for the first time, displayed an exuberance that was infectious. Such weather was perfect for indulging in a hot pot feast. With a smile, Chen Tian resolved to pitch a tent in this pedestrian street, relishing hot pot while admiring the snowy landscape of the apocalypse. This snowfall would render the increasingly elusive mutated beasts even more reluctant to venture forth. Thus, Chen Tian decided to take a day of respite from hunting. Before long, a simple tent was erected, providing a shield against the falling snow. Next, Chen Tian set about boiling water in a pot. And it was tea long before the mineral water reached a rolling boil. A meal first, then let the revelry begin. He pushed the food designated for the little black dog towards it. The little black dog devoured its meal with an unprecedented speed before darting out of the tent once more. Don't stray too far, Chen Tian cautioned, then leisurely continued to savor his lamb slices. The tender texture, complemented by savory sauces, was a delight to relish amidst the swirling snowflakes. Woof woof. The little black dog, akin to a wild stallion set free, vanished in the blink of an eye. Chen Tian's lips twitched. This little creature seemed to embody the saying, "A few days without discipline, and it will run amok." He had barely warned it not to stray far, and within the mere span of 2 slices of meat, it was nowhere to be seen. Chen Tian continued to savor his hot pot, unperturbed by the safety of the little black dog. On land, no mutated beast possessed an evolutionary speed that could surpass that of his tyrant. As long as the little black dog refrained from plunging into the river, it faced no mortal danger. However, the thought of the mutated beasts lurking in the river cast a serious expression upon Chen Tian's face. The formidable adversaries of humanity in the future would predominantly emerge from the ocean. The beast kings capable of obliterating a safe zone were often born in the depths of the sea. With Chen Tian's current strength, should he venture underwater, his combat efficacy would be drastically diminished. He would not only contend with the resistance of water, but also the inability to breathe. Delving into the ocean would undoubtedly lead to a watery grave. The ocean harbored not only powerful and terrifying mutated beasts, but also an overwhelming hydrostatic pressure that was insurmountable. Even the sturdiest submarines had a depth limit, let alone the fragile human form. Until one attained the mastery of control, exploring the ocean was akin to courting death. Woof, woof. The sound of the little black dog resonated as it dashed from the corner of the pedestrian street, closely pursued by 2 armored vehicles. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Tian paused his meal. The 2 armored vehicles, in pursuit of the little black dog, arrived directly at the tent where Chen Tian was situated. From the vehicles emerged over 10 armed individuals clad in white, wearing specialized cold weather gear, masks, and sunglasses. After scanning the surroundings with vigilance to ensure safety, one of them strode confidently towards Chen Tian. "Do not be afraid, young one. We are not the villains." The man removed his glasses, revealing a square-shaped face. "Do I appear to be afraid?" Chen Tian remarked nonchalantly. The man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Indeed, I did not perceive that. Young one, apart from you, is there anyone else here? Shouldn't you disclose your identity?" Chen Tian retorted without answering. The man, caught off guard again, quickly replied, "I admit my oversight. We hail from the safe zone and have come to undertake a special mission." As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards the small black dog beside the boy. This mission was of great significance, and several execution teams had been dispatched by the higher-ups. They were merely one of those teams. During their journey, they had inadvertently spotted the exuberant little black dog and thought it would be relatively easy to capture such a small creature. Hence they pursued it and ended up here. "There is no one else here but me. If you are searching for someone, you'd best look elsewhere," Chen Tian stated flatly. "Not interested. Aren't you afraid to be alone?" The man inquired curiously. After the apocalypse, even adults like them felt fear. How could this boy remain so composed? Chen Tian looked up at him and countered, "Aren't you here on a special mission? What do you hope to gain by wasting time with me?" His words left the man momentarily speechless. "Is this little black dog yours?" The man shifted the topic. Unexpectedly, the boy's tone turned icy. "You would do well not to entertain any thoughts of harming it. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." His statement once again rendered the man speechless. He went to observe the youth and was met with a pair of icy eyes, a chill rising from his feet. After a moment of astonishment, the man decided it prudent to contact the experts of the research team first. If this little black dog held research value, he would devise a plan. Yet if it proved to be of no significance, they could not afford to squander their time here. To this day, the vast majority of communication devices had ceased to make calls or access the internet. However, the man utilized military-grade communication tools connected to a special network. The video call was swiftly established, and the man began recounting the circumstances they had encountered along the way, then shifted the conversation to describe the small black dog before him. "Could you let me see what the dog looks like?" came a woman's voice from the tablet in his hand. "Certainly," he replied, adjusting the tablet's camera to focus on the little black dog lying at the youth's feet. "The skin of this dog appears rather peculiar. Could you zoom in a bit more?" The woman's voice inquired again. The man hurriedly manipulated the tablet, adjusting the camera's focus. "This too seems to have undergone evolution. Its skin bears a metallic luster, and the raised skeletal areas along its back are quite unusual." The woman's tone, initially steady, suddenly turned into an exclamation of astonishment as she seemed to discover something unexpected. "What has happened?" the man asked urgently. Through the tablet screen, he could see the incredulous expression on the face of the scientist. "Let me see the youth," she exclaimed in haste. Chapter 074. Collective Petrification. Tian-Mi never anticipated that she would encounter Qin Tian in such an unexpected manner. When they parted ways, the apocalypse had yet to unfold in its entirety. The events that transpired in Mentugu would ultimately become a microcosm of the world that followed. "Captain Ma, may I speak with you privately for a moment?" Tian-Mi suddenly lowered her voice. Ma Guoqiang nodded, equally surprised by the fact that this female scientist was acquainted with the young man. They stepped aside, and after donning a Bluetooth headset, Ma Guoqiang remarked, "It's all set." At that moment, Tian-Mi anxiously inquired, "You haven't had any conflicts with that young man, have you?" "No. We just met, and we're about to gather some information," Ma Guoqiang replied, sensing an odd tension in the air. "Whatever you do, do not provoke that young man." Tian-Mi's expression was exceptionally grave as she uttered these words. "What?" Ma Guoqiang thought he had misheard. "You mean he should not be provoked? Did he issue any warnings to you?" Tian-Mi pressed further. Ma Guoqiang hesitated for a moment before responding. "Oh, he did mention that we should not entertain any thoughts about the little black dog, or else we would face dire consequences." "Did he truly say that?" "Yes, that is indeed what he said." Ma Guoqiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, influenced by her tone. "Captain Ma, listen to me. I am not trying to alarm you, but that young man is truly not to be trifled with. Do not entertain any notions of luck. Since he has warned you against meddling with the little black dog, you must refrain from provoking him further. I assure you, I am not joking." Perhaps feeling that her words lacked sufficient weight, Tian-Mi fell silent for a moment before adding, "Captain Ma, I must tell you, that youth is far more terrifying than those mutated beasts. The number of mutated creatures he has slain could fill an entire room. The events that transpired that night in Mentugu will forever remain an indelible memory for me. The image of the boy wielding dual blades and vanquishing the mutated beasts is deeply etched in my mind." "Captain Ma, are you listening to me?" Ma Guoqiang hurriedly replied. "I am listening." Though he heard her, doubts loomed large in his heart. How could a boy of merely 13 years possess such formidable prowess? "Captain Ma, that youth responds well to kindness, but not to force. You must be exceedingly cautious with your tone. If he is pleased, all will be well. But should he take offense, it is best to maintain a respectful distance. That is all I wish to convey." "May I have a moment to speak with him now?" Tian-Mi inquired. He scrutinized the boy before him from head to toe. Clad in athletic wear, he appeared rather slender and unremarkable. "The scientist wishes to speak with you," Ma Guoqiang stated, handing over a tablet while remaining at a distance. The first to speak from the tablet was Tian-Mi. "Long time no see. Let us get straight to the point." The youth's brusque tone caused Ma Guoqiang to frown. Scientists are in high demand nowadays, their work crucial to global peace and stability. Even he must approach them with deference. Yet this boy displayed an unmistakable impatience. What confounded him even more was that this scientist, Tian, displayed no anger. Instead, she spoke in a tone laced with eagerness. "Could you do me a favor? Our current research project urgently requires some zombies and mutated beasts. Would you be able to assist in capturing a few?" This statement left Ma Guoqiang, who stood nearby, wide-eyed in disbelief. Did he hear correctly? Asking a mere youth to capture zombies and mutated beasts? Do I appear to have an abundance of leisure time? Qin Tian's voice remained unperturbed. "I won't ask you to help for nothing. What do you need?" "I might be able to find it for you within the safe zone," Tian-Mi hurriedly replied. "The things I need, you likely do not possess." Please wait a moment." The screen went blank, with Tian-Mi's image vanishing, leaving Qin Tian unaware of her next move. He tossed the tablet to Ma Guoqiang, who was now acutely aware of the boy's haughty demeanor. Even though Tian had instructed him to wait, he was unwilling to tarry for even a moment longer. "Ma Guoqiang, apprehensive about disconnecting the video call, stood by, waiting. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Tian-mi finally reappeared on the screen. Huh, where is he? She inquired, momentarily taken aback. Right here. Ma Guoqiang attempted to pass the tablet again, but to his surprise, the boy did not take it this time. Tian-mi's voice resonated once more. I have some information that might pique your interest. This tactic was one she had learned from Bai Shui. Nonetheless, it proved effective, as Tian, who had initially intended to disregard her, found his attention captured once again. What information? Tian inquired. Let me show you a picture first. Tian-mi responded. Soon, an image appeared on the tablet screen, depicting an aerial view of a river. The peculiarity of this image lay in the mysterious green light emanating from something within the river. Before Ma Guoqiang could react, the tablet was snatched away by a young boy. At that moment, Tian stared intently at the image, his gaze sharpening with intensity. If his conjecture was correct, the green light in the river must be a spirit crystal of flora. Another spirit crystal had appeared. When was this photograph taken? Tian inquired hastily. This image was captured 3 days ago. However, the green light has remained there since it is submerged underwater, making it impossible to send anyone for reconnaissance. Tian-mi explained hurriedly. Where is the location? Tian pressed further. Tian-mi revealed the location, having just briefly disappeared to seek permission, which allowed her to disclose this information. Tian, do you know what that green light is? Tian-mi asked tentatively. Yet, Tian responded. Do you require the zombies and mutated beasts to be alive or dead? Upon hearing this question, Tian-mi burst into laughter and replied, ideally, they should be alive. Ending the call, a smile crept onto Tian's lips as he turned to the dazed Ma Guoqiang and said, Bring your team and follow me. Where are we going? Ma Guoqiang instinctively asked. We are going to capture the research specimens you need. Tian started the off-road vehicle, driving towards the location indicated in the image. Along the way, he planned to conveniently collect some zombies and mutated beasts as a token of gratitude for the information provided by Tian-mi. Initially intending to take a day of respite, Tian was unexpectedly informed of the whereabouts of a precious crystalline essence from a plant. He found himself devoid of the mood to relish the scenery. 2 armored vehicles trailed closely behind, likely filled with individuals wearing bewildered expressions. Why would they heed the commands of a mere child? Yet, it would soon become evident to them. After approximately 15 minutes of travel, a colossal mutated beast suddenly manifested on the road ahead. Prepare for battle, Ma Guoqiang commanded, only to witness the youth leap from the off-road vehicle and, in an instant, vanish from sight. Almost immediately, a resounding thud echoed from the vicinity of the beast. In that fleeting moment, everyone in the vehicle, including Ma Guoqiang himself, was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 075, Is this boy a monster? My heavens, am I dreaming? What did I just witness? Murmured one of the team members within the vehicle. They were all trained professionals, typically composed and restrained unless confronted with extraordinary astonishment. What just transpired? Did anyone catch a glimpse of it? Another inquired. I only saw the boy vanish in an instant, came the reply. The occupants of the vehicle whispered among themselves, while the subject of their discussion had already seized the mutated beast and approached the front of the vehicle. When the door was knocked upon, a dazed Ma Guoqiang finally reacted and hurriedly exited, gazing closely at the enormous mutated creature. An uncontrollable surge of emotions welled up within him. Is this boy truly a prodigy? They had not been strangers to battles with mutated beasts before. Their prior knowledge of these formidable creatures only deepened their astonishment in this moment. What vehicle will you use for the research specimen? Tian inquired with an air of nonchalance, blissfully unaware that his casual display had already instilled fear in those around him. Before them stood a mutated horse, its limbs grotesquely fractured, yet it still swayed its neck and bared its sharp teeth. It's enormous. It will likely fill an entire vehicle, someone remarked. It is worth noting that while killing a mutated beast is a straightforward task with firearms allowing for long-range shots, capturing one alive presents a formidable challenge. Although they had brought tranquilizer guns, the drug resistance of such creatures is notoriously high, making subjugation far from simple. Suddenly, as the onlookers scrutinized the mutated beast, Tian sprang into action, snapping its neck with a swift motion. This unexpected act startled everyone present. The beast, possessing remarkable vitality, would not succumb to such an injury. To ensure its death, one must obliterate its brain. I find this creature's neck to be excessively cumbersome. It's more practical this way. It will ease transportation and diminish its threat, Tian murmured. Ultimately, the mutated beast was secured in the rear of the armored vehicle, where only a driver and a co-pilot remained inside, while the others crowded into the front compartment. The vehicle continued its journey. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Ma Guoqiang found himself in a state of lingering unease. He finally comprehended the urgency behind the scientist Tian's earlier admonitions and felt a surge of relief for having heeded the advice. As the vehicle advanced, it came to a halt once more in front of a cluster of residential buildings. Everyone, remain vigilant. Ma Guoqiang spoke up immediately. Under their watchful gaze, the young man stepped out of the off-road vehicle once more, striding towards a nearby residential building. Captain, should we continue to stay alert or follow him? One of the team members inquired. Continue to maintain vigilance, Ma Guoqiang commanded. He believed that they should refrain from taking any action until the young man explicitly requested their cooperation. After waiting for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the windows of a 4-story building adjacent to the street suddenly shattered, showering shards of glass downwards. The sound drew everyone's attention. Thus, the onlookers were once again fortunate enough to witness an astonishing spectacle. Tian, with each hand gripping a limp, lifeless body, leaped directly from the 4th-floor window. This time, they truly beheld the young man as he descended, seemingly unfazed by the height of the building. Thud! The moment he hit the ground, a muffled sound resonated, akin to a heavy hammer striking each person's heart. Everyone in the vehicle stared at the young man approaching, as if he were a creature of myth. Ultimately, it was Ma Guoqiang who first regained his composure, leaping from the car. The 2 incapacitated and non-threatening corpses were still stowed in the back of the vehicle. Ma Guoqiang nodded in a daze. He dared not underestimate the young man's words. Your vehicle has little space left. Do you still need to study specimens? Tian suddenly inquired. Ma Guoqiang contemplated for a moment. For safety's sake, they could not continue to load more, as it could lead to a perilous situation if the corpses and mutated beasts began to tear at each other inside. I have my own matters to attend to. Tian once again declined. Subsequently, he could hasten towards the river channel. A rather troublesome matter was that the crystal of plant essence resided within the water, and it remained uncertain whether he could coax it out. Should a confrontation beneath the surface ensue, meticulous planning would be imperative. Woof, woof, woof. As the vehicle moved, the small black dog that had been resting on the seat suddenly barked, its ears perked up as if it had sensed something amiss. Squeak. Tian slammed on the brakes. The snow had rendered the road somewhat slippery, causing the vehicle to take a while to come to a halt. The 2 armored cars behind, oblivious to the cause, also ceased their movement. What has happened? Upon seeing the youth approach, Ma Guoqiang hurriedly inquired. Take a detour. A beast tide has emerged ahead. Tian replied. Beast tide? Ma Guoqiang was taken aback. To his knowledge, with the drop in temperature, both the undead and mutated beasts had significantly dwindled. Where could a beast tide arise? They are the offspring of nesting mutated beasts. You wouldn't comprehend. Tian responded with a hint of impatience. Nesting mutated beasts are peculiar. They begin as feeble entities, lacking in combat prowess. However, they possess a remarkable advantage. They can reproduce asexually, yielding obedient legions. The groups spawned from them can only be deemed quasi-mutated beasts, yet they are numerous and develop rapidly, with each collective movement comprising thousands. Captain, look ahead. Inside the vehicle, a team member shouted, pointing at the windshield. At that moment, Ma Guoqiang also beheld a horde of large rats rushing across the opposite road, each nearly the size of an infant. Quick, turn around. Ma Guoqiang immediately issued the command. They had no desire to engage in a battle with a multitude of colossal rats. Moreover, their mission was of utmost importance. They must prioritize the preservation of the research specimens. The 2 armored vehicles swiftly executed a U-turn, opting for an alternate route. My goodness, what does that young man intend to do? At that moment, someone caught sight of Tian in the rearview mirror and gasped in astonishment. Chapter 076. A battle with all our might. With a swift motion, he hurled a drill bit into the air. This was something he had collected from the hardware store earlier, and now it was proving its worth. The most notable feature of the drill bit was its exceptional hardness. Under the influence of his mental energy, 18 drill bits shimmered as they soared through the air, weaving into an expansive net. Thud, thud, thud. The advancing rats were consecutively pierced through the head. With the assistance of his mental perception, Tian did not need to rely on his eyesight. He could accurately ascertain the locations of all the rats within a 300-meter radius. One by one, the relentless waves of rats fell lifeless to the ground. Chen Tian could have effortlessly shot the evolutionary rat leading the swarm, yet he refrained from doing so. Firstly, he wished to utilize this battle to test his prowess in manipulating objects. Secondly, he aimed to collect the bodies of these rats. Should the mutated rat be eliminated, the entire rat horde would disband instantaneously. Indeed, my mental abilities have significantly enhanced after absorbing the starlight crystal. I can now simultaneously control 18 objects to attack. Furthermore, both my speed and strength have seen considerable improvement. Chen Tian contemplated his own capabilities. He rarely resorts to energy combat, preferring instead the art of close-quarter combat. Although he has awakened his unique skills and energy, his lack of experience in this regard from his past life necessitates a greater investment of time in study and comprehension. The fortification of his body is paramount for survival. This one-sided massacre persisted for nearly 5 minutes, until not a single mouse remained standing. By utilizing the carcasses of these mice to lure the mutated beast lurking in the river, he should be able to buy himself some time. Chen Tian contemplated this strategy in his mind, as he did not wish to confront the crystalline plant spirit while simultaneously fending off an assault from underwater mutated creatures. After more than an hour's drive, he finally arrived at the riverbank. With a hum, he employed his mental probing to ascertain the underwater situation. Indeed, it was the crystalline plant spirit. Upon confirming this, Chen Tian felt a surge of excitement. Despite having encountered the crystalline plant spirit 3 times in succession, he was acutely aware of its rarity and value. This particular crystalline plant spirit possessed 32 leaves, presenting a formidable challenge. Chen Tian's expression gradually turned serious. If this encounter were on land, he would have engaged immediately and concluded the battle within 10 seconds. However, underwater combat posed significant complications. In such an environment, maintaining even 1/10 of his combat strength would be a considerable achievement. He not only faced limitations from oxygen, but also had to contend with the buoyancy of the water, severely restricting his movements. As he expanded his mental probing, focusing on the crystalline plant spirit, he indeed detected several underwater mutated beasts nearby. Let us first attempt to draw forth the essence of flora and fauna from beneath the surface. Chen Tian discovered a number of abandoned vehicles in the vicinity. With a mighty heave, the forsaken cars were released from the confines of space, and propelled with terrifying force, they plunged into the river. In an instant, before the vehicles could even touch the water's surface, verdant tendrils resembling aquatic vegetation erupted from below, ensnaring the cars and casting them aside with ease. Chen Tian hurled several more vehicles into the river, but each met the same fate at the hands of the elusive essence. It appeared that the essence would remain elusive. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Tian began to contemplate his next course of action. Given the current circumstances, should he choose to enter the water? What were the odds of success? What dangers lurked beneath? It seemed imperative that he exert all his efforts in this endeavor. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to plunge into the depths. Although the probability of success was only 50%, he was able to ensure his own safety, which warranted the attempt. Should he fail, he could always devise another plan. Tyrant, guard the car. Do not venture out, he instructed the little black dog before embarking on his mission. With a splash, the corpses of the mice descended into the water like dumplings. In an instant, the once tranquil surface began to roil. Massive mutated beasts emerged, vying fiercely for the food. Chen Tian relentlessly cast bags filled with mouse carcasses towards the river, using his telekinetic abilities to tear them open, allowing the remains to scatter into the water. The underwater creatures fought violently for the morsels, staining the river a deep crimson. 2 minutes, no more than that, for danger looms. In an instant, Chen Tian entered a frenzied state, simultaneously invoking his gilded skill. With a resounding splash, he dove into the water. Indeed, near the crystal of flora and fauna, mutated beast remained, undistracted. The Tang Dao in Chen Tian's grasp radiated a crimson glow, bolstered by his unique energy. The 2 approaching fish-like mutants were swiftly dispatched by his blade. With only 2 minutes to act, every second was of the utmost importance. The resistance of the water significantly hampered his agility, taking him over 3 seconds to reach the vicinity of the crystal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The foliage crystal wielded its leaves, launching a fierce assault on Chen Tian. At this critical juncture, the skills he had previously mastered came into play. With precise adjustments of his body, he endeavored to minimize the river's impact. The Tang Dao sliced through the attacking leaves, while simultaneously, 18 gear-like energy blades joined the fray. This time, Chen Tian exerted every ounce of his strength, In an instant, the river churned, and splashes leaped over the banks. 30 seconds remained. Chun Tian mentally calculated the time. Yet his attacks showed no sign of faltering. The Tang Dao had severed 8 leaves of the crystal, yet over 20 remained, steadfastly guarding the crystalline core. 20 seconds left. Chun Tian had given his all, but the battle remained unresolved. 10 seconds. In these final 10 seconds, Chun Tian understood that he could not seize the wood spirit crystal. However, this did not signify a lack of opportunity. With a resounding roar, in the last 3 seconds, Chun Tian unleashed his full force, compelling the wood spirit crystal to break the surface of the water. He leaped forth from beneath the waves. Once outside, it was his dominion. The wood spirit crystal attempted to ensnare Chun Tian with its leaves, unaware that without the river's influence, his combat prowess could now be fully manifested. With a swift motion, a flash of crimson light cut through the air, severing all of the leaves from the wood spirit crystal. In a decisive act, Chun Tian grasped the remaining crystalline core of the wood spirit crystal. At last, it was in his possession. Chapter 077. Within the realm. I am invincible. Gazing at the wood spirit crystal in his hand, Chun Tian felt a mix of joy and introspection. This battle had been exceedingly arduous. Had he not managed to expel the wood spirit crystal from the water at the critical moment, victory would have eluded him. Indeed, combat beneath the waves proved to be challenging. It seemed imperative to find a time for rigorous practice. This encounter illuminated Chun Tian's shortcomings. Many future opportunities lay within the ocean, and even some ancient relics discovered on land were submerged in water. If he could not adapt to underwater combat, his chances of seizing these opportunities would be greatly diminished. Temporarily storing the acquired wood spirit crystal within his spatial realm, Chun Tian gazed intently at the river. As winter approached, the mutated beasts beneath the water remained unaffected. With a flick of his arm, the gear-like cutting blades that floated around him plunged into the depths. In a brief moment, the gears of the cutting apparatus hoisted 2 fish-shaped mutant beasts from the water's surface. These were the very creatures that Chun Tian had slain upon his entry into the water with his tang knife, and he deemed it unjust to let other mutants benefit from them. From the carcasses of these 2 mutants, Chun Tian discovered 2 evolution orbs. Although this outcome was anticipated, it still filled him with joy. He mused that should he adapt to underwater combat, the mutant beasts within the river would undoubtedly provide him with a significant bounty of evolution orbs. As this thought occupied his mind, he became increasingly aware of the paramount importance of acquiring skills for underwater combat. If training was to commence, a suitable venue was essential. Woof woof. The little black dog in the car complained about being excluded from the battle. Chun Tian cast a glance at the little creature and replied, "Once we find a location, I'll give you some specialized training to introduce you to the underwater world." The little black dog wagged its tail, blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead, and reveled in excitement. Chun Tian scoured his phone's map and identified 2 swimming pools and an aquarium, ultimately deciding to drive to the nearest swimming pool. What should have been a mere 15-minute journey, however, was interrupted by an unexpected incident. Chun Tian gradually brought the car to a halt, sensing the source of a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the private domain space. Startled, Chun Tian realized that his private domain space housed all his possessions, be it evolution orbs, plant essence crystals, or various supplies for daily life. Any disturbance, no matter how slight, warranted his utmost attention. After keenly attuning himself to the sensations, Chun Tian swiftly discerned the cause. The private domain space surprisingly sought to absorb the energy of the wood essence crystal. Furrowing his brow, Chun Tian found himself bewildered by the intricacies of the situation. The private domain space was his most significant trump card, though a wood essence crystal was indeed precious. It paled in comparison to the potential of the private domain space, warranting the risk. After weighing the pros and cons, Chun Tian resolved to heed his instincts. In no time, the private domain space had completely absorbed the entire wood essence crystal. Oddly, the size of the space remained unchanged. Chun Tian frowned, not out of regret for the loss of the crystal, but out of confusion regarding where the energy absorbed by the space had vanished. Suddenly, it dawned on him. His body straightened with surprise, his gaze reflecting incredulity. How was it possible that an independent space had emerged? To his astonishment, he discovered that he now possessed 2 private domain spaces. The newly formed space was merely the size of a living room and was likely a product of the absorption of the wood essence crystal. Through his perception, it was evident that this newly manifested space differed significantly from the previous one. How intriguing, he mused, to have stumbled upon such an unexpected boon. Through research and information conveyed by the private domain space, Chen Tian finally grasped the distinction of this new space. It could store living entities. Unable to experiment with his small black dog, he disembarked from his vehicle and captured a mutated hamster from the vicinity. Indeed, the mutated hamster was successfully transferred into the space. Releasing it was merely a matter of intention. After several experimental endeavors, Chen Tian discovered that this new space also possesses the capability to store ordinary items. There may be other mysteries yet to be unveiled, but for now, Chen Tian has not discerned them. Indeed, following his instincts proved to be the right choice. The potential of this new realm is even greater. Chen Tian felt elated. Exchanging a single crystal of plant essence for an entirely new space seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Once he confirmed that this new space posed no danger, he brought in his little black dog. Woof, woof, woof. Through his connection with the dog, Chen Tian learned that the new space is filled with air and suffused with a gentle green light. He wished to enter and explore it himself, but alas, he found himself unable to do so. He pondered whether this situation would ever change in the future. With the advent of this new space, he could potentially embark on a venture in aquaculture. Chen Tian chuckled at the thought. Rather than pursuing aquaculture, he would prefer to delve into agriculture. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, vegetables and fruits have become luxuries, seldom found. He wondered if this new space could indeed nurture plants, a question that would require time to answer. Henceforth, he decided to name it Life Space, a designation purely for commemoration. Currently, this life space is modest in size, and Chen Tian attempted to utilize evolution pearls to expand it. To his astonishment, 30 evolution pearls were required to double the space. Chen Tian felt a pang of regret. After all, using 30 evolution pearls to enlarge a storage space would yield far greater results. In the realm of life space, it merely doubles the area, equivalent to the size of 2 living rooms. I hope this life space will unveil more surprises for me. With this thought, Chen Tian no longer feels disheartened by the loss of 30 evolution orbs. While the orbs may be depleted, the existence of this space is tangible and everlasting. With the life space, venturing into inconvenient locations with my little black dog has become considerably easier. I wonder if this life space can be utilized during battles with mutated beasts. If so, could I not render myself invincible by simply ensnaring these troublesome creatures within? The mere possibility of this exhilarates Chen Tian. If it can indeed be accomplished, then the expansion of the life space holds immense value. In the future, even when confronted with formidable ultimate mutated beasts, I could effortlessly confine them within the space, gradually wearing them down. Within this realm, I am invincible. Chapter 078. Comprehending breathing techniques. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the swimming pool. The first task upon entering was to eliminate the lurking zombies, which was accomplished in short order. The pool here is filled with clean water, divided into shallow and deep areas. Woof woof. Upon entering this new environment, the little black dog was filled with excitement, darting across the non-slip surface. However, as it ran close to Chen Tian, he inadvertently kicked it into the pool. Having had a previous experience with water, the little black dog did not panic. Instead, it began to frolic joyfully. Dogs possess an innate ability to swim. The little black dog paddled energetically in the pool, swimming east and west in a playful frenzy. However, its joy was short-lived, for Chen Tian was about to impart a harsh lesson: the treachery of human hearts. With a swift motion, he hurled 2 pairs of pliers into the water, which soared towards the little black dog under the control of his psychic energy. The dog, having developed an instinctive sense of danger, immediately swam towards the shore upon sensing the impending threat. Yet, its speed was no match for the pliers manipulated by Chen Tian. With a resounding splash, the little black dog was forcefully submerged. Panic set in. It struggled to breathe underwater, having never encountered such a predicament before. Resignation seemed the only option. On the shore, Chen Tian reclined on a lounge chair, observing the struggling dog beneath the surface. The world was cruel and without sufficient strength. The little black dog would inevitably become prey for other mutated beasts. Enduring a bit of hardship now was far preferable to losing its life. As the dog thrashed underwater, it inadvertently ingested several mouthfuls of water, finally igniting its spirit of resistance. Sharp bone blades erupted from its limbs, fiercely attacking the pliers that tormented it. Chen Tian, however, was mindful of the situation. He intermittently allowed the little black dog to surface for air, ensuring it would not be left with lasting psychological scars. The buoyancy and resistance of the water significantly diminished the dog's combat prowess. Although it had begun to fight back, the passive situation remained unchanged. After an hour, Chintian finally permitted the utterly exhausted little black dog to climb ashore. This time, the little black dog was truly worn out, collapsing on the bank and gasping for breath. After subjecting the little black dog to the harsh realities of underwater combat, Chintian commenced his own training. He plunged directly into the deep waters, engaging in a series of punches and kicks. His primary objective was to acclimatize his body to the effects of water while also unearthing the potential of his unique energy. Mastering the techniques of underwater combat was no trifling matter. Even Chintian could not assure the efficacy of such training. Nevertheless, he understood one vital truth. Without action, the prospects of success would remain utterly non-existent. Days passed in succession, and both Chintian and the little black dog spent the majority of their time at the swimming pool honing their skills. Was their approach to training flawed? One morning, Chintian sat by the poolside in contemplation. After much reflection, he could not discern any areas in need of improvement. Perhaps a day of rest was in order. He recognized that haste could lead to stagnation. However, the little black dog had no intention of taking a break. The intensity of the training over the past few days had eradicated its fear of the depths, and with Chintian leading by example, it felt compelled to persevere. Curiously, it had been several months since Chintian adopted the little black dog. Under normal circumstances, a puppy would have grown significantly in that time. Yet the little black dog's size remained largely unchanged. Chintian pondered this anomaly, ultimately surmising that it might be related to the genetic fusion. The lack of growth and size had not impeded the little black dog's development and strength, so he chose to disregard it. Submerged in the water, the little black dog practiced its explosive power, each surge of energy creating ripples throughout the pool. The little black dog could hold its breath underwater for 10 minutes during combat. Under the guidance of Chintian, it understood that being submerged was disadvantageous. Thus, each of its bursts of energy had to be precise and lethal. The sudden drop in temperature last night rendered the pool water exceptionally cold. At this moment, Chintian gazed out the window, lost in thought for a while, before retrieving a small box from his space. Inside this box lay several medical texts, a gift from a high school student named Wang Feng. Finding himself rather bored, Chintian decided to peruse them. Initially, he flipped through the early volumes of medical literature casually. However, as time passed, his focus intensified, and he developed a profound interest in the acupoints, qi, and meridians mentioned in the texts. Before awakening his unique energy, he was unable to comprehend the theories regarding the flow of qi, but after mastering it, certain concepts and hypotheses within the book resonated with him. The more he read, the more engrossed he became. He even began to apply his unique energy to validate the concepts, channeling qi from the external to the internal, seemingly grasping a crucial point. Chintian stood up from his seat, holding the medical book in hand. Channeling qi, transforming external breath into internal breath, he repeated, as the previously blurred points of light in his mind gradually sharpened. With a sharp intake of breath, he closed his eyes, attuning to the energy contained within him. When he opened his eyes again, a crimson energy enveloped him, akin to donning a flowing robe. With a soft splash, Chintian plunged into the water. Beneath the surface, the vibrant crimson energy surrounding him remained conspicuously bright. Boom! With a powerful punch, he unleashed a force that shattered the pool's water, sending sprays soaring over 10 meters high. In the depths, Chintian began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, remaining submerged for over an hour without surfacing for air. After much experimentation, he mastered a breathing technique that allowed him to temporarily convert external breathing into internal breathing. This skill not only liberated him from the struggle for air, but also significantly enhanced his control over his unique energy. With this newfound technique, the efficiency of refining his special energy would be greatly improved. Nonetheless, there was a drawback. The longer he sustained it, the greater the strain on his body. Boom, boom. In a fit of excitement, Chintian, while experimenting in the pool, managed to displace nearly half of the water outside the confines of the pool. The little black dog in the shallow area, witnessing its master's valiant display, was inspired and began to frantically practice underwater as well. Unexpectedly, he had acquired yet another skill. Emerging from the water, Chintian remained exhilarated. With this technique in hand, he was confident that within 2 years, he could reach the pinnacle of perfection. A perfected awakener meant an impeccable mastery of energy. At that moment, he would be one step closer to transcending into a true master. Chapter 079. A little white cat by my side for over half a month. Chen Tian spent his days in the swimming pool. The newly comprehended breathing technique still possesses areas that require refinement. Continuous practice beneath the water has significantly enhanced his physical condition, and the previously mastered body techniques have also undergone optimization. Undoubtedly, what brings Chen Tian the utmost joy is his clear perception of the enhancement of his unique energy. There is nothing more delightful to him than becoming stronger. With a splash, Chen Tian emerged from the water and, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, caught a glimpse of the sky outside. Has it really snowed this heavily? Outside, a vast expanse of white enveloped the landscape, as snowflakes tumbled gently down, accumulating to a thickness of 10 centimeters on the ground. After changing into a dry set of clothes, Chen Tian resolved to take a stroll outside. Before departing, he habitually observed the mutated hamster in his life space, which was still lively and spirited, with some of the last feeding remaining. By keeping this mutated little hamster, Chen Tian aimed to uncover more functionalities and characteristics of the life space. For instance, at present, he has learned that life can be sustained for an extended period within this space by nurturing the mutated hamster. Tycoon, let's go. Chen Tian was the first to step out of the door, and the moment he did, he could distinctly sense the change in the air. Exhaling a breath of white mist, he noticed the little black dog burrowing into the snow. The little creature had underestimated the snow's depth and, after floundering for a while, failed to extricate itself. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog attempted to seek assistance from its young master, unaware that this master was rather heartless, ignoring it entirely as he headed towards the direction of the off-road vehicle. Snow fell incessantly, and its intensity only seemed to increase. Chen Tian approached the off-road vehicle, observing half of a wheel buried beneath the snow. Recognizing that such weather was ill-suited for driving, he resolved to walk instead. He had no specific destination in mind. He merely wished to meander, and should he encounter a few mutated beasts along the way, it would be a delightful bonus. Over the past days, he had devoted himself to training, and for more than half a month, he had not acquired a single evolution gem. This, of course, was also tied to the increasing difficulty of locating mutated beasts. Creak. The black and red sneakers crunched on the snowy ground, producing a soothing sound that alleviated stress. Chen Tian relished this weather, pure and pristine, as if it buried all darkness and malevolence. Woof woof. The little black dog bounded behind him like a rabbit, its keen sense of smell ensuring it would not lose track of him. In such weather, it was likely that the wandering corpses on the streets had all perished. As Chen Tian walked aimlessly forward, he surveyed his surroundings and, indeed, saw no moving figures. Suddenly, sounds of a struggle reached his ears. It appeared to be a conflict between mutated beasts. Tyrant, follow. Chen Tian's interest was piqued. He had been lamenting his lack of activity. With a swift motion, he followed the sounds and entered the courtyard of a nearby residence, where he was met with a shocking sight. The pristine white ground was stained with blood. The two figures embroiled in combat showed no signs of halting their actions despite Chen Tian's unexpected intrusion. To his astonishment, it was a fierce battle between mutated beasts and evolved creatures. Upon releasing his mental perception, he discovered that the evolved beast, the mother cat, was on the brink of death. This was likely due to the recent birth of her offspring, which left her unable to overcome a slightly smaller mutated weasel. Simultaneously, Chen Tian noticed a newborn evolved kitten concealed beneath the snow, presumably hidden by the mother to mask its scent. The mutated weasel, sensing Chen Tian's approach, immediately adopted a fierce stance. However, Chen Tian chose to ignore it and continued onward. Suddenly, the weasel leaped, intent on attacking his neck. There was no need for Chen Tian to intervene personally. The small black dog trailing behind him had already engaged. In a swift encounter, the black dog's bone blade pierced through the weasel's skull, illustrating the vast disparity in their strengths. The underwater training over the past 2 months had significantly enhanced the black dog's prowess. At that moment, Chen Tian gently cradled the hidden kitten from the snow. This little creature was undeniably beautiful, its pure white fur devoid of any blemish, and it gazed up at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Should one deem it fortunate or unfortunate? Chen Tian focused intently on the little white cat. Perhaps hungry, the kitten began to nibble playfully at his hand, appearing both fierce and endearing. Well, considering you still hold some research value, I shall keep you for now, he remarked coldly, yet tenderly tucked the kitten into his pocket. Woof woof, inquired the small black dog, breaking the moment with a rather mundane question. Can we eat this little one? With a resounding thud, the little black dog was unceremoniously kicked into the water pool by Tian. Not particularly known for his patience, Tian had taken in the little white cat. However, the responsibility of care primarily fell upon the elder black dog. Fortunately, the little white cat possessed the lineage of an evolved beast, and after enduring the most challenging days, it sprouted tiny teeth, enabling it to consume the flesh of evolved beasts. With this nourishment, the little white cat exhibited astonishing growth, reaching the same size as the black dog in less than 3 days. Now, the little white cat had become quite attached to the black dog, treating it as a surrogate parent. The black dog, seemingly delighted to have a playful companion, relished the opportunity to exert its dominance over the little creature, perhaps even justifying it as a form of familial affection. The presence of the little white cat did not significantly alter Tian's routine. He continued his training, hunting, and gathering supplies, occasionally reprimanding the two lively companions when time allowed. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, the little white cat displayed remarkable resilience and quickly learned combat techniques, soon becoming capable of contending with typical mutated beasts. However, there was one aspect in which it could not compare to the black dog: the bond with Tian. The black dog could communicate with Tian through mere glances, while the little white cat remained oblivious to the meaning of its words. Yet, everything took an unexpected turn on this particular day. Chapter 080. The thrill of abundant harvest. On that particular morning, the little white cat found itself once again at the mercy of the little black dog. Tian employed his probing abilities to investigate. Lo and behold, a look of astonishment graced Tian's face as he gazed incredulously at the little white cat before him. What was that sensation he had just experienced? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the connection he had made with the little black dog in the past. At that time, he had attributed it to the essence of the plant crystal, without delving deeper into the matter. Yet now, the little white cat had never absorbed any plant crystal. So why did it resonate with him on such a profound mental level? Could it be? Excitement surged within Tian. Might this be an indication of his own latent telepathic abilities? After all, he had managed to awaken a private domain space. Acquiring an additional ability for taming would not be beyond the realm of possibility. If he truly possessed the ability to tame, combined with life space, could he potentially cultivate an army of evolved beasts? Though these thoughts danced in his mind, the pressing question remained: did he actually possess such an ability? Snow Emperor, jump up here, Tian instructed, pointing to a small stool that stood over half a meter tall. The little white cat tilted its head in momentary confusion, then leaped up as commanded. Snow Emperor, fetch those slippers over there, he directed, indicating a pair of non-slip slippers situated 10 meters away. This time, the little white cat remained still, its large, bewildered eyes fixed on Tian. After several trials, Tian discerned that the little white cat could only execute simple commands. Any complexity left it at a loss. There was much yet to explore and observe. Uncertain whether this ability, akin to domestication, is solely beneficial for evolved beasts, it is apparent that the mutated hamster within the life space exhibits no signs of being tamed. Nevertheless, another task has been added to the repertoire. A subtle smile graced Tian's lips. In his endeavor to strengthen the bond with the little white cat, he frequently engaged in communication with it. Remarkably, the little white cat has become increasingly intelligent, now able to mimic commands that were previously beyond its comprehension. This notable progress can be attributed in part to the exemplary behavior of the little black dog. To reward these two companions, Tian resolved to enhance their diet. "Let us go fishing today," he declared, leading the way with the two little creatures, a black and a white, trailing behind. The weather had turned frigid. Reaching the coldest point of the season, even the water in the swimming pool had begun to freeze, not to mention the outside conditions. Driving his off-road vehicle, Tian headed straight for the riverbed. It had been quite some time since he had acquired any evolution orbs, and today he intended to make a significant catch. In preparation for this venture, Tian had spent 2 days gathering supplies. Within his space, he possessed specialized wire and rebar, all intended for capturing mutated beasts. As he made his way toward the riverbed, the thick layer of snow remained untouched, devoid of tire tracks, a clear indication that no other vehicles had traversed this path in over half a month. After a journey of more than 40 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. "You two stay here," Tian instructed, parking the vehicle by the riverbank, ensuring that his black and white companions remained in place. With a swift motion, he leaped from the riverbank, landing directly upon the thick ice. Upon the icy surface, a layer of snow lay undisturbed. However, it mattered not. For Chen Tian's mental probe had already captured the underwater scenario within his mind. With a swift motion, he extended his arms, and the Tang Dao materialized in his grasp. As the crimson light flickered, a 5-square-meter hole in the ice was abruptly created. First, to establish a base, Chen Tian took the previously acquired mutated weasel, shredded it, and cast the pieces into the icy abyss. Next, he retrieved a hefty iron hook, laden with bait, and with a resounding thud, he hurled it into the hole. A steel wire, nearly 20 meters long, extended to the riverbank, its end secured to a steel bar as thick as his wrist, reinforced and welded for strength. Standing on the riverbank, Chen Tian held the steel bar, poised to await a catch. No need to observe the float. His mental probe allowed him to perceive the underwater happenings directly. Here it comes. Just as he was ready, he noticed mutated beasts swimming from either side of the riverbank. With a sudden tug, the steel wire extending into the hole was pulled taut, indicating a fish had taken the bait. The first catch. Chen Tian's arm surged with power, his slender fingers imprinting 5 distinct marks upon the steel bar. With a thunderous splash, a creature comparable in size to a shark was thrust out of the water by Chen Tian's kick. With a resounding thud, the mutated beast landed on the shore. The little black dog and the little white cat, witnessing the spectacle, immediately leaped towards it in excitement. The underwater mutated beast, once drawn ashore, retained scarcely any fighting prowess. Easily subdued even by the not-so-mighty little white cat. Meow. The little white cat was exuberant, unable to resist the unique scent emanating from the mutated beast. Approaching the scene, Chen Tian observed the mutated fish before him, along with the small white cat voraciously gnawing on its tail. Not bad, he mused. It seems today will yield a substantial bounty. Within the mutated fish's body, Chen Tian discovered an evolution pearl. After a prolonged period of inactivity, fortune had finally smiled upon him. He removed the hook, rebaited it, and resumed fishing, anticipating a plentiful harvest. Before embarking on this endeavor, he had mentally prepared himself to dive into the water to catch the fish if necessary. Squeak. The steel wire, newly submerged, was once again taut. Here it comes. The second one. With a surge of strength, Chen Tian hoisted another mutated fish, nearly 2 meters in length, from the water, as expected of the mutated beasts dwelling underwater. Their evolutionary pace was rapid. This second fish also contained an evolution pearl. Subsequently, Chen Tian commenced a frenzied fishing spree. One mutated fish after another was hauled up. The activity incessant. The little black dog and white cat were equally engrossed, particularly the latter, whose luminous eyes sparkled with delight. So many large fish descending from above felt like a dream come true. Indeed, following the right master ensured a plentiful supply of fish. Another one. The fishing conditions were exceptionally favorable, with fish biting the hook almost immediately upon its descent. One could only imagine how long these underwater mutated fish had been starved. In this brief span, Chen Tian had already amassed over 30 evolution pearls. Currently, the primary objective was to capture all the mutated fish within the river. As it was still morning, he estimated that harvesting several hundred evolution pearls in a single day was a distinct possibility, given the current rate. Upon contemplating the prospect of reaping such an abundance of evolutionary pearls, Chen Tian found himself in a state of exhilaration. Let the mutated fish come forth in greater numbers. He would gladly accept them all. Possessing a storage space is truly remarkable. Chapter 081. A discovery unlike human civilization splash. The water erupted as a mutated fish, measuring less than a meter in length, was hoisted ashore by Chen Tian, slightly diminutive, to safeguard the mutated hamster residing in his life space from nibbling away. Chen Tian had thoughtfully confined it within a specially designed cage. The fishing continued unabated. Chen Tian had developed quite a penchant for it. It was a rare opportunity to experience such a bountiful catch today, and he was determined not to squander it. Just as Chen Tian prepared to attach a new bait, the sudden whir of helicopters resonated from above. Was there some military operation underway? He glanced up to witness 10 military helicopters soaring across the sky. This was of no concern to him. He remained focused on his fishing. One mutated fish after another was reeled in, to the point where he neglected even to eat lunch. To expedite the process of baiting and unhooking, Chen Tian resorted to manipulating with his psychic energy. As time progressed into the late afternoon, the size of the mutated fish caught dwindled, and the frequency of bites slowed. It seemed that today's fishing adventure was nearing its conclusion. Chen Tian had yet to partake in lunch, and dinner time was fast approaching. As for the little black dog and white cat, they would not go hungry. It was fortunate they had not gorged themselves on the mutated fish. The two little creatures had eaten excessively and lay languidly in the vehicle, unwilling to stir. Just as Chen Tian was in the process of reeling in his line, the sound of helicopters echoed once more in the sky. It was the same 10 helicopters that had flown by earlier in the morning. Chen Tian gazed at the helicopter as it vanished into the distance before climbing into the all-terrain vehicle. This was indeed an exhilarating event. One by one, the evolution orbs were extracted from the bodies of the mutated fish, bringing joy to Chen Tian, who had yet to indulge in a meal. A hearty laugh escaped him as he marveled at the total of over 600 evolution orbs. Upon confirming this number, he could not suppress his mirth. In the past, his efforts to collect evolution orbs over several days yielded a maximum of merely 100, yet today, within the span of a single day, he had amassed over 600. How could one not feel elated? In light of his buoyant mood, even dinner tasted exceptionally delightful. At the break of dawn the following day, with the sky just beginning to brighten, Chen Tian set off in his all-terrain vehicle. Buzzing with anticipation, he selected a prime location. As he prepared his fishing gear, he harnessed his psychic energy to manipulate 4 massive cutting blades, creating a larger hole in the ice. This time, he used the carcasses of 2 mutated beasts as bait. Lured by the scent, the nearby mutated fish soon flocked to the area. With renewed vigor, Chen Tian gripped a thick steel rod in each hand, ready to fish with both hands. No sooner had the hooks been cast than a response was felt. Both steel rods straightened simultaneously. Chen Tian summoned his strength, yanking 2 enormous mutated fish from the depths, propelling them towards the embankment. While they still soared through the air, his psychic energy deftly removed the hooks and replaced them with fresh bait. The 2 mutated fish landed on the roadside with a flurry of thrashing. The small black dog and the little white cat, who had been patiently waiting nearby, swiftly pounced upon the 2 mutated fish, dispatching them with remarkable efficiency. This division of labor was a strategy devised by Chen Tian, aimed at maximizing productivity. The 2 little creatures were quite busy. Having just dealt with 2 mutated fish, 2 more suddenly flew towards them. Indeed, their efficiency had markedly improved compared to the previous day. On numerous occasions, Chen Tian found himself simultaneously catching fish with both hands, reeling in 2 at once. In a short span of time, the road was already strewn with the carcasses of mutated fish. Chen Tian granted himself a brief respite of 3 minutes to gather the fish into his storage space. Just as he completed this task, the familiar hum of helicopters resonated overhead once more. 10 helicopters soared across the sky. Curious, Chen Tian wondered about their destination. But his attention was quickly diverted by the continuous catch that followed. In comparison to the tangible bounty he was reaping, he cared little for the pursuits of others. Today's harvest would undoubtedly surpass that of yesterday, as by noon, he had already caught nearly 1,000 mutated fish. Taking advantage of his break, Chen Tian consumed a modest meal before immersing himself back into fishing. The afternoon yield of mutated fish was noticeably less than that of the morning. He proceeded to chop up the carcass of a mutated beast and toss it into a hole in the ice, which yielded some improvement, though it was short-lived. It appeared that all the nearby mutated fish that could be lured had already been drawn in. As dusk approached, Chen Tian reeled in his line, preparing to depart. It struck him as peculiar. Had they also gone fishing, departing in the morning and returning at dusk? The curiosity within Chen Tian intensified, yet it could not overshadow the exhilaration brought by his accomplishments that day. Upon returning to the swimming hall, he commenced the collection of evolution orbs, an endeavor that filled him with delight. Astonishingly, he amassed over 1,000 evolution orbs. Even though Chen Tian was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel an uncontrollable surge of excitement at this moment. The sheer quantity of orbs was sufficient to significantly expand his spatial capacity, a thought that thrilled him immensely. Previously, he had perceived the expansion of his life space as a costly endeavor in terms of evolution orbs. But that sentiment had vanished entirely. After all, were not evolution orbs meant to be utilized? At that moment, Chen Tian felt as though he had struck a fortune overnight. And he boldly expanded both of his spaces, consuming over 900 evolution orbs in the process. "I am a wealthy individual," he proclaimed. "This is merely the beginning. Tomorrow, I shall continue." Chen Tian suddenly realized that winter could also be a time of great fulfillment. Simultaneously, he grasped the significance of choosing the right direction in one's efforts. For several consecutive days, Chen Tian worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Finally, on the 8th day, he had nearly exhausted the evolutionary fish in the river. unable to harvest them with the same fervor as before. It seemed necessary to seek out a new river. One early morning, while examining the water distribution map on his phone, he once again heard the buzzing of helicopters overhead. Chen Tian abruptly altered his course of action and resolved to follow the helicopters to uncover their purpose. Initially, he trailed behind in his off-road vehicle. But upon noticing that the 10 helicopters descended into a specific area, he promptly stored both the vehicle and his small black dog and white cat in his life space. With swift strides, Chen Tian finally reached an elevated vantage point. Upon discerning the location where the helicopters had landed, he was utterly astonished. What was that? His gaze fixated on an object that bore no resemblance to any semblance of human civilization. Chapter 082. The space that could be packed and taken away from his lofty perch. Chen Tian observed the area where several helicopters were stationed, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. A colossal, diamond-shaped object, enshrouded in darkness, emerged within his line of sight, rendering him unable to divert his attention. What on earth was that? He was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. With his current vision, he could discern the surface of this massive entity, which was adorned with patterns reminiscent of a honeycomb, its metallic composition a mystery. A dozen experts clad in protective gear were diligently studying the enigmatic object. They commenced their examination with various instruments, followed by the introduction of an electric angle grinder, intent on extracting a minuscule sample. Meanwhile, armed security personnel maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, their expressions taut with tension. Was it truly that resilient? Chen Tian observed closely, noting that despite the angle grinder's relentless operation for an extended period, it left no mark on the mysterious object, let alone manage to slice off a small fragment. Regrettably, the distance was too great for him to overhear their discussions. This object, he felt a strange familiarity with it. After contemplating the enigmatic artifact for some time, a thought suddenly crossed Chen Tian's mind. Professor Lin, the hardness of this object exceeds our expectations. Our methods are utterly inadequate for obtaining a sample, remarked a man who appeared to be an assistant. I am aware of this. I attempted it a few days ago, and now merely wish to ascertain whether the energy waves have altered with the severing, remarked a gentleman donning reading glasses and a mask. At that moment, another assistant approached with a measuring instrument. Professor, after testing, the waves have just risen by 3 degrees. Oh, allow me to see, he replied. The individuals present had clearly defined roles. Some were assessing the hardness and material of the enigmatic object, while others, equipped with shovels, were excavating around it. Situated amidst the mountains and forests, the terrain was intricate, rendering vehicle access impossible. To unearth the buried portions, manual labor was necessary. Yet the ground was predominantly rocky, complicating the excavation process. The rhythmic clang of shovels and picks resonated as they struck the stones, producing a sharp sound. The atmosphere, already tense, was suddenly interrupted as the ground beneath them began to tremble. Be cautious, someone shouted, prompting all gathered to retreat hastily. Fortunately, their quick response prevented disaster. As a thunderous roar erupted and the very ground they had occupied collapsed, it soon became evident that beneath the soil, the buried section mirrored the surface, both exhibiting a black diamond shape. The sole distinction was a gaping hole below, as if forcefully breached by some external force. This revelation left everyone astounded, for the hardness of this mysterious object was such that even an angle grinder could not mar its surface, and bullets merely ricocheted off. First, we must ascertain whether there is a risk of secondary collapse, a man exclaimed with an air of excitement. After a thorough inspection lasting a quarter of an hour, and confirming that the ground would not cave in again, the researchers dared to approach. The damaged opening measured 1.2 meters in diameter, with irregular cracks extending around it. To the naked eye, the internal space appeared to plunge several meters deep, yet no suspicious objects were detected at that moment. A testing technician was reporting a series of data. At this juncture, the aforementioned Professor Lin suggested, let us approach the opening and see if we can retrieve some samples. Those wielding angle grinders promptly stepped forward, accompanied by a piercing sound of friction, as sparks flew. In that instant, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with intrigue. The presence of sparks indicated that metal was indeed being severed. From a distance, atop a towering rock, Chen Tian observed the entire process, and a realization dawned upon him. He recalled that, in the safety zone a decade after the apocalypse, he had encountered similar images in electronic archives. The scant information recorded therein merely speculated that this was an extraterrestrial storage chamber, divided into 2 levels. Thus, It appeared that one level of this alien storage facility had succumbed to damage, while the other remained intact. Chen Tian's heart surged with exhilaration. The allure of an object originating from an extraterrestrial civilization was undeniably profound. The crystalline essence of flora he had once absorbed, along with the star's spirit crystal, were all products of such advanced beings, and the contents of this storage chamber left him in a state of wonder. However, one thing is certain. It must be an extraordinary object. Otherwise, it would not be preserved in such a uniquely designed storage facility. Chen Tian was determined to acquire it, pondering merely the opportune moment to act. Just then, the sound of gunfire abruptly interrupted his contemplation. Upon looking around, he was startled to see a dozen mutated beasts charging toward the location of the researchers. The armed guards wasted no time in opening fire, eliminating the approaching beasts before they could get too close. Although there had been previous encounters with these creatures, this instance felt markedly different. It seemed as though an increasing number of mutated beasts were converging upon their position. "Quick, we must evacuate. The number of mutated beasts has surpassed the safe threshold," shouted a man who appeared to be the captain. "Is the sample not yet collected?" Professor Lin inquired anxiously. "Not yet. Its hardness remains considerable. We may need to wait another 7 minutes to extract the sample," the cutting personnel replied urgently. "We cannot afford to wait any longer. Everyone must evacuate immediately. Right now." The guards observed a swarm of indistinct mutated beasts approaching from a distant ravine, realizing that if they arrived, even the helicopters would be unable to take off. The situation was dire. Although it was regrettable to leave the sample behind, safety took precedence. Moreover, the object would remain there, allowing them to return at a later time. 10 helicopters swiftly ascended, and the sound of gunfire gradually subsided. From a vantage point above, one could observe a multitude of mutated beasts converging towards the enigmatic object, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. However, Chen Tian did not relinquish his yearning for the mysterious vessel due to the sudden appearance of these aberrant creatures. Rather, he found himself even more exhilarated. The prospect of acquiring an extraterrestrial artifact while simultaneously vanquishing a horde of evolved beasts was an enticing proposition indeed. In a flash, like a streak of crimson light, Chen Tian arrived at the vicinity of the mysterious container. As he steadied himself, a jolt of realization struck him. The familiar energy fluctuations bore a striking resemblance to that of wood essence crystals. Could it be that the wood essence crystals had escaped from within? This thought only heightened his excitement. Chapter 083. Out with the old, in with the new. At this moment, Chen Tian began to suspect that the wood essence crystals he had previously encountered might have all emanated from this very vessel. This revelation could elucidate why such rare and precious wood essence crystals had continuously appeared in close proximity to the modest city. As the number of mutated beasts swelled, Chen Tian's gaze ignited with fervor. He extended his hand, summoning the Tang Dao, which lay nestled within his spatial storage, directly into his palm. Were they all lured here by the residual energy of the wood essence crystals? How fortuitous! Transforming into a harbinger of death, Chen Tian commenced the harvest of these mutated beasts' lives. Since his significant enhancement in strength, he had not engaged in earnest combat for quite some time. Today, these relentless mutated beasts would serve as the perfect targets for him to assess his newfound prowess. With blinding speed, he moved so swiftly that his figure became indistinguishable. Only a crimson light darted through the herd of mutated beasts, followed by numerous fallen creatures strewn across the ground. The more Chen Tian killed, the swifter he became. These aberrant beasts could not even catch a glimpse of his figure before meeting their demise. In just a few moments, the area was littered with corpses, leaving no standing mutated beast in sight. Chen Tian stood resolute with his blade, patiently awaiting the swarm of mutated bats approaching from the sky. The greater their number, the better to compensate for his lack of fishing today. While others would cower in fear at the sight of a throng of mutated bats, Chen Tian eagerly anticipated their arrival. Indeed, strength dictates opportunity. Suddenly, as Chen Tian waited in tranquility, the ground before him erupted, and a mutated pangolin sprang forth. Though its size was modest, the scales adorning its body gleamed with a metallic luster, and its claws lunged towards Chen Tian's face like razor-sharp blades. With a swift motion, Chen Tian merely angled his tang knife upward. The seemingly indomitable, mutated pangolin was cleaved in two with a single stroke. No matter how formidable its defenses, they were rendered futile in the face of the Tang knife, imbued with a terrifying cutting power. What defines an awakened? Exclusive energy marks the awakened. It is not something an ordinary mutated beast can withstand. At last, they have arrived. Observing the swarm of mutated bats diving towards him, Shintian raised his hand and hurled a steel nail into the air. Under the influence of his mental energy, these nails possessed formidable lethality, capable of precisely targeting the flying mutated bats and, upon striking one, continuing their pursuit for the next. The aerial combat was ill-suited for Shintian, who had no intention of squandering excessive time on exterminating these mutated bats. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities proved to be the most fitting approach. With a series of puncturing sounds, the mutated bats continued to plummet from the sky. Even though they retained their echolocation capabilities, they were unable to evade the penetrating and agile steel spikes. Soon, not a single flying mutated bat was to be seen. It appeared that no further mutated beast would be attracted. Shintian approached the enigmatic object before him, intending to store it in his spatial domain for later study. With a mere thought, the mysterious container was seamlessly absorbed into his private space. Indeed, possessing a spatial realm was tremendously convenient. A smile graced Shintian's lips as his gaze swept over the carcasses of the mutated beasts surrounding him. These too must be taken. Even devoid of evolution orbs, mutated beasts held substantial value, for instance, in baiting fish. After collecting the corpses of the surrounding mutated creatures into his spatial realm, Shintian did not linger but departed directly. Upon reaching a location suitable for driving, he summoned his off-road vehicle. Since the vehicle contained his little white cat and little black dog, it had been stored within his life space. However, upon releasing the vehicle, he discovered that both the little white cat and little black dog were not aboard. They had disembarked within the life space. Frustratingly, the mutated hamster he had nurtured for several days in the life space had been devoured. Which of you two did this? The small, one white and one black creatures cowered before Shintian, listening to his reprimand. Woof! The little black dog raised its paw, pointing at the little white cat, barking insistently. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog's pair of shiny black eyes gleamed even brighter. Beside him, the foolishly adorable white creature remained blissfully unaware of the impending events, lazily licking its paws with its tongue extended, ignoring the little black dog's guidance on how to instruct the little white cat in underwater combat. It made its way directly to the parking lot at the back of the swimming pool. This spacious yard was ample enough to accommodate the extraterrestrial relic he had just acquired. With a resounding crash, the released alien artifact struck the concrete ground, creating a sizable crater. Let me see what lies within, Shintian mused, anticipation bubbling within him as he pressed his palm against the surface of the object, attempting to employ his probing ability to unveil its secrets. To his surprise, a barrier thwarted his efforts. An unseen energy obstructed his mental reach, an outcome he had not anticipated. Thus, he was left with no choice but to resort to brute force. With a swift motion, he summoned his Tang Dao. Aware of the object's formidable exterior, Shintian enveloped the blade with his unique energy, transforming it into a magical sword radiating a crimson glow. In this state, the Tang Dao could effortlessly slice through steel. This shall be the spot. Taking aim, Shintian brought the Tang Dao down with a fierce strike. The sound of a crack echoed as he stood frozen in shock. While he had considered the possibility of failure, he never imagined that the recoil from this mysterious vessel would shatter his Tang Dao. A weapon he had wielded with ease was now rendered useless. Despite a twinge of regret, Shintian did not dwell on it too heavily. As the saying goes, out with the old and with the new. The question now lingered in his mind. How could he possibly open this enigmatic container? Shintian grew increasingly curious about the mysterious container and its contents. After pondering for quite some time, he could not devise an effective method to unveil its secrets. Thus, he resolved to store it away for further examination at a later time. Since this object had come into his possession, he was determined to unlock its potential. As night fell, Shintian began to tally the mutated beasts he had slain that day. He had acquired fewer than 40 evolution pearls, confirming that the mutated beasts on land were indeed inferior to their aquatic counterparts. Consequently, he decided to continue his fishing endeavors the following day. However, unforeseen circumstances led to a change in his plans. Early the next morning, 10 helicopters once again soared overhead. One could only wonder what expressions the researchers aboard would wear upon arriving at the barren site. Driving his off-road vehicle towards a new water source, Shintian encountered a scavenging team emerging from the safety zone, composed of ordinary individuals. From their conversation, he learned that there was a pressing demand for the corpses of mutated beasts within the safety zone, with exceptionally high exchange points offered in return. Points served as currency, enabling the purchase of desired items within the confines of the safety zone. Thus, Chen Tian promptly altered his course and set off for the safety zone. Under normal circumstances, the journey would take 3 hours by car. As he gazed upon the towering watchtowers and various roadblocks, he realized he had not erred in his navigation. Slowing his vehicle as he approached the entrance of the safety zone, he was halted by the checkpoint. The personnel conducting the routine inspection merely glanced through the window before allowing him to pass. To avert unnecessary troubles, before arriving here, Chen Tian had already stored the little black dog and the little white cat in the realm of life. The off-road vehicle moved steadily forward, guided by the roadside signposts. One cannot help but remark on the considerable size of this safe zone. It was formerly a greenhouse base, and even now, numerous plastic greenhouses remain intact. "Oh, young sir, did you come here alone?" a young lady inquired as they passed another checkpoint. "Is there an issue?" Chen Tian responded in a flat tone. "Welcome to the safe zone. From now on, this will be our shared haven." The young lady smiled warmly. "I am merely passing through," Chen Tian replied, lacking in social finesse. "Oh, I see. Please take this. It contains information about the safe zone. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me," she said, handing him a small brochure. The opening line reading, "Wherever we are, that is home." Chen Tian inquired, "Where is the exchange hall?" He had not come merely to wander. Aside from seeking items of interest, he also wished to discover any peculiar rumors surrounding this place. "The map is on the back of the brochure," the young lady quickly added. Without further questions, Chen Tian smoothly drove over the speed bumps and entered the safe zone. The rows of colorful steel houses stood out as the most prominent structures, and one could even see a few tents. The apocalypse had struck suddenly, and this safe zone had only been established for a few months. Its current scale was quite commendable. Has the new year almost arrived? Chen Tian felt indifferent towards the new year, as he was always alone. Perhaps this time would be different, for he was accompanied by the tyrant and the Snow Empress. The vehicle finally arrived at the exchange hall, a rather ordinary single-story building, yet spacious within, featuring several windows. Chen Tian stood in the hall for a moment, observing the throngs of individuals clutching paper vouchers resembling work tickets, making their way to various windows to exchange them for point cards. The vast majority of these individuals had obtained their vouchers through employment, subsequently trading them for point cards. In the safe zone, idleness was not tolerated. Only through labor could one acquire point cards to procure sustenance. Within this secure area, everyone could find suitable work. Even paralyzed elders could earn point cards by serving as voluntary test subjects. Aside from earning point cards through labor, another means of acquisition involved the exchange of goods. By surrendering items to the staff, an evaluation of their point value would ensue. Having grasped the regulations of this place, Chen Tian approached an exchange window, carrying a large bag. The staff member, a woman in her 30s, appeared unfazed upon seeing him, merely inquiring with habitual politeness, "Please present the items you wish to exchange. Could you help me assess how many points these will yield?" Chen Tian replied, hurling the woven bag onto the counter. It landed with a thud, revealing the considerable weight of its contents. "What is inside?" the female staff member asked casually. "Mutated beasts." A simple trio of words rendered the woman, who had intended to reach for the bag, utterly frozen in place. "Mutated beast?" The female staff member gazed at Chen Tian in astonishment. It is well known that mutated beasts are not only exceedingly ferocious but also incredibly elusive. Currently, the safe zone has offered an exceptionally high number of points to ensure the continuity of their experiments, yet until now, no one has ever redeemed them. "Indeed. Could you expedite the process? I do not wish to squander my time here," Chen Tian urged, his expression impassive. "Please hold on a moment." They cautiously unwrapped the woven bag, revealing the corpse of a mutated beast within. Instantly, the glances cast upon Chen Tian by the others transformed. "May I inquire about the origin of this mutated beast?" one of them asked, curiosity piqued. In less than a minute, Chen Tian received his points card, a thick stack comprising solely 100-point denominations. Ignoring the staff's kind attempts to retain him, Chen Tian departed the exchange hall without a backward glance. Following the map marked in the brochure, he proceeded directly to the merchandise hall. It resembled a trading market from the world before the apocalypse, where food, essentials, and clothing could all be procured. Initially, Chen Tian was unaware of the substantial wealth he held in those points cards, but as more and more people cast eager and inquisitive glances in his direction, he began to comprehend the true value of the mutated beast's corpse. He made his way directly to the weapons section. His gaze was immediately captivated by an array of items: long knives, daggers, tridents, and bulletproof vests, among others. How much for this small dagger? Chen Tian inquired of a uniformed staff member, his eyes set on a military dagger that required 50 points for acquisition. In contrast, a common fruit knife could be procured for merely 2 or 3 points. Whatever quantity you have, I shall take it all, Chen Tian declared with grandiosity. This particular dagger was forged from specialized steel, renowned for its hardness and sharpness, making it exceptionally suited for energy manipulation. All of them? The staff member questioned. Convinced he must have misheard. With a swift motion, Chen Tian produced his points card from his pocket. Do not doubt, I am not short on funds. Indeed, he was quite affluent, and wealth afforded one the luxury of indulgence. How much for this blade? He inquired again. This is the Nepalese knife, priced at 150 points each. How many do you have? There are a dozen or so left. Without hesitation, Chen Tian responded. I shall take them all. He continued to inquire about the price of a triangular military stabber, fully engaged in shopping mode. Whenever he found a weapon to his liking, he would not settle for just one or two. It was prudent to stockpile an assortment of weapons to avoid being caught unprepared should one break. Points were trivial. If spent, he could easily obtain more through the exchange of mutated beast carcasses, of which he had an abundance. Chapter 085. The boy's fury astonishes. All weapons obtainable through points eliminated the need for Chen Tian to squander time in search of them. After some contemplation, he decided he ought to acquire hefty iron hammers and similar armaments specifically designed to withstand the alien containers. If they were indeed so sturdy as to shatter a tang knife, he would simply greet them with a mighty hammer. He could hardly believe that a mere inanimate object could pose a challenge to him, a living being. Gather all the sturdy and durable hammers and axes. I intend to take them with me. Chen Tian paid no heed to the exaggerated expression of the staff member. Are you really going to purchase all of this? The weight is considerable. Do you require assistance with transportation? The staff member kindly inquired. No need. Chen Tian promptly rejected the offer. Just pack it securely. I will load it into my vehicle shortly. A quarter of an hour later, the staff member stood in a daze, watching the young man depart, shouldering 2 large wooden crates. Once Chen Tian had stowed the crates into his off-road vehicle, he immediately transferred them into his private space. After all, during the festive season, one should embrace the joyous spirit. Chen Tian had come here solely to procure supplies for the new year. He also purchased a plethora of fresh vegetables, which were not inexpensive, as they had been cultivated in greenhouses and were virtually unavailable elsewhere. I will take these 2 baskets of cucumbers, he declared. Wrap up these tomatoes and eggplants for me as well. Pack these cabbages into bags. I will take them all. Chen Tian was akin to a shopping whirlwind, leaving onlookers in stunned silence, while even the sales staff exhibited expressions of astonishment. Where did this affluent second-generation heir come from? Could he be the child of some high-ranking official? After an extensive shopping spree, Chen Tian found that he still possessed a substantial number of points on his card. It seemed that the price of mutated beasts was indeed exorbitant. He had merely selected a single mutated rat and accrued such a wealth of points. In this post-apocalyptic world, even the large rats had become remarkably valuable. Having busied himself for quite some time, it was now noon, and Chen Tian decided to visit the cafeteria for a bite to eat. With so many points on hand, it would be a waste not to utilize them. The cafeteria was not far, and he arrived there after a brief drive. As mealtime approached, the cafeteria was bustling with patrons. Chen Tian, as was his custom, stood aside to observe for a moment. He noticed that many were unable to afford the white steamed buns and stir-fried dishes, opting instead for a couple of whole grain buns and a small plate of pickles. For these individuals, mere survival and having something to eat was already a considerable fortune. Having grasped this reality, Chen Tian resolved to purchase his meal. The window he approached had little queue, as many could not afford the fare. Even those who did buy merely indulged in a small quantity to satisfy their cravings. Upon reaching the counter, Chen Tian wasted no time. I'll take 10 buns and one of each stir-fried dish. His straightforward request momentarily stunned the worker at the counter. Was this not some form of mischief? With a decisive gesture, Chen Tian placed his points card on the counter. How many points? The worker's skepticism evaporated in an instant, and he began to serve the food. Chen Tian chose a quiet corner to enjoy his meal, yet he could still feel numerous eyes upon him. Indeed, the comparison was disheartening. Many survivors labored from dawn till dusk just to earn a meager morsel, enduring subpar meals that often left them still hungry. In stark contrast, the young man, handsome and clad in clean attire, clearly not someone accustomed to toil, was able to feast lavishly here. The substantial stack of points cards he had just presented was not lost on the onlookers, who gazed at him with envy and resentment. Had it not been for the strict management, some might have attempted to seize his bounty. While dining, Qin Tian kept a watchful eye on the two small creatures in his life space, the little black dog and the white cat, who were playfully chasing each other, seemingly oblivious to hunger. At that moment, Qin Tian noticed someone approaching. Turning to look, he saw a girl in a cleaning uniform, their gazes intertwined. "It's you." Qin Tian recognized her as Lin Ziwen, a high school student who had an older brother named Lin Ziwu. "Here you go." Lin Ziwen placed a bowl of seaweed soup on Qin Tian's table. Shy by nature and somewhat intimidated by the young man, she turned to leave after delivering the soup. "Stop," Qin Tian suddenly called out. Lin Ziwen trembled slightly, obediently standing still, too frightened to move. She had witnessed this boy's ferocity in battling monsters and had also seen him eliminate villains. Now, due to her nervousness, she dared not even breathe. She had come to deliver the bowl of soup merely to express her gratitude for his life-saving actions, but she had nothing of greater value to offer. "Why did you bring me this soup when I didn't purchase it?" Qin Tian inquired. Lin Ziwen cast her eyes down at her shoelaces, speaking in a barely audible voice. "Thank you for saving me back then." After her words, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. "I dislike being indebted to others and prefer not to have too many connections with unfamiliar people." Qin Tian's voice broke the stillness. Lin Ziwen remained silent, unsure of how to respond or what the boy's words truly meant. "Here, take it. Consider this bowl of soup as my purchase." Qin Tian handed her a points card. Lin Ziwen was taken aback. It was a points card worth 100 points, and she found herself at a loss. Awkwardly flustered, she wondered what to do next. As Lin Ziwen grappled with her anxiety, the boy's cold voice sent a shiver through her. "Don't make me repeat myself." In a state of panic, Lin hurriedly accepted the points card, her body rigid, resembling someone awaiting a superior's command. "Is there anything else?" Qin Tian suddenly inquired. "No." Lin was about to respond in the negative when her gaze fell upon the points card in her hand. She quickly amended her statement. "A bowl of seaweed soup requires only 3 points, but I don't have enough points to give you." "No need to find any," Qin Tian replied generously. Lin was once again taken aback. "Isn't what I've said clear enough?" Qin Tian, noticing she remained rooted to the spot, shot her a piercing glare. She had never been this cautious even when meeting her homeroom teacher. "Then why are you still standing here?" Lin, too intimidated to linger any longer, turned to leave. Perhaps it was her nerves, or perhaps the ground was slippery. After just a few steps, she stumbled and dropped the points card. Hastily rising, she stole a glance back. The boy had not turned to look at her. His aura was overwhelmingly strong, instilling genuine fear within her. This trepidation even overshadowed the pain from her fall. As Lin prepared to retrieve the fallen points card, a large foot suddenly landed upon it. "Oh dear, how did my points card end up on the ground?" A burly man, his face adorned with stubble, bent down and picked up the card that lay beneath his foot. Chapter 086. The boy is still just a child. Lin stared in disbelief at the man before her, who shamelessly claimed the points card that had just slipped from her grasp. "That is mine." Lin Ziwen hurriedly approached, demanding, "What do you mean, yours and mine?" The burly man adopted a confrontational stance, turning to leave. Lin Ziwen quickly dashed forward, blocking his path. "That points card is mine. Could you please return it to me? Where does it say it belongs to you? It clearly fell from me. You, a mere street sweeper, could hardly accumulate such points." The man glared with a fierce expression. Lin Ziwen could hardly believe that not only had he stolen her belongings, but he had also insulted her. How could her honest labor be belittled in such a manner? "Return the points card to me." Though naturally shy, Lin Ziwen refused to back down in such a situation and grasped the man's sleeve firmly. Their argument had already drawn the attention of many onlookers. Eager to escape, the man pointed a finger threateningly at Lin Ziwen's cheek. "Don't force me to slap you. Let go of me. That is my points card. You are robbing me." Lin Ziwen's voice rose sharply. She was in the right and had no fear of escalating the matter. "If you keep slandering me, believe me, I will strike you." The man wrenched his sleeve away, his eyes glinting with menace. Just then, a loud bang resonated, capturing everyone's attention. Qin Tian slammed his palm on the table and rose abruptly. Lin Ziwen, undaunted by the burly man, felt no fear of physical confrontation. However, when she saw the young man approaching with a grim expression, she was genuinely frightened. Her body stiffening once more, not daring to breathe. Qin Tian strode directly before the burly man, confronting him with a fierce declaration, "You dare to hoard what I have relinquished." The man, momentarily flustered and enraged, had previously misjudged the relationship between the youth and the young woman. Noticing Lin Ziwen's modest attire, he had entertained the notion of claiming her for himself. However, he had not anticipated this young man's intervention. "How dare you?" The burly man barely uttered those words before he was sent flying across the room. With a resounding crash, his body collided violently with the wall, eliciting a spurt of blood from his lips. "I have no desire to resort to violence upon my arrival. Yet you force my hand." Chen Tian advanced once more, his gaze sharp as a blade. The man regarded the youth with a mixture of fear and disbelief, astonished that he had nearly met his end from a single kick. "Where's the points card?" Chen Tian demanded. In response, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending the man tumbling to the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, the cafeteria fell into an eerie silence, all present rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. Who could have imagined that this seemingly delicate youth harbored such ferocity? As Chen Tian began to count down, the burly man was enveloped by genuine fear. He realized that the threat to cripple him was no mere jest. Yet, he found himself too weak to even rise and retrieve the card. Desperately clutching it, he cast a pleading glance towards the equally stunned Lin Ziwen. Lin Ziwen understood the youth's volatile temperament, but had never anticipated that he would resort to violence within the confines of a safe zone. Meanwhile, the commotion in the cafeteria had already attracted the attention of the patrolling guards outside. Several men, armed and clad in distinctive uniforms, entered the scene. The onlookers turned their attention towards Chen Tian and the robust man seated on the ground. Upon seeing the patrolling officers, the hefty man exclaimed, "Officers, you have finally arrived. Please apprehend this rascal. He has assaulted me. Just look at what he has done." Lin Ziwen promptly stepped forward to refute. "He was the one who initially stole my points card. If anyone should be arrested, it is him." "Oh, my waist. My teeth." The hefty man continued to groan, his pained demeanor genuine rather than feigned. Just then, one of the officers was about to interrogate Chen Tian when he was suddenly pulled back by a colleague. Taken aback, he glanced at his companion, who silently communicated a warning with his eyes. "What is happening?" The officer was perplexed. The colleague, instead of explaining, approached the young man and said, "Chen Tian, I never expected to see you here. Don't you remember me? I was the driver during the mission with Captain Ma. They had been tasked with collecting evolved beasts and zombies, and Chen Tian had left an indelible impression on them all. After returning to the safe zone, they inquired about him from the scientist Tian Mi and learned his name. Are you here to support him?" Chen Tian inquired directly, cutting through the ambiguity. "You don't need to offer me explanations." Meanwhile, the hefty man lay on the ground, utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that the patrolling officer was quite familiar with the young lad. "Officer, you cannot shield him," the burly man bellowed, striving to ensure his voice reached everyone present. "Hey, if you possess any wit, it would be prudent to keep your mouth shut and listen to me," the man who had just spoken to Chen Tian said in a low voice. The burly man indeed fell silent. The man continued, "You might be unaware of who he is. Allow me to enlighten you. He is likely an evolver. To strike you is to grant you a chance to redeem yourself." The term evolver wielded more persuasive power than any other words could. The safety zone had long provided an introduction. Evolvers possess strength and explosive power far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, capable of directly confronting zombies and mutated beasts. Within the safety zone, several evolvers exist, though their names and details have yet to be disclosed. "Let us not forget, he is still a child," the man reminded. This statement could be interpreted in various ways. The boy is still a child. Given his current prowess, he will only grow stronger, and you cannot provoke him. The boy is still a minor. Please familiarize yourself with the juvenile protection laws. The boy is still a child if he acts without restraint. Do not bring about your own demise. Chapter 087. The opportunity for the Blade Master arrives after finishing lunch. Chen Tian purchased a plethora of food in the cafeteria, including frozen dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, handmade noodles, and pickled vegetables. While driving the off-road vehicle, Chen Tian observed that the entire safety zone was distinctly divided into specific areas. The innermost region was off-limits, even inaccessible. This area was likely designated for laboratories and the assembly of military forces. In his heart, Chen Tian speculated this way, when suddenly, through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Yan Xingxiong was riding a motorcycle, swiftly pursuing the slowly moving off-road vehicle ahead. At that moment, Chen Tian had already brought his vehicle to a halt. "Tian Gu, is it really you? I heard from Xiaowen that you had arrived, but I could scarcely believe it." Yan Xingxiong, having heard from Lin Ziwen about Chen Tian's presence, hurriedly made his way over. Accompanying Yan Xingxiong was Wang Ming, another acquaintance of Chen Tian. Unlike Yin Qingxiong's loquacity, Wang Ming merely nodded in greeting upon seeing Chen Tian. Did you come specifically to find me? Chen Tian inquired. Tian Ge. Are you leaving the safe zone so soon? Yin Qingxiong asked. I will be departing shortly. In such a hurry. Yin Qingxiong was taken aback. Tian Ge. It's rare for you to visit. Why not come to our place for a while? I have no interest, Chen Tian replied, as indifferent as ever. Yin Qingxiong was already accustomed to this and felt no surprise. Tian Ge, Wang Ming, and I have formed a team. Today, we are transporting goods for the Red Wang Society to earn some points. With the new year approaching, how about we gather together? Yin Qingxiong continued his invitation. Red Wang Society. Chen Tian repeated the name, and his expression shifted. Yes, the Red Wang Society is a significant organization in the Survivor Zone, providing ample supplies for the entire safe area. They are holding a meeting tonight, Yin Qingxiong casually mentioned. Little did he know, the mention of Red Wang struck at the most sensitive nerve of Chen Tian. To ascertain whether the Red Monarch Society bore any relation to the Red Monarch organization he was familiar with, Chen Tian followed Yin Qingxiong and Wang Ming to their residence. It was a modest abode consisting of 3 small color steel rooms. Though the space was somewhat cramped, it was a commendable living arrangement in the Survivor Zone, with a warm smile. Yin Qingxiong invited Chen Tian inside. The furnishings within the room were exceedingly ordinary, with only a few pieces of decent furniture visible. Where's your vehicle? Chen Tian inquired casually, recalling that when they last parted, Yin Qingxiong had been driving an off-road vehicle. I rented it out to earn some points. Yin Qingxiong replied with a grin. That off-roader was quite good, but it consumed too much fuel. If one wishes to sustain a long-term existence in the safe zone, every expenditure must be meticulously calculated. Please tell me more about this Red Monarch Society, Chen Tian stated, steering the conversation toward the main topic. If he had previously harbored mere suspicion. After listening to Yin Qingxiong's account and viewing the photographs he had taken, Chen Tian was now fully convinced that it was indeed the Red Monarch organization. Such audacity. After the apocalypse, they have emerged from the shadows into the limelight. What could their intentions be? A moment of reflection illuminated Chen Tian's understanding. This was a signal for like-minded individuals to unite. And it was highly probable that they intended to instigate unrest within the safe zone, perhaps to overthrow the current regime and establish their own, or to seize the results of the laboratory experiments. The specifics of their plan were of little consequence. Chen Tian resolved that since he had crossed paths with them, he would eradicate them entirely. The Red Monarch Society is truly affluent. I almost feel tempted to join, Yin Qingxiong remarked with a chuckle. I strongly advise against it. Suddenly, Chen Tian spoke up. Yin Qingxiong was taken aback. He detected an unusual tone in Chen Tian's voice. Why? He asked. Because I will eliminate you. Brother Tian, are you joking? Yin Qingxiong chuckled foolishly, but upon seeing the intensity in Chen Tian's gaze, his smile vanished in an instant. In a swift motion, Yin Qingxiong rose from his seat, raising his hand in a solemn vow, declaring, I will never join the Red King Society for the rest of my life. Nor will I accept any tasks from them in the future. The fierceness in Chen Tian's eyes truly frightened him. It was a look that suggested he could strike at any moment. Take me to their meeting place tonight, and these points cards will be yours. Chen Tian produced the remaining points cards without hesitation. The atmosphere grew even more tense. It was evident to all that Chen Tian was prepared for violence. What exactly had the Red King Society done to provoke Brother Tian? Yin Qingxiong wondered, yet dared not inquire. Brother Tian, you are being too formal. I am merely guiding you. There is no need for the points cards. Yin Qingxiong forced a smile. Under the guidance of Yin Qingxiong and Wang Ming, Chen Tian arrived at the venue where the Red King Society was to hold its meeting, a rather grand steel structure. Brother Tian, what do you need us to do? Yin Qingxiong whispered. With these points cards, you have never been here, nor have you seen me, Chen Tian asserted, throwing the remainder of his points cards to Yin Qingxiong. Yin Qingxiong understood that Chen Tian wished to keep them out of this murky business. Be cautious, Tian, Yin Qingxiong cautioned as they departed. I have heard that among them, there exists an evolver who may prove to be formidable. Even if every individual in that room were an evolver, it would not alter their fate. Before taking action, Chen Tian resolved to infiltrate the gathering and discern their discussions, for after the apocalypse, communications from the Red King organization had ceased. Armed with the unique identity badge he had discovered in the villa of that influential woman, Chen Tian successfully gained entry, further affirming the identities of those present. He found a discreet corner and patiently awaited the arrival of all members. As the meeting time approached, a series of prominent figures entered the room. Finally, with all members assembled, the meeting commenced. Chun Tian sat in his corner, suppressing the urge to intervene, as he listened intently to their analyses of the future landscape. The meeting eventually shifted to its core agenda, and at last, Chun Tian gleaned a piece of invaluable information. According to the consensus among the core members of other safe zones, I must inform you all that the Red King has been rebranded as the Shili Alliance, signifying the convergence of favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relationships. The man eloquently articulated his vision of a promising future, only to be interrupted by a raucous, almost maniacal laughter. Haha. It turns out the Shili Alliance is merely the reincarnation of the Red King. All eyes turned toward the corner where the youthful figure continued to laugh unabated. Yet, in an instant, the boy's laughter was abruptly silenced. He cast a glance imbued with lethal intent over every individual present, flexing his wrists as he rose to his feet. Now, it is my time. Chapter 088. The mischievous little fiend, the Shirley and Alliance, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, constituted a remarkably formidable organization. It was rumored that this alliance had colluded with foreign powers, betraying numerous national interests. However, due to the lack of evidence and the presence of several formidable individuals within the alliance, it was not easily shaken. What was utterly unforeseen was that the predecessor of the Shirley and Alliance was, in fact, the Red King organization, a truly unexpected revelation. At that moment, a rotund man pointed at Chun Tian and inquired. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Those present at this gathering were all internal members and could not possibly commit such a blunder as allowing a mere child to enter. You wish to cleanse your reputation. But alas, you have encountered me. Redemption is impossible. However, I can certainly bury you. Chun Tian's voice resonated once more. At this juncture, two towering figures approached, attempting to restrain Chun Tian. Kid, this is not a place for your wild antics. The two men flanked Chun Tian, preventing any chance of escape. To their astonishment, before their hands could even make contact with the youth, their bodies were sent hurtling backward. Whoosh! With a sudden burst of speed, Chun Tian seized their necks while they were still airborne. Crack! The distinct sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of everyone present. All beheld the grim sight of the two men dangling lifelessly from the boy's grasp, their necks and limbs hanging limply. In that instant, everyone was struck with terror, and the conference hall fell into a profound silence. Whoosh! Chun Tian's figure vanished once more. He had no intention of showing mercy simply because these individuals were momentarily distracted. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. Several nearby men twisted their heads as if they were contorting pretzels. Another instantaneous annihilation. Chun Tian's strikes were precise and efficient. He had no desire to employ weapons, not only for the sake of necessity, but also to avoid an overly gruesome scene. Hurry, resolve this. Under the shroud of fear, someone began to react, preparing to shout loudly, only to be met with the grim Reaper's slap. Smack! A powerful blow shattered the bones connecting his neck and skull, and he collapsed instantly. At that moment, the others finally grasped the situation. They were not united in an attempt to kill this little demon. Instead, they fled like startled birds seeking escape. Only a fool would remain here to await death. Little did they know, from the moment Chun Tian initiated his assault, their fates were irrevocably sealed. If I let even one of you escape, I shall feel unsatisfied. Chun Tian targeted those attempting to flee, delivering fatal strikes without the need for follow-up blows. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst a series of sharp sounds, those who reached the doorway all fell lifelessly to the ground. What do you want? We can fulfill your demands. One of the bigwigs cowered against the wall, his eyes brimming with dread. I only wish to eradicate you all. Chun Tian's murderous intent intensified as he contemplated the myriad crimes committed by the Red King organization. He felt an exhilarating satisfaction with each life he extinguished, rather than avenging past grievances. It is more accurate to say that this has morphed into a twisted hobby for him. The more despicable the scoundrel, the more exhilarating the act of killing becomes. Ali, you too are an evolver, rid me of this wretched creature. Amidst the crowd, someone concealed beneath a table shouted this out. Suddenly, Chun Tian felt a solid wooden table hurtling toward him, weighing no less than 100 pounds, as if it were a mere ball. With a resounding thud, Chun Tian raised his hand to block the oncoming table, only to be confronted by a burly man who lunged at him like a ravenous wolf. This robust figure possessed remarkable leaping ability, propelling himself from 5 meters away directly in front of Chun Tian, his fist resembling a hammer. descended upon Chun Tian's head with tremendous force. This imposing man was one of the few evolvers within the safe zone, capable of obliterating a sandbag with a single punch. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. To his astonishment, the young boy effortlessly caught his full-force punch with one hand. How could this be possible? The burly man's face displayed sheer disbelief. Ever since he had become an evoker, he had regarded himself as among the elite of humanity, believing that his formidable punch could not only crush a boy's skull, but could also total a small car. Yet, the very strike that filled him with pride and confidence was caught with ease by the seemingly unassuming youth before him. Do you consider yourself an evolver like this? Chun Tian scoffed. You are at best a mere quasi-evolver. The burly man wished to inquire. How could you be so extraordinary? However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Chun Tian. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. With that, Chun Tian delivered a seemingly effortless punch that landed squarely on the man's chest. The impact was so formidable that it shattered the man's sternum, piercing his heart and emerging from his back. Though it was merely a single punch, the results were drastically different. At that moment, all who witnessed the scene were rendered speechless, as the figure they had regarded as their hope was annihilated by a mere boy's blow. Was it not said that evolvers could withstand the onslaught of zombies and monsters? How could one punch reduce such a giant to nothing? I must have overestimated your defenses. It appears I exerted more force than intended. With a sigh, Chun Tian observed the shattered bones projecting from the man's body. His initial aim had merely been to crush the heart, but the devastation exceeded his expectations, contradicting his original intent. Paying no further heed to the lifeless form, he raised his head and offered a gentle smile to the trembling onlookers. Now, it is your turn. From the moment Chun Tian engaged until he exited the grand hall, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. It was only after he had departed that a patrol team arrived, only to find the hall in utter disarray, devoid of any living soul. The remains of those scoundrels had been temporarily stored away by Chun Tian as he drove away in his off-road vehicle. Preparing to leave the safety of the zone, he encountered Yin Xinxiang and Wang Ming, who were waiting along the way. Brother Tian, are you all right? Yin Xinxiang inquired. Do I appear to be in distress? Chun Tian's demeanor remained as indifferent as ever. Brother Tian, will you return to the safe zone? Yin Xinxiang inquired once more. I shall not return here, Chun Tian replied casually. Brother Tian, will we have the chance to meet again? Chun Tian glanced through the lowered car window at Yin Xinxiang and Wang Ming, saying, once you reach a certain height, the opportunity to reunite will naturally arise. After a brief pause, Chun Tian added a thought-provoking remark. A life of comfort does not necessarily guarantee your safety. Tread wisely. The off-road vehicle departed the safe zone, vanishing into the night. Those who had mysteriously disappeared from the hall became an unsolvable enigma within the safe zone. Chapter 089. Wealth awaits. Wealth awaits. In the pitch-black night, an off-road vehicle sped along a snow-covered road. After leaving the safe zone, Chun Tian released the little black dog and the little white cat. Unconcerned whether the two small creatures comprehended his words, he spoke to himself as he drove. During this winter, we must gather as many evolution pearls as possible. Chun Tian had already pinpointed the destination on his phone's map. It was a reservoir, with a power station further upstream. Through the art of fishing, he anticipated acquiring a substantial number of evolution pearls. The little black and white creatures, devoid of any grand aspirations, were content merely to follow Chun Tian, indifferent to their whereabouts. No sooner had they exited the vehicle than the two began to frolic. Presently, the little white cat had far outgrown the little black dog in size, yet still bore the brunt of the playful tussles. Chun Tian had already set up the tent and retrieved a generator from his private space. Upon connecting a set of light bulbs, the area was illuminated. Next, he began to boil dumplings while preparing the New Year's feast, which included fish, meat, cold dishes, and dumplings. Although the setting was in the wilderness, this simple life would undoubtedly evoke envy in many. A man, a cat, and a dog sat together around the campfire, savoring their respective meals. The atmosphere, though tranquil, exuded a warmth that was comforting. After feasting, the little black dog and the little white cat scampered off to play. Chun Tian, not one to idle, took out the fireworks he had purchased that day. The dazzling fireworks lit up the night sky, marking the moment he turned 14. Legend has it that fireworks can scare away a monster known as Nen, and in this apocalyptic era, monsters were in abundance. Amusingly, the fireworks attracted several mutated beasts, as if the brilliant display was guiding them toward a new beginning in the dark of night. Tyrant, Snow Emperor. The first battle of the new year is entrusted to you both. Chen Tian did not intend to engage directly. Instead, he called upon the little black dog and little white cat. These lively creatures, brimming with energy, were better suited to hunt the mutated beasts. With excitement, the black and white duo pounced on the approaching mutated creatures. The first was a mutated doe, not small in stature, perhaps still craving more action after their previous skirmish. The two little hunters quickly brought down 5 mutated beasts before darting off in search of new prey. Chen Tian did not intervene. At present, he found reassurance in the combat prowess of these two little creatures on solid ground. After storing the 5 mutated beasts within his space, he stepped into the clearing and summoned forth the extraterrestrial container. With a resounding thud, the alien vessel crashed heavily to the ground. Let me see if you can withstand the might of this great hammer. Extending his hand, a massive iron hammer materialized in his grasp. A vibrant red energy enveloped the hammer, its brilliance stark against the inky night. Chen Tian concentrated his power, swinging the iron hammer with ferocity towards the alien container. A thunderous boom echoed as the surface of the vessel rippled with green waves. Simultaneously, a recoil force surged through his arm, permeating his entire being. Interesting. Chen Tian examined the hammer in his hand. Remarkably, it remained intact, unlike the Tang Dao that had shattered before. I have all the time in the world, he declared, raising the hammer once more to strike. Chen Tian discerned that this confrontation with the extraterrestrial container could be perceived as a form of training. He needed to harness both muscle and specialized energy to dissipate the recoil force. Under such intense resistance, his body was effectively undergoing a form of tempering. Realizing the potential benefits, Chen Tian felt emboldened. The frequency of his strikes quickened as he began to acclimate to the recoil. I can increase my strength. With a sudden tightening of his grip, he removed his outer garment, unleashing a more ferocious force upon the alien vessel. With each powerful strike, the reverberation intensified, necessitating a further adjustment of Chen Tian's physique to accommodate the increasing force. This method of training appeared to be remarkably effective. Chen Tian's enthusiasm blossomed, prompting him to retrieve a hefty iron hammer, wielding one in each hand, launching a flurry of strikes. His mental engagement had enveloped him entirely, causing him to forget his initial intention of breaking open the container to unveil its contents. It was not until late into the night that Chen Tian finally ceased his fervent training. The prowess of this alien civilization's creation was truly impressive. Despite his prolonged assault with the iron hammer, not a single blemish marred its surface. On the following morning, Chen Tian awoke revitalized, brimming with energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that his strength had surged by 10%. Could it be attributed to last night's exertions? This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within him. He resolved to conduct a thorough test that evening. Should this phenomenon prove genuine, the value of this extraterrestrial container would be immeasurable. After a modest breakfast, Chen Tian set forth in his off-road vehicle, eager to continue his journey. While training was paramount, the collection of evolution orbs held equal significance. After less than an hour of travel, he finally arrived at the reservoir. Much like other locales, the surroundings were blanketed in snow, a pristine white expanse. Yet, this did not deter Chen Tian. His mental probing had already unveiled the secrets of the area. Selecting a prime fishing spot, he commenced drilling through the ice to create a bait hole. In a short span, he began to catch fish, one after another, with no sign of cessation. It was evident that they had indeed chosen the right location. Chen Tian was filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. As he reeled in the mutated beast from the water, he confirmed the sensations he had experienced earlier that morning. His strength had indeed increased significantly. With the dawn of a new year and a new day, this auspicious beginning was truly remarkable. From sunrise until sunset, Chen Tian fished relentlessly, and the frenzied mutated creatures beneath the surface continued to bite without pause. This time, he shattered his previous records, amassing over 2,000 evolution pearls in a single day. Wealth? Prosperity. Chapter 090. New function of space. The bountiful harvest of evolution pearls in just one day made Chen Tian contemplate foregoing sleep that night to continue fishing. However, evening brought with it the necessity of training, and he could not remain awake for 24 hours straight. With such an abundance of evolution pearls, Chen Tian proceeded to expand both his ordinary and life spaces. The enlargement of his space filled him with a sense of achievement and invigorated his motivation to strive harder. The saying joyous events uplift the spirit rang true in his case. After dinner, Chen Tian selected a vacant area and summoned the alien container once more. Employing the same technique, holding a hammer in each hand, he struck repeatedly. The surface of the alien container began to shimmer with increasingly pronounced green ripples. To his astonishment, it seemed that this alien container could also serve as a punching bag. In his excitement, he even utilized his legs in the endeavor. Thus, the night passed in fervent activity. The following morning, the first thing Chen Tian did upon waking was to attune himself to his body. Indeed, his strength had grown even further. Not only had his power increased, but his physical defenses had also been fortified. Surprisingly, even the exclusive energy has seen a substantial increase. It appears that I have mastered the subtleties of cultivation, harnessing the recoil force of the alien vessel, which has remarkably accelerated my strength enhancement. In that moment, Chen Tian felt as if he had been struck by a grand prize. Initially, he merely sought the treasures within the alien container, but now, he finds himself wishing for the vessel to endure longer, to avoid damage so easily. With this method of cultivation, Chen Tian believes that the time needed to reach the pinnacle of awakening will be significantly reduced. One good fortune follows another. While other humans are still groping their way towards becoming evolvers, he has already begun to strive for higher realms. Indeed, a step ahead leads to a continual advantage. After breakfast, it was once again time for fishing. Chen Tian had just cast the corpse of a mutated beast into the river when the surface began to churn, as if countless mutated creatures were vying for it beneath the water. Don't rush, I shall reel you in shortly. Chen Tian began to bait his hook and cast his line. Indeed, fishing can be quite addictive, especially when one is catching such substantial fish. Splash! No sooner had the bait touched the water than a mutated beast was hooked, revealing the frenzy and hunger of the creatures lurking below. Whoosh! One after another, mutated beasts were drawn ashore by Chen Tian. With the increase in his strength over the past 2 days, catching these mutated beasts required little effort. His only concern now was whether the steel wire on his 2 fishing rods could withstand the relentless, intense pulling. He toiled from dawn until dusk, neglecting even to have lunch. The sense of accomplishment derived from his harvest had allowed him to overlook his hunger. He had amassed over 2,000 evolution pearls. Although today's results were slightly less impressive than yesterday's, it did nothing to diminish Chen Tian's excitement. He still allocated more than half of the obtained evolution pearls for expanding his 2 spaces. Having discovered a method for cultivation, he found it more economical to use the evolution pearls for spatial expansion. As he gazed at the increasingly vast expanses, a profound sense of achievement filled his heart, simultaneously giving rise to the notion of gathering resources. For now, his primary focus remained on collecting evolution pearls and honing his skills. The rare feeling of contentment assured him that there would be ample opportunities to gather resources in the future. With this thought in mind, after concluding his evening cultivation, Chen Tian would take the opportunity to chop down some nearby trees. His intention was straightforward, to keep them for firewood later. Given the ample space he currently had, he would not go out of his way to gather resources, nor would he drive to the town solely for that purpose. The following morning, despite the wind picking up, Chen Tian perceived it as yet another promising day for harvest. He planned to fish for evolution beasts during the day, tally the evolution pearls after dinner, upgrade his space, and then engage in special cultivation with the alien containers. This routine had become a pattern for him. Every day was filled with such fulfilling activities. By the 5th day, however, the fish seemed to dwindle significantly, prompting Chen Tian to consider changing his fishing spot. He resolved to set out after dinner, ensuring that it would not interfere with his morning fishing endeavors. Contemplating this, Chen Tian, after finishing his dinner, proceeded to count the evolution orbs he had accrued that day, fewer than 700. He extracted 500 of them to expand 2 spaces. Upon the completion of the expansion, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped him, leaving Chen Tian momentarily stunned. Was this a transformation induced by a quantitative change? To his astonishment, he discovered that his private domain had acquired a novel capability, the ability to partition the existing space into independent segments. It was akin to adding a partition within a box, thereby creating distinct and autonomous spaces. At first glance, this feature may appear trivial, yet upon closer reflection, its profound utility becomes evident. For instance, if one were to partition the life space, it would yield independent miniature life spaces, each serving as a separate repository for living organisms. Had such an independent space existed previously, the mutated hamster, devoured by the little white cat, might have been spared. Furthermore, to prevent different organisms from clashing within the same space, one could simply house them separately. The potential of an ordinary space is boundless. Traditionally, winter's most abundant resource is ice. However, Qin Tian had refrained from collecting it due to his concern that melting ice might spread and affect other items. Yet, with the establishment of an independent space, such worries would be alleviated. An independent space would facilitate a more rational organization of storage. Upon digesting this information, Qin Tian broke into a smile. This function proved to be immensely practical, albeit requiring a slightly greater expenditure of evolution orbs upon activation. In an ordinary space, if one wishes to partition off an independent area, one must expend 100 evolution orbs. In a life space, the requirement escalates to 300 evolution orbs. Fortunately, the newly partitioned space can be independently expanded. Such a practical function is certainly worth exploring. Qin Tian, no longer in a rush to continue his journey, promptly produced the evolution orbs to experiment. After conducting the trials, he successfully partitioned an independent small space in both the ordinary and life spaces. Through Qin Tian's perception, the division manifested as a blue barrier akin to a protective shield. To his delight, he discovered that objects could be transferred between the inner and outer spaces of the blue barrier with merely a thought. However, without his control, even liquids could not traverse the blue barrier. It seems that my private domain space possesses the potential for unique functionalities. I wonder what further surprises await me in the future? Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sense of anticipation serves as the driving force behind his endeavors. Chapter 091. One beast surpasses another early the next morning. Qin Tian drove his off-road vehicle to the new river segment. The partitioned space must not be wasted. As he gazed at the river surface cloaked in a thick layer of ice, a smile graced his lips. With a hum, he raised his hand. An 18 massive cutting saw blades soared forth, slicing through the ice under his mental command. Subsequently, Qin Tian began to gather the large ice blocks he had cut, storing them within an independent space. These ice cubes, seemingly devoid of purpose at present, will prove invaluable come summer. In the sweltering heat, nothing is more refreshing than a chilled bottle of mineral water. For Qin Tian, gathering these ice cubes is merely a trivial task, devoid of any inconvenience. Once he has collected all the ice in the area, it will be time to commence the official fishing expedition. At this moment, Qin Tian has transformed into a proficient angler, skillfully baiting and casting his line in one fluid motion, eager to see if he can surpass his previous record. With a sudden, forceful tug, he effortlessly hauls in 2 mutant creatures, each over a meter in length, simultaneously landing them on the shore. His feline companion and canine friend exhibit remarkable teamwork, swiftly dispatching the mutant beasts before they even touch the ground. The cycle of catching fish continues unabated, with Qin Tian fishing from dawn until dusk, neglecting even his midday meal. This may well equal his highest record. After dinner, Qin Tian meticulously counts his harvest of evolution orbs, feeling quite pleased with the outcome. Subsequently, he retrieves his fishing gear, inspecting the somewhat deformed large hooks and the several broken strands of wire. The wear and tear is considerable, leaving him uncertain of their remaining usability. A sense of worry creeps in. He has only crafted 2 pieces of fishing equipment, and should they fail, it would be quite challenging to replace them on short notice. Initially, he had not anticipated the rampant proliferation of mutant creatures beneath the water's surface. Ordinary fishing gear is wholly inadequate. The smaller mutant beasts approach a meter in length, and their formidable pulling force not only snaps fishing lines but can also shatter carbon fiber rods. Forget it. Let us take each step as it comes. Qin Tian did not dwell on it too much and continued to strike the extraterrestrial vessel that evening. For several consecutive days, he repeated the same actions. As the number of captured mutated beasts dwindled, Qin Tian decided it was time to change locations. This was a simple task. He drove along the riverbank for several miles and soon discovered another promising fishing spot. The expanse of water before him appeared vast, suggesting a plentiful supply of mutated beasts. Qin Tian parked his off-road vehicle on the roadside, gazing at the open waters ahead. A splendid location. He first gathered ice blocks and then commenced his fishing. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Mutated beasts were continuously pulled from the water, and at this rate, he anticipated collecting a considerable number of evolution pearls by day's end. However, as noon approached, the mutated beasts suddenly ceased to bite, and the once turbulent river surface turned eerily calm. Qin Tian was somewhat taken aback. After so many days of fishing, this was his first encounter with such an anomaly. Through his mental probing, he observed that there were no signs of mutated beasts in the vicinity of his hook. How could the beasts, which had just moments ago been frantically competing for the bait, vanish so suddenly? Had the bait lost its allure? He retrieved 2 mutated beast corpses from his spatial storage and cast them directly into the water. Such an unusual occurrence warranted investigation. Through his mental probing, he maintained focus beneath the surface when suddenly, a colossal creature emerged within his perceptual range. Such a massive, mutated beast. Could it be the reason for this sudden change? Chen Tian's expression sharpened with concentration as, under his perception, the gigantic mutated beast began to swim slowly towards him. The water's surface remained remarkably still. Suddenly, 2 steel cables submerged beneath the water were pulled taut simultaneously, and the colossal creature took the bait, swallowing both hooks in one swift motion. Bang! Chen Tian's arm surged with explosive strength, yet he was unable to hoist the enormous beast from the depths. Instead, the asphalt beneath his feet crumbled under the pressure. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive wave crashed onto the shore, drenching Chen Tian in water. With both hands firmly gripping the steel cable, he engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the mutated beast lurking below. In terms of strength, he would not yield to the creature's imposing size. But the ground beneath him continued to sink, hindering his ability to exert force. With a swift motion, Chen Tian leaped onto a nearby rock. Finally able to harness his strength, his eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened his grip, contorting the thick steel cable, which was as thick as his wrist. This was the first time he had encountered such a massive mutated beast, and he was determined to reel it in. Another tremendous splash erupted on the water's surface as the creature began to surface, its enormous mull resembling an open vault door. Filled with exhilaration, Chen Tian prepared to exert all his might to drag the creature ashore. However, as he intensified his effort, the already worn cable snapped instantaneously. Thud! Seizing the opportunity, the gigantic mutated beast plunged back into the depths, intent on fleeing. Chen Tian's gaze hardened. He could not allow his quarry to escape so easily. With a splash, he plunged into the water, employing a unique method of internal respiration. Coupled with heightened mental perception, Chen Tian pursued the mutated beast. Underwater, his speed paled in comparison to that of the beast, and within mere moments, it had evaded his sensing range. Undeterred, Chen Tian pressed on. Was he to let it escape so easily? A sense of reluctance washed over him. The colossal mutated creature likely underwent a secondary evolution, should he succeed in its capture. He might acquire an evolution orb of greater energy purity. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of water surged forth, causing Chen Tian, who had been in hot pursuit, to momentarily halt. Before long, the fleeing mutated beast re-entered his sensing range, albeit lifeless, its body grotesquely severed in half. With a splash, Chen Tian leapt from the water onto the shore. His expression an unusual blend of astonishment and curiosity. With a swift motion, he summoned the remaining half of the beast onto the roadway. The segment that remained stretched nearly 10 meters. If one were to account for the portion that had been bitten away, its size would be even more formidable. Yet, this formidable creature had met its demise at the jaws of an unknown predator. It was unfathomable to consider the terror of the beast that had brought about its end. Something sinister lurked within these waters. Gazing intently at the now tranquil surface, a spark ignited in Chen Tian's eyes. Chapter 092. Fortune arrives, unstoppable. After a period of contemplation, Chen Tian suspected the presence of a lord-level mutated beast lurking within these waters. If he could vanquish it, he would be rewarded with a lord-level evolution orb. Contemplating this prospect ignited a fervent fire within his gaze. Once again, his gaze fell upon the tranquil surface of the water. An pressing question emerged. How could he lure out that lord-level mutated beast? He was still unaware of its appearance. The only 2 fishing tools he possessed were rendered useless, and relying solely on bait might not suffice to draw out the creature. This matter required careful planning. After storing the other mutated beasts he had just caught in his spatial compartment, Chen Tian drove his off-road vehicle onward, intending to familiarize himself with the river's course. After approximately half an hour of travel, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a hydroelectric power station, where a dozen survivors were trapped inside. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, these survivors emerged. "Young man, you cannot continue. Stay with us and wait for rescue. There are monsters in the river," an elderly man urged Chen Tian. "The creatures in the water are terrifying. They can drag even a small car into the river." "You must believe us," another added. Through the words of these survivors, Chen Tian learned that the mutated beasts in the water were highly sensitive to sound and would attack vehicles traversing the riverbank. This information was crucial, and an excellent idea began to form in his mind. "If we wait here, a helicopter will come to rescue us." "Why won't you listen?" The survivors pleaded as Chintian remained resolute in his decision to drive away. As he departed, he left behind some water and food for them, a token of gratitude for their information. Subsequently, he retrieved some pots and pans from his storage space, securing them to his vehicle so that they would produce a continuous clatter as he drove. The small black dog and the little white cat were temporarily confined within his life space, for if that Lord-level mutated beast were to emerge, the two little creatures would only hinder his progress. The off-road vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, yet the pots and pans being dragged along clanged incessantly. Just as Chintian began to doubt the efficacy of this approach, a soft thud resonated, causing the vehicle to sway slightly. Here it comes. Chintian's eyes sparkled. Under his keen perception, a tentacle-like appendage ensnared the vehicle. It was a licking type, no wonder. Chintian pressed down harder on the accelerator. At that moment, several more tentacles surged from the water, ensnaring the vehicle tightly. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Chintian retrieved a hefty weight plate from his space, placing it directly on the accelerator, while he himself leaped out through the open window. Whoosh! A dozen sharp daggers flew forth, hovering around Chintian. Simultaneously, he gripped a combat knife in each hand. Rather than severing the tentacles that clung to the vehicle, he plunged directly into the water, following the tendrils. Splash! Chintian's speed was remarkable, and the daggers surrounding him descended into the depths alongside him. Boom! The water's surface erupted into a torrent of colossal waves, swiftly turning the river a deep crimson. Beneath the surface, Chintian stood atop the mutated beast, his combat knives, empowered by his unique energy, relentlessly slicing through its flesh. The daggers that floated around him defended against the beast's tentacle strikes. The mutated beast, spurred by the agony of its wounds, unleashed a terrifying power, dragging the off-road vehicle from the highway straight into the river, hurtling towards Chintian. With his keen psychic awareness, Chintian could ascertain his surroundings even with his eyes closed. The impending crash of the vehicle intensified his resolve to vanquish the mutated beast. Whoosh! The large cleaver in his hand sliced through the air with the ease of cutting through tofu, carving a gaping wound in the mutated creature's body. The battle concluded with Chintian emerging victorious in a resounding manner. With a splash, he propelled himself out of the water, each foot balanced on a dagger manipulated by his psychic energy. He was astonished at the rapid growth of the aquatic evolved beasts. Having slain a Lord-level mutated beast, Chintian reaped significant rewards, though he lamented the loss of the submerged off-road vehicle. Yet, the thought of the Lord-level beast's carcass alleviated his regret. The value of a single evolved pearl from a Lord-level creature far surpassed that of 100 vehicles. Not to mention, the body of a Lord-level mutated beast held immense research potential, enough to trade for a fighter jet in a safe zone. Of course, Chintian had no intention of making such a trade. Given the rarity of Lord-level mutated beasts, he was eager to utilize this specimen to enhance the abilities of his little black dog and little white cat. Upon releasing them from his life space, the two little creatures appeared bewildered, questioning the absence of their vehicle. They both stared at Chintian, who feigned ignorance and pointed forward, saying, "Let us go find a new car." With no alternative, the two little companions followed him along the road ahead. As the sun has now set, the winter night envelopes the surroundings in a shroud of darkness. Chintian, accompanied by a cat and a dog, strolls along the road, an amusing sight indeed. "Let us engage in a game," Chintian suddenly exclaims as they walk. The two little companions turn to him in unison. Moments later, utilizing items stored in his spatial inventory, Chintian crafts a rudimentary sled. The little black dog and the small white cat are tasked with pulling it. While he takes his seat, the two creatures gaze at Chintian with a look of deep resentment, as if to say, "Master, how can you be so shameless? Come on, it's time to showcase your training results. Run faster." Chintian responds with an air of entitlement. With the two little companions serving as his means of transportation, their speed rivals that of an off-road vehicle. Chintian balances himself on the makeshift sled, continuously encouraging them. "Very well, this evening I shall prepare a delectable feast for you. Meat from an evolution beast of lordly caliber. You are indeed fortunate." The allure of food ignites a spark of motivation within the two pulling companions, causing them to hasten their pace. "Stop!" Chintian suddenly calls out, having noticed something. The powerful inertia, combined with the snow accumulated on the road, renders the two little creatures unable to halt, resulting in both them and the sled tumbling into a nearby drainage ditch. As for Chintian, he had already leaped down. Without sparing a glance at the little black dog and the small white cat in the ditch, His gaze is fixated on an overturned military truck beside the embankment. Just moments ago, he had been musing about finding a new vehicle. And here it is. This military truck appears even more formidable than the lost off-road vehicle, boasting superior off-road capabilities. Qin Tian stifled a chuckle, for when fortune bestows its favor, it cannot be hindered. Chapter 093, The Scoundrel is Another. From the bullet holes left at the scene, it was evident that a fierce gunfight had transpired here. If Qin Tian's deductions were accurate, the military truck's overturning was likely connected to the Lord-level mutated beast he had dispatched. Aside from a slight deformation at the rear compartment, the vehicle remained largely intact. After a thorough inspection, Qin Tian's spirits soared even higher. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, the little black dog and the little white cat emerged from the drainage ditch. The game was over. They no longer needed to pull the sled. Qin Tian smiled at the two little creatures, then raised his hand to store the military truck into his spatial realm. The keys were left in the ignition, and with a turn, the engine roared to life. Come aboard. This vehicle shall henceforth be ours, he beckoned to his furry companions. The military truck featured a single row of 3 seats, yet it offered ample space, particularly with an elevated vantage point that allowed for a broader view ahead. Being a military-grade vehicle, it was equipped with a hatch on the roof, enabling passengers to emerge from within. As the truck started and rolled along the highway, Qin Tian fully appreciated its capabilities, true to its military classification. It glided over the snowy terrain without a hint of slipping. With the accelerator pressed firmly, the power surged forth, akin to a wild beast leaping forward. Qin Tian's fondness for this vehicle grew exponentially. The only minor disappointment was that the rear compartment was open to the elements, although covered with green canvas. Its defensive capabilities were rather lacking. The truck traversed along the highway, finally halting at a rest area. Upon disembarking, Qin Tian surveyed the surroundings, only to find the place devoid of survivors and any salvageable supplies. It appeared that the area had previously been scoured, with all valuable items already removed. Setting up a fire under a pot, Qin Tian resolved to spend the night there. To honor his promise, he indeed extracted an edible portion from the Lord-level mutated beast and distributed it to the two little creatures, who were utterly captivated by the enticing aroma of the special meat. After the meal, Qin Tian did not forsake his cultivation despite the day's battles. He continued to strike the alien container. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, he felt a vague yet profound intuition based on the peculiar recoil, something ineffable and elusive. On the following morning, Qin Tian decided to venture towards a nearby county town. Deprived of fishing tools, he could no longer procure evolution pearls as he had before. A considerable loss indeed. Consequently, he resolved to seek materials to craft several fishing tools. However, unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar figure from his past during his journey. A man in his 40s, though appearing considerably younger than Qin Tian remembered, was instantly recognizable to him. This individual had once bestowed a meal upon Qin Tian. While he would not forget his enemies, neither would he overlook those who had aided him. Their reunion in this place felt serendipitous, without more than a name. Qin Tian would have been unable to locate this person. Observing the man alongside his 2 daughters, a sudden realization struck Qin Tian, leaving him momentarily stunned. He recalled the moment he encountered this individual, who was alone at the time. Later, he learned from others that, following the onset of the apocalypse, this man had originally survived with a pair of daughters. Tragically, during their journey to Baiyang County, misfortune befell them, and his 2 girls fell victim to vile perpetrators. The very county to which Qin Tian was headed was Baiyang County, which astonished him greatly. Could it be that during this journey, his 2 daughters had met with disaster? Although he was uncertain about the exact timing of their demise, the convergence of so many coincidental factors compelled Qin Tian to entertain such thoughts. His gaze swept over the others. These individuals appeared to form a collective of survivors, numbering 15 in total. Aside from the man's 2 daughters, there were no other women present. Was it possible that one among them had committed such heinous acts that would provoke the wrath of both gods and men? Those 2 girls were twins, of an age similar to Qin Tian's, and the thought that someone had dared to extend their malevolent grasp toward them was utterly abhorrent. Yet, it was precisely such scum that Qin Tian relished in vanquishing. As he slowly maneuvered the truck forward, he inadvertently caught the attention of these survivors. Upon learning that Qin Tian also intended to travel to Baiyang County, they consented to allow him to accompany them. Qin Tian refrained from speaking to the man who had once shown him a kindness. Some matters simply required action rather than words. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, A sense of vigilance prevailed among them all. Each person possessed their own vehicle, and after a brief respite, they resumed their journey. Shintian remained observant of the people within the convoy, yet the malevolent individual had yet to reveal themselves. Instead, they encountered a mutated beast. It was a relatively small mutated pig, possessing formidable attacking prowess. Finally, Shintian dispatched a small white cat to eliminate the mutated pig. The crisis was averted, however. The others began to regard him with suspicion. Shintian realized that this was untenable. Without the villain revealing himself, it was impossible to ascertain his identity. With everyone harboring such trepidation, the scoundrel would undoubtedly hesitate to act. The filth must be eradicated, lest it become a lingering threat. Thus, Shintian concocted an excuse to depart. The convoy continued its journey, the atmosphere significantly lightened. "Father, do you know that boy?" inquired the twin sister from within the car, addressing her father who was driving. "How could I possibly know him?" The man replied with a soft chuckle, still astonished by the formidable nature of the boy's white cat. "But father, he has looked at you several times with a peculiar gaze," the twin sister remarked again. "What could possibly be so interesting about me?" The man mused, finding amusement in her sensitivity. Compared to her, his elder daughter, born on the same day, exhibited a much steadier demeanor. As the vehicle continued its course, the lead car unexpectedly halted. A group of individuals in uniforms emerged from the shadows, intercepting them. The man, along with the others, initially assumed these individuals were police officers and complied obediently, exiting the vehicle with his two daughters. It soon became apparent, however, that these people were imposters, revealing their sinister intentions. "You bastards, release my daughters!" The man screamed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he witnessed his daughters being forcibly taken away. His heart bleeding with despair, outnumbered, he charged forward, only to be pinned to the ground by two assailants. His daughters were dragged into a vehicle, their cries echoing in the air, "Daddy, save me! Daddy, save me!" At merely 14 years of age, they lacked the strength to confront these robust adults. Each cry pierced the hearts of the men like a dagger. As the man witnessed the beasts within the carriage tearing at his daughter's garments, he yearned to transform into a monstrous creature, devouring them all. It appeared that the true scoundrels were elsewhere. At that moment, Chen Tian's figure suddenly emerged, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. In each hand, he held a lifeless male body. Chapter 094. A flick of the finger to annihilate you. The previously chaotic surroundings fell into an abrupt silence as everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the youth who had appeared seemingly out of thin air. The sight of the two male corpses in his grasp was so striking that it compelled them to hold their breath instinctively. With a thud, as if discarding refuse, Chen Tian cast the bodies aside and surveyed the crowd with an air of nonchalance. Initially, he had assumed the assailants were members of the convoy, stealthily trailing behind, only to discover that the true scoundrels lay elsewhere. You. One of the men fixated his gaze on Chen Tian, utterly dazed by the youth's dramatic entrance, unable to articulate a complete thought. Whoosh! In an instant, Chen Tian accelerated forward, closing the distance to the man. "Save your breath. Don't speak. Just die." With the words barely spoken, a sharp crack resonated as the man's neck was swiftly snapped. Just then, a gust of wind surged towards the back of Chen Tian's head. One man swung a fire axe, aiming to cleave him in two. Yet he was a fool, believing that a sneak attack could ensure his success. Bang! His body collided with a cypress tree, the tremendous force enveloping him like a mere sheet of dough around the trunk, rendering him unrecognizable in death. At this moment, even the dimmest of minds could discern that this youth was a grotesque being, reminiscent of a mutated beast. "The rest of you, come forth." Chen Tian beckoned to the few who remained in a stupor. While extinguishing this scum was gratifying, there lingered an unsatisfactory feeling when facing such feeble adversaries. He was an evolver. "Hasten summon aid." One of the men snapped back to reality, retrieving an object resembling a firecracker from his pocket. Chen Tian squinted, realizing that the adversary had companions, thus sparing him the need to interrogate further. He quietly observed as the man produced a lighter and ignited the firecracker. It soared in a straight line, bursting in midair, audible from a considerable distance. "Do not act hastily. Our people shall arrive shortly, and we can have a proper discussion." Perhaps Chen Tian's inaction led them to misconstrue the situation, believing that dialogue was possible. "How many of you are there?" Chen Tian's gaze flickered. However, the man's response was evasive. "Our leader is also an evolver. If you join us, you shall dine luxuriously." Those two young ladies in the vehicle can be yours as well, and we have. Bang! Before the man could finish his sentence, he was struck down by Chen Tian's sudden and lethal punch. The man had long been rendered senseless by fear, with a resounding thud. He dropped his weapon and raised his hands in supplication, kneeling on the ground as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I was forced into this." Did none of them possess any sense? Chen Tian swiftly delivered a kick, mercifully sending him to his demise. The notion of mercy held no weight in the words of scoundrels, a truth Chen Tian had long accepted. At that moment, the others, sensing the dire situation, dared not remain any longer. They turned and fled, wishing fervently for a hole in the ground to swallow them whole. Observing them scatter in various directions, Chen Tian chose not to pursue, but instead picked up a handful of stones. With a swift motion, the stones flew from his hand, striking one man's head with a sickening thud, akin to a persimmon splattering on the ground. One after another, the stones were unleashed, and in mere moments, all the fleeing individuals were dispatched. Ultimately, he did not inquire how many members comprised their group. However, he was unconcerned. When reinforcements arrived, he would interrogate them thoroughly. This time, he intended to leave at least one alive. Within mere minutes, the sounds of running feet and barking dogs reached his ears. Chen Tian's gaze swept over the paralyzed innocents around him, each frozen in place, fearful of becoming the young hunter's next target. Heaven knows how terrified they were at this moment. For the youth, taking a life was as effortless as squashing a bug, and his occasional sinister grin sent shivers down their spines. His words were akin to a decree, and none dared to defy him. These individuals had long wished to hide away in a vehicle, each lamenting that they had not run fast enough. The man, who had captured the primary attention of Chen Tian, swiftly ascended into the vehicle to reunite with his two daughters. Fortunately, his daughters had merely experienced some fright and were physically unscathed. "Stay behind me and remain silent," the man warned his daughters in a hushed tone. The situation was far from resolved. There was no time for complacency. The elder daughter complied obediently, huddling quietly, while the younger one raised her head, peering through the window into the outside world. Bark, bark, bark. Before long, the sound of barking grew increasingly pronounced as over 20 individuals approached from a distance, accompanied by 3 enormous Tibetan mastiffs. It was no wonder these individuals displayed such audacity, daring to commit their transgressions in broad daylight. Alongside their 3 evolved hounds, their leader, a one-eyed man, was also an evolved being. Several months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and Chen Tian was not surprised to encounter an evolved individual. Regrettably, among these reinforcements, there was only one evolved being. Had there been a few more, the slaughter might have been far more gratifying. Who was responsible for this? The one-eyed man bellowed, rage igniting within him as he surveyed the surrounding corpses. "It seems there is a reason for your missing eye. I stand right here, yet you fail to see me." Chen Tian taunted. "Was it you?" the one-eyed man asked, taken aback. Regardless of the perspective, the opposing figure appeared to be merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. Suddenly, Chen Tian extended a finger and declared, "Among you, I shall temporarily spare only one life. Whoever lays down their weapon first shall claim this singular opportunity. Should you forfeit this chance, I will be compelled to make a random choice. I grant you 5 seconds to contemplate. The countdown begins now." With a fierce determination, the one-eyed man released the 3 evolved Tibetan mastiffs he had on a leash. A cautious individual by nature, he sought to gauge the strength of his adversary through these formidable beasts. The 3 massive Tibetan mastiffs charged forth like tigers unleashed from their confines, ferociously lunging at Chen Tian. In a swift motion, Chen Tian drew his triangular military dagger, and as the beasts approached, he struck with precision. With a series of puncturing thrusts, he pierced the skulls of the evolved mastiffs thrice. Nonchalantly, he flicked the blood from his weapon, the 3 slain mastiffs sliding several meters across the ground before coming to a halt. At this moment, not only the one-eyed man, but all of the subordinates bore expressions of sheer disbelief. Regrettably, 5 seconds had already elapsed. Chen Tian cast a casual glance towards his opponents, a mere gaze that sent chills down their spines. Chapter 095, a profitable transaction. The display of power that Chen Tian had just exhibited had already instilled fear in these scoundrels. With their most relied-upon beasts dispatched in an instant, they realized their own vulnerability was palpable. At that moment, a clever individual among them discreetly discarded his weapon, hoping to secure the opportunity that the youth had mentioned. Little did he know, it was too late for such decisions. Chen Tian had already extended his hand of opportunity, which they had failed to grasp. In a heartbeat, the boy who had been 20 meters away appeared right before them. The first target he selected was none other than the one-eyed man, the strongest among them. The one-eyed man was taken aback as the visage of a youth abruptly materialized before him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Acting on primal instinct, he instinctively swung the machete in his grasp. This strike was executed with every ounce of strength he could muster, in a state of sheer terror. There was no possibility of holding back. Yet, astonishingly, the blade came to a halt mid-descent. This boy before him was no mere human. And the one-eyed man felt a surge of conviction in that realization. The full force of his blow was effortlessly caught by the youth's fingers, rendering the weapon immobile. To what extent did this prodigy reach, capable of catching his full-powered strike with a single hand? I had anticipated a display of prowess. Yet it appears you possess only such meager skill. With a slight exertion of his finger, Chen Tian seized the machete from his adversary, casually thrusting it forward. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced the one-eyed man's throat. With their leader eliminated, the remaining henchmen dared not resist. One by one, they discarded their weapons. Please, spare me. I acknowledge you as our leader. I am truly a good person, coerced into this. Trust me, release me, and I will do anything you ask. The contrast between their former arrogance and their current subservience was stark. Chen Tian refrained from engaging in further dialogue, plunging his triangular dagger into the remaining foes with ruthless efficiency. If begging for mercy bore any fruit, then surely those they had tormented had pleaded for reprieve. Chen Tian's principle was clear: eradicate evil without exception. As he had previously stated, he left one individual alive, a diminutive figure trembling on the ground, surrounded by the fallen comrades. How many of you are there? Chen Tian inquired with a tone of intimidation. We. The man was paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a coherent sentence. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap sent him sprawling to the ground, his face nearly colliding with that of the deceased. Speak clearly, Chen Tian commanded coldly. The diminutive man, utterly cowed, refrained from making a sound, continually apologizing. I'm sorry. The impact of the slap proved effective. At least he was now coherent. Aside from you, how many remain in your group? Chen Tian shifted his inquiry. Wait a moment, take me there. After issuing his command, he instructed the man to stay put. The man remained kneeling, too terrified to rise or lift his gaze. Chen Tian reached down, hoisting an evolved Tibetan Mastiff and striding towards the pickup truck. The man and his two daughters, witnessing the youth approach, were gripped by anxiety. Dad, the younger daughter, who had been peering out, shrank back in fear. Don't worry, Dad's here. The man feigned composure. With a decisive motion, Chen Tian hurled the Mastiff into the bed of the pickup, causing the vehicle to jolt, eliciting screams from the two girls inside. Silence, Chen Tian huffed. The young women complied, immediately covering their mouths in fear. Please, don't harm my daughters, the man implored, his voice laced with desperation. He was acutely aware that if this youth wished to inflict harm, he would be utterly powerless to intervene. Take these and leave quickly. Chen Tian tossed 2 daggers and a handgun into the car, then turned and departed, leaving the man astonished. A debt of gratitude for a meal had now been settled. The man drove away in his pickup truck with his 2 daughters, while Chen Tian had already sent the others on their way. After storing the other 2 evolved Tibetan Mastiffs in his space, Chen Tian returned to the kneeling man. Lead the way. The small man, feeling guilty and apprehensive, struggled to rise at once, prompting Chen Tian to deliver a slap that helped him regain his composure. Half an hour later, Chen Tian emerged from an abandoned factory, a smile gracing his lips. He had thoroughly raided the supplies gathered by that gang. Most gratifying was the discovery of numerous cables that could serve as fishing lines. All that remained were the hooks. Once he fashioned the fishing tools, he could return to his previous life of swiftly collecting evolution orbs. With a flourish, he released a military truck and continued toward Baiyang County. Perhaps due to a different route taken, Chen Tian did not encounter any other convoys headed for Baiyang County. However, he unexpectedly came across some individuals. A vehicle is approaching. It appears to be ours, exclaimed a man clad in white combat attire and armed with a rifle, as he knocked on the car door. Soon, 2 similarly dressed men emerged from the vehicle, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of the slowly approaching military truck. They stepped into the middle of the road, waving and calling out. Yet, as the truck drew nearer, they found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. Behind the wheel sat a mere youth. Apart from the youth, there were only a cat and a dog in the vehicle, with no other souls present. Where did this boy acquire such a military truck? Alas, the license plate had been forcibly removed. Had it remained, they might have gleaned further information. When seeking assistance from the youth, they anticipated a prompt acquiescence, yet were met with a blunt refusal. I cannot help. I do not venture into the safe zone. Do you not have a vehicle? Chen Tian cast a glance at the modified military truck parked by the roadside, which was undoubtedly superior to the one he was currently driving. Its rear was reinforced with specialized steel, exuding an intimidating presence. Our vehicle has run out of fuel. We urgently need assistance as we have an injured person requiring immediate medical attention. Would you consider a trade? This unexpected proposition left the man engaged in conversation momentarily speechless. Initially, Chen Tian had merely spoken off the cuff, yet to his astonishment, the others consented. This deal was certainly advantageous. Observing the newly acquired truck before him, Chen Tian's spirits lifted. He retrieved a barrel of fuel from his private space and filled the vehicle to the brim, reveling in the joy of driving the new truck. Little did he know that shortly after their departure, the group encountered a welcoming party. A fiercely beautiful woman stood there, admonishing, "So you traded the vehicle?" As the conversation unfolded, the individuals were taken aback to see the very truck they had swapped, now approaching steadily. Chapter 096. Just wait and see who will strike whom. The most astonished among them were indeed those who had engaged in the vehicle exchange. The vehicle had run out of fuel. And how had the young boy managed to procure gasoline in such a brief span? The truck came to a gradual halt, and Chen Tian peered through the windshield. Beholding a familiar figure, Tang Anha, he recognized her instantly. She had been one of the instructors at the Evolver training camp, famously known as the Tyrannosaurus. Even at this moment, Chen Tian vividly recalled her standing on the platform, addressing the exhausted group sprawled on the ground with her cutting remarks. I know many of you harbor resentment towards me and wish to give me a beating, but alas, you are all far too weak. It is not that I deny you the opportunity. Rather, it is your own inadequacy. When you possess the strength to challenge me, I shall call you teacher. Back then, every member of the training camp, including Chen Tian, had yearned to confront her, yet none had succeeded. Who would have thought he would encounter her at this juncture? Chen Tian realized that the Evolver training camp had not yet been formally established, and this woman was likely still the captain of a small team. Tang An had directed the vehicle to first transport the injured Professor Liang to a safe zone before appraising the young boy in the driver's seat. The boy appeared younger than she had anticipated, and there was no trace of the weariness and confusion typical of survivors in this post-apocalyptic world on his face. Instead, he radiated vitality and vigor. This boy was an Evolver. The thought flashed through Tang An's mind, causing her eyes to brighten. According to statistics from various safe zones, the youngest Evolver recorded was a little girl named Qin Mingming, who was not yet 8 years old. Before her stood a young boy, seemingly no older than 14. Tang Anha had never seen his photograph, indicating that this boy was likely an unregistered Evolver. Intrigued, Tang Anha approached the vehicle and called out, "Might I request you to step down for a moment?" A young Evolver was a promising prospect deserving of careful cultivation. Presently, the safety zones were diligently safeguarding their Evolvers. The addition of another would enhance their security and assurance. Since fate had brought them together today, she could not let this opportunity slip away. "What is it?" Chen Tian opened the car door, leapt out, and regarded the woman before him with a defiant gaze. He felt an impulsive desire to strike her, a lingering regret from the past. What should he do? Should he act directly or provoke her in some way? Tang Anza, noticing that the boy's height barely reached her chest, offered a gentle smile and introduced herself. "I am Tang Anha, the captain of the Sharp Blade Squad. I would like to invite you to join the safety zone. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing her words, her team members widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never witnessed their captain speak so courteously to anyone. What was it about this boy that could elicit such an unusual smile from the typically stern Captain Tang? Something was amiss. The others began to scrutinize the boy with keen interest. "No interest," Chen Tian replied outright. "You are an Evolver, are you not?" Tang Anha inquired directly. Upon hearing the term Evolvers, the members behind him widened their eyes in astonishment. Could this youth truly be an Evolver? Their surprise stemmed from the realization that Tang Anha was indeed an Evolver, her demonstrated prowess during their mission leaving them, mere mortals, both awestruck and envious. "Just how formidable are you?" Chen Tian casually inquired, harboring an unshakable desire to confront this woman, despite knowing it was unwarranted. This thought lingered, largely due to the profound impression she had made while training them. "You have the potential to become as formidable as I am, perhaps even surpass me," Tang An had declared with unwavering confidence. "Are you truly formidable?" Chen Tian seemed to have found an opening, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Our captain ranks among the top 5 on the published list of evolvers. Would you not consider that impressive? Interrupted a straightforward team member. Think about it. While the mutated beasts may be fewer now, one can never predict when a more fearsome creature might emerge. If only she were aware that at this very moment. Chen Tian was suppressing the urge to strike her. One could only wonder what her reaction would be. You are far too weak. Chen Tian's unexpected declaration left Tang Anha momentarily speechless. Hey, kid, you certainly have a way with words. If you possess the capability, why not challenge our captain and see if you can endure even a minute? A team member retorted, unable to contain themselves. It is essential to understand that in the eyes of these individuals, Tang Anha was not merely an object of admiration, but the very pillar of their elite squad. And they would not tolerate the skepticism of a mere child. Heh, young lad, don't be so incredulous. Collectively, we are no match for our captain. And if you doubt that, feel free to test it. As the banter escalated to this point, some team members began to cheer. Each of them had previously felt the sting of Tang Anha's blows, and they were eager for Chen Tian to experience that sensation as well. While their provocation was evident, they were not entirely mistaken. In their eyes, the still maturing Chen Tian could hardly be compared to their battle-hardened captain. Their leader, armed only with a combat knife, had achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 3 mutated beasts. She discerned that this young man genuinely believed her to be weak. If his perception stemmed merely from her being a woman, she was determined to teach him a valuable lesson. Just when he was lamenting the lack of justification to confront her, she unwittingly provided him with a reason. All right, let us have a little spar. Tang Anha declared with an air of confidence. What if you cannot defeat me? Chen Tian inquired. Tang Anha was momentarily taken aback. She had not contemplated this scenario. How could she possibly lose to a mere child? At that moment, a team member jested. If our captain loses, she'll become your wife, haha. However, after a brief chuckle, they fell silent under Tang Anha's piercing gaze. What do you propose? She asked Chen Tian. He replied, let us be clear. If I manage to make you cry, I shall not console you. And if I injure you, I won't tend to your wounds. Conversely, if you lose, you must call me teacher. Agreed. Regardless of the situation, Tang Anha remained confident that she would not falter. Chen Tian beckoned with his finger. Let us begin. Chapter 097. A direct domination in strength. Observing the young man's unwavering confidence, not only did Tang Anha smile, but so did her team members. This lad remains oblivious to the identity of his opponent. A spectacle is about to unfold. I dare say he will not endure more than 20 seconds against the captain. The confidence he exhibits now will soon give way to utter disarray. Let us wait and see. The team members crossed their arms, poised to witness the unfolding drama. In the early days, when Tang Anha was newly appointed as their captain, they too were filled with skepticism, questioning why they should follow a female leader. However, after a series of challenges, every member of the Sharp Blade team was bested, none managing to last even 15 seconds against Tang Anha, and that was under her leniency. Now, facing their battle-hardened captain, the outcome against this fledgling youth was abundantly clear. The only uncertainty lay in the extent of the boy's defeat. Judging by the captain's demeanor, it seemed she would hold back her strength, leaving one to ponder whether this lad might even be reduced to tears. The team members eagerly anticipated the clash, while Tang Anha herself harbored no such complex thoughts. You may attack whenever you wish, she said with a gentle smile. When it came to dealing with a child, she intended to show some restraint. Little did she know that her words would soon reveal their folly. Whoosh! In an instant, the boy who had been 5 meters away now stood right before her. Tang Anha was startled, instinctively raising her hands to block. But she was still a moment too slow. Bang! A sudden force struck her abdomen. The immense power caused her face to change instantly, and she knelt on the ground in pain, one hand supporting herself while the other clutched her belly, her mind echoing a single thought. How could this be possible? The other team members, who had been prepared to watch the spectacle, were now frozen in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. What had just happened? Why was the captain the one who fell? Everyone, including Tang Anha herself, was utterly bewildered. At this moment, Chen Tian's voice rang out. Never let your guard down against any opponent. Do you not understand such a simple principle? No one knew that after delivering that punch, Chen Tian felt a sense of ease wash over him. The regrets of everyone in the training camp had finally been realized today. Remarkably, he had not put forth his full strength in that punch. The opportunity was too rare, and he did not wish for it to end so easily. You are right. I was indeed too careless. At this point, Tang Anha had regained her composure, the smile on her face now replaced with seriousness. that punch had merely been a greeting. Now, let me see how formidable you truly are. Chen Tian beckoned her again with a flick of his finger. In that moment, Tang Anha no longer perceived the young man before her as a mere child, but rather as a genuine opponent. Be careful. With that, she slid forward and thrust her knee forcefully towards the boy's abdomen. Chen Tian merely sidestepped gently, evading the attack effortlessly. Tang Anha unleashed a series of fluid strikes, jabs, hooks, and uppercuts, culminating in a powerful straight punch. The choreography was so seamless that to the untrained eye, it appeared as a mere blur of motion. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the young man effortlessly evaded every attack. It is no exaggeration to assert that Tang Anha did not even graze the hem of his garment. All her efforts met only the empty air. This spectacle left the observing teammates utterly dumbfounded. How could this young man evade all the captain's assaults? His strength was indeed remarkable. In that moment, they felt a profound shame for their previous ignorance and narrow-mindedness. No wonder he carried himself with such confidence. He possessed extraordinary capabilities. With relentless determination, Tang Anha's onslaught persisted, growing increasingly ferocious. Whether through punches or kicks, she found herself unable to connect with the young man's form. As if she were battling a specter. How could this be? It was the first time since her evolution that she truly sensed her own frailty. Your speed is woefully inadequate. After dodging Tang Anha's sweeping punch, Chen Tian retaliated with a blow that landed squarely in her abdomen. Just moments ago, she had been a tempest of aggression, but this strike knocked the wind from her, causing her to collapse to the ground, gasping and coughing violently. The force behind this punch surpassed the previous one, giving her the sensation of being pierced through. Captain, the other members gasped in shock. It matters not if you all join in, Chen Tian remarked nonchalantly. Whether it be one or many, it is of no consequence to me. Once upon a time, the sensation of striking a former teacher was truly. Do not approach. Tang Anha's voice trembled, her tone slightly off-key, as a burning sensation coursed through her abdomen, causing her to frown in discomfort. Have you had enough? Chen Tian inquired, gazing intently at Tang Anha. Again, Tang Anha assumed a combat stance. Her eyes sharp and fixated on Chen Tian. A faint smile graced his lips. He relished the challenge of facing such a tenacious woman, or rather, he delighted in mentoring someone so resolute. It appears I must continue to take advantage of the small against the large. Chen Tian advanced towards Tang Anha. Whoosh. Before he could close the distance, Tang Anha's long, fierce leg soared through the air. This woman seemed to have been riled up, and her kick was both swift and merciless. This time, Chen Tian did not evade. With a swift motion, he seized her ankle. Then, with a powerful throw, Tang Anha's body was hurled against a truck with a resounding crash. Have you had enough? Chen Tian questioned once more. Again, Tang Anha stubbornly rose to her feet. Have you had enough? Again. What followed was a relentless display of Tang Anha's suffering, a sight too painful for her teammates to bear. On the newly acquired military truck, the little black dog and the little white cat observed the battle through the windshield. The two small creatures communicated in a rudimentary manner through a unique bond. The little white cat remarked, "That female human is being beaten." The little black dog responded, "It's fine. A good beating is beneficial. You have lost." Chen Tian crouched before Tang Anha. She remained silent, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. This is no longer merely a matter of defeat. She has been thoroughly overwhelmed by the youth. Your combat skills remain at the level of an ordinary person, and you have only managed to unleash a mere 30% of an evolver's true strength, Chen Tian remarked. This statement seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting the originally despondent Tang Anha to lift her grimy face. However, a single utterance from Tang Anha caused him to freeze in place. Teacher, could you possibly instruct me? Chapter 098. Take everything away. Upon hearing Tang Anha address him as teacher, an unusual sensation welled up within Chen Tian. The tides of fate had turned. It was once he who had referred to her in such a manner. When we meet next, it will depend on my mood, he retorted, before departing in his newly acquired truck. Captain, how are you? Are you all right? At that moment, the other members of the team regained their composure and hurried to assist the disheveled Tang Anha, who lay sprawled on the ground. With a self-deprecating smile, Tang Anha said, "I must have provided you all with quite the spectacle." "Don't say that. We are hardly in a position to mock you," one of them replied. "Who on earth is that youth? How could he be so extraordinarily powerful? I have never heard of such an impressive evolver. Today has truly been an eye-opener." As they spoke, the team had already helped Tang Anha into the vehicle, creating an atmosphere that felt quite peculiar. No, we must follow that truck. Tang Anha insisted. Huh. Everyone was taken aback. Was the captain dazed from the beating? Why would she want to pursue the very youth who had just departed? I still have many questions left unanswered, Tang Anha clarified. She was quite intrigued by the combat techniques demonstrated by the young boy and was equally eager to learn his name. His seemingly subtle movements consistently allowed him to evade her attacks with precision, a skill she deeply wished to acquire. Naturally, her curiosity was further piqued by the enigma of his true prowess. It appeared that in the recent confrontation, he had scarcely utilized a fraction of his strength. Initially intending to pursue the boy's vehicle, she unexpectedly veered off course at a junction. In reality, there were no dead ends in front of Chen Tian. The sudden appearance of a roadblock caused him to halt the truck. No way forward? Stepping out of the vehicle, Chen Tian surveyed the broken overpass. According to his mobile map, this had once been a highway interchange, now inexplicably in ruins. The gap stretched over 30 meters, even at full speed. The truck could not possibly leap across. A minor inconvenience. With a light smile, Chen Tian extended his hand, effortlessly transporting the truck along with the two little creatures inside into his space of existence. He then leapt into the air, gathering momentum before landing on the opposite side. Releasing the truck, he resumed his journey. After approximately 30 minutes of travel, he finally reached the border of Baiyang County. However, before entering the town, his truck was surrounded by a swarm of mutated chickens, thousands of them, darkening the landscape. It seemed there was a poultry farm nearby. It appeared that these creatures did not possess evolution orbs. Tyrant, Snow Emperor, you two go out and handle this situation. Chen Tian currently holds little interest in these feeble mutated beasts. His aspirations lie in confronting the pinnacle of combat. The little black dog and white cat, brimming with excitement, darted out without hesitation. Outside, a cacophony ensued, with chaos reigning in a delightfully lively scene. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, silence enveloped the surroundings, and the two little creatures returned triumphantly, heads held high. Chen Tian cast a glance out the car window, and to his astonishment, the ground was littered with feathers and the carcasses of mutated chickens. It appears the task of collection falls upon me. Chen Tian exited the vehicle. Although the mutated chickens bore no evolution orbs within them, they were still evolved beasts. Whether for sustenance, baiting fish, or exchanging for points within the safety zone, their worth remains undeniable. After a flurry of activity, he successfully stored the mutated chickens in his personal space. Since he was already present, he decided to explore the nearby chicken farm, curious about what resources might be gathered. The primary reason for Chen Tian's journey to the county was to craft fishing tools. He had already procured materials for fishing line. Now only hooks remained elusive. Unexpected treasures often lie in the most unlikely of places. Even if he failed to find materials for fishing hooks, collecting other supplies would still prove beneficial. Upon reaching the chicken farm, he was taken aback by another wave of mutated chickens charging towards him. This time, Chen Tian refrained from letting the two little creatures engage, primarily to avoid the feathers flying everywhere. Under his command, with a swift precision, the mutated chickens within a radius of several hundred meters were dispatched by steel nails. The steel nails employed by Chen Tian have been stripped of their caps, endowing them with remarkable penetrating power. Coupled with his keen perception, he swiftly eradicated the raucous mutated chickens. Upon entering the factory, a smile adorned Chen Tian's face as he beheld an abundance of eggs, countless in number. Whatever quantity he could gather, he would. The advantages of his spatial abilities were once again validated. To his surprise, just as he exited the poultry farm, he encountered a duck farm, followed by a goose farm. It seemed there was much work to be done. One might wonder if this was a poultry breeding hub. He toiled tirelessly until the late hours of the night, ultimately scouring all the nearby farms. After a rough calculation, he concluded that the eggs from these chickens, ducks, and geese would sustain him for several years. Regrettably, food stored in the spatial realm could not be preserved indefinitely. It would eventually spoil. If he wished to prolong his sustenance, it appeared he would need to pickle the eggs. However, that task could be postponed for later. That night, Chen Tian continued his customary practice of striking the extraterrestrial container. Fishing had been abruptly interrupted, but the cultivation must not cease. His daily advancements served as his source of motivation. Bang, bang, bang. The two heavy iron hammers, wielded by Chen Tian, relentlessly struck the surface of the alien vessel. Waves of green ripples emanated, akin to a sound-activated light flickering. It was evident that as Chen Tian's strength grew day by day, the energy resistance of the extraterrestrial container became increasingly pronounced. In the midst of his vigorous strikes, Chen Tian suddenly halted, an odd expression crossing his face as he stared intently at his own hands. Once again, there was that palpable sensation, as if grasping something elusive yet indefinable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tian cast aside the iron hammer and, relying solely on his fists, continued to strike the alien vessel. He was determined to seize this nebulous insight. With each thud, his fists hammered more fiercely against the surface of the container. I understand now. I have finally discerned the nature of this indistinct feeling. Chen Tian paused, his face illuminated with excitement. Chapter 099. The terrifying youth. This elusive sensation was the manifestation of the oscillation technique of his unique energy. Excitement sparkled in Chen Tian's eyes as he focused intently on his hands, where the crimson energy pulsed as if it were breathing. There could be no mistake. This alien vessel had shattered the Tang Dao previously due to the release of energy oscillation. Chen Tian felt he had grasped the secret and was eager to experiment. Controlling his unique energy, he concentrated it in his hands, took a deep breath, and attuned himself to the vibrational frequency emanating from the energy. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a punch that produced a sonic boom. Moreover, as his fist reached its peak velocity, the red energy spread outwards like a spider's web. Chen Tian resolved to test the potency of this technique, opting not for the exceptionally sturdy alien vessel, but instead for the wall of the breeding ground. This was a conventional punch. His fist, enveloped in unique energy, struck the wall, and this time, he did not employ the oscillation technique. Boom! The red brick wall shattered, creating a gaping hole. This is a punch imbued with the force of shock. Chen Tian once again harnessed his power, this time employing the recently comprehended technique, and struck towards the courtyard wall. With a resounding boom, the section of the wall, spanning 4 to 5 meters in width, was completely obliterated from the point of impact. Indeed, the power had significantly increased. Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This technique was a veritable method for mass annihilation. A single shock wave unleashed would likely reduce any approaching mutated beasts to mere fragments. He had not anticipated that this alien container would bestow upon him such a remarkable surprise. At this moment, Chen Tian found himself increasingly enamored with the alien artifact. The potential of this technique seemed to extend even further, its potency intricately linked to the frequency of the energy vibrations. Rather than reveling in the joy of newly acquired skills, Chen Tian dedicated himself to optimization and study. Unfortunately for the local breeding grounds, they became the unwitting subjects of his experimentation. A punch unleashed was akin to the might of thunder. It shattered not only red bricks and green tiles but would also pulverize reinforced concrete. Through relentless trials and refinements, Chen Tian grew increasingly adept at wielding this technique. Mastering it could potentially double his strength. The more he practiced, the more exhilarated he became. As long as he layered this shock technique, every punch and kick would manifest as a devastating strike. Perhaps this technique could also be applied to weaponry. At this moment, Chen Tian felt invigorated, with inspiration flowing abundantly. He anticipated that this night would likely pass without sleep. She had just emerged from the bathroom, observing the bruises adorning her body. The image of that young boy resurfaced in her mind once more. How should an evolver truly engage in combat? Draped in her bathrobe, Tang Anha began to practice movements within her room. The seemingly casual sidesteps and turns were executed with precision, as though calculated through intricate algorithms. With minimal motion, she sought to achieve optimal results. How had he managed to accomplish such feats? Tang Anha attempted to replicate the technique herself, only to discover its extraordinary difficulty. A slight miscalculation in timing could result in a direct hit to her body. What manner of person was he, so terrifying at such a tender age? Lying on her single wooden bed, the soreness and numbness coursing through her body served as a constant reminder that the earlier altercation had not been a mere figment of her imagination. Suddenly, the telephone on her bedside table rang. This phone, part of the internal network of the safe zone, was connected through telephone lines and remained functional amidst the failure of many communication devices. Tang team, are you asleep? As she picked up the receiver, a voice from one of her team members greeted her. Rubbing her still aching stomach, Tang Anha casually inquired, "Not sleeping? What's the matter?" "I knew you wouldn't be able to sleep," came the excited reply from the man on the line. "Get to the point." Tang Anha's straightforward nature abhorred unnecessary roundabout conversations, especially since her previous train of thought had been abruptly interrupted by the call. "We have traced the origins of that vehicle." "Are you referring to the truck that the boy exchanged with you?" Tang Anha straightened her posture, intrigued. "Indeed. We verified through the engine number and some details on the vehicle that it is unequivocally one of ours from the safe zone. Get to the point. Captain Tang, please be patient. Let me explain, for this is significant news. This truck originally belonged to the Thunder Squad. While on a mission, they encountered an assault from underwater mutated beasts, and the entire vehicle was nearly dragged into the river. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly and managed to temporarily fend off the creature with grenades. Otherwise, the casualties would have been severe. Tang Anha listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Captain Tang, are you still with me? Continue. And focus on the crux. How did that truck end up in the boy's possession? Tang Anha pressed. The crucial part is coming. According to an eyewitness from the Thunder Squad, the truck had overturned by the riverbank. Unless a large towing vehicle was employed, it could not be retrieved. Moreover, terrifying mutated beasts lurked in the waters, and for safety reasons, they abandoned the truck. Are you suggesting that the boy found it by the river? Tang Anha grasped the implication. Precisely. Captain Tang, do you not find this astonishing? A truck overturned by the riverbank. Consider how, without any mechanical assistance, that boy managed to get it onto the road. A revelation struck Tang Anha. In that moment, a vivid image emerged in her mind. The boy, displaying incredible strength, single-handedly heaving the overturned truck back onto dry land. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Anha was struck by a sudden realization. She had not been felled by that youth's punch today. How much leniency had he shown? Captain Tang, are you still listening? I am. Upon hanging up the phone, Tang Anha's heart became even more tumultuous. She suddenly recognized that the young man was far more exceptional than she had previously envisioned. At this very moment, Chen Tian was oblivious to the fact that a woman was losing sleep over him. Wielding a massive iron hammer, he was showcasing his prowess at the breeding farm. The hammer, imbued with a shockwave force, struck the concrete ground with a resounding boom. It was akin to tossing a grenade onto an icy surface. In an instant, the fractured ground collapsed extensively. Chapter 100. Hell has no door, yet you choose to squeeze in pursuit of mastering the shockwave technique. Shin Tian dedicated 5 days to his endeavors at the breeding farm. By augmenting the blade with the shockwave technique, he was able to unleash a more terrifying cutting power. Grasping a curved blade, the red glow flickered along its edge as he effortlessly sliced through a steel pipe the thickness of an arm. The blade remained unscathed, its shimmering crimson light seemingly infused with otherworldly magic. The augmented shock frequency directly determined the magnitude of its power. With another swing, the red luminescence on the blade pulsated with greater intensity. Whoosh! The curved blade penetrated the wall as if it were slicing through tofu, advancing inexorably forward. As the blade was extracted, a thunderous crash echoed, and a substantial section of the wall collapsed, the cut edge smooth and pristine. While this technique was remarkable, it imposed a unique tension on the blade. Should the load exceed its capacity, the blade would shatter abruptly. Crack! Indeed, the curved blade in Chun Tian's hand shattered, rendered utterly useless. The material of the weapon directly determines the upper limit of the shock power. Chun Tian's expression remained largely unchanged over the past 5 days. He had shattered more than just this single curved blade. Fortunately, his previous purchase in the safe zone allowed him to experiment multiple times, enabling him to ascertain the maximum vibration frequency that the blade could endure. Not only would the curved blade break, but even a hefty iron hammer would succumb to destruction if the vibration frequency reached a certain threshold, often fracturing first at the junction of the hammerhead and the handle. Currently, the safe zone had yet to develop extraordinary weapons, and it might take over a year before such advancements could be realized. The apocalypse had not caused a regression in human civilization. Rather, the discovery of successive alien relics had propelled human technology to new heights. Regrettably, in the face of increasingly formidable mutated beasts and various calamities, the space for human survival continued to diminish. It was time to depart from this place. Casting a glance at the nearly desolate farm, Chen Tian resolved to continue his journey to the county town. He had yet to secure his fishing hook. Had it not been for the fear of losing the hard-won inspiration, he would not have lingered here for 5 days. The morning sun shone brilliantly as the truck traversed the highway, encountering no obstacles. Along the way, Chen Tian observed several pickup trucks laden with goods, their occupants survivors scouring for resources. With the decline of the undead, the presence of mutated beasts dwindled, and the silhouettes of survivors began to increase. This was all anticipated by Chen Tian, so he did not find it surprising, nor did he feel anxious about other survivors beginning to gather supplies. One must understand the vastness of the entire county seat. With only a handful of survivors and the limited cargo capacity of their pickup trucks, How much could they possibly carry away? To put it bluntly, these survivors could toil for an entire month and still gather less than what Chen Tian could in a mere moment. Before long, Chen Tian had arrived in the county town. The streets were lined with a variety of shops, and any mutated beast he encountered were effortlessly dealt with. Once again, he stored the truck and the two small creatures within his life space, thereby enhancing his efficiency. The shops were closely packed together, a hallmark of a commercial street. Chen Tian embarked on a systematic looting spree. After his visit, there was hardly anything left in the stores he had raided. He would casually take any furniture suitable for burning, given the ample space he possessed. This time, Chen Tian entered a tobacco shop. The shelves were stocked with various brands of cigarettes and assorted liquor. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to take these items. Cigarettes and alcohol held no practical value for him, serving only as potential gifts. Ultimately, he decided to gather them regardless of their utility. He could always discard them later if his space became too cramped. Before he could act, the shop door was violently kicked open. Bang! The door, unable to withstand the force, was broken. A tall man with a scruffy beard strode in from outside. Damn it. He had indeed come to the right place in the county town. Observing the shelves laden with tobacco and alcohol, the man erupted into laughter. However, he soon noticed Chen Tian standing within. Upon realizing that the individual before him was merely a youth and that no other vehicles were parked at the entrance, the man rudely declared, "Kid, get out of here. This spot is taken by me." Chen Tian fixed his gaze upon the intruder. "Are you out of your mind?" The man, seeing that Chen Tian remained unmoved, immediately launched into a tirade of curses. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. Boom. The door, which had been kicked open, was shattered by the force of the man's body. He tumbled onto the sidewalk, groaning in discomfort. Remarkably, his defenses were commendable. Despite being expelled by Chen Tian's kick, he managed to rise from the ground. With an air of indifference, Chen Tian stepped out and approached the man. You are an evolver?" The man stammered, staring in astonishment at the youth before him. Smack! Chen Tian delivered a resounding slap that sent the man reeling. "You're quite arrogant." Chen Tian advanced once more toward him. Please, I was wrong. It was my foolish tongue," the man pleaded, striking his own face in a display of contrition. It was evident he understood the significance of being an evolver. "I will grant you 30 seconds to vanish from my sight. Exceed that time, and I shall ensure your disappearance," Chen Tian proclaimed. "I'll disappear at once, I swear." The man scrambled away, rolling and crawling in his haste. As he watched the man's retreating figure, Chen Tian murmured, "He has already reached the level of a quasi-evolver. It seems that in a month or two, the world will witness a surge of evolvers emerging." This brief interlude did not stir any emotional turmoil within Chen Tian. He continued to gather items from the shop, clearing one establishment after another. As noon approached, he decided to stroll through the mall across the street before preparing lunch. Unbeknownst to him, several pairs of eyes had fixated on him. "It's that brat. He must be an evolver. If we devour his flesh, we will undoubtedly grow stronger." One of the men, previously bested by Chen Tian, scowled from within a black pickup truck parked by the roadside. Accompanying him were 3 others, all formidable members of a survivor squad, as they had all nearly reached the threshold of becoming evolvers. "All set," the driver announced, accelerating abruptly towards the unsuspecting youth. The roar of the truck's engine caught Chen Tian's attention. He turned to face the oncoming pickup, standing resolutely in the middle of the road, contemplating the reckless approach. "Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, while you insist on forcing your way into hell." Chen Tian's palm gathered crimson energy, and at the moment the truck was about to collide, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with shockwave force. Boom! It was as if a missile had struck head-on. In an instant, the pickup and its occupants were utterly obliterated.